them to put out from the drafting phase to the in-game play as well. We're expecting big things from them, but that weight of expectations can actually mean a lot. Do you have any kind of inclination as to whether that's going to maybe cause a little bit of a mental block there?
I think, you know, these are kind of young guys, right? So that is weighing a lot on them. They don't have a big crowd here, but there's all the other teams watching them like a hawk, studying their every move for potentially later in the tournament if they come up against them. And that has to weigh on you a bit, especially until that first blood comes out. I think it's going to be very, very careful. Both teams just not really wanting to full commit anywhere. And with the Makoa actually on the side of Cube, that is a very easy way, very confident way to get first blood. And I think that could set the tone early. And from there, when you have all the pressure on you and you give up that first blood, it's kind of like, oh crap, like now what?
And that's going to be so crucial in this sort of situation, because if you think about what District 69 are in with their position, I mean, it's their game to lose, it's their match to lose, it's their tournament, but that weight of expectation, then there's going to be cheers if the underdog comes out on top. And if they have any inclination of that, if they're just observing and if they're just waiting for that, then, you know, the expectation is going to be set up there that if they don't get first blood, if they don't roll out strong, then have they got the mental fortitude to cope with that?
I think what we just talked about allows me to believe that they do have the mental fortitude. They're very quiet, they're calm, cool, collected. You can see them all right there, very focused. They've been practicing their flicks all morning instead of just sitting in the chair waiting for the admin call to go. They were all in the training range. Actually, funny enough, with all Androxus, just practicing flicks, getting the aim tight and ready to go.
I mean, that's so important there.
All right, guys, the time has come. You've seen the draft. You've heard us break it down. Let's go ahead, heading on into game for game number 1 of match number 1 of the Paladins Masters Land.
Boa tarde, senhoras e senhores. Começamos aqui a partida entre a Cube Team e a District 69 pelo Mundial. Já saiu o First Blood aí pro Shipa. Vem aí o trabalho do Beric no meio, segurando muito bem o meio para a equipe da District 69. A gente vê ali o Victor também correndo um pouco, o Makoa também tentando recuar. A equipe da Cube vai acabar tendo que reagrupar nesse momento. A equipe da District 69 faz um ótimo trabalho com esse Bomb King, mantendo o meio junto com o Beric aí, um ótimo trabalho do suporte. A equipe da Cube, por enquanto, sendo bem pressionada, mas 1-0, tranquilo. A gente vê ali o Makoa que vai tentar fazer a linha de frente. Nice hook, o Skullet acaba conseguindo fazer um double kill. Ótima jogada para o time da Cube. O combate continua, eles estão se reagrupando pelo lado esquerdo. Vão indo ali agora na câmera do Beric de novo. Lembrando, galera, que eu estou retransmitindo direto pelo canal da Twitch, então tá meio sem som o jogo. E eu vou tentar colocar aqui até um... Aí, o jogo pausou. Deixa eu ver se eu consigo dar spectate em alguém, mas o spectate estava bugado, né?
But then what's important to me, Lex getting the revenge kill onto Charlene, that's going to put a few credits, and especially with that 3 streak from Sheepa, that's going to put a few credits in their pockets. That's going to be huge.
Absolutely. It's something we don't often get to talk about, as he is one of the newer characters in the game. The flankers normally are the ones that struggle the most in the credit department, and being on the losing team, that's amplified even more so. But Lex, he doesn't really have this problem. With his bounty mechanic, he's able to keep himself kind of in the game, keeping those credit scores high. And he's a very deadly character, so with that in mind, he's able to help you come back. He's the one who has his items online. He's the one even when you're down, you're not out.
And with healing being so important in the game right now, and often if teams are starting to snowball through, going for an early 2-0, higher ranks of Cauterize available for the winning team than the losing team, that's going to be crucial. If we can see maybe a Cauterize 2 or a Cauterize 3 come out early from Lex, it's going to make such a difference in this situation for the side of Cube. But District 69, they're unlikely to...
Eu tô vendo aqui, galera, se eu consigo dar spectate em alguém e ver direto pelo jogo, porque daí fica tudo mais fácil. Enquanto isso, eu tô pegando direto a tela dos gringos mesmo, só para tentar trazer uma narração BR aí para vocês e treinar um pouquinho também.
But that's another character that can do it all by himself in terms of just insta-giving someone.
Set up potential Impaler Arrow into a wall, immediate planted, and the how rapid that transfer is from Impaler Arrow straight into your Q is fantastic from players at the top level. They have total trust in their abilities, they have total trust in their setup, and you've got to have that quick and rapid execution in order to be able to pull off a kill. That stun doesn't last forever, and if resilience is picked up itemization-wise by Cubed, it's going to quickly get them out of that stun. And speaking of which, speaking of items. When we looked at both of these drafts, was there any item which you might have been able to see between these two teams which could give one or the other an early advantage?
Resilience was, I think, an interesting one that you point out here with the Shaolin stuns. And the crowd control, I think even that Bomb King can provide. Grumpy Bomb, King Bomb, being the more unavoidable of those two. Resilience could be something that is picked up here because there is a fairly even split in terms of Blast Shield direct damage, or Blast Shield AoE damage, and Haven direct base damage for District 69.
And that raises an interesting question. Resilience 3, I mean, Resilience is one of the cheaper items to get. It's only 200 credits at base rank, then 400, then 600 for rank number 3. And if we think about what that allows you to do, 90% reduction in the duration of crowd control. That allows you to effectively soak a Grumpy Bomb stun and keep on fighting if you're a frontliner and you've got a high health pool. And with a Makoa out on the front line, that could be very impactful if they can just sit and contest the point and not run away from the objective. If a Grumpy Bomb is there, it's going to mean that Cube could potentially just sit and contest for a lot longer than expected and really take their opposition by surprise.
Galera, pra quem... Acabei voltando aqui, infelizmente não dá pra dar spectate direto no jogo. Então eu vou narrar para vocês só com a minha voz mesmo, sem a voz do jogo. Eu estou escutando aqui um pouco também o que os narradores estão conversando. O jogo continua pausado, eles vinham comentando sobre a possibilidade da composição da Cube Team para sentar mesmo no ponto e não ter problema com a bomba ranzinza do BK, porque como o Makoa, o shield dele ele anda, ele consegue defender todo o time dele. E sem problema, eles não sofrem muito para bomba ranzinza, eles conseguem contestar esse ponto, descer o Beric muito facilmente, principalmente com o Skullest, que tá jogando de Drogo, se eu não me engano. E tem um cara fazendo coisas obscenas agora. Eu quero ouvir o que esses caras estão falando, gente. O que esse cara tá tentando fazer, meu Deus? Vai entender. Oops.
We need to practice that one a little bit here. Confirm with his teammates. Still calm, cool, and collected. Actually, Cube talking a little bit of strategy here.
And you can see that they're just going to be waiting for all of this to roll through. They're going to be waiting for the pause to elapse once we have sorted out one of the players' technical difficulties. And this gives them the opportunity to, as you said, talk.
Então, como eu estava explicando, galera, enquanto o jogo está pausado, eu não tinha visto que já tinha uma narração em português da Level Up, então eu simplesmente quis abrir a live da LB aqui, porque eu estou treinando como narrador. Eu tô pegando a transmissão direto da Twitch da Hi-Rez, então eu vou ter que deixar a Twitch mutada, não vai ter som do jogo provavelmente, não dá pra dar spectate em ninguém. Então, é isso, galera. É uma narração mais casual pra treinar mesmo aqui e... Enfim, interagir um pouco com vocês também do chat. Não sei se vocês estão acompanhando, se vocês viram o começo dos picks. Mas comentem aí o que vocês estão achando, o que a Cube pode fazer para ganhar. E vamos apoiar aí os brasileiros, independente de quantos canais abertos. E o importante é todo mundo apoiar o Brasil nisso. É Cube Team, é Cube neles. Vamos lá, Cube. Vamos voltar esse jogo aí, galera, que eu tô apreensivo. Deixa eu ver o que os narradores estão falando lá.
But, we've seen a lot of interesting conversion mechanics come through recently, notably involving interactions with Tempest, Grok's ultimate. And if you got any insight into how that might be used in combination with some of these other ultimates?
Yeah, so King Bomb, when you pop it with the Tempest, the speed boost does go through to the King Bomb, so able to roll through a lot quicker, and that's kind of one of the limitations of the King Bomb. It's where you place it, where you start the animation, and we've seen a couple of notable players struggling on Stonekeep in particular with this ultimate.
Oh my goodness.
Not going to name any names here, but...
No, Lazy, I mean, come on. One of the ESL cups, which I saw a couple of weeks ago, Lazy on Jaguar Falls, immediately poppy bombs their King Bomb straight into one of the catwalks on Jag Falls, just drops down and immediately dies. It's a difficult thing to set up. You can either use your poppy to engage with King Bomb, or you can just straight up roll, but if you hit a corner, there isn't a rapid turn, sir. You're turning circle.
Eu também não consegui entender o porquê que tá pausado, viu, Yomoto? Eles não falaram o motivo do pause. Eu acho que o PC de alguém deu pau ou o servidor da Hi-Rez bugou. O que eu espero que não tenha sido o caso.
An early 2-0 would put District 69 at an advantage, but how even do you expect the field to be on?
I wouldn't be surprised to see the field kind of hold off here. We'll have to see if Team Cube can do it. The ultimates here.
Aí estamos de volta para o jogo, pessoal. uma Cole ali já com uma movimentação um pouco mais agressiva, tentando tirar um personagem importante adversário. Acaba conseguindo um hook lindo em cima do do Xalim, perdão. A câmera tá em câmera lenta aqui, não sou eu que controlo, me perdoem, guys. Eu não sei muito bem o que tá acontecendo aqui, não dá pra saber, mas o Bugsy acaba conseguindo uma kill em cima do Victor da Cube Team. Eu acho que eles pausaram o jogo de novo. Eles pausaram o jogo de novo. Tá com... Como eu não queria imaginar, mas... infelizmente aconteceu. E tá meio bugado o Spectate, aparentemente. A gente não vê muito nervosismo, aparentemente, no pessoal da Cube Team. Eu tô vendo eles bem tranquilos, conversando ali. Eu tô tentando entender alguma coisa por leitura labial, mas não tá dando, tá passando muito rápido. Mas eu acredito que o game esteja pausado por algum erro no servidor ou algum erro no sistema de Spectate. A gente estava com esse erro ontem. A gente não conseguiu gravar os jogos justamente por erro no Spectate. Então, é isso, galera. Isso prova, né, para quem está acompanhando a LBR jogando aí, que o problema é mundial. Infelizmente, a Rez ainda precisa dar uma melhoradinha nesse Spectate. Não faltou suporte por parte deles ontem para tentar resolver o nosso problema. O Henrique da Level Up ficou quase 2 horas comigo via Skype para a gente tentar resolver a treta, mas não resolveu aparentemente. Enquanto isso, galera do chat, vocês preferem que eu vou interagindo com vocês para saber o que vocês querem ver, para a gente poder fazer uma transmissão legal para a maioria aí. Vocês preferem que nessas pausas eu fique conversando com vocês sobre assuntos relativos, sei lá, qualquer tipo de assunto que vocês queiram saber, campeonato da LBE, ou vocês querem que eu deixe a voz do narrador um pouco mais baixa que a minha em inglês e vá tentando traduzir um pouco o que ele está falando, então, ou comentando em cima do que ele está falando? O que vocês preferem? Me ajudem aí.
Absolutely. So just waiting to get back into game here. If you're just joining us, District 69 are up. Right now they did capture the first point. Are looking to break the base of Team Cube. Have a couple of notable ultimates that we were kind of running through there. You can see they have actually converted it. We're waiting for that next round.
A District conseguiu entregar, só que não mostrou.
And we saw everything, I think, at that point available for District 69. So they've got their pockets full of a lot of ultimate charge, a lot of loose change in there. It's jangling around, ready to be spent on the next objective.
Eles estão jogando e não tá passando, velho. Pra vocês verem, isso é o Mundial. O jogo não tá pausado. Olha o GTF, o Skullest e a Rukia, você vê claramente que eles estão jogando. O GTF tá concentradíssimo. A Rukia também. Eles estão dando call ali. Não dá pra saber o que tá acontecendo, galera. Infelizmente, tá aí, tá dando pau até no Mundial. Infelizmente, isso tá acontecendo.
You bring up a good point and talk a little bit about Dragon Punch, what this ultimate can do, especially when you look at District 69's team comp. All they've got is the Barrack.
Eu tô exatamente na tela da stream gringa, então o que tá transmitindo no canal oficial da Hi-Res é o que tá passando aqui. Agora parece que o jogo tá pausado de fato, porque não tem ninguém jogando, eles estão olhando, esperando alguma coisa resolver. Mas antes, vocês acompanharam comigo, né? Eu não tô viajando, eles estavam jogando ali, não estavam? Então, e os narradores, eles estão conversando sobre... Eles estão ganhando tempo, na verdade. Eles estão conversando sobre nada. Eles estão falando coisas que eles já falaram antes. Estão só ganhando tempo. Eu não estou entendendo o que tá acontecendo de verdade. Tá 2-0 para District, até onde eu vi, porque eles deram um alt-tab bem rápido para a tela do jogo e apareceu 2-0 e o jogo pausou de novo. Ah, agora eu entendi o que ele tá tentando fazer. Ele tava tentando fazer o 69 com a mão. Ele tava parecendo sei lá o que ele tava tentando fazer ali. Sim, agora É que, Igor Pinho, antes era o que eu tava falando, tava com a tela do pause, game paused, e tava rolando o jogo. Claramente o pessoal da Cube tava jogando, sacou? Esse jogo se chama Paladins, Igor, é um jogo da Hi-Res, é um jogo de FPS meio misturado com MOBA, bem parecido com Overwatch, se você conhece. É parecido com Team Fortress 2 também. É um jogo de FPS com algumas skills, ultimates, etc. Mas tudo em primeira pessoa, o jogador. Como se fosse uma tela de um CS, entendeu? Só que com algumas skills. Não vai valer a rodada. Pampei, você conseguiu escutar isso nos narradores? Porque de fato eu estava conversando com vocês e eu não me atentei, o volume que está muito baixo. Essa informação é segura?
The reason that we're really emphasizing them in this matchup is that for a team like Cube fighting against one of the for all intents and purposes, again, best teams in the world, second team at Hi-Res Expo, the Paladins Invitational, second place. I mean, they've got to use every advantage they can get, and a tied Turner ultimate could just be that. But individual gunplay, still very important. And if there's one person that's going to bring individual gunplay to the realm, let's talk Lex again. We've got a few different legendaries available to them, so we haven't seen so far what the legendary selection has been, but most competitive...
Olha a Rukiazinha aí, gente. Rukiazita. Primeira mulher a jogar um torneio internacional de Paladins, com o seu esmalte todo roído. Deve ter roído pouca unha de nervosismo.
Death Hastens is really the heavy hitter in this one. Typically, we see legendaries occupy the state of giving champions a different amount of damage, utility, or maybe a little bit of something else. Maybe it's healing if they're a support champion. Maybe it's something else entirely. But Death Hastens is the big one for me on Lex. And I did some number crunching the other day for this, and the numbers are dirty. It's seen a bit of a nerf coming through.
Bom, galera, enquanto a gente tá no aguardo aí para saber o que vai acontecer dessa partida, Júlio, aparentemente tá pausado por um problema ou no PC de alguém ou no Spectate. Os narradores nunca vão falar o motivo real do problema. Então, vamos esperar. Eles estão, aparentemente, pelo o que eu vi, eles estão conversando sobre pique no time da Cube. Então, provavelmente a partida pode ter sido reiniciada. Não posso garantir. Mas eles estavam, aparentemente, não discutindo sobre estratégias em si, mas sobre quem eles iriam pegar. E esse símbolo da District 69 é muito sugestivo. Engraçado isso.
Extra 40% damage, and then also Drogo's direct hit with Fusillade. That's a ton of kill potential coming into a single target there. I love it, but the execution is difficult, and the timing relies on hitting that dredge anchor.
Very important, and items another important thing in Paladins to purchase with your credits. We talked a little bit about, you know, things like resilience that will reduce the amount of time that you are crowd control. We talked about cauterize, things that will reduce the amount of healing your enemies can receive, and being up 2-0 now, what is this going to mean for District 69 and their item selections versus what Cube can pick up?
They can simply go for more. That's going to be the really crucial area here. They can just pick up higher levels of their initial item selection. As we've mentioned, Cauterize is the most imperative one in game right now. It's so important to get
Mas o que eu
down online early, and if you can snowball Cauterize,
tô achando estranho, galera,
that's a difference of 60% healing reduction overall. You just hold
o campeonato está acontecendo nos Estados Unidos, o X-Trayon. É em Atlanta. E é triste ver no chat do oficial os caras falando que o problema é a garota no time. Cara, isso daí sempre vai ter. Infelizmente, a gente luta sempre por uma melhora nesse cenário para as garotas jogarem. A LBE tem um foco muito especial em trazer um ambiente saudável para as meninas jogarem, quebrar esse paradigma, mas isso é um preconceito e uma cultura mundial.
We cannot show the rest of this game, but District 69 was up 2-0 up until this point. And let's talk a little bit about probably mentality.
Tá, os narradores acabaram de falar aqui que por problemas técnicos eles não vão conseguir transmitir o resto da partida e que até então está 3-0 para a equipe da District 69. Ou seja, the bug is real on the World Cup. Mas vamos ter paciência aí, galera. Como eu conversei com... Eu até já cheguei a conversar sobre isso com vocês. O jogo Paladins é um jogo que ainda está em beta. Então, ainda não é a versão oficial do jogo. Eles estão focados em resolver alguns problemas de fato de gameplay e bug fix de alguns personagens, etc. Eu acredito nisso, tá? Isso não é uma versão oficial da Hi-Rez nem nada. Eu tô falando isso, Luiz Guilherme, o que eu acho, tá? Então, tem que ter um pouquinho de paciência. O spectate da Hi-Rez ainda não é ideal, a gente sabe disso. A gente teve problema na nossa liga, a gente tentou resolver, acabou ficando que a gente não conseguiu gravar boa parte das partidas do nosso torneio, mas a gente estava sujeito a isso, sem problemas, jogo que segue. E em relação a esses problemas, eu acredito, Yomo, que o problema aconteceu justamente no spectate do jogo em si, entendeu? E não no jogo, porque claramente ali, a hora que eu tava falando com vocês, o time da Cube tava jogando e o jogo tava marcado como jogo pausado. Então, provavelmente eles devem ter perdido o arquivo de transmissão. O que acontece? Eu acredito que até no servidor local seja igual. O Paladins, ele tem um arquivo dentro do jogo que... Cara, eu vou colocar minha webcam aqui pra conversar com vocês. Calma aí. Porque daí a gente conversa, né? Vou colocar minha carinha aqui. Enquanto não resolvem o que acontece, a gente troca uma ideia. Pronto, agora eu estou aqui com vocês. Enfim, galera. Infelizmente, esses problemas acontecem, como eu estava dizendo, né? Eu vi o jogo da Cube e falei, bom, eu vou retransmitir o canal oficial para dar uma treinada na minha narração, até trazer um conteúdo, interagir com a galera que gosta da LBE, que nos acompanha, mas infelizmente a gente não conseguiu passar o primeiro jogo. A District provavelmente ganhou a partida, porque estavam 3-0, tava 3-0, eles estavam conseguindo, o pouco que eu consegui ver da partida, colocar muita pressão em cima do time da Cube. Eles não estavam conseguindo, o time da Cube não estava conseguindo responder muito bem. O Makoa acabou acertando um hook ou outro, mas ele estava sendo muito facilmente deletado da partida. Ele estava sendo... Eu não tenho palavras para dizer o quão rápido ele estava morrendo para aquele Bomb King. Não sei se... Eu acredito que o pique da Cube não saiu muito da zona de conforto deles. O Nada joga... quando ele não está jogando de Eve na Ranked, ele é tanque da Cube, ele joga muito bem de Makoa. Esse jogo não encaixou muito bem. Eu não lembro dos outros picks. Eu lembro do Skullest de Drogus, que também é um bom Drogus, mas eu acredito que... Eu posso estar falando besteira, mas a Eve, ela tá bem nerfadinha nesses últimos patches. Mas a gente tem 2 jogadores excepcionais de Eve no time da Cube. A gente tem o Nada, que ele é o top 1 Eve mundo, eu acho que ele ainda é. E a gente tem o Skullest, que eu não preciso nem falar o que ele fez no último Mundial jogando pela Black Dragons. Ele foi destaque em todas as partidas, inclusive até os narradores gringos, eles lembraram Eles lembraram disso, da Eve, do Schoolest, que deu muito trabalho para os times adversários no último Mundial. Eu acho que eles podem ousar, porque o time da District é um time que eles treinam, eles têm um patrocínio muito grande, treinam igual e tem estrutura de fato de um time profissional, estrutura que eu acredito que a Cube ainda não tenha, por enquanto. A realidade do Brasil é essa, não é nenhum problema de ser a Cube ou ser Black Dragons, ou enfim, é uma realidade brasileira. Infelizmente, o Yomo me lembrou aqui, a Cube tava de Drogos, Lex, Zing, Victor e Makoa. Eu, pessoalmente, não lembro muito desse Victor no time da Cube. Eu acho que o Victor acabou também ficando meio que um alvo muito fácil, ele não conseguiu dar muito dano, mas é difícil você chegar a uma conclusão vendo 1 minuto de partida, né? Isso foi mais ou menos o que a gente conseguiu assistir. Então essas foram mais ou menos as minhas conclusões do que aconteceu. Eu acho que para Cube ganhar da District, eles vão ter vão ter 2 opções. Ou eles vão ousar muito e vão surpreender, porque a equipe da District com certeza é favorita. A Cube vem como underdog total nesse torneio. Então, ninguém tá esperando muito deles. É claro que sempre tem um respeito, mas... enfim, a Cube não é favorita nem de longe para esse torneio. Então, eu acho que ou eles jogam totalmente na zona de conforto deles, dá o Buck pro GT jogar, dá a Cassie dele, que eu não sei se ele vem treinando com ela, até o Androxus dele, e joga totalmente na zona de conforto, dá uma Eve pro Nada ou pro Schoolest jogar, deixa a Ing como a Ing é o melhor, pra mim, o melhor suporte pra eles com essa composição. O Ebai joga muito bem de Maldamba, muito bem, de longe o melhor Maldamba que eu já vi jogar na minha vida, inclusive pra mim melhor que muito gringo. É excepcional o Maldamba dele. Então é basicamente isso, galera. A minha opinião, não sei se vocês concordam comigo, podem interagir comigo, falem o que vocês acham. Eu acho que a Cube, a melhor opção é jogar com... Cara, pica o melhor boneco de cada um, independente da composição do adversário, dá o sangue e ganha na raça. Igual o brasileiro mesmo, vai ter que ser na raça. Eu acredito que eles podem surpreender nesses 2 últimos jogos. Eu tenho bons pressentimentos. Eu vou ver direitinho o calendário. Se alguém souber e puder me falar, que eu peguei essa live totalmente de supetão. A Cube joga. Se eles perderem, eles vão pra Loser Bracket. Isso é tranquilo. Mas a Loser Bracket é hoje? Deixa eu ver aqui. Todos os jogos são melhor de 5. Isso, ok. Ops. O que eu não sei, se alguém puder me responder, se a Cube perder, a Match Losers é ainda hoje. A gente volta a stream depois para transmitir o jogo da Cube, provavelmente. Eu não vou ficar transmitindo todos os jogos, eu vou só fazer os jogos da Cube, galera. Porque tem lá a stream da Level 8 também, que vocês podem acompanhar todos os outros jogos. O meu interesse mesmo era mais trocar uma ideia com vocês, dar uma... Trocar esse papo, bater esse papo mesmo. Vamos ver aqui como tá o nosso chat, né? Já tá rolando? Kevin, infelizmente não. Já tá 1-0 para a equipe da District em partida. Por que eles não gravam a tela dos jogadores e colocam na stream? Não sei, Hugo. Vão transmitir os jogos da LBE hoje? Então, Rick, como eu postei lá no Paladins Brasil, o servidor de Spectate brasileiro tá com um problema. A gente ficou ontem aí quase 2 horas com o pessoal da Level Up para tentar resolver esse problema e a gente chegou à conclusão que o problema era de fato só no Spectate brasileiro. O NA estava funcionando de boa, então infelizmente, enquanto eles não arrumarem isso, não tem como a gente transmitir nada, porque não dá para gravar as partidas, não dá para transmitir ao vivo, não dá para fazer nada. Então o que eu fiz? Eu bolei uma programação junto com o Snoopy pra gente trazer entrevistas com os jogadores profissionais, fazer uma jogatina com a galera do chat, trocar uma ideia sobre o cenário de esportes eletrônicos em geral. Eu posso conversar também, para quem tiver interesse, sobre como é o mercado. Eu trabalho com isso há 6 anos, eu sou dono da LBE, um dos, né? Com certeza, nós somos em 3 sócios. Então eu acredito que eu possa trazer um conteúdo legal em relação a isso para vocês. O único... Bom, vamos lá. Eu vi um vídeo do Skull falando que todos os jogos são hoje. Beleza. Mas não sei se ele estava contando com a repescagem em caso do perco. Pode crer, vamos ver. Que horas volta? Não sei te dizer, amigo. Eu tô simplesmente retransmitindo o canal oficial. Quando começa o jogo eu muto a live e narro em português. Só que por enquanto a gente não conseguiu fazer nenhum jogo, né? James PM999. Pegar a D69 que vem ganhando de todo mundo lá é pedreira. Mas mesmo perdendo aqui, na segunda partida eles podem mostrar do que são capazes e talvez acertar o time na final. É difícil, mas a torcida não para. Com certeza, James. A District 69 é um dos times mais consolidados do cenário de Paladin, junto com a Team Jäger e a antiga Burritos. Esse time da Kanga, pra mim, é novo. O time da Team Jäger e o time da District 69 já jogaram o Mundial do ano passado. Eles jogam muito juntos há um bom tempo. Eu vou dar um F5 na minha transmissão aqui só pra ver se atrasou por um motivo, mas perguntaram, só a gente não tá vendo? Eu acho que ninguém tá vendo, amigo, porque tá parado. Não, a tela da stream oficial pra vocês verem. Eu tô aqui, ó, stream oficial. É isso, infelizmente. É isso. Mas a gente tinha também a equipe da Burrito, que... A equipe da Burrito, eles deram desbande, mudou alguns jogadores e aparentemente eles não conseguiram chegar nesse Mundial. Mas Team Edger, D69 são times muito conhecidos, com os melhores jogadores do mundo estão nesses times, então é pedreira, mas a gente tem que acreditar até o final. Provavelmente o que vai acontecer aqui, se a gente for levar pela lógica, a Cube perde da District 69 e a Team Edger, e a Kanga perde da Team Edger. Aí a gente vai ter ali um jogo entre a Cube e a Kanga pela Loser Bracket, que eu acredito que rola da Cube ganhar esse jogo. E vai ser um jogo muito pegado. Provavelmente, pra mim, quem ganhar de Team Edger e de 69 leva o torneio. Apesar que o que eu acredito que vai acontecer aqui beleza, passou a de 69 no primeiro jogo, passou a Team Edger, eles vão jogar. Quem ganhar aqui já vai pra final. E... enfim. Vai ser pedreira, hein? Vai ser pedreira. Passam 2 por grupo. Joined by Vox. We just saw game number 1 between D69 and Cube, and we were actually able to go and physically spectate the rest of that game. Vox,
yeah, we were.
How did it end?
All right, okay. So first of all, can I just say that this is a real throwback to the first time that I ever played Paladins.
Yeah.
And we had Kret, the man, the myth, the legend, casting games between players and developers, like running around behind all the different terminals at SWC of 2016, man. So that's a real throwback.
Vamos ver o que tá acontecendo aqui, galera.
69, they had momentum from the first objective, and they just kept the ball rolling, the king bomb rolling as well, and they pushed everything through
Bom, eles estão falando aqui que no primeiro jogo o Bomb King teve muito impacto no meio do objetivo. Ele ownou o jogo, basicamente foi isso que eles falaram.
Relatively relaxed, relatively calm, as we did expect from them. The energy levels were there, but they weren't out of control. Nobody seemed concerned, which is what's crucial here.
Yeah, so all according to plan so far for District 69. I myself was watching Perdo. A very strong forward zone coming out, I think, was the important key. They kept Cube in their base for the most part. On Stone Keep,
eles estão falando que também é muito importante o Perdo na equipe da District 69 para conseguir, depois que o time matar alguns adversários, manter o time da Cube dentro da base, não permitir com que eles cheguem até o objetivo. E, ó, a gente já tem definido o segundo mapa, que vai ser Ilha dos Sapos. O primeiro mapa foi 4-0. Stone Keeper, próximo mapa, Frog Isley. Vamos ver se a gente consegue fazer essa narração, meus amigos. Eu espero que sim. Estamos tendo aí a apresentação do mapa.
Is what we like to call it, surrounded by high ground.
I love this map. The sunny shores of Frog Isle. We're seeing everything.
Em relação ao campeonato da LBS, enrola, passa lá no grupo todos os jogos que vai ter, não deixe de passar. Mesmo com bug, a gente está tentando todo minuto dar expectate nas partidas. Uma hora eles vão resolver esse problema, tenho certeza. Vocês que estão em contato direto com a Level Up, como a Level Up vê o cenário do Paladins, tanto como esse Master em Atlanta, e a própria LBE. Cara, a Level Up tá olhando com carinho para o cenário brasileiro agora. A gente está conseguindo um resultado excelente com a nossa Liga de Paladins. Tem também a própria BGL, a própria Chasers. Mas vamos parar de conversa fiada, que eu acho que vamos para o jogo, senhoras e senhores. Cube Team no time azul contra District 69 no time vermelho. A equipe da Cube Team abre com um Bomb King e em resposta vem um Makoa e um Grok na equipe da District 69. Eles tiraram esse... Makoa vem sendo o first pick, assim, se deixam passar, pega. Quando não garantem um pick importante, como foi o Bomb King, para deixar ele na mão da equipe da Cube e tirar ele da District 69, que deu muito trabalho esse Bomb King. Então a gente vê ali Bomb King, Beric, Shalin. O Shalin do Pings, provavelmente. Beric, o Shalin é muito bem jogado pelo Shalin, pelo Pings. E a gente tem aí o Buck do GTF, o que eu pedi no intervalo. Vamos lá. Buck do GTF tá fino, tá muito bem treinado. Eu não quero nem saber muito do time adversário, eu quero saber da Cube Team, meus amigos. A gente vê ali Makoa, Grok, Groover, Pip, Rucos. Esse Pip vai ser flank, com certeza. Groover Damage, eles fazem isso com frequência e é uma composição que eles vão jogar 100% do tempo agrupados, com certeza. Esse Groover do ponto, ele consegue dar muito dano em quem precisa ficar longe, que é o caso do Shalin do Bomb King, que ele não precisa de uma aproximação para dar damage. Então, pique muito inteligente desse Groover na mão da District 69, mesmo sendo comum. Eles gostam de fazer isso. Esse Pip como flank / suporte, Rucos e Makoa para manter esse ponto. Isso pode dar certo, mas pode dar muito errado. Eu acredito que se a equipe da Cube conseguir comprar os cauterizar rápido, se eles conseguirem dominar o ponto, dominar o primeiro ponto e conseguirem comprar um cauterizar, eles vão counterar completamente a equipe da District 69. O Bomb King, ele, com o Demolidor, ele vai conseguir dissolver shield do Hulk se ele conseguir se posicionar para dar esse dano. Então, vamos ver, galera. Eu tô um pouco apreensivo. E isso não é uma brincadeira e nem falta de respeito por a equipe da pela equipe da District 69, eles costumam jogar com essa composição. Esse Pip não é suporte, ele é flanco. Esse Groover, ele não é suporte, ele é damage. E eles estão jogando, na teoria, com um flanco, um damage, um suporte, 2 tanques. Essa é a composição da D69. Esse Groover foi uma escolha inteligentíssima da D69 para essa partida, porque eles viram ali que eles tinham um Xalim e um Bomb King na equipe da Cube. O Groover ele pode ficar dentro do ponto dando dano de muito longe. O Bomb King e o Xalim eles precisam se posicionar de longe, senão eles são muito facilmente alvejados pelo time adversário, eles morrem muito fácil. Com esse Groover ficando dentro do ponto, curando os seus dois tanques, junto com o totem do Grok, vai dar uma sobrevida violenta para o time da District 69. Quando a equipe da Cube começar a comprar os cauterizars, o Groover ele perde um pouco a utilidade dele como suporte e ele vira full damage. Porque ele consegue mirar muito fácil no Xalim, que é um boneco que tem a mobilidade limitada, assim como o Bomb King, que para ele dar dano ele precisa se posicionar muito bem. O Groover é um counter de Bomb King, principalmente nesse mapa, que é um mapa um pouco aberto. Então os picks da G69 foram inteligentes, mas a Cube Team está jogando na zona de conforto. A única coisa que tiraram deles ali foi uma Koa, que talvez ficaria muito mais interessante do que esse Beric como tanque, principalmente com essa composição. Eu acredito que uma Koa aí para tirar esses jogadores do meio seria muito, muito importante, mas vamos lá. Começo de partida, 15% do ponto para a equipe da District 69. First Blood rolando aí na mão do Shipa, o Makoa segurando muito bem ali o meio, o Barik tentando fazer a frontline ali para sua equipe, Bomba Ranzinza no meio, muito bem defendida pela equipe da District 69. O Groover tá ali, ó, o que eu falei, ele só dá machadada de longe. Esse Groover, ele é damage. A gente precisa conseguir matar esse Groover, galera. Vamos, Cube, eu acredito, vamos lá. Eles estão se reunindo ali pela floresta embaixo, conseguiram dar o stun, veio o Bomb King pra cima desse Groover, acabou conseguindo matar o Grok, objetivo capturado pela District 69, não rolou contestação, eles não conseguiram chegar no ponto, tá muito difícil para a equipe da Cube conseguir chegar nesse meio ali. O Makoa consegue um hook para cima da Ing, ela desvia uma vez, tá ali, tá rolando, consegue sair mais uma vez, muito bem jogado pela Ing. Agora ela acabou morrendo, vamos reagrupar, Cube, vamos reagrupar, vai ser um team wipe aí, um abate de equipe para equipe da District, não, o Bomb King e o Xalim conseguem sair com vida por enquanto, tenta o hook, erra, mas vai cair, ele tá tentando sair vivo, o Makoa erra alguns tiros, fica mal posicionado, é hora de descer ele, a equipe da District está completamente avançada, o Beric acaba sendo pego mal posicionado, mas consegue recuar. A equipe da District continua toda agrupada no ponto, tem esse Pip que tá dando muito trabalho como flank, e o GTF ele não está conseguindo pegar os jogadores adversários separados. Isso é um grande problema, porque o Buck, se ele é focado, ele morre muito fácil. Ele precisa conseguir pegar jogadores da equipe da District separado, mas o combate continua, a gente vê ali quase o carrinho sendo entregado, o Makoa tá um pouco mal posicionado, consegue um hook pra cima do GTF, ele pula, ele acaba caindo ali junto com o Beric, que é deletado junto com o Buck, e eles vão conseguir avançar essa carga, vai ser ponto pra District, o Bomb King vai cair, acabou ficando ali o Pink sozinho, também caiu, e ponto pra equipe da District 69, pessoal. Como eu falei, no começo do jogo, essa composição da equipe da District tá muito difícil de bater, porque até a equipe da Cube Team conseguir dar o dano suficiente para matar um dos suportes, já morreu todo mundo. Porque o Pip tá indo muito bem, o Makoa Ruka, o Groover dá muito dano de longe e tem um Rukus parado free hit. Então, a equipe da G69 está muito confortável, você vê na cara dos jogadores que eles estão muito à vontade com a partida. Então, a equipe da Cube ainda não tem aquele cauterizar level 2 totalmente necessário. Nossa, que bem jogado pelo Pip, ele conseguiu dar muito dano de longe, ele tá free, e o Skullest acaba caindo. First Blood aí nessa segunda metade, o Buck do GTF Uta não consegue dar muito dano, acaba também tendo que correr. Beric também acaba morrendo. A equipe da Cube não consegue disputar esse meio. O Makoa está sendo muito curado. Nossa, lindo Hulk do Makoa. Acaba tirando aí mais uma vez o Scurus da partida. Como a gente meio que previu no começo, pessoal, ficou complicado para a equipe da Cube conseguir brigar nesse meio. Eles têm 2 bonecos com dano muito direcionado que precisam de espaço, precisam que os jogadores do time adversário joguem separados, mas o time da G69 é um time muito experiente. Eles montaram uma composição totalmente para jogar junto. Eles não se separam 1 minuto. Mais um Hulk do Makoa em cima do Scurist. O Scurist não está conseguindo jogar. O Makoa está indo para cima dele. Agora a gente viu aí o GTF também com seu Buck, que não conseguiu causar grande impacto. Agora a gente tem o Makoa com pouca life. O Groover chega e ulta, cura todo mundo. Não tem como matar ninguém da District, pessoal. Tá muito complicado. Eu não vejo muito uma reação da equipe da Cube para essa partida. Não, os picks acabaram ali não encaixando muito bem. Na verdade, o que aconteceu foi que eles talvez não esperassem essa composição, porque o Barik acabou sendo um boneco nulo na partida, não conseguiu fazer nada, assim como o Bomb King, muito alvejado pelo Groover, pelo Makoa, e vai ser ponto e vitória para o time da District 69. Partida tranquila para a equipe da G69, sem muitos problemas. Eles mandaram muito bem. Mandaram excepcionalmente bem, principalmente nos picks. Foi um outdraft da equipe da G69 para cima da Cube Team, infelizmente. Eles tinham uma composição de dano gigantesca no meio. Pip dá muito dano, Pip junto com Groover e Grok. O buff que recentemente deram no Grok com a lendária dele permite com que ele dê muito dano também. Então, o que aconteceu? Eles se juntaram, muito dano junto. O Makoa tinha simplesmente uma função no jogo. O Makoa tinha que rodar, ver o Bomb King, hoocar e matar. Era essa função do Makoa na partida, era simplesmente matar o Bomb King, e depois que ele fazia isso, ele recuava para o ponto, abria o shield para o seu time, hookava mais um e iam abatendo um por um. A equipe da Cube não reagrupou muitas vezes. Eu estou sentindo que talvez eles estejam um pouquinho nervosos, porque a Cube não sabe o que é perder. Aqui no Brasil eles são o melhor time, eles não perdem. Então, enfim, vamos ver aí. 2-0 para a equipe da District 69, match point. A partida é melhor de 5. Então, galera, eu vou fazer um rápido break de 30 segundos e já voltamos. Valeu? Eu preciso pegar uma aguinha. Muito obrigado a todos que estão acompanhando. Eu espero que vocês estejam se divertindo junto comigo. Eu sou o Chicão e eu estou trazendo aqui para vocês essa narração nova do Paladins dos jogos da Cube Team. Mais uma vez, espero que vocês estejam se divertindo. Em 1 minutinho a gente volta, galera. Grande abraço. Valeu!
At home, and we'll go ahead and see what that map selection is going to be on the screen. As you can see, we've already played Stonekeep. We've already seen Frog Isle. The third map is going to be Jaguar Falls.
Excuse me, Jaguar.
Jaguar.
Let me know in Twitch chat how you think that is spelled. There it is.
And
we see the
one.
Jaguar itself.
And another one.
Oh my goodness, and the purple aesthetic as well. I love this map. It's very close quarters, very compact, sitting up at the top of this Temple Isle cliff top. And we do have a few environmental hazards still left to us. Notably, Torvald does go big on this map if they can find the perfect shot with Hyper Beam through the Sunroom, but at this level of competition, we just don't expect to see that quite as much. Still happens though.
Sure. So, talk to me a little bit about this map. You know, you mentioned Torvald and Frog Isle. We saw a very quick win with a very Frankly, strange comp. It wasn't anything normal. What do you expect that we might see on a map like Jaguar Falls?
To be completely honest, with how well that previous composition worked, more of the same. Cube team get first pick once again. Bomb King is drafted and locked. On the other side of things, we see Drogo is taken by District 69 here. And on a map
E estamos de volta, senhoras e senhores, para mais esse jogo. Mais uma vez, a equipe da Cube garante o Bomb King. E como resposta, a gente tem um Drogos e um Makoa por parte da G69. Bomb King do Skullest garantido. Eu ainda gostaria de ver uma Eve, mas mais uma vez eles optam pelo Grok e pelo Barik. Eu ainda também preferi um Fernando nessa composição para poder ali counterar esse Drogos um pouco. Mas não foi essa a opção da Cube Team, quem sou eu, para contestá-los. Então a gente vê aí por enquanto na equipe da Cube um Bomb King, um Grok e um Barik. Eles estão sorrindo, pings ali dando um sorrisão. E eles vão tentar a mesma composição com uma mudança ali na Ing talvez pelo Grok. Na equipe da G69 a gente tem um Drogos, Makoa, Mal, Damba e Lex. A gente vai ter um Grok Damage ou um Groover Damage? Essa composição de dois tanques, de dois suportes, entre aspas, é interessante. Pra mim, o que eu consigo ler desse draft da Cube, eles vão jogar com o Bomb King e o Xalim um pouco mais recuado nesse mapa. Eles conseguem se posicionar muito legal. E a Ivy aí apareceu, mas não no time que eu gostaria de ver que ela aparecesse. Essa Ivy vai dar muito trabalho. A Ivy, se eu não me engano, ela é do Purdle. É um monstro. Enfim. A equipe da Cube, com essa composição, eles devem tentar manter o Grok, o Barik e o Groover fazendo essa frontline, tentando defender o ponto e tentar deixar esse Xalim e o Bomb King um pouco mais afastados para buscar um posicionamento bom e conseguir dar dano no time adversário. Temos um problema em relação a isso. Se eles optarem por essa estratégia, a gente vai ter um Drogos que consegue fazer um clean de objetivo muito rápido com o seu botão direito. A gente tem uma Makoa que consegue tirar um suporte da teamfight com o Hook. A gente tem uma Aldamba que cura em área, ou seja, cura e dá dano em área. Se ele jogar a skill dele no meio do ponto vai ser muito complicado, junto com o Drogos, dos três personagens da Cube conseguirem permanecer lá dentro. Além disso, a gente tem o Lex, que ele pode fazer um flanco junto com a Eve. O Lex ele consegue levar uma vantagem sobre o Xalim. A Eve vai ficar um pouco difícil de descer ela. Vai depender muito de como esse Groover vai se portar na partida. Conseguir bons machados na Eve enquanto ela estiver voando, porque a Eve é muito papel. E o silence do Groover, o botão direito dele, vai ser crucial nessa partida. Porque um silence bem executado em qualquer jogador adversário vai conseguir virar uma teamfight, é isso que eles precisam. Para mim, o draft da G69 está mais uma vez superior pelo desenho da partida e como isso pode... Como eles podem lidar com a partida. Eu vejo que o Barik vai descer muito fácil, vai ser um alvo muito fácil para o Makoa e o Drogos. O Groover ele tem um escape legal para isso, mas... Deu uma travadinha, mas voltou. Vamos ver, galera. Tem que acreditar até o final. Pode ser a última partida da série, caso a G69 ganhe. Até então, 2-0 para eles. E eu acredito, pelo que eu conheço de Paladins, que o Spectate bugou de novo. Porque o countdown já zerou, isso é integrado com a partida, então duas opções. Ou a partida está pausada ou o Spectate bugou de novo. Deixa eu escutar os narradores aqui para ver se eu consigo alguma informação.
Who pushes the payload through to completion. You've got to get those 4 points. Otherwise, you will be at a deficit. You will find yourself with a loss. So Cube Team, I'm expecting them to be able to hold early. They've got enough offensive pressure to be able to balance out their defense here, and they can probably keep District 69 at bay behind that barricade. There's not a great deal of shield kill potential besides Drogo's on the side of District 69 unless Eevee goes into Wrecker as well. So it's a good look for them to start off with, but like on Frog Isle, I feel like they very much got to carry momentum, otherwise all of a sudden Cube Team goes from being point hold to relying on setup coming through and kills from Bomb King and Charlene, which is just a little bit less reliable than otherwise just holding on the objective.
Eles estão, por enquanto, falando sobre os picks e basicamente a leitura que eles tiveram até onde eu vi aqui foi a mesma que a minha, que a composição da District de fato está mais forte como um time. Para lidar com a composição da Cube, eu vejo muita vantagem nos picks para District 69. Eu espero me enganar.
Grover as one of the primary supports, and then Grok, well, they can be dealt with by destroying that totem, and a quick fireball and a quick fire spit over the top of a barricade by Drogo's is going to be enough to deal with that. So I'd assume Grover, Charlene if they can find the picks, but Charlene is notorious for being one of the best anti-flank damage dealers in game.
It'll be very interesting to see how District 69 can actually execute now against this draft from the Cube team. And you mentioned Wrecker, but there are still two supports on Cube team. So Bugsy, you said, was going to probably be that main Wrecker with the Drogo. Scales very well with that card and doing increased damage against shield. But there are still those two supports to fall back on. If they're all picking up Wrecker to get through barricade, how are they going to cancel out these healers?
Well, I think that we're going to definitely see Lex take on Cauterize. He's got single target application, and that should be enough setup to help knock down a couple of them. Makoa as well could go into it, and Eevee potentially as well. It depends, I feel, like if Cube Team go into Barrack with Fortify for that tankier barricade, whether Eevee might have to pick up Wrecker just to stop the early game snowball. And if...
eles estão conversando agora sobre a possível escolha de itens da equipe da District 69 para lidar contra o draft da Cube Team. O Lex provavelmente deve pegar um Cauterize, porque ele é um single damage, então ele vai aí tentar fazer esse flank. E um ponto que eles citaram muito interessante é que os supports da equipe da Cube vão ficar muito expostos se depender só da barricada do Barrick, porque eles têm muito dano para conseguir dissolver essa barricada do Barrick em 2, 3 tiros. Eevee, Drogos ali, um tiro cada um, mais 2 tirinhos do Makoa, acabou a barricada. Então é complicado um pouco isso, eu acredito.
The learning experience, exactly as you're saying. Cube Team have the opportunity. They may not have had the opportunity to scrim versus teams like these of this caliber within their region before, especially in a low ping environment. Playing from Brazil, they're going to be playing cross region, and that ping difference is going to be cause some impacts when they're trying to scrim against some of the North American teams, certainly none of the European. So they get to, feel out a little bit of the competition here. If they drop down and they do fall into that lower bracket side, the double elimination losers bracket, then they'll be facing off against either Iga or Kanga as well, following the second matchup of this Group A group. And well, those are North American. Well, one of those is a North American team. One of those is a bit of a wild card, but some additional experience from one of the best in the world might just help give them an edge, and maybe they can pick up a couple of strategies coming in here, from them as well.
Absolutely. Speaking of strategy, do you think we've seen any pocket stuff come out yet, or do you think this is all pretty much standard? I mean, you talked a little bit about Eevee. We can harp on her in particular. Is this something new? Is this something we haven't been seeing recently? Do you think this might come back on LAN? Is it a ping issue? What is it about this character that's bringing it out now?
There is a ping component to Eevee. Recently, we've seen lag comp come through to Bomb King in terms of just, client-side registration for their projectiles rather than server-side, which makes them easy to use on ping. Eevee, with their abilities like Ice Block and their abilities like Blink being dictated by server latency and your distance to the server, she is more effective on LAN.
Eu acho que dessa vez o Shalin pode ir pro pings. Vamos ver. Em relação ao que vocês estão conversando no chat aí, que o Bark não taca solo, o Bark aguenta sim solo. O problema é que nessa partida a equipe da Cube ela não vai ter muito dano para conseguir matar muito rápido qualquer jogador adversário. A não ser que esse Groover consiga acertar ótimas machadadas de muito longe para machucar muito alguém, pro BK vir e finalizar, ou o Xalin com alguma flecha de longe, ou até a sequência de flechas dele. Então, o ponto aqui é que vai faltar dano, na minha opinião, para a equipe da Cube Team. E a equipe da G69 tem esse dano de sobra. Principalmente porque o Barrick, ele acabou o shield dele, ele fica completamente vulnerável. E um hook do Makoa, uma boa sequência do Lex, ou até a Eve junto com o Drogus nesse dano direto no objetivo, esse dano em área, vai ser muito complicado para essa equipe. A gente vai ter que observar como que ambas as equipes vão se portar diante desse draft. Eu acredito que é mais inteligente para a equipe da Cube nesse momento tentar jogar pelo flanco e matar um ou dois caras antes de conseguir entrar no objetivo de fato, do que fazer sentar no ponto e tentar ganhar esse objetivo. O problema é que se eles não conseguirem esse dano antes, não conseguirem matar nesse flanco e morrerem, vai ser muito difícil deles conseguirem entrar no ponto de novo. Porque eles vão ter uma Eve e um Drogus deixando todo mundo para trás. Não vai ser meio complicado, mas eu quero ver como eles vão executar isso.
Became popular.
And that was really repulsive field as well as Hexafire conversions. We can almost argue the same thing about Torvald as well, right? We've had Torvald go into the meta from being, well, we don't know what to do with him, to, oh my goodness, field study bubbles are amazing, as well as the Runic Blast shutdown. The combinations that we've seen pulled off are incredible. Let me give you some numbers examples. Eagle Eye Canessa.
Sure.
50% bonus damage on successful headshot.
Okay.
Plus 50% bonus damage from headshot anyway.
Okay.
Plus 50% damage from Headhunter. Plus 40% damage from Torvald's field study protection bubble. 3,480 pre-mitigation on successful headshot. It is a lot of math, and it's a lot of damage too.
That's why you got the glasses.
My good, hey, that's stereotyping here. It's just because I'm short-sighted and maybe not so much in terms of gameplay sense, but Torvald has just fallen off recently.
Yeah.
Some of North America still play them. For the most part, the European teams, they just feel he's a little bit, well, lack of mobility. That's really hurting him, and that's what it seems to come down to. As well as a lot of tools in his kit which could be useful. Runic Blast, one of the most powerful crowd control abilities in game, but
absolutely,
it's short ranged. If you can't close the gap.
Bom, galera, mais uma vez eles estão conversando sobre nada para ganhar tempo, falando sobre quanto de dano não sei quem tem com a legendária nova e com sem shield, etc. Nada muito relevante, nada muito sobre a partida em si. Como eu falei quando eu vi a tela, eu tenho certeza que o jogo bugou, porque a gente passou por isso algumas vezes. Eu tenho certeza que o jogo bugou. Então, é ter paciência mais uma vez e ver o que vai acontecer.
Why do you still like Torvald? And he goes, he makes carries strong. And I think that this really allows us to reflect a little bit on the current competitive meta, because whilst they make carries strong, I mean, we're beyond the heydays of Androxus right now, where Andro was dealing 700 damage a shot with a 0.5 second fire interval, where it was just pop, 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 and he'd be able to burst everybody down, good fall off. Now he's got to get up close and personal. He's a lot more vulnerable, and with everybody playing more as tight-knit groups, with double frontliner coming out, you see these flank champions doing a little bit less than they were able to previously, less of the hyper carry potential. And so whilst Torvald still does what Torvald does, whilst Andro still does what Andro does, the team compositions which they're playing against have shifted, and as a result, that just becomes a little bit less viable. That's an exact example of the meta shift we're talking about with Sky, just with a different style of champion, frontliner.
And Bitey is of Team Eager, the team coming up next to play, so we could see the Torvald there. Frankly, I don't think we'll start seeing the really pocket stuff until later in the tournament when teams are put under a lot of stress.
Would you not argue the triple?
Eu não acho que ninguém deve picar Torvald nesse torneio,
That
não.
used to be something that was so popular. It's something that remains popular and viable on Frog Isle with such a small momentum-based map.
I've seen it before, to be fair, but
O problema, galera, que vocês estão conversando sobre o Mako aí, em Ranked, joga 5 caras que não se conhecem e seja o que Deus quiser. Num jogo desse, a caldo da galera é matar quem o Mako arrucar. Então, tipo assim, Mako arrucou. Hookei! Morreu. Porque sempre vai ter algum damage junto com ele, e isso é estratégico. E um hook... Se você conseguir pegar um Shalim, por exemplo, um tiro, um hook, um tiro, você mata, você sola ele. Então já é muito dano que vem do Makoa em si pros damages / supports. E se ele pega um tanque, por exemplo, ou algum suporte que tem escape, no caso como é a Ing, por exemplo, é tranquilo, porque eles matam muito rápido, sem dúvida.
Oh my goodness, I'm gonna end up looking like Grover with a wooden expression the next time we cut back to caster cams.
Hey, Lamau. So Cube Team D69 here, guys. D69 up.
Por isso que todo mundo pica Makoa sempre que dá.
Set the first match of the day and yet to come through. You can see yet to take a point off of D69 is Cube Team 4-0 on Stonekeep as well as Frog Isle. We are on Jaguar Falls, the draft.
Jaguar Falls, Cachoeira das Onças. Eu gosto muito desse mapa. E eu quero que esse jogo comece. Vamos aí!
They have so much wiggle room with their draft and so much wiggle room with their just player experience that at this point Cube Team can't afford to put a foot wrong. You've got to do everything right to even take a point off of this team. Whereas District 69, they could even go so far as to lose this game, and they're still up 2 in the set. They have so much of a buffer zone. I'm going to ask you a quick question about team compositions, though.
Sure.
You know, Jaguar Falls, it's a map with cats. Why do we never see Maeve played on here?
Well, she's another one. She kind of fell out of favor. It was a character that was pretty frustrating for new players to deal with. She wasn't amazing at the competitive level, but she was played. She was picked up in niche scenarios. She has a very interesting ultimate. If you guys are a fan of high-res games, you know Smite, you might know the Shibalanke ultimate Darkest of Nights. It's similar to that, in which it will cut off vision, you know, from everyone within 300 yards of you upon activation. A very fun character, I think, to watch. But she did receive some nerfs, and she will be kind of climbing her way back up slowly.
I feel like we often see that as well. It's when the balance team comes into play with different champions, especially new releases, they might come out the gates a little strong, they might receive some nerfs, some buffs, but what's most important about this, they've got to be fun to play, but also fun to play against, right? That's really key here. If they're not fun to play against, like, dare I say it, old damage over time Sky, where she'd pop out of stealth, hit you with 3 poison bolts, pop back into stealth, and then you die without knowing where she was. We see stuff like this be adjusted because the player feedback comes through and they go, well, we want to be able to know how to counter them, and if that's not intuitive, then we've got to make some adjustments there. But regardless, no kitty cat for the kitty cat map. The draft is already locked in. The players are just getting ready, and Jaguar Falls will be potentially the final stage here. So do we see much potential here? I'm wondering about the environmental hazards on this map and the edge kills coming through a little bit, but...
Well, there is no Torvald here, and that's the big one. They're not something that's, I think, super in play. You mentioned the Torvald specifically, his ultimate hyper beam, the huge knockback beam, blowing people off the edge, and that's just it, right? They have to be forced off. It's not something that I think is super relevant throughout the play on this map. This
I don't know, I've played enough dodge roll Cassie to be able to roll off the edge of Jack Falls and too many times,
hey,
but
that's you, man.
Oh my goodness, we'll talk about that at some other time. I've got some good clips of that.
This is a whole new level of play.
Travou!
We actually did see that. You know what? We did see that at HRX.
You're right. You're right.
I think it was QG. They had a Cassie in the dark room near one of the edges, and just the second she took damage, he just panic rolled straight backwards off the map.
I have a great deal of sympathy for that. I've been in the exact same situation. It is a little bit embarrassing, but hey, you know what? We've seen that before as well. We've seen the old Bonka Shaolin off the map play, just making sure that the enemy team doesn't get ultimate charge from you. Yeah, you know, you've got 0 elimination, 0 damage on the board, and you're straight off the map already. Nobody's going to get kill credit for that. Haha, you've been fooled.
So talk to us about that. Why would somebody jump off of the map intentionally?
just not giving your opponents the ult charge, not giving them the credits if they get reward from that. One thing which is crucial here is that the higher the kill streak you're on, the more ultimate charge you deliver to your opponents when you do get executed, when you do get eliminated, and as a result, if you don't give the reward to your opponents, all of a sudden you don't have the Makoa going, I'm just going to finish you off the cannonball, and all of a sudden I have Ancient Rage, which can be a little bit of a tide turner in these fights, if you pardon the pun.
Absolutely.
He's a sea turtle.
You're pulling ahead now in the pun game.
Oh, yeah. Oh, buddy, we're going to be stacking that one up all day. We got plenty more games to come. Of course, as you mentioned before, and for those of you just joining us here, this is Group A, Day 1 of the Paladins Spring Masters LAN. We're broadcasting from the lovely Alpharetta office here, Hi-Res Studios in the United
Já
States.
tirei ó, o barulho do Facebook. Agora que eu reparei nisso, perdão. Será que o pique de Victor não seria forte para tirar esse Makoa? O cara consegue se fugir quando sentir que vai ser hookado. Cara. Não é bem assim não, viu? Victor é muito fácil matar o Victor de Makoa, cara, muito fácil.
It is a little bit confusing. You know, we went out to grab some food yesterday with some friends, and one of the co-commentators you saw at Hi-Res Expo, Kret, he's a little bit confusing as well, because he's like, so in the States, you know, you're driving on the right, so that means your actual right and left are switched. He actually got me for a moment. I did find it rather confusing because it is a bit disorientating. You're on the driver's side, on the other side of the car, on the other side of the road. It's a little bit terrifying sitting in the passenger seat and seeing people pass you on the wrong side as well. But hey, you get used to it after a little while as well. Travel though, not too bad over from here. Had very clean flights, which was nice.
Yeah, that's a blessing, guys. We've had some pretty insane weather here in Georgia, but thankfully.
É complicado isso, é muito situacional, cara. Eu também, eu jogo Paladins e o meu ranking também é 5K. Mas o negócio é que o Victor, você quando você para, você tem um cooldownzinho pra poder correr de novo. Se o Makoa vê o Victor correndo, ele já vai mirar o Hulk contando com a corrida dele. Makoa bom não erra Hulk em Victor, saca? Eu acredito. Eu acredito que não seja, Victor não seja um problema pra Makoa. Porque pra ele atirar também, ele tem que ficar parado igual uma estátua. O Victor, ele é um boneco que ele tem mobilidade quando ele tá correndo, saca? E só isso, ele não consegue ser móvel atirando, sacou? Se você atira com o Victor andando, você perde muita precisão sem mirar com o botão direito. Então assim, é muito complicado, sacou? É muito complicado. A gente só vai... É muito dedo do jogador também. Pra mim, o que countera a Makoa é você ter um bom destruidor de shields no seu time e algo que controla o ponto. É o caso do BK. Só que o BK ele precisa conseguir ficar livre. Tem que ter um BK numa composição com que o seu time consiga segurar até me perdi, tava tentando escutar os caras aqui. Consegue segurar o meio. Drogos, BK. E será que caiu o server no meio do Mundial? Jogador desconectado. Caí aqui também. Holy! O Torvald, ele é um bom tanque. Mas o Torvald, ele precisa jogar com outro tanque ali pra segurar. Porque... das duas, uma. Ou você vai fazer uma composição de Torvald quando tem dois tanques de shield... dois tanques, por exemplo, Fernando Barik, Fernando... Makoa, mais ou menos, porque o Makoa, se ele jogar contra Torvald, ele pode jogar pelos flancos e não necessariamente ficar no meio, matar os flancos /damage dos adversários e depois ele vai pro ponto, entendeu? Eu vou pôr minha câmera aqui pra eu conversar com vocês, né, guys? Igual eu tava fazendo. Cadê eu? Olha eu. Não que vocês queiram ver essa cara feia aqui, né? Mas é bom. Olha eu. Mas enfim. Tem isso que o Yomo falou também. Jogar contra Torvald é situacional. É totalmente situacional. Você tem que saber quando você abre o shield contra ele. E você tem que saber se portar dentro de uma partida. Eu não acho o Torvald um boneco bom hoje. Eu acho que o Torvald ele tem algumas dificuldades. O silence dele é muito breve. O shield dele é bom, mas ele depende com que ele fique... Que tenha algum outro tanque no time adversário com o shield aberto. Porque só assim ele consegue sugar esse shield pra ele e, de fato, aumentar a sua vida... Aumentar a sua vida junto com o shield ali, porque o shield do Torvald ele incorpora na vida, assim como o shield do Hooks, por exemplo. E a parte boa do Torvald é você conseguir dar o shield para os seus adversários. Ele funciona mais como um segundo suporte barra tanque do que como um tanque solo em si, na minha opinião. A gente tem... o Torvald eu acho que ele só acaba ficando bom em rank de médio high elo em mapa aberto, tipo Frog Eyes não. Me fugiu o nome do mapa, mas os mapas que você consegue utilizar a ult do Torvald para jogar os adversários para fora do mapa. Porque se você tem um Torvald simplesmente para usar a sua ult para tirar o pessoal do objetivo, ela é muito breve. Qualquer personagem, por exemplo, um Androxus, até uma Ing, um Buck, Drogus, todos esses bonecos que estão no meta, eles conseguem voltar muito rápido pro ponto, sacou? Então se você usa num mapa fechado, pica um Torvald, ele perde o sentido, porque a ult dele fica inútil. Então, a ult dele carrega rápido, beleza, mas pra mim é um boneco que ele ainda precisa de uns buffzinhos pra ser incluído no meta competitivo, entendeu? Casual, vai continuar rolando Torvald, continua rolando Maeve, tudo. Mas é muito relativo, cara. É um pouco... É meio complicado. Pra mim, Torvald ainda não encaixa. Eu acho que Mako ainda continua muito melhor que o Torvald. O Rukus muito melhor. O Beric muito melhor. O Fernando, ainda que não muito utilizado ultimamente, ele ainda tá melhor pra mim do que o Torvald. Então o Torvald acaba sendo a última opção. E a Inara, pra mim, não serve pra nada. A Inara... ela tem que ficar totalmente livre. Um Drogus acaba a Inara, um PK destrói ela, qualquer coisa que você consiga destruir rápido aquela pedra dela no chão, ela não tem mobilidade nenhuma. Velho, pra mim a Inara não serve pra nada. A Inara, ela vai ter que ser muito bufada pra poder ser bem aceita no competitivo, de verdade. Isso sem dúvida. Galerinha, eu vou rolar mais um minutinho de anúncio enquanto o jogo não volta. Peço que vocês, por favor, desativem o adblock, porque é uma maneira da gente conseguir um recursozinho aí pra LBE, passando essas propagandas durante a transmissão. E se você tem o adblock, isso não conta. Então eu vou ali pegar uma água, enquanto esse jogo não volta. Espero que vocês todos fiquem aí, estejam se divertindo junto comigo. Troquem ideia no chat, vamos conversar. Até já, guys. Ah, nem, velho, não acredito, dei uma de Snoopy. Boa, Chicão. Boa, Chicão. Então, galera, foi mal, eu tava mutado, como eu tava falando pra... Ei, ué. Ah, travou. Bom, agora desmutado, eu estava falando boa tarde novamente a todos. Boa tarde aí pra quem chegou e tal. Agora, Aurora, Morrigan, Snacks. Mas então, ô Barbarian, você podia ter jogado o campeonato, cara. Tem caô não. A gente não tem limite de idade pra jogar não. 13 anos pra cima, 14 anos pra cima, que é a limitação do Paladin, se eu não me engano, pode jogar. A stream deles está travando pra mim. $16? 16 mais é Chasers, não? Não sei se é o... Vamos descobrir. Pode crer, Barbarian. Boa sorte, leque. Guys, eu vou dar um F5 aqui na transmissão. Porque tá meio bugado. Tá meio bugado. Tá lagando e eu tenho 100 MB de internet. Ei, Hi-Res, tira o pé do meu almoço. Vamos jogo aí, galera. Já voltou o servidor? Acho que já voltou o servidor, né? Aqui eu tenho 100 megas de download e 50 megas de upload. Não, não comi nada, não. É porque, na verdade, eu vou ser bem sincero com o que aconteceu. Eu acordei hoje, era umas 11 e pouco. Aí eu falei... Pô, vai rolar jogo da Cube, né? Aí eu abri a Twitch e eu não tinha visto a live da Level Up. Então, falei assim, pô, velho, eu não vou deixar os BR sem uma narraçãozinha básica, né, dos jogos da Cube, pelo menos. Ai, meu Deus, essa Aurora é engraçado demais. Mas enfim, aí eu resolvi abrir a live pra fazer a... Eu não sou narrador profissional de Paladins, eu conheço o jogo porque eu jogava muito ele, então eu tô me aventurando, sou organizador da LBE e eu tô tentando aí trazer uma narração ou outra pra vocês, enfim, trocar essa ideia, uma narração um pouco mais casual, um pouco mais amigável. E é isso, eu estou ansiosamente aguardando com que esse pessoal resolva o problema. É um pouco complicado também você narrar sem controlar a sua própria câmera. Isso é um problema. Porque o que acontece? Como o pessoal lá em Atlanta tá jogando em servidor local, eu não consigo dar spectate neles daqui. É impossível, não dá. Então o que eu tenho que fazer? Eu tenho que acompanhar a live e deixar a live deles mutada e retransmitir através da live. Só que eles controlam a câmera de uma maneira um pouco diferente do que eu tô acostumado. Eles não jogam muito... eles não mostram muito uma visão de cima do combate, que é o que eu prefiro, que eu acho que rola você mostrar uma visão geral e não uma visão em primeira pessoa do combate, algo assim, entendeu? Então, é meio complicado, mas eu tô me esforçando, pelo menos pra gente conseguir ter esse conteúdo em português pra vocês e essa narração um pouco mais... essa troca de ideias, discutir sobre picos com vocês. Inês... Chicão, como vai funcionar os vídeos do campeonato do Paladins e quando serão lançados? A gente está tentando fazer um top 10 ainda para segunda-feira. Todos os jogos a gente vai upar no YouTube, as transmissões, né? E a gente vai tentar lançar alguns top 10, alguns highlights para soltar no YouTube. O problema enfim, o problema de spectate do jogo em si que acaba meio que dificultando um pouco o negócio, mas a gente tenta dar um jeito de fazer o melhor aí pra vocês, com certeza. Chicão perdeu o X1 pra mim ontem, certo, Melinx? Eu não vou nem comentar sobre isso, que tava rolando o spectate e o solo foi easy. Hashtag Leandro Solado. Ainda bem que o Chicão é simpático, né? Aguentar ela pra cara de gente chata. Obrigado, alguém chegou na minha casa. Vamos atender. Mas aí vocês gravam pelo Spectate? Sim, não é o almoço, é meu sócio, na verdade. A gente aumentou, a gente estava em 50 viewers, agora a gente está com 220, então eu queria dar as boas-vindas a todos que estão chegando agora aí. Ô, Lucão trouxe a marmita, Lucão. Enfim, galera, pra quem tá chegando agora aí, Nossa, coloquei a mão na frente da câmera, perdão. Sejam todos muito bem-vindos ao canal da LBE. A gente está fazendo aí essa narração em português para vocês assim que o jogo começar, se ele começar. Então, é isso aí, galera. Tá 2-0 para a equipe da District 69. Ai, meu Deus. Tá 2-0, não começou o outro jogo, a gente tá esperando. Espero que, mais uma vez, para quem tá chegando agora, para que vocês curtam esse estilo de narração um pouco mais casual, trocando ideia com a galera. E eu acho que a Cube consegue virar. Falando como torcedor, sim. Falando como analista de jogo, não. Eu achei os picks da Cube mais uma vez inferiores aos picks da G69. Ficou um pouco meio solto assim. Então, eu não sei. A gente tem que acreditar. Será que agora vai? Já acabou o jogo?
Today, Elvin Path and Bugsy from D69. Of course, my name is Rene, and this is more of a long-form interview. Kind of have a chance to sit down, talk to you guys, just hear your thoughts about Paladins, about the upcoming LAN tournament. Hear a little bit more about the inside of your life.
Parabéns.
You have very involved communities from where you're from.
Vamos ver aqui o que eles estão falando. Eles estão entrevistando os jogadores da District 69. Eu acho que isso não é gravado. Então eu acho que o jogo acabou, guys.
Get to know you. What's your name? Where are you from, both of you? And I'll give you each, time to respond to that.
Okay, so my name is Lev. It's very awkward because there is no such name in American language, but it stands for lion in Russia, so it's L-E-V.
Nice.
Yeah, and I'm from Russia.
Pessoal, a Cube infelizmente perdeu o jogo. Com um pouco... Deu pra gente ver isso agora. Eu vou fazer... Como a proposta era a gente conseguir transmitir os jogos da Cube e eles não vão jogar agora, eu vou fazer o seguinte. Eu vou deixar a live rolando pra vocês com a retransmissão direta lá o que tá rolando direto do evento, da transmissão oficial deles. Vou me ausentar um pouquinho e assim que voltar o jogo da Cube, eu entro novamente e faço a narração desse jogo pra vocês. Deve ser logo na sequência dessa próxima partida, vai ter Team Edger contra Kanga. E a Cube joga contra o perdedor dessa partida. Não dá pra gente ter uma hora, assim, definida, porque vocês estão vendo que o jogo que era pra começar meio-dia e acabar meio-dia e meia é 1h50 e transmitiram uma partida das 3. Então tá rolando um bug no spectate deles, isso é claro, dá pra perceber isso. Então não dá pra saber quanto tempo vai demorar para o outro jogo começar, não dá pra saber quanto tempo vai demorar para o jogo da Cube começar, mas vai rolar. Eu vou ficar aqui acompanhando, eu vou deixar o jogo aí rolando pra vocês, da Team Edger contra a Kanga sem narração, e assim que voltar o jogo da Cube, eu volto pra gente continuar batendo esse papo, pra gente acompanhar o jogo da Cube juntos. No mais, muito obrigado a todos que ficaram aí comigo até agora. Espero que vocês continuem acompanhando a stream oficial pelo nosso canal, até porque isso é um canal brasileiro, então vamos apoiar aí as transmissões brasileiras. Tem o canal da Level Up também, para quem quiser ver a narração do outro jogo em português, deem uma olhada na Twitch, que vocês vão achar. Muito obrigado a todos, até mais, grande abraço, valeu, fui!
You just fill it, like bring it in, they give you visa, no problem. But later we started reading stuff about it, and apparently everything has to be correct and strict. And so, like we analyzed that thing. We pointed out like crucial mistakes that have been made there in the form. And I honestly, like 100%, I knew that he was going to get his visa second time because I was helping with it, like checking the thing, and we just made the answers all together, and it worked perfectly. So I never ever doubted that he was going to get his visa on the second time.
Wow. So you knew it was a rookie mistake, right? It's just something you
Kinda.
do. You think, oh, what's a visa? What's a passport? I mean, who really needs that when you travel? And then all of a sudden you're like, no, you actually need this. That's why this thing exists. So
we all thought it's all about the interview, but it's actually all about the form that you submit before the interview.
oh yeah.
They base
Forms
the
are
interview on
king.
that.
Yeah.
They look at this and then they ask you questions. And if you say that you don't have any plans, and then you just start telling that you have plans, they're like, nope, thank you.
No,
See ya.
I'm telling you, the hardest part about learning how to drive, getting my driver's license, was the permit form to get my dang permit. I failed that like twice, and then when I took the driving lesson, it was easy peasy, lemon squeezy. So you guys obviously didn't win. Bugsy, you weren't there. You came in second.
What do you mean,
though.
obviously?
It was an incredible opportunity, obviously, because it's just a part of history, right? Because you didn't. We all know that. Burrito took first place there. I want to talk a little bit, before we get to this land, I want to talk about what's different. What has changed in the time period between January and now, as we're approaching April 7th, with you individually, both as players, but also as with your team, after what you've learned and experienced thus far?
Well, definitely with the legendary cards coming into the game,
Yep.
there has to be a lot of more flexibility between the teams. So every player was assigned X amount of champions to practice, to play on the highest level. And then we also experimented with builds and how one interacts with another champion. And we got a couple of strats prepared, and we'll see what happens.
You mean you guys went and said, okay, Elvin Path, you're assigned Torvald, Makoa, Barrick, right? And Bugsy, you're assigned all 22 champions or whatever.
Yes.
You guys really did that. And then it
Yes.
was on your own. Did you have to do it in scrims, or was it like you're on your own time? You have to become efficient with these.
We talked with it, like through it as a team. And
Okay.
we have each roles. We don't have a role as like you play a tank, you play a support, flank, and damage.
Yeah.
We just have X amount of champions under our own category. And that's basically how we did it.
You've been a flexible player for a long time, Bugsy.
Yes.
You've always been known as one of the flexors. And so that probably wasn't a difficult task for you. Elvin, we've seen a lot of buck from you in the past. We've seen a lot of gun-ho, move forward, get kills, jump in people's faces, and you've shifted from that kind of play style to the tank. The more you were talking earlier in the interviews, a little bit more cautious attitude coming from you, knowing that you're the backbone of your team now and the way that you play. How has that transition been for you?
It's been okay because, sure, I do like the aggressive play style, but I'm trying to make it happen, the aggressive play style. I'm trying to make it with the tank, and that's what I think that's what I think I've been doing well for the last couple months is whatever. And I think that's very interesting to try to combine those two play styles where you have to be cautious and where you have to know where to push because it's essential. And I think many tanks in the game probably don't quite realize that. How effective you can be if you're a tank, but if you're like an aggressive tank, aggressive front line. So I'm just trying to combine two of these and try to get the best out of it.
It's been. I would be remiss to not mention, going back to Bugsy here as well, the Drogos play. You got most of your, I think, notoriety right now on Twitch from people just saying, Bugsy Drogos, Bugsy's my Drogos dad, whatever it is, right? They're comparing you, and with good reason. You've proven that you know how to master the champion, and you've played him from a very, very early time before he was the bee's knees and everybody knew it. I'm curious, man. You don't seem like a Drogos guy to me. You seem a little bit more quiet, maybe more like a Ying. You're playing all these crazy damage champions. You're just dominating the field. What is it about that champion that really kind of, I don't know, resonates with you?
I think it's not more about Drogos, but about like different playstyles. If you have a flex player on your team and he can shift his playstyle from being backline Drogos, for example, that just spams on the point. Maybe he plays with like different legendary, and he's more towards somebody's face, or maybe he takes Wormjets and flanks with someone else, or maybe you have an Eevee that just blinks into close range, or maybe you have a Kineza just standing on the backline shooting. You never know what the flex player is gonna do, so it's essential to have a player like that. So it's not about the Drogos, it's more about like what your playstyle is as every champion.
Well, you try to tell your fans that it's not about the Drogos. I don't think they're listening to you, man. You know, Elvin, going in, Makoa's been a guy that you've started to really like. And as well, you've adopted the Torvald, too. Torvald kind of fallen out of the meta a little recently. You know, what's your thought about all that stuff, man? Is he really gone? You guys don't necessarily follow the meta. Sometimes you guys create it.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't say that Torvald fell out of the meta, although it may look like it. If you're taking into consideration the ESL tournaments, whatever was going on, you don't really see much Torvald picks from Europe, at least. I don't know about North America, but it may seem like that. However, me personally and our team disagrees with that.
Yeah.
And we've been trying to make Torvald work because you just have to. You just can't stick with just Makoa, just Barak. It's not enough. So you need to have these. You need to have all these tanks ready if you need them. Also trying the Inara, but didn't work so far.
Didn't work so far. Guys, okay, here, now that I have my chance here, you guys are two pros. You're laughing at Inara. Inara's gotten 2 buffs in a row, okay? What do you do to make Inara desirable in this competitive Paladin scene? What do you change? What do you tweak? You know, there's been a lot of health added, some damage to the ult. That doesn't seem to be solving the problem.
I think that's the health is not a problem. She has damage reduction. She can shift between the cooldowns of damage reduction to have like a little of damage reduction, but stable every now and then. But what I think would be a better approach, like Ymir from Smite, that everyone probably compares Inara because of the wall and how she reacts with it.
Yeah.
I think taking approach of Ymir coming into the Paladin scene and making Inara like that, I think would be much better approach than what she is right now. Right now, she's a very self-concerned tank. She doesn't really provide anything for the team other than the ultimate itself, and maybe zoning enemies with the wall.
Sure. And how do you go ahead? I'll switch it to you, Elvin. You're the tank player. How do you go ahead and change that? What do you do? I mean, a lot of people have thrown some ideas out there. I have myself thrown some ideas out. You know, the cripple maybe not just being at her foot. Maybe you could place it in front of her or at a distance, increasing the distance of the wall so maybe you can have a little bit more impact and not have to leave the area that you're playing. Reducing the fall off? What is it?
For me personally, it would probably be the mouse one. I don't know why, but whenever playing even casuals, I just have the feeling that mouse one of Inara is not good
her
enough,
basic attack,
not strong enough to be on par, or at least to be close to the same attack of any other tank. Like if you think about it, every single other tank in the game is capable of being really annoying with his mouse one. And basically, only thing Inara can do is stay on the point and survive. But I mean, Makoa can do that, Barak can do that, Fernando can do that, Ruckus can do that, and they all have way more damage. And another thing is, which is the wall, which is a great ability, very interesting mechanic, and I think it's pretty cool right now. But what I'm thinking could be quite fun if you made the wall actually higher, so that you could make some plays with elevating your team to some spots, you know?
Yes.
Just an idea. Like Mei in Overwatch. I believe that there are some maps, some spots where she can elevate the team on the roof or whatever. And it mostly comes from the maps as well.
Right.
Not because Inara's wall is bad, but because for the most maps it just doesn't fit. Literally right now Inara could only be good on couple maps, probably Surf and Beach, probably Jaguar Falls, because she needs those small entrances that can be closed, and if you take any other map, she's useless, absolutely useless. But with more maps coming, with the maps from the playtest, I'm sure they're all very different. They have a lot of corridors, they have a lot of entrances, and I'm sure that later on Inara can be very useful. But again, Mouse One, I feel it's underperforming, and it's very inconsistent.
And you have to hit all 3, right? And you have to move, and sometimes you hit 2, and your DPS dramatically drops, whereas Barak, he just shoots you for 600, right? And it's pretty simple. Great stuff, and I do agree with that. Maybe the mouse one, but also the maps, especially in the play test we play, and then the test queues, she does, I think, perform a little bit better on those maps. So we'll see if those end up coming into the game. So now, guys, we talked a little bit about Paladins, we talked about your history, talked about what you learned. Tell me about now. What does this mean now? We've got all the same teams. You know, Burrito still not with their full roster, but that's not going to stop anybody. You're not going to stop trying just because they don't have everybody that they would have normally wanted to have. just talk to me about this land. You know, is this the time? Is this the chance? Reclaim the throne.
Well, I'm sure it is. Now that we're hour 5, for people who we're watching DreamHack or we're following Paladin scene, they know that our actual sub was Kagamitsu, and we brought him here as well. So maybe Kagamitsu is our lucky charm, as we said it. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, we're very confident. We have a lot of strategies prepared for every team. So we'll see what happens, and then follow up LAN after that. Hopefully I can get that one as well.
That's right. Alvin, what are you thinking, man, going into this LAN? Different competition, some of the similar competition that you faced before. Are you feeling confident?
I'm feeling confident, yes, and I'm also sure that with the new heroes added, with more time passed since the last event, I'm sure teams adapted better, evolved better, and it's going to be very interesting to see, because even though we don't know what other teams can show, we can expect something. Like we expect them to have improved, if not drastically, but we do expect them to have improved since the last event. And the more events go, the more events there are, the better teams adapt, the better teams evolve. So it's going to be very interesting, and I'm sure we'll soon start seeing really like fair amount of competition between all teams, not just couple teams that stand out, but I'm sure soon it will be here.
Exciting stuff. Last thing before we finish up, guys. You're in America. What are you gonna do? With a little bit of your free time, what are you gonna go to McDonald's? Get some big Denny's breakfast. What's up?
I definitely wanted to check out some kind of a Korean barbecue. That's what I wanted to see here.
That's really spicy decision, Bugsy. I wouldn't expect that from you.
Either that or just I actually didn't try out any Mexican food.
Okay.
And America is close to Mexico, so I'm sure there's gonna be a much better food here than in UK.
Very good. Taco bars out here. I would say than American food. Nothing against the UK, but I feel I'm biased. Okay, I like American food a little bit more. Alvin, what are you doing, man? You just sitting in a hotel, just zoning in? Paladins.
Well, I'm sitting in the hotel playing MMORPGs, Ragnarok Online and Final Fantasy for life. But honestly, I'm not really into American cuisine. Sure. But I do enjoy very much talking to American people, all kinds of American people, because they seem, every single one of them to me seems like a guy from the movie or from TV series, because I live on the other side of the ocean. Yep. You know, I had to fly a lot to actually get here, so it's already rewarding for me to actually talk to different guys, to see their opinions on different things, and that's what I'm here for. It's been very enjoyable so far.
Awesome, man. Well, thank you guys so much. Good luck in your games.
Thank you.
And, hey, may you win again. We'll see. Gonna have to wait and check it out when they play over the weekend. And, of course, if they'll be in the finals on Sunday, who knows? The Masters land. Anything can happen.
Welcome back, Paladins fans. That was District 69. They're playing right now two of the big stars from that team, Elvin Path and their captain, Bugsy.
Lovely to get a little bit more insight into the heads of the players. You know, we have the luxury as commentators behind the scenes during this whole LAN setup phase to just talk to the players, get that knowledge, get that insight, just spend time with them. But for everybody else out on stream, everybody watching from home, they don't have the same luxury and the same opportunity as us, which is why these long-form interviews are so useful to give a little bit more insight just into how these players think.
Awesome. And guys, for those of you just joining us, for coming back off a technical difficulty break, District 69 and Cube, the series is 2-0 in favor of District 69. We will be getting back into Champion Select. We're going to be moving to Serpent Beach for game number 3. Cube team with the first pick selection. They will stick with the Bomb King. This is what they went with for the previous map. This time around, they're going to stick with that decision.
It's just a little bit too valuable right now to want to give it to anybody else. District 69 recognizing the verticality of Serpent Beach, locking Drogos and Makoa, so no changes there either. Cube team had the opportunity to respond, but different map, different team composition being demanded. Last time we saw a few interesting picks come through, maybe the Grover, maybe the whole semi-point stack. It's going to be Grok again, though, more of the same. They're sticking with what they feel comfortable with. So maybe that last draft was more about comfort picks than rather anything else.
Yeah, you mentioned how important it is.
Boa tarde novamente, senhoras e senhores. Estamos aqui de volta. Pelo jeito, o que aconteceu aqui? Vai rolar o... Será que vai rolar a transmissão do jogo que não rolou? Eu tava passando aqui pela sala. Para quem não sabe, quem chegou agora, a gente vai fazer a transmissão e a narração em português somente somente dos jogos da Cube. Então a gente vai deixar a transmissão rolando enquanto não tiver os jogos da Cube e enfim, resumidamente, não tem jogo, enquanto não tiver jogo da Cube, a gente não vai narrar, a gente vai deixar só a retransmissão da live oficial. E quando tiver jogo da Cube, a gente vem aqui e narra. E é isso. Vamos ver, galera. Os picks são os mesmos. Os picks são exatamente iguais. Eu não sei se agora vai rolar o joguinho. Vamos ver, vamos esperar. A gente já discutiu bastante sobre esses picks, a dificuldade que vai ser da Cube Team ficar dentro do ponto e a quantidade de dano que vem por parte da G69. Vamos ver, galera. Tô esperando. Cheguei aqui, tava na tela do jogo, vamos ver o que vai acontecer. Cube é time BR? Sim, Everton. Cube é o time BR que está representando o Brasil lá em Atlanta no Mundial de Paladins.
Little indication of what might give them an advantage.
Absolutely, we got to keep an eye on each other. They don't want to show the hand too much, Jared. He's ready to go.
Eu mandei ele.
Giving us the thumbs up. The wink. That's the classic Jared right there, man. The wink is his move.
My goodness.
That's his jam.
He's stolen that.
Just want to give a quick shout out to all the players that are.
Pessoal, será?
Had to come through some pretty tumultuous weather to make it here safely. In Atlanta, Alpharetta, specifically in the studios where we're hosting this event. All the teams are here. They're all watching. Some of them are kind of scattered throughout. D69, we talked a little bit about how they kind of do the flock thing. They move around together. They don't really talk too much trash to the other teams. They try to keep to themselves, keep their strategies and their cards tight to the chest.
They certainly do in Cube Team. Well, as we've said, we know a little bit about one or two of their players, but not a great deal about the rest, and they're really trying to show us what they're capable of bringing through here today. And now we're just waiting to get into game. It is going to be, as we've said, Serpent Beach. So we've talked compositions, but let's talk what the map brings to the table. Let's talk play styles, which we're expecting to see. You can treat it a bit like Jack Falls, but it's certainly not entirely the same here. There's the verticality element, which I think is going to be really interesting here.
Absolutely, and this is more along the same
Bom,
lines of,
pela movimentação ali do Bugsy, se eu não me engano esse é o Bugsy, vai rolar Paladins, hein? Ali a gente tá vendo aí o Nadão, trocando ideia com o time, o Pings ali do lado dele, conversando de fato, aparentemente, sobre estratégias do jogo. Então, se isso aí não é uma gravação da Khan e do jogo, acho que vai rolar o terceiro jogo. Tá no 0 de novo, igual tava da outra vez. Mas vamos ver aí o que vai acontecer.
Absolutely, I would wager that the Grover is in fact going to be a little bit stronger on Serpent Beach. He has further distances that he can throw his axes from, but it'll be a little bit more weaker in the sense that there are more angles for people to sneak up on him, specifically this Eevee and this Lex.
You can't play lock-off Grover quite as well as you can, even on a map as simple as Frog Isle, because whilst there is verticality or open airspace on Frog Isle, you're still mostly on the ground. But at the same time, what you can do is you can make use of that verticality with Vine as well, which is going to be very interesting. We've seen this used in comp play a few times in Europe, where players will be on the objective on Serpent Beach. They come in for contests, we see players coming in, they go straight up into the air above the objective because they can Vine on the high walls, and then come back down, cauterizes off them, they can activate Whirlwind, they can activate Blossom, keep themselves alive, and keep the objective in contest, which can be a crucial playstyle. As well as comboing with Shaolin on a map like this. I feel like the Grover Shaolin is a big element here that we got to talk about, because Impaler Arrow sets up so much. It can set up a Deep Roots as well, or vice versa. And then if Bomb King is focusing the same targets, this reminds me a little bit of that triple threat punch that we saw Abyss bring out at HRX with Kinessa, Shaolin, and Grover.
Yeah, making use of that Deep Roots, it's actually a very interesting interaction. You don't even need to land the Impaler Arrow. If that communication is there from Cube Team, they can just pull it off, right then and there. The Deep Roots crippling throw into the planet is something so deadly, and being able to save the Impaler cooldown is going to be very important.
So question for you. You've got Serpent Beach with a lot more verticality. Obviously, Poppy Bomb matters with Accelerant here because you can traverse the map more easily. But if you got set up from Impaler Arrow and you got set up from Deep Roots, is potentially Chain Reaction good here, or are you still seeing the mobility take?
Yeah, you bring up a good point. It's a question of play style for this Bomb King. Does he want to go for the hyper mobility into the backline? It's who's his great target though. He's got Drogos that's probably going to be in the backline. Maybe Alex. I don't expect Eevee to be a super great target. In fact, I think Bomb King is so good against Eevee that we might just see him sit and babysit this Shaolin in the backline and try to counter aggress anything coming out of Sheepa on this Eevee.
I would like to see that playstyle. I think that would be the more wise playstyle to pull. You see, I know that Bomb King is played a little bit more like a flanker at the moment, to the backline and having such great 1v1 potential. But District 69 works so cohesively as a team that they're going to have reactions and reactive play to anything that's thrown at them. And we talked about in the previous rounds how...
senhoras e senhores, será que teremos jogo? Será que não teremos jogo? Os narradores do evento principal continuam conversando sobre assuntos gerais dos picks. Eu acho que eles já conseguiram pensar em 10 estratégias diferentes para cada time nesse tempo todo que eles tiveram para conversar e ganhar um pouco de tempo na transmissão. Aparentemente, o que aconteceu lá foi que os servers caíram, eles chamaram os jogadores da G69 para fazer uma entrevista e conseguir não ter problema durante o... Vocês estão vendo, né? Eu não preciso nem falar. A Rukia tem alguém do suporte lá atrás dela falando alguma coisa e ela tá mostrando a tela como se algo tivesse bugado. Então, ainda não dá pra gente ter certeza se eles fixaram 100% do problema. O mapa, se eu não me engano, é Jaguar Falls ou Frog Isle, um dos dois, ou é a Ilha dos Sapos ou é a Cachoeira das Onças. Perdão, é que eu acabei... Eles não mostram o mapa na tela e pra mim esse jogo já tinha até acabado, não só pra mim, mas como pra quem tava vendo e pra quem tava transmitindo. Eles fizeram uma entrevista com os times da G69 como se o jogo já tivesse acabado, então acabou meio que essa certeza da galera dos casters lá que a G69 vai ganhar. Eles acabaram fazendo a entrevista nesse meio tempo como se isso já tivesse acontecido. Eu espero que a Cube consiga surpreender e consiga sair com essa vitória. A gente sabe que é difícil, mas a gente é brasileiro e não desiste nunca, né? Então, estamos no aguardo, pessoal. Para quem está chegando agora, prazer. Meu nome é Luiz, sou conhecido como Chicão aí na comunidade. Eu tô trazendo essa narração um pouco mais casual dos jogos exclusivamente da Cube Team para vocês. A gente não vai fazer a narração dos outros jogos, a gente vai narrar somente os jogos da Cube, mas a live vai ficar aberta com a retransmissão dos outros jogos, com a narração em inglês, até o próximo jogo da Cube começar. Então, estamos todos muito esperançosos e muito apreensivos para o início dessa partida. A gente está vendo que claramente eles ainda estão com problemas técnicos, o que tá fazendo com que o evento atrase bastante a programação. Então, a partir desse momento, não dá mais pra gente ter certeza de que jogo vai rolar, se vai rolar e que horas vai rolar. Isso está completamente na mão dos organizadores do evento. A gente está simplesmente fazendo a retransmissão disso, então a gente não tem nem como dar spectate direto no jogo, nos jogadores, para vocês terem ideia, porque os jogos são hospedados em servidores locais, então a gente de fora não tem acesso a isso, correto? Então, a única coisa que nos resta é aguardar. E também, só respondendo, polvilho mágico tá travando. Eu acredito que só pra você ou pra deve ter mais gente, mas a qualidade da transmissão tá lisa. Eu acabei de ver na integridade da transmissão aqui, que é uma informação que a Twitch me dá, tá 100%. O Everton perguntou se é mata-mata. Mata-mata é eliminação dupla, ou seja, tem lower bracket. Então, se perder, tem mais uma chance.
Position first of all, rather than sit back a little bit and let District 69 just really sit around and get to the objective and capture it up little by little and they'll just trickle it all the way through. So I feel like Cube Team, they have to spearhead the operation, they have to get established, and then they can break and leave the barrack on the objective, and maybe the Grover or the Grok helping them out with a little bit of support, but it's going to be tricky for them.
Especially coming off the back of these dredge anchors, played probably by Elven Path, they're going to be damn near guaranteed to land, and there are no great healers on Cube Team for providing support. It's going to have to be the Grok or the Grove, the two tankiest supports in the game, but the Mount Damba, obviously the best at healing at a range. Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to go in the game. The drafts have been selected.
E finalmente começamos o jogo, senhoras e senhores. Temos aqui a partida entre a District 69 contra a Cube. Já saiu o First Blood ali pro Maldamba da equipe da District. O Groover vem bem livre ali, conseguindo dar muito dano. Agora foi hookado, Bugs derruba o Pings com seu Groover. Skullest consegue ali uma eliminação em cima do Lex. Tá ele e o Xalim lado a lado, muito inteligente do Xalim esperar se ia rolar o avanço do adversário ou não para poder stunar. Agora retake da equipe da Cube Team no meio, chegou o Beric, colocou a barricada, lança uma tureta, tá esperando o codal da segunda, bomba ranzinza no meio, conseguem pegar esse ponto e vamos ver se agora eles vão conseguir segurar. O Mako acaba conseguindo um ótimo hook em cima do Skullest com seu Bomb King, mata, perdo com o Lex, derruba o Groover, Bugsy derruba a Rukia, GTF consegue uma kill importante em cima do Maldamba, mas o Shiba vem, termina o serviço, acaba derrubando nada com seu Beric, retake com sucesso da equipe da District 69 e eles vão conseguir fazer esse primeiro ponto. O ult do Drogus procurando o alvo, conseguiu ali no último instante pegar o Pings. E a equipe da Cube precisa recuar, eles precisam se reagrupar, não perder mais nenhum jogador, isso é muito importante, que eles consigam fazer esse retake, os 5 jogadores juntos, e a equipe da D69 já avança, a Ruka consegue uma kill importantíssima em cima da Eve, agora o Makoa vai ali fazendo a linha de frente, recua, tá com Proco Life, precisa de um pouco de vida, mas ele tá ali, fazendo a linha de frente, ele tá junto com o Lex do lado, eles não deixam a equipe da Cube avançar, mas o Skullest consegue uma ótima kill em cima do Makoa, a Rukia consegue derrubar o Lex, e agora o momento é da equipe da Cube, eles precisam se organizar, eles precisam conseguir mais kills, vem aí, ótima jogada do Drogus em cima da Rukia, consegue com o seu botão direito jogar ela pra fora do mapa, vem dando muito dano no meio, a equipe da Cube é obrigada a reagrupar, é obrigada a recuar. Eles estão tendo uma briga muito separada. O Drogus está ali esperando reagrupe da equipe da District. Ultimate do Maldamba, Hook em cima do Skullest no seu Bomb King. E 3 jogadores abatidos, 4 jogadores abatidos, 5 jogadores abatidos da Cube Team. Eles perdem o time todo. Vão ter que esperar todo mundo nascer, reagrupar. A equipe da District já está se posicionando para fazer muita pressão na saída da base da Cube. E me parece que vai ser mais um ponto para a equipe da District. Eles estão muito pressionados. Makoa recua. Vem ali, o Skullest consegue dar um bom dano. Double kill do Skullest. Ele acaba caindo para a Eve. Agora continua o combate. O Grok vem ali para cima desse Lex. Vai ser solado! Solado, Lex! Aí não. Continua o Groover tentando pegar essa Eve, ótima defesa da equipe da Cube. A equipe da District recua. Eles vão tentar fazer esse trabalho de reagrupamento para conseguirem dar um retake nesse objetivo. Vamos ver se eles conseguem. Lá vem, a Rukia consegue derrubar a Eve muito bem. Nada também consegue derrubar uma Koa e fica aí praticamente o Rukus mal posicionado, um Drogus mal posicionado, junto com o Maldamba ali, vem o Lex, o Maldamba e o Rukus pelo flanco direito para conseguir reagrupar o seu time e fazer um push final, 20 segundos, o Drogus está muito machucado, Lex está tentando fazer ali dar um dano no time adversário, a Rukia consegue derrubar o Bugsy com o seu Drogus, vai ser defesa bem sucedida, double kill para a Rukia, consegue também derrubar o Perdo e o Guerra consegue derrubar 3, agora tomou o hook do Makoa, foi finalizada, overtime rolando, só o Makoa ali no ponto, ele acabou gastando sua ult para ganhar um pouquinho mais de tempo, mas está tomando muito dano e vai acabar sendo finalizado pelo Skullest, overtime ainda continua, o Grok acaba caindo, a equipe da District 69 consegue ganhar um pouquinho de tempo, o Xalim dá muito dano junto com o Bomb King à distância, consegue eliminar 2 adversários e defesa bem sucedida para a equipe da Cube. Ótima partida até então. Eles estão conseguindo imprimir mais o seu ritmo de jogo, estão conseguindo causar dano, principalmente, que era uma coisa que a gente sentia muita dificuldade no time da Cube. Eles estavam morrendo muito rápido, não estavam conseguindo dar o dano necessário para derrubar o time da District 69, e agora a gente temos esperança. Vai rolar? Vamos ver. 8 segundos para o início da partida. Vem aí a equipe da Cube Team, todos reunidos. Aparentemente eles vão tentar um avanço direto pelo meio. O Drogos acaba errando o primeiro tiro, o ult da Eve. Lá no meio, vem a ult do escuro, este belo counter ult. Conseguem derrubar o Makoa. Ult da Eve sem efetividade nenhuma. Makoa morto. Vem a Eve ali, ela vai acabar sendo derrubada. Ótima jogada da Rukia, conseguiu stunar o ponto da equipe da Cube. Até então, ótimo tiro da Rukia com esse Xalim em cima da Eve. Consegue uma kill, muito bem jogado pela Rukia. A Rukia tá jogando o fino do Paladins com esse Xalim. Parabéns, a equipe da Cube vai conseguir agora dominar esse ponto. Eu acho que não tem defesa para a equipe da District. O Makoa vai ali no meio, acaba se matando. O Lex também vai morrer. Muito bem jogado pela equipe da Cube. Overtime, a Eve tá por ali, mas o ponto tá sendo muito bem defendido pela Rukia. Vai solar, olho solo. Não, o Bugsy conseguiu ali um ganho do meio. A Eve vem para cima da Rukia, consegue um solo, mas o GTF dá um double kill, consegue eliminar o Maldamba. E também consegue eliminar o Lex. A equipe da District 69 consegue um retake do ponto no último segundo. Agora é a hora da Cube conseguir se reagrupar. É isso que eles estão fazendo. Ainda tem tempo para eles conseguirem pegar esse ponto de volta. Vem o Bomb King voando muito. Lá veio praticamente da base, mas o Berk acaba sendo finalizado. O GTF consegue matar o Makoa, tanque por tanque. Ult do Maldamba para controlar o meio. E acaba sendo um team wipe, abate de equipe da District em cima da Cube. Um ótimo trabalho da Cube até então, mas não foi o suficiente por 1%. Agora não dá mais tempo deles chegarem no ponto. Eles vão ter que fazer um trabalho de defesa com paciência, se agrupar e conseguir garantir mais um ponto, que é muito importante. A defesa desse ponto é muito importante. O Makoa tenta um hook maroto aí, acaba errando. O Grok vai pra cima dele, vai tentar mais uma soladinha, Grok. Vai lá, GT, eu acredito. Acaba que os dois recuam, só uma troca de farpas ali, nada demais, mas o combate continua. O Grok tá ali defendendo o flanco esquerdo da equipe. O Drogos tá conseguindo dar bastante dano. A equipe da Cube tá se posicionando muito bem. O Makoa conseguiu dar um hook muito bem dado ali no Bomb King. E a Rukia consegue, junto com esse Drogos, com esse Bomb King, finalizar o Drogos. Mas a resposta da District é imediata. Eles conseguem eliminar 3 jogadores da Cube Team. Agora cai o quarto. E mais um abate de equipe da District 69. Eles estão puxando o carrinho. Ainda dá tempo da Cube defender. Eles precisam se reagrupar. 7 segundos para nascer o último jogador da Cube. E vamos lá, vamos ver o que vai acontecer. Vamos ver se eles vão conseguir defender esse ponto. 1 minuto e 30. Praticamente um quarto do objetivo restante para ser puxado. O Groover tá ali muito agressivo em cima do Drogos e conseguiu finalizar ele junto com o Groover. A Eve saiu muito machucada, mas não foi finalizada. A equipe da District continua puxando. O Groover precisa ultar, mas sem cauterize. 3 na mão do Perdo. Ele não cura nada. Triple kill do Perdo. Eles vão conseguir avançar com sucesso. O Perdo acaba gastando uma ult ali, meio sem necessidade. Mas avanço bem sucedido da equipe da District 69. Muito bem jogado pelo Perdo, que tem ali o seu cauterizar no level 3. O Groover ficou com pouca vida, ultou para tentar se curar e também dar uma sobrevida para o seu time, mas sem sucesso. Ele não conseguiu. Muito bem jogado pelo Perdo. Esse cara é uma lenda do Paladins, meus amigos. É um dos melhores flancos do mundo. Merece todo o respeito. Assim como os nossos guerreiros da Cube também merecem. Estão lá, estão fazendo um ótimo trabalho. Conseguiram um ponto. E agora vamos ver como eles vão lidar com essa situação. A gente tem somente a ult da Rukia e a ult do GTF no Grok e no Xalim, que não são ults muito efetivas para ganhar ponto. Por parte da District, a gente tem a ult da Eve, do Makoa e do Drogos, que sim são ults muito boas para se ter uma vantagem no começo do jogo. A gente tem ali um combate e o Drogos Vem atrás da Hulk, quase ela consegue escapar, mas ele consegue aplicar sua ult com sucesso. Double kill pra ele. Ele vem dando muito dano, o Drogo está livre. Ele vai conseguir matar mais um. Groover vai cair, o Grok caiu. E o começo de ponto fica pra equipe da District 69. Eles ainda têm tempo, a equipe da Cube, para mais um avanço. Talvez eles precisam jogar muito bem, porque tem 4 jogadores da District avançado. O Skullest usa o seu pulo e cai praticamente no meio do ponto. Vamos ver se ele vai conseguir ficar vivo. Acaba caindo junto com o GTF. Ult da Eve utilizada para segurar um pouco o avanço. E ela acaba conseguindo derrubar também o Nada com o seu Beric. O Pinks cai pro Perdo. E mais uma vez o ponto acaba ficando para a equipe da District. Não tem ninguém deles no ponto. Agora a Eve vai lá para tentar garantir essa vitória. O Xalin foi tentar ganhar um pouco mais de tempo. Conseguiram ganhar um overtime. O Grok foi rucado, conseguiu escapar muito bem com seu andar fantasma. Ultimate do Mako utilizada, mata o Grok. O Perdo acaba derrubando mais um. E vai ser... Eles conseguiram. A equipe da Cube conseguiu dar um retake nesse ponto. Chegou agora a Eve junto com o Mako. Ótimo hook. E o follow-up do Perdo junto com a Eve é impecável. Vitória da equipe da District 69, mas um ótimo jogo pela equipe da Cube. Eles conseguiram segurar bem, conseguiram executar melhor dessa vez a estratégia que eles se dispuseram a executar. Muito bem jogado pela equipe da Cube, vocês estão de parabéns. Ainda tem o segundo jogo. O que acontece agora é que a equipe da District 69 vai jogar contra o vencedor de Team Edger e Kanga. E teremos também o próximo jogo vai ser entre o perdedor dessa partida contra a Cube. Então, o que nos resta é torcer para o próximo jogo. Como eu disse, a gente vai transmitir somente os jogos da Cube. Então, eu me despeço de vocês por enquanto. Espero que vocês tenham se divertido durante essa narração. Espero que vocês tenham gostado. Eu sou o Chicão e volto com a narração no próximo jogo da Cube. Não saiam daí, a transmissão vai ficar ligada para quem quiser acompanhar a narração oficial em inglês através do nosso canal, para dar uma força aí para os canais brasileiros. Agradeço as 418 pessoas que acompanharam esse jogo. Muito obrigado, grande abraço a todos. Fui!
On the Shaolin, I felt was pulling a lot of these clutch pickups, able to show she's not afraid to get in there, dance with some of these big dogs. Perdo, the leader for D69, 89,000 damage on his legs.
So let's talk about this Shaolin pickup. 1913, a lot of deaths here, and whilst the deaths are remarkably consistent throughout the team of Team Cube, what we're seeing is specific focus coming out to that Shaolin.
Yeah, they recognize her as the threat, right?
District 69, they dragon punched a Shaolin across the map. When you've got a barrack on the objective, you've got a bomb queue on the objective, they go, no, we've got to kill this player. We've got to take out this champion because they are the threat which we consider to be most pertinent here, and eliminating them and focusing them down allowed District 69 to maybe get a more easy path through this game and meet less hurdles. Good focus, good adaptation mid-match coming through from D69. I am a little disappointed to see the fact that Q weren't able to respond to that, but when you're being met in the face with a Dragon Punch, there's very little that you can actually do.
Perdo there, 40 and 8 on his legs. Beautiful stuff there. And you can see this character, how it's able to just, even when they're winning, even if they're not the best performing on the team. In that instance, I would make an argument that he was one of the better performing players on the team, but able to beat out just the credit score. You saw how early Perdo was able to get cauterized around, and that, frankly, that could have been a very different round. We saw that Grover ultimate, the Whirlwind, shut down entirely. 90% healing reduction that early in the game is definitely going to have an impact.
That is really the biggie, and that's what allows Lex to maybe keep a team in the game if they're playing from behind, and just accelerates the snowball if they're ahead. And so much devastating shutdown potential just from the itemization here, and that's the element that keeps Paladins so interesting to me. The way that these team compositions are drafted with items in mind. You can't just run all in one direction. You've got to keep a little bit in the bag. You've got to have that blast shields and that Haven split. You've got to have that cauterize. You've got to have that Wrecker split as well. You can't put all your eggs in one basket, because if something comes in and breaks them all up, well then, we see exactly what happened just there. Everybody falls.
Don't want to get Humpty Dumpty too early on in the tournament, but that's not the end.
Just some British.
For Team Cube here. This is going to be a double elimination group stage here. D69 will move on. Next matchup will be coming after the short break.
What's up, Paladins fans? Pretty Hair here to bring you another episode of Top 5 Plays. This one comes to you straight from the first week of the Masters qualifiers. Coming in at number 5 this week is Tooney on Pip. Hits a beautiful triple Evo Mojo to drive the payload to conversion in round number 1.
And the hyper beat from Torvald keeps tuning. He falls down to the bottom ledge, and now Rovenick gets picked off again. The Evil Mojo is here, but does he have the damage to follow up? Kakanuk still alive. They may want to prime a salvo and get ready to fry some chickens. Tooney goes down. There's the Evil Mojo. Chicken down. One chicken still alive. Will he fall? No. Bubble Boy slithers away, but it's almost inevitable he'll fall. Rovenick, the last man standing.
Coming in at number 4 this week is Wolves Esports' own Modestina. Kicks this high-flying Drogos play off with a nice Dragon Punch.
Won't have it for next point fight. They'd rather do it without it, but they may just go into it. There's Modestina. It's time to kick it into overgear. He wants to find it, and they will. Bird goes down, finds one more fire spit. Double kill for Modestina. Looking for the triple. Nice. Oh, he gets 3 on the burrito. Wants to find 4.
Watch your head in this next clip. It's Lemonade coming in at number 3 on Kinessa.
There, Lemonade backing up, long lines of sight, still gonna do damage from afar, misses one shot, hits the other one, mid-air Bomb King, but he has to reload, so he won't get that, but one shot onto Respa, double kill for Lemonade, looking to find one more, using the bounce it over, activates the Headhunter, can't find one shot, 3,000, 1,500, oh boy, Lemonade going crazy here, and they just have no aim.
Number 2 clip this week is brought to you by Eager Stolzy. Really close to a pentakill here, but drives home a quadra nonetheless.
Want him here because that was the clutch thing he could do to just make sure that overtime went his team's way. But now that that's used, they're going to have to rely on brute strength, brute damage. Stolzy with a trip quadra kill for Stolzy. And oh boy, Arai picks up the last one. Would have been a pentakill.
Soaring above the rest of the clips this week was Peridot's Buck. High-flying acrobatics and a 27 streak on his Buck.
Jumping back to safety and continuing the bounce house onslaught.
Looking for the Ying now, gets protected by Ovenpath, who's got a lot of targets low for him as he rounds the corner. Nice headshot there. Spunky goes down, able to get up onto the high ground. One more shot's gonna do it. Peridot.
My God.
Finds a double kill on an absolute tear right
what
now.
What have we done?
11 streak. For Buck. There's another one as he lands through. There's another one. Double kill for Peridot.
My God, Peridot just showing us all what it really means to put together a highlight reel. You thought Modestina went off. Peridot just cannot be stopped here. Taking down airborne targets, taking down ground targets, and godlike for the shotgun sniper. Doesn't need the ult.
Thanks for watching this episode of Top 5 Plays. Make sure to follow us on Paladins Pro, where we live tweet a lot of these plays as they happen. My name's been Pretty Hair, and I'll see you next time.
Hello and welcome back, champions of the realm, to the Paladins Spring Masters LAN here at Hi-Res Studios in the, well, sometimes sunny Alpharetta. It's been a little bit up in the air a little bit. The weather's been a little groggy recently, I should say. But of course, my name is Hi-Res Vox. I'm joined by a couple of different people here today. Hi-Res Pretty Hair as well. He's been Hi-Res Pretty Chaired. And for the time being, I have, of course, to my very left, Alan I hold shift on a Frio, whose voice you know and love, but also one of the players from the team that won the first matchup of the day. It's none other than District 69's Elven Path. Welcome to our little stage. How are you feeling?
Thank you. I'm feeling great.
Yeah? You coming off a high?
Feeling confident, yeah.
Excellent, excellent. You guys had some phenomenal play in the previous game. It was excellent to see that all demonstrated the cohesion which District 69 brings to the team as a unit. You talked about that a lot previously, how we've highlighted like one individual player, but the most important thing that's always come through is how it's about everybody's play altogether. So when you're going into games like these, is there any certain like communication mentality you have in your head, or do you just roll in there and play as normal?
We don't really have any sort of communication mentality. It's just that we've been playing together for so long, and we perfectly are aware of what everyone can do in our team. So when we go into a game, we just know what to expect from each other, and then it just happens. We just talk, give info, and everyone reacts to it like they should.
It becomes habitual at that point. It's so practiced that you're also used to it. You can make those decisions so much faster without having to even think about them. And Alan, you had the opportunity to see some of those games behind the scenes. How's it looking from back there?
I think the biggest thing that D69 brings to the table this LAN is the versatility. It's a focused champion pool, as you guys were mentioning with you and Bugsy on the desk with Rain Days. You guys have these roles kind of established and what characters. And of course, I don't anticipate that what we saw you guys play in this matchup versus Cube might be what we eventually see maybe later on in the tournament.
Who knows?
Exactly. But the thing that you guys have on your side is that you guys are so able to frag. You're able to get the kills. You're able to get the close downs. You can find your 2-on-1s. You can find odd man situations as a team. How big is that to get a frontliner down or to get a damage dealer down and then push your advantage?
It's very big actually, and I think like a lot of it comes from the fact that 5 of us are kinda, inside kinda carry players, all 5 of us deep inside.
Yeah.
And then we have roles assigned, right? So we have like carry support, carry tank, carry damage, and this results in a very aggressive play. And because of this aggressive play, I think like that's one thing we're probably notable of for most people, because we play extremely aggressive and we pick aggressive heroes, we pick aggressive champs and comps, and it all results like in great action.
You know, we always see that Makoa pick coming out for you or given to Bugsy occasionally. That seems to be such a staple of District 69, except when you've been playing against teams which maybe first pick prioritize it because they need it and it's so core to their team composition. And does that sort of aggressive mentality continue to other frontliners? Do you guys find yourselves being able to play more on the back foot and more passively when necessary, so you have that versatility in playstyle as well?
Yeah, definitely. Makoa is like top tier tank right now, obviously, no discussion here, and he or she provides a lot of stuff to the team. Like he can push, he can defend, he can get the opening frag, which is the most important thing, because most fights, well, not the most fights, but occasionally when Makoa gets master riding in the beginning of the round and just rushes to the point, and if it manages to land a good hook, like the point is basically won. It doesn't happen all the time, but when it happens, and it's like already a huge boost. And now, given that there have been legendary cards introduced, and
yeah, absolutely. We've got the we saw you using half shell quite a bit, but I know you've like plucked previously, so there's a lot of versatility there in what you can choose to do. I think so far nobody really opts to go into Leviathan, but who knows how that'll change in the future. The Balance team is always working to make everything viable. For the time being, folks, that was match number 1 between District 69 and Team Cubed. We've got plenty more games going on today, starting with the next matchup, which is gonna be maybe some fan favorites of Team Eager versus another fan favorite team, a wildcard team, the Thunder from Down Under, previously Abyss. It's Kanga.
Yeah, and you guys had a chance to play up against Kanga and Eager, correct? At HRX, did you guys play against? You guys didn't get a chance to play against Eager.
I think we did play against Kanga. Yeah. I don't recall playing against Eager, and it was a different Eager anyway. We did, but it was a different Eager.
Right, but this Kanga squad brings a lot to the table. As far as, we said that they're from Down Under, and we're a wild card in HRX, but this is a matchup that I'm really excited about because it is a repeat matchup of what we saw in the group stages at HRX, and now Eager gets a chance at some redemption. And speaking of redemption, of course, I think you guys are looking for a little bit yourselves, huh?
We're always looking for it.
Always looking for it, of course. So again, the boys down under, this formerly Abyss, now Kanga Esports, and that guy in that second chair right there, the handsome ginger, that's Digadog. He's the new addition to the squad instead of Alston. And you guys did not play very much Bomb King, and I think that's one of the things that a lot of people at home are looking forward to, are Digadog's ability to play Bomb King at a high level. And talk just a little bit more about what that brings to a team comp if you have someone who can pull it off at a high level.
Really having one good Bomb King can kind of win you game, but that's what most people would think. But at the same time, it doesn't really matter, because if your team does well, whatever you play will do well anyway, right? So having a great Bomb King sure helps, but it's not the thing that wins you games, because the entire team have to be aggressive. The Bomb King has to be aggressive, and the team has to be able to support that.
Yeah, and speaking of being able to support that, I mean, this full roster that we're seeing on screen with the Fighting Kangaroo behind is a very seasoned and well-experienced one, and they've also kind of gone through their own little bit of diversity as far as changing up roles. Josh Kent, most notably, has been playing a lot of Grok and support, which was different than we saw at HRX.
No, we saw him prioritize carry roles, and Droxus and very notably Eevee at HRX, so really being able to flex in and out of those positions is fantastic. And, you know, speaking to some of the Kanga guys previously, you know, they described their team roles where they have, like, maybe, okay, Hades is a frontline player. They have full flex players.
Yeah.
They can play absolutely everybody. And that versatility is useful in keeping everybody on their toes, allowing them to fill specific niche roles or specific niche champions, which they might have a preference for. But at the same time, I do have to wonder, if you're that flexible and you're not specializing so much in individual champions or more individual roles, do you feel, Elvin, that that's going to maybe come back to haunt them a little bit if they're focusing on too broad a spectrum rather than just a few different things?
Honestly, in my opinion, I think that if you want to be a really, really good player in this game, you absolutely have to play every single champion in the game, because of the simple fact that you have to be aware of what each champion is capable of. And the more heroes you play, the better feeling you get of that hero, the better timings you get, so you can't avoid that. You absolutely must play.
It's not just playing them, it's learning how to play against them, because you know how to play them.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing. Playing against them, so that you know what to do against them, exactly.
Absolutely, but I wonder if, you know, Kanga are going to really know how to play up against Iga here. You can see Bitey sitting in the Flight Commander chair there. Let's take a look at that headband high-vis jacket. He's here to organize things. You can certainly see that he's focused and ready with that expression on his face. Team Iga, they've had an interesting path through qualifiers so far. I mean, what do you think they're going to be bringing out today?
The big thing in talking about people who have experience in every character, I mean, that is like the epitome of Bitey on Eager. He plays everything. He plays whatever his team needs, and he is the big mastermind behind this squad. You know, he's got this ability to really understand the game and what his vision is as far as what the team comp goes. And that's really the big factor that you look at when it comes to Eager is, will Bitey be able to come up with something either on the spot or previous, coming in planning-wise, that'll set the rest of these four guys up to be successful? And, of course, the new face in the light blue and white is Stolzy, who was formerly on Matchpoint, and he brings a lot of star potential in his ability to absolutely eliminate key players. And we see that a lot on top-tier teams, is you need somebody who can really provide that closed kill.
You do, but you don't want to have them playing as individuals. They've got to play as part of the team. That has been something which Eager has been, or Matchpoint at the time was hung up on a little bit during HRX, was relying on their individual players' individual skill rather than playing as a unit. But at the same time, I think with the amount of revisions they've gone through, the amount of roster changes, and now with Bitey in the lead, I think that's going to feel a little bit more stable.
Yeah, and, you know, the other four guys have been really cohesive. You know, they are really a pretty close-knit group when it comes down to it. They're all able to associate with each other on a very personal level, and it really does translate to the way that they play the game, the way that they talk. Yeah. Of course, Bitey's one of the biggest voices on that squad, but that being said, you can really tell previous from HRX to now that a lot of the other players have become a lot more vocal in that communication sense.
And that has been very visible during their prep time here at the Atlanta studios, at the Alpharetta office here. They've been very relaxed, it would seem, throughout most of their time here so far. We've seen them be able to kick back and just take the weight off their feet for a little bit instead of focusing on scrims. And this comes with a bit of a help and a hindrance, I feel. Yeah. That relaxed atmosphere which they're able to put out between the teams, talking to Bitey, the attitude of, well, we're going to do our best, we're going to get as far as we can, and we're going to learn in the process, is very valuable. But at the same time, it might be a little bit of a hindrance there if they're not as focused as potentially one of the other underdog teams who could come in with some upset. But for the time being, folks, we've got a little bit of info about that player right in the middle for you. Let's check out what Bitey had to say when he came down to the studio recently.
Team leader of the one and only Boys in Blue, Eager Paladins. My competitive background spans about a decade now. We started in this source mod called Dystopia. It's kind of where, like, you get your basics from. You come in one game or another, and that's like where it starts out with a team called Team Tank. Big one, always winning. And pretty much from there, it's hopping from game to game every 1 or 2 years, and now we've hopped to Paladins. No, I've actually had about what you'd call like 5 different cores. Maybe, there's always like 1 or 2 guys you keep, and then you move on, and as we all get older, we always start switching in and out new people, and now here we are in Paladins. So since HRX, we've made a few different changes to like the way that we proceed on the field. One of the big changes was, since we started, I've moved more over to a support tank and a little bit of DPS, whereas the last time, that's pretty much full damage. You go straight in, try to figure it out, and the way we shifted out our teammates is Ari's gone to full-time support. I've gone to pretty much second tank and kind of the flex player all over. And with the addition of Stolzy, it's basically given us another super damage dealer. Him and Shades really making a lot of headway this time around. My biggest goal is to, I always take it realistic goals one step at a time, is to get out of the groups. Last time we didn't even make it that far. Really dropped a lot of games that we shouldn't have, and felt like it let a lot of people down. So step 1 is get out of the group. Step 2 is make it to the finals. And step 3, when we get there, is win it all. I think for this LAN, there's a lot of powerhouses who have finally come through. Unlike last time, nothing against the Chinese teams and the Latin American teams, but it kind of felt like some groups were easier than others. But with the addition of the 2 top 3 teams coming in, Group 2 looks vicious, and Group 1, because now we've got Team Abyss, who's now Kangaroos, Kanga. They're still here, and it makes both groups look pretty intimidating. Of course, you got to look at your number 1 seed, D69, powerhouses, runners up last time, winners the first time. And I think they'll be the big competition, but beat them all and hope for the best. The coach's special sensitivity. It's always got to be just enough so that you can use the whole arm, arm sensitivity. We're talking about 20 inches, about 45 centimeters for metric users. And keep it low and slow and go. My team is here to support me, and we've brought out both Kami and Alternate. Both of them are actually on our team now, so they're our big support. But I got all my SkyWest family at home, co-workers. Outside of Paladins, I like to stream Paladins. And outside of gaming, I actually really enjoy working for the airlines, which is my actual job. And it's pretty much balancing up between the 2 hobbies and yeah, fly around the world for free. Bomb King sticks a lot of bombs, but whenever I stick my bombs, you always gotta watch how many. 6 is the limit. But I always like to tell people, you gotta watch your feet, you gotta watch your shoes, and you gotta keep the vest on, because when he sticks them, they blow up. And it's a safety environment you gotta watch out for. A full clip chain reaction Bomb King is about all the Torvald health, and that's gonna be, look, we'll go 900, 1170, then we go to 1400, then we go to 1700, and then we got about 6,000 damage, some give or take. I don't really know.
And there you have it, the man, the myth, the legend himself, Buddy from Team Eager. Up on screen now, though, is another member of Team Eager. Let's talk about Arai for the time being, because this guy's been around and competitive for a very long time.
A very long time, and primarily over the last about year total, it's been a lot of support. Of course, back when they were qualifying for DreamHack Sweden, he was one of the bigger damage dealers, but has switched. Yeah, Drogos. Yeah, he was an incredible Drogos player, but has prolifically over the last qualifiers here for the Masters, he's 7-1 playing Ying. I mean, on total maps that we've seen streamed, he's has a record of 7-1. That's incredible. And we don't talk a lot about support. And along with Arai, I mean, we can't really talk about D6 now without talking about Gera, one of the not really talked about players, but talk to us more about what the support brings to a team comp.
The support brings everything you need. The support keeps you alive, and if that is support like Gera, it can also give you some open frags whenever he throws his Moldamba snakes over the map. You can't imagine how many times it happened when he threw a thing that basically flew over entire map, like almost since the spawn, and then it hits, and he's like, wow, did it hit? And we're like, killing that guy. Yeah, it hit. Thank you, Gera. So if you have a support like that, obviously you'll have no problems. So Like, it's an essential part. You can't play without a support. You can't play without a tank. I think a lot of people tried that, but none of that worked. Not yet. So having support like that will just help you win games.
You got to learn the angles. You got to learn all the avenues. But at the same time, the support just keeps everybody alive and keeps the team rolling. But Chronix here on screen now from Kanga Esports. I mean, Alan, you're the international guy.
You know, Chronix has had a very interesting run since HRX. He was one of the players, kind of along with Alston, that were out of the main key. But he has been playing a lot of Ruckus lately, and you can see the record that Kanga brings in. They're flawless. They have yet to lose even a single map in Oceania. We'll see if they can do it here against Eager as well.
So first pick comes through. It's going to be a Bomb King Elven. This is pretty much standard at this point, I would say. Do you expect to see anything besides Bomb King first pick this tournament, or just the entire way through?
Is this the Frozen Guard, or is it this Ice Mines? Which map is it?
Depends on the map. We should have information about that available on our screen very shortly. But coming in next, Team Eager, they're looking to get some other area damage on their squad as well. No, changed over. Makoa is going to be the first pick for Team Eager. That's
default.
Again, this is very, very standard here. But double frontline. We saw you take a lot of Makoa and Drogos, but now it's going to be Makoa and Barik instead.
One of the biggest reasons for that is because this is Frozen Guard, and Drogos just does not live up to expectations on Frozen Guard. The map is too flat, it's too open, it's too easy to pick Drogos there. So they're instead deciding to focus on two strongest tanks in the game, which are Barik and Makoa. Makoa with Half Shell will be able to block all the entrances. See, now they're going for Shalin, and they have Bomb King, which is a perfect scenario for Makoa with Half Shell. While Barik is going to be capping point all the time, Makoa and his team is going to just push forward, place a shield. The shield's going to get reset because of the Bomb King and Shalin, and this is it.
Interesting. We have a Pip hiccup as well for a first, quasi support. Not the most notable for his healing, but brings a lot of crowd control to the table. And that's, going up against the Grok too, that kind of makes sense. Slow for slow.
A little bit, but here's the combo I'm liking to see. Pip into Lex, the Evil Mojo into the Execute. That's got a lot of devastating potential on it. Immediately as well, Kanga Esports, they go back to an old family favorite of those. Hades on Fernando. Has a bit of a reputation for it in Frozen Guard, and now with the decreased activation time of Immortal, it's coming out to be a bit of a niche pickup versus this Lex combo specifically.
Yeah, without a doubt. And the Fernando, I think we all kind of took a step backwards when we saw it selected so quickly. But I think the big issue here is Hades, number one, played almost exclusively Fernando at HRX. But number two, in the Oceanic qualifiers, played a lot of Barik. So without the Barik being there, the Fernando kind of makes sense just to make sure their front line is something more of comfort. But the Maldama pickup is going to be really interesting because, again, if you get an initial fear off, Evil Mojo can come out right behind it and completely counter it.
Absolutely. It's going to be interesting to see how all these members of the teams interact so far. We have the full lineups on your screen. Let's give you a little bit of a recap. Kanga Esports, they're leading with Bomb King, Grok, Shalin, Fernando, and Maldamba. Team Eager have Makoa, Barik, Pip, Lex, and Cassie coming back to the realms. We've got both Bo using champions. We don't see a great deal of Cassie out at the moment, but pulling from a little bit of background info, which was delivered by an ex-competitive player now, he's talking about how with the buffs to Cassie's dodge roll, reducing the cooldown by 1 second so you don't have to buy Chronos, she can pick up morale boost and then just hard counters Shalin in their stealth.
Yeah, that's one aspect, but the other side of things is not having to put 400 credits in at any point to Chronos is really big for itemization, because now she can very feasibly take Cauterize with anything else that could either help her with her own health to sustain, or, like you mentioned, go into morale boost to help her team with the vision, which, of course, on Frozen Guard is really good to have that positioning awareness before you enter into a point to see if they're flanking around through statues or around by the wall. Regardless, that information is very key, and I think we're going to see Cassie played a lot more often here as we have in the last couple of weeks.
So looking at Team Eager's lineup right now, they do have to face up against a Fernando and Kanga Esports. Who do you think, Elvin, is going to be their primary shield killer from Team Eager's draft?
The primary shield killer would be definitely Lex.
Okay.
And most likely Makoa or Cassie, either Makoa or Cassie. But the thing is, looking at both drafts, I don't know yet, but to me personally, Kanga Esports draft looks much better right now.
Okay.
Biggest reason being that they took Grok early to after they took Barik, after Team Eager took Barik, they took Grok, and they didn't go for Ying because they know they didn't need Ying, and they just focused on Moldamba. They wanted Eager to take Ying Barik to, be killed by Grok and basically the entire team. But Eager realized that, and they went for solo Pip, which I think is a very strange decision because well, we've personally never seen in Europe. We never once played against a solo Pip, and we probably never once played with solo Pip. I'm not sure how it's going to be working. And the fact is, Team Eager doesn't have superior shield breakers, unlike Kanga Esports. They have Bomb King, they have Shaolin, and Team Eager has nothing like that. And Team Eager has 2 good shields, and Kanga Esports has 1 good shield. But again, another thing, Kanga Esports doesn't even need to buy cauterizers because it's just solo Pip, while Eager has to buy both cauterizers and wreckers because Fernando's shield is extremely annoying if it's in your face. And at the same time, they have Grok and Moldova. I think they... to me, it seems like they overthought the draft a little bit and kind of fell.
Kanga Esports, they're forcing that split there as well, which is so imperative, and Team Eager just lacking that a little bit. Although, the one thing which could be a hurdle to that, I mean, you've got 2 shields which are going to block off line of sight, going to block off that cauterized debuff for a little bit. Mega Potion Pip could be good if we see good enough grouping from all this team, but if you've got the entire team stacked up in one space for Team Eager, if you've got all 5 members there, that just screams King Bomb to me, and that could be devastating.
I think the big factor here, and when you look at the neutral capture point in the center of the map underneath that ice castle, is simply the fact that it's really tight in there. You have the window and you have the arches, and it's just really hard to get in. So if Barrett can get set up, it might be beneficial for Team Eager, but again, that's a lot of force coming out of Kanga.
It certainly is. Kanga, they're going to try and roll through this game. They have the damage, they have the sustain, they have a bit of frontline pressure. Team Eager is going to have to withstand them. So let's talk about a little bit about, before we get any further as well, just Team Eager, Kanga Esports. Elvin, you said you're giving the advantage quickly to Kanga?
On this draft.
On this draft. Shifts, you got any comments on that as well?
I like the way that, I mean, Kanga's got the double support and a really strong frontline shield against a team that does not have much as far as shield break goes. So it looks good for Kanga in the draft.
It's very interesting. Okay, folks, we do seem to be experiencing some audio technical difficulties. So whilst we get that routed out in just a second, let's continue talking about the draft for the time being. Any specific interactions you see coming out between these 2 champions, which we haven't talked about yet? Any legendary choices?
Yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting, but we'll have to see as we get into game. Elvin Path, thank you for joining us. Do you have anything you want to say to your viewers out there? I know you have a nice Russian following.
Да, ребята, спасибо большое все, что смотрите нас. Савериночка, спасибо, что ты смотришь нас. Продолжайте болеть, и дальше будет только интереснее.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Elvin, for joining us, and best of luck in the rest of your games. We'll be seeing plenty more of you later, I'm sure, as we'll be seeing the next stage and the next rounds coming through a little bit later today. But for the time being, let's focus then on Kanga Esports versus Team Eager. First map coming up will be Frozen Guard, and it's going to be exciting.
Yeah, I mean, without a doubt. I'm interested to see. We have yet to really have Kanga play on Frozen Guard in their qualifying season. They've been playing a lot of the Temple Isles theme set, which is very different for them, and we saw them play Frozen Guard at HRX very well, and they had brought out a couple of really interesting strategies using Grover from long range. We saw Joel's pick up Grover and do massive amounts of damage with that character, and on top of that, and I was really interested to see how their first initial part of this draft was going to go, because if they pick up a Kinessa as well, that's very, very dangerous, and I know that they can bring both of those characters into a lineup feasibly. But that being said, I mean, what they have on the board right now is, I mean, it's like Elvin was saying, it's really hard to decide how you want to approach this as Team Eager. For me, Vox, it's really got to come down to they need to get on point first. They need to control it. They need to get the half shield up. They need to get the turrets deployed. If Barrick is in a position where he has to rush his way into a point, he's just going to get absolutely melted down by how much damage will be coming out of that Bomb King Shaolin combo.
You're not kidding. As soon as you activate Rocket Boost and as soon as you try and run on in, that's just easy planted focus fire. It's easy Bomb King. We've seen it come out before. Bomb King can even set a trap in the doors and just prevent Barrick from getting through. So Team Eager screams master riding utility itemization coming through for them. Kanga Esports, they seem to have the easy road here, but is there anything specific which you want to see coming out for them in terms of itemization to make their path a little bit easier?
I mean, they're going to have to find someone to commit to getting Wrecker online first and foremost with no other nonsense. It has to be someone to get it up very, very quickly.
I'd expect it to be on both Bomb King and Shaolin, to be honest. Why not both?
Yeah, I mean, and the thing is, you really, I mean, you need it, but it doesn't have to be at level 3 right away. I think if you can get Bomb King and Shaolin to level 2, planted plus just the ability to spam bombs onto shields, we'll take him down pretty quickly. The other thing that we haven't really talked about is the fact that Shock Pulse from Grok, if he can get that onto a turret, it'll start to bounce around to everybody, and that's going to be really dangerous for the point as well. So there's a lot of factors to deal with on the side of Kanga. I mean, just as far as their ability to put out damage in different ways. I think the big thing, if you're Team Eager, you need to find a way to get Fernando off the board. If you can take Fernando down quickly and efficiently without losing anybody or not losing too many, I think you're able to push your aggression with Lex's combat slide and Cassie's dodge roll a lot easier.
I expect those two to almost run as like a backline to frontline damage flank duo. Cassie with her dodge roll mobility is able to keep up with Lex and can be hypermobile. Expect those to maybe be going into the backline or playing from mid-range depending on how much of an advantage they can push versus Kanga Esports. But things which take Fernando off the board immediately, I'm looking here at Evil Mojo, which then again in turn screams resilience for Kanga Esports, but they do have a Grok. There is counter potential there to a degree.
Yeah, to a degree. I mean, if you start to feel like Team Eager is getting in your face even a little bit too much, you can just Tempest and run away. Or vice versa, if you want to find a way to close the gap, using Tempest to get right back in and engage, also really big, especially when it comes down to the mobility of getting Fernando. That Flame Lance in your face is not something you want to be dealing with for very long.
No, it's not a huge amount of damage, but it's consistent. The Afterburn is going to keep you in combat. Whilst the Afterburn doesn't apply items like Cauterize or debuffs like Cauterize, it's still just a bit of a hazard that you're not going to want to contest with. And then that Fireball, if it comes out, maybe just enough punch to get the Execute rolling through, take down some targets. In this situation, we've seen a lot of flank Nando come out before. Do you expect to see this played as flank Nando or more sort of front line, I'm going to shield my team, make sure they can shoot through my shield and have an avenue onto the enemy?
Yeah, I think he's going to be playing more of a protector role here than more of an aggressive role. Just simply because you don't want to rely on your Fernando to do the job that Bomb King and Shaolin should be doing. Especially with the idea that Grumpy Bomb can get on top of that point. If you are not able to successfully get there first, Grumpy Bomb can really spread people away. And then at that point, if you can find a way to focus down either, you know, splitting that defense in half with Shaolin able just to go off on individual targets, that's going to be really, really key. Now, the other thing we need to kind of talk about is the fact that it's very possible that this Cassie-Lex combo could be playing kind of as the wings, you know, one flanking left, one flanking right, while the other three stay on point. And that's also a lot to deal with, because as soon as Eager starts to get this crossfire going on, Kanga's going to have to find a way to stay centralized behind a single Fernando.
But I don't see a Tyra in the draft.
Nice.
Hey, look, pretty hair had some on me. I've got to get him back at some point. This is by proxy. I agree. That's an interesting strategy. Having them play as the outliers, having them play as the wings could be curious, but you're playing into Shaolin, one of the strongest anti-flank damage dealers, with Impaler Arrow on a map like Frozen Guard, and there's a lot of open space, but still, there are plenty of ledges which you can impale enemies into. It's a risky play to make, which is why I'm not so sure I expect this Lex Cassie combo to be flanking, and maybe they're just going to go full-on point break and just force their way down the middle and make sure they can lock off angles to Bomb King or Shaolin, preventing them from having free fire on these shields.
Right, and you know, the other thing that I feel like we're talking a lot about how this first neutral capture point is going to go. The thing we also have to consider with a map like Frozen Guard is once you successfully win a point, control-wise, not like the whole percentage turning into a payload, but you win that first team fight, very regularly you start to get that full aggression where you start to zone out closer to where that lodge and that overpass is. And there's really, I mean, Lex and Cassie are by far the best options for Eager as far as dismounting characters, while the only real good option for Kanga would be Shaolin. So
I'd argue that maybe if you get a lucky shock pulse off, but it's less reliable, right?
Very, very much so.
Whereas Lex, whilst he has the fall off, can easily tickle people from range, but that is just dismounting. Whilst Cassie doesn't suffer from damage fall off, and she can also poke out from range, that capture objective, I mean, it's captured, it goes to the payload push. Got a long area to traverse, and that's where I feel like Shaolin and Bomb King are going to shine for Kanga. Whether on offense or defense, they don't have fall off on their attacks. Bomb King can lob out bombs across the map and explode them in an AoE to catch people around corners potentially. But who have we got for Team Eager? They've got Barrack, who's short range. They've got Makoa, who is going to have to frontline and force the frontline out. Pip can lob some shots over, but Lex is going to suffer here.
Yeah, and Pip trying to shoot up is never good. Defensively, Pip is really strong on this map. Offensively, Pip needs to start to change his focus into becoming a healer at that point. Dedicate to keep your front line alive, because he's going to have a very tough time hitting shots onto that over bridgeway right by that fort if they do get on the offense. So yeah, it's a lot of really interesting dynamics, and I think at the end of the day, we can sit here and push papers around and, you know, hit the numbers. It really is going to come down to who can execute in the midst of team fights better.
Lex. too.
I can't take you anywhere, Fox.
I'm sorry, it's in my nature, but absolutely, it's going to come down to the players' execution of their play styles, their strategies, and it does promote a lot of interesting thoughts when you were mentioning the fact that Pip can't shoot uphill to what we can do with Mega Potion Pip here. That isn't something which I see in Europe at all. This is a North American strategy if I've ever seen one. Talk to me about it.
Yeah, it's, again, like Elvin was saying, it's not reliable, and if you're looking at this from Kanga's side, looking at a solo Pip support, you really don't have to sit there and go, well, we need Cauterize. It might be a luxury item midway through the game if you feel like Pip is getting some decent healing off and keeping that front line or potentially the damage dealers alive. But if I'm Kanga, I feel pretty good about the fact that they only have a Pip support. If they can really kind of elongate these fights and kind of put it into a war of attrition and just continue to poke with Bomb King and Shaolin, I think that eventually they will be able to find themselves in positions where they can favorably retake a point very, very easily. But again, the big thing is Pip can bring a lot of crowd control still with that Explosive Flask and, of course, Evil Mojo. You have to have some way of making sure Pip is not becoming a factor.
You don't even have to worry about the Catalyst bonus damage. That slow in itself can set up so much kill potential onto everybody from Kanga Esports. If Bomb King dives into the backline unsupported, they can be slowed down, and potentially with a higher health pool as well. That will promote Cassie's big game disengage bonus damage play rather than maybe the incitement bonus damage on dodge roll. We see it a little bit. It's really more of a flavor pick from players which do happen to run into Cassie, but I haven't seen a North American team run Cassie for quite some time, so really I'm a little bit unsure as what we might be seeing. But with Bomb King, Grok, Fernando and Maldamba, that big game punch could be huge here for just wiping out and finishing off high HP targets, especially if CC'd down for easy application.
Yeah, and Shady Shades, who we anticipate would probably be playing the Cassie in this instance, I just had a chance to check. He went 3-0 playing Cassie in the qualifying rounds. That being said, they did not play Pip at all throughout the qualifying. So there's going to be a sense of unfamiliarity here. That being said, though, and again, I think it comes down to Arai. He has experience playing a damage dealer, has switched now to a support.
Has experience playing area damage dealers as well, which is going to lead into that sort of less precise mentality, but more, I've got to splash my targets, I've got to focus on group fights here.
It's big. It's really, really big. I mean, because Pip can put out good damage numbers.
Not as big as Graviton 4 Pip. Let's not talk about that.
That was a day way gone in the past. My goodness, that was scary. That was back when Mr. Cammy was playing the Pips.
Oh my goodness, that is a throwback.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
A long time ago.
Yeah. Rupture.
Yeah, without a doubt. The big thing here, and I think, talking more about Cassie, you have to anticipate she's probably going to be taking exaction.
Yeah.
This isn't really a favorable position for her to be taking up big game, which we haven't seen a lot of, but it is one of those kind of niche picks that against mid to high tier health pool champions that it can really poke people away. And of course, with a competent player like Shady Shades, he's able to hit those disengaged auto attacks. But I think in this instance, the exaction is really going to be the biggest benefit to Cassie in this meta.
Yeah, you might get that 1 to 2k bonus damage shot coming off, but at the same time, it's less frequent than the exaction bonus damage coming through from big game, just based on the fact that disengage has a longer cooldown, whilst it does have execute potential. Is that more valuable than just sheer consistency in this environment? And I've got to say no. I think that just consistent damage in combination with Lex is going to be enough to have a good amount of poke onto all these players. It's enough to be able to bring them down low, but Kanga Esports, they're going to be ready, they're going to be waiting, they're going to disengage when they need to, they're going to engage when they need to as well. And I'm feeling pretty engaged waiting for this game too.
Oh my goodness, this is what we dream of, a situation where we can find a rematch, and this is just what we want to see in a LAN environment, especially as Kanga Esports has another chance to prove themselves against the #2 North American team. But at this being said, and we heard it from Buddy himself, Eager's looking to prove themselves.
They certainly are. They want to make it out of groups, they want to make it to the finals. Buddy thinks they're going to make it to the finals, and then they want to go home big. It is unfortunate, folks, we do have to bring the news. Due to technical difficulties, we will be transitioning to a short break whilst we get things resolved behind the scenes. I want to say thank you for bearing with us whilst we do work through all of these, and we'll be back into the action as quickly as possible.
wish that I could let you go. Remember all we had. How could we get this bad? Where did we lose our glow? You live, you learn. When your heart is set to burn, fading away until the light will return. Someone bring me back to the time when our hearts unite.
Hello and welcome back then, champions, at last into game number 1 between Team Eager and Kanga Esports here on Frozen Guard. My name is Vox, joined by I Hold Shift. Kanga Esports in the left-hand side in blue, Team Eager in red on the right. Let's take a look at maybe what we're going to be seeing as we get into game. Initially, Buddy mounting up on Barrack has Kronos available to them, so interesting choice there, looking to get their cooldown reduction online, not master riding, which is crucial here.
Yeah, well, to see how they decide to get onto point, and right away, Bitey will just jump right onto point, but that Grumpy Bomb there will do a lot of damage, and this fight on the outside point is going to go the way of Joel, so first blood going out to Kanga really quickly.
And this is interesting. Joel's notably known for that tracking aim on characters and champions like Victor, very good on the Grok as well, and now it's all in control of Kanga Esports sitting on the objective. That Fernando frontline going to be causing a bit of an issue. You can see Makoa respawning from base. Chronix, though, going to be locking off angles as Charlene comboing with Diggy Dog to take down Stolzy. That's going to be an impact player gone from Team Eager, 60%.
This is really bad for Bitey as well. He saw him retreat tactically to get out of the way since he did not have his team with him, but still Diggy Dog poppy bombing up to chase down that kill and finding it, and Joel still getting more. So this going very much the way of Kanga at 99%. There's nobody here to contest, and Wi-Fi will just sacrifice his life to get that respawn up quicker.
And he just wants to be back with the team. They want to set up a defense and want to be all together rather than a little bit dissociated, a little bit separate. And we can see that the respawns are starting to come back through from Kanga Esports, getting ready to push this payload. It's starting to move. Currently sitting about a quarter of the way through. Planted's going to deal quickly with that barricade. Notably, a Wrecker has been picked up, so going to be dealing a little bit more damage is Charlene. But that half-shell Makoa blocking off so much of the angle there, that's going to pay dividends to Team Eager as they try and establish a defense.
Yeah, and establishing the fact that not only they're getting that one shield up, but then as soon as the half shield falls, the barricade goes up. So doing a really good job of staggering shields is Eager. But that being said, the payload is right here at this first prefaces, and looking to get aggressive is Eager.
But the Dreadjanker missed from Wi-Fi. Double kill comes through for Barty. Shady Shades on Cassie, cleans up another. And now it's Diggy Dog who's going to be prioritized here. Caught out as Bomb King. Is Poppy Bomb available? I don't think so. Combat Slide around the corner. Stolzy gets themselves back on the board and is stacking up credits for them and their team. Chronix, though, coming back into Charlene. A little bit overextended. Has to be careful with the Dreadjanker, but can get out of dodge in time.
If he would have gotten hooked right there, this would have been really, really bad for Kanga.
I love the pause, though, behind the pillar.
Yeah, very smart, especially mounted as well. He can see everything. He's got that third-person spectator going for him while he's mounted, so very influential to get his team some information. And now that they're trying to get aggressive, there is a nice pull and trying to still get in. No one's fallen as of yet, but Eager is kind of falling back. A lot of poke coming out again from this Diggy Dog, who finds himself a double.
And all set up by the slow coming out of the shock pulses. Diggy Dog picks up a triple, and that's a full team wipe coming through. Team Eager blown away by Bomb King. Kanga Esports are charging down this payload path. 3 ultimates to their name. Dread Serpent almost available. What do Eager have in order to counter here?
They need to find a way to get this Evil Mojo with the combination of the law that we talked about when the draft was happening. If they can find a way to shut this down with about 30 seconds left, they can get that charge built up again for the next point. But that being said, Josh finds himself a kid on Shady Shades, and this could be bad. Kanga Esports is still pushing in, and with this 5-on-3 advantage, they're still finding kills.
And we're seeing the Tempest come out for Kanga Esports as well, just looking to push the advantage. Bitey gets burned alive, trapped outside the door is Diggy Dog. The payload pushes through. That's a 2-0 for Kanga Esports in under 4 minutes. A good look for the team in blue, and now they've got plenty of credits to their name. We're looking at items coming up next.
Yeah, it's not just credits to their name from obviously having the first neutral capture in their favor, but a lot of that coming from kill streaks as well. So you can see the Kronos being invested in a couple different times, and Fernando actually the first to pick up the master riding, and that's going to be really big to get that frontliner there first.
And it's so interesting to see the fact that we haven't got master riding coming out for either of the frontliners on the side of Team Eager, which we thought would be so imperative for them. They've got to get to the objective first, but they're just not able to do so. And now Hate is going to be able to get in, disrupt, and if push comes to shove, they can always activate Immortal to just stall out there, let maybe the Dread Serpent come through to save their life, zone all the enemies away, and it'll be such an interesting team fight to see.
Yeah, and Wi-Fi picking up resilience as well. You kind of have to in this situation that Shock Pulse is going to slow you, Bomb King is going to stun you, Shaolin's going to impale you, and now, of course, we're also seeing the Dread Serpent able to find one as Hades gets right into the fray. Evil Mojo coming out, but are there going to be any kills? Yes, we can find one.
Just at the end there, Diggy Dog goes down, but Joel's and Chronix just answer back. Shady Shades can't do anything because Chronix just used Heat Haze, and Stolzy's trying to box out versus 1, but is run down by Hades. Josh Ken getting credit for that kill. All of Kanga Esports sitting confident. Nice dismount coming through as well from Chronix.
Yeah, that's really big to get that dismount just to help your Fernando to stay free for as long as he can. You see him, he's up top giving information, and of course that shield's not going to fall down very quickly at all at that distance. And again, 90%. Kanga looking in control. Can Eager find one more way to get to point before? They will not, and they will actually sacrifice Bitey for it.
And they're going to sacrifice more than Bitey. Both frontliners down. Now Shock Pulse setting up even even more kills. Digidog picks up another triple kill. In they go, quadra kill for Digidog. Can they find the pentakill? Off on the edge of the map, Cassie will be retreating to safety. Digidog goes home with 4 and is satisfied, opening the path to push.
He hadn't played Bomb King at all in the Oceanic qualifier. Doesn't seem to hurt him here. We've been talking about how he has put up these YouTube videos. He's an incredible fragger on Bomb King. He's showing off right now a quadra kill on top of having another.
Look at the information as well around the corner, finding the shots to blast out Cassie. Does get punished for it overextension, and that pip heal coming through was pretty clutch, to be fair, but the rest of the team granting them the information to fight without direct line of sight is huge here for Kanga Esports. That's a cohesive team play, but it still doesn't stop the Dredge Anchors from pulling in Hades, who's just trying to stay alive and may just be able to. The Gord is there.
This is a really good situation for Eager, though. Again, they're finding themselves some legs to stand on at the exact same point in the map, 2 rounds in a row. Their big thing here is they need to stay focused. If they get overextended and they start getting picked one by one like they did last round, I don't see this going any other way but a 4-0. They need to find a way to stand up here and really put that front line in a position to be successful.
Honestly, what I'd also like to see Team Eager start doing out here, we just hovered over Pip. We see Arai sitting there on 900 credits, still only has Cauterize 1. Needs to start spending those. A mid-round buy here could actually turn the tide completely. If Arai goes down, it's going to let them buy. And as Bomb King comes in, it looks like he might be sent back to base. No, will survive for the time being, so still can provide some support for their team. And it's a little bit too late at this point. Kanga Esports, 5 members all up and ready, almost 5 ultimates. This is going to be a bloodbath once it reaches conversion.
Yeah, and again, they found 2 extra kills on the outside, and fortunately enough for Pip, he was able to get out before Digidog can close the gap, but
King
still
Bomb.
Looking for the King Bomb. Here it comes in a good spot, and we'll get the double. Looking for possibly a triple. The Evil Mojo right on top of it will actually counter 2 for 2, but still Chronix and Heat Haze looking for more. Will he be able to find the Pip? He does, and if he can find a frontliner, this could be really good for Kanga.
And look at that, focused immediately onto the half shell that Makoa planted down, just making sure that it's taken out. The rest of the team follows through. Wi-Fi goes down as well. Team Eager are being held. Dome shield down for Body though. Barak trying to lock things down, but taking a lot of damage. But here comes Stolzy. Is the execute ready? The respawns are good from Team Eager, and they have the proxy advantage. Kanga Esports, losing a couple of key members, have had the win taken out of their sails.
A really good attempt at the push, though. And this is actually really smart on Kanga just to back up. Try to get your full 5-man together. If you can find a pick, you might be able to get this overtime push. But Wi-Fi is able to find the biggest damage dealer in Digidog, and now Stolzy going off on Lex, finding those headshots on Chronix.
And those headshots are going to be the shutdown kills that we need to see. But I really disagree with Hades' use of Immortal there at the end. What was that Fernando thinking in that situation, giving it up? How is your team going to convert without the rest of their ultimates? You're giving up such an important team fight ult, which can be used to counter out Team Eager for no apparent reason.
Well, I mean, that being said, there's not really much up for Eager either. They have the Law up, and that's literally the only ultimate on board, and really the only one that's really all that close. We're going to have Fear and the Dread Serpent coming out shorter rather than later in the time span of this next fight, but still, looking at the itemization, now things are finally getting on for Eager. So without the Immortal being up and Cauterize coming into play, this is putting Eager in a position to really contend.
And Shady Shades now as well on Cassie with a Wreck of 3 as a solo shield killer is going to be able to start to do some work. When Hades throws up their shield as Fernando, they will start to be able to burn them down. Eager have the turnaround point as late game itemization comes through. That little bit of extra rejuvenate healing as well onto Bitey could mean all the difference, but still no Master Riding, and Master Riding now on Digidog as well, but range poke comes through a lot onto Bomb King. Nice Dredge Anchor, but it is onto Grok, so nothing really achieved by Wi-Fi there, and Shady Shades looking to poke out Charlene. Good entry frag there, good opening kill, and now Team Eager could go huge.
Yeah, and Arai finding himself a double kill again, talking about how much damage that Pip can put out into close kills is so huge. Cassie also trying to get back there. Bomb King also falling to Stolzy, so this is looking really good for Eager, and again, this all comes down to early poke. We saw Cassie doing it, we saw Pip doing it, and now it's a full team wipe, staggered, but still a full team wipe for Eager.
And over 2,000 damage per shot onto that shield. Shady Shades can quickly chew through it and allow the rest of the team to start getting that focus fire down. 75% and climbing. Team Eager, this is their point to lose. Nobody can close the gap now with exception of maybe Bomb King, but Poppy Bomb used in the wrong direction. Digidog is nowhere near. Team Eager, they're back in this game.
Yeah, 3-2, and again, it would have been good to have the Immortal up. One decision can really change the flow of an entire game. That's what we're seeing at the moment. Not having any survivability on point really kept Kanga out of that for way too long. And even still, Fox is only at 42%.
What's also remarkable as well is the fact that we talked about the itemization coming online for Team Eager, but at the same time, we thought that itemization was really going to be the killer for Team Eager as Kanga got their wreckers online. Are they not prioritizing them as much? We're yet to see, but still, the ultimate helping decide the outcome of the game there, or the outcome of the capture, is enough for the time being. Damage onto the barricade, though, is big. Dread Serpent comes out as well. Interesting Dredge Anchor through it, but it doesn't matter because Kanga are finding the kills that they need to stabilize.
Yeah, and off of literally only using a single ultimate. That's the big thing. That's maximum equity and a really nice defensive point in the map. That choke point is so difficult to push through, and only having to use the Dread Serpent at a nice long distance from downtown. Looked like Peyton Manning throwing a touchdown pass there.
My goodness, that's a sport.
That is a sport.
I'm British.
I like sports.
We don't have sports in Britain. Well, not kidding, we have soccer. Either way, regardless, Chronix is going to be looking to kick some people around as Charlene here, trying to find an angle, looking off every angle which Team Eager could be pushing through. The vision is there from the rest of the team, especially provided by Hades. They know that they're going to be coming through the left-hand choke point here, and this is allowing them to just quickly put out so much poke. The area damage from Bomb King is remarkable here, but still no deaths.
Yeah, the big thing that I think comes down to this positioning is the fact that Digidog is doing a really good job of not just hitting his shots, but setting up areas where he can throw 3 or 4 bombs as a trap and get some extra poke. But Shady Shades is so good at Cassie, finds himself a double, and now at full HP, he's looking to be calling this more of a flank roll.
And I don't like the fact that Digidog chose to go in on a Pip there. They're running Wrecker, they're not running Cauterize. That Pip's healing is going to be huge in that situation. And now Kanga Esports, they're back in base. Bomb King has respawned, but looking for a Dredgenker maybe. But you got to remember as well, Polymorph is here and available. Digidog goes down to Bitey. Stunned out is Arai, but we have the Polymorph available. Arai's shield is up, and it's still just waiting. Chronix and Josh Ken answering back. A Team Eager giving up before the fight's already started.
It's really interesting. The Ancient Rage went off, but we just saw no Evil Mojo follow-up in front of what was 3 people. That would have been really big for Wi-Fi to get that cleave damage down into just 1,500 HP chickens. And now on the flip side of things, the ultimate is essentially moot, and we go down to overtime, and there's really no way that Eager can get back onto how far away this payload is. So it's going to stay 3-2.
It will indeed. Kanga Esports, although sitting at a win condition here, unable to win off a successful defense, they do hold all the cards in their hands, however. They hold all the items and the ultimates too. Let's take a look at the late game and the end game itemization coming through. Record 3 for Digidog, only 2 for Chronix there, but a lot of mobility coming through from that Nimble, keeping them hyper mobile. And the Rejuvenate here for Hades. That's a bit of an interesting one for me. That seems, I've got the credits, might as well use them.
Yeah, it really does. And of course, Rejuvenate not really being the most expensive of itemizations. It's interesting to see him not going into Master Riding too. I think a lot of it is they don't really feel like they need it. I mean, a lot of the fights have not been happening on that central point. They've been happening just near the outside.
But you know who has got Master Riding? It's going to be Shady Shades and Stolzy there. Also, Stolzy already sitting on Resilience 3 as Lex with their bounty mechanic. They have plenty of credits available to them, and making sure they can't be locked down by Chain CC or even the little knockups from Digidog's Bomb King is going to be huge here. Shady Shades again taking point position, is going to be looking to knock down that shield on Hades. 9%, 12%, and rising for Kanga Esports. Digidog looking for some external poke, but finding nobody. And now Hades is forced to use the Immortal. This could be big for Eager, but they've already lost 1 member, 2 members. Chronix going big in this fight. Is this going to be the end of Team Eager, or can they pull themselves back into it? They need to regroup, but the respawns are so far away.
Yeah, the good news is some of the characters in that mix have no Master Riding. That's really, really huge. If the ones who do have it will get there soon enough, maybe to contest, but still, can they really commit their full body and their HPs to this point? It's getting to 93%. Makoa's jumping in. Lex is here as well. The hook is successful, but the Dread Serpent right afterwards. Digidog able to clean up one, Chronix with another, and this looks really good for the side of Kanga. Dome Shield is still here, but it's just Barrack left alive now.
And the respawns aren't anywhere near for Team Eager. Digidog cleans up 2 to finish things off. Overtime is ticking, and it's going to be a 4-2 victory for Kanga Esports in game number 1.
Wow, incredible to come back into that. And again, I really liked the Immortal placement that time. Hades got really aggressive, got into the face of all of that damage, let a lot of cooldowns and a lot of abilities be put right on top of him, and then popped the Immortal. He had the healing behind him to keep him at full HP, and the whole time all of his damage dealers were right behind, throwing all of this poke, and that was what was successful about that point.
The only thing that could have been better about that is if Arai had used Evil Mojo on top of the Immortal Fernando, and then everything is spent. But still, the zone pressure that came out of Kanga Esports, Evil Mojo never got anywhere near the objective. Absolutely remarkable. I love Hades' positioning as well on that Frozen Guard map, up on top of the crates, just giving information to their team, as you said. We didn't actually end up seeing Hades Legendary. Were you able to see what it was in Fernando?
I didn't get a chance to see it.
I would expect it, honestly, in that situation to be Aegis rather than anything else. Right? You think the shield cooldown, 8 seconds off that, is going to be so important for their style of play, and they did come out huge in that game. Any other notable factors that game which you really want to raise up?
I mean, I'm really interested to see how much damage came out for some of these off-damage characters, specifically Cassie. Shady Shades had a really, really good game, and I think has kind of established the fact that they can make Cassie work in this meta that we really haven't seen her be used all that often. That being said, this is competitive land. We're all anticipating Diggy Dog, and everyone from Down Under who's still up somehow watching this, I think they're all excited and pleased with how Diggy Dog just played Bomb King.
Was that first quadra kill of the day?
Oh,
it may well have been. My goodness, indeed. And just the long-range lob shots from Bomb King as well, coming in huge. Let's take a quick look at Diggy Dog's player card and see if we've got any information from the last game as well. And you can see him there just sitting content with their previous run. Wow. Bomb King 30-10 is the eliminations to death ratio. That is incredible coming through there.
Yeah, I mean, 75,000 and half damage is absolutely monstrous as well. And again, he's so good at knowing how his character functions, not just as far as being able to left click, right click and get the damage, but to also dissuade the opponent from coming a certain way. We saw them were focusing towards that statue side, which was less prospectively left for them, threw a lot of bombs out that way. It forced Eager to go back towards point the other side, and it set up his team to really combo. And he just poppy bombs back over and then funnels all the damage late. I mean, it's just really, really smart play from Diggy Dog. First chance we had to see him at a LAN environment, he's impressed.
Certainly is. A couple of little misplays there, like diving in on a pip when they had the healing available to them. But for all intents and purposes, it was Kanga's point. They had the payload. They're looking to push through. But still, regardless, they didn't get the shutdown there, but they got a shutdown in a lot of other places, and that's what matters. The objective score is what wins the game. 4-2, a very, very quick one as well.
Yeah, team game. I mean, that's what it comes down to, and you could definitely tell that Kanga had a plan. They knew how they were going to play this Fernando on Frozen Guard, and it was successful. There was a couple of moments where Eager definitely had a chance to knock the door a little bit further open, but again, it's really tough to come back on that map because that payload push is really difficult. And as we take a look 4-2, it's going to be Stone Keep, a very different dynamic than what we just saw.
You know, it's remarkable to see Stone Keep in play because at least within the European region, this is a map which is almost always banned out. So far, we've seen Frozen Guard first, now Stone Keep coming through as well. It's another Bomb King map, although I'd argue that every map is Bomb King's map at this point in this competitive play, but it's going to be fantastic to see exactly what else comes out to play. We haven't seen Drogo so far because we know it's less effective on Frozen Guard. We could potentially be seeing some of that, some more airborne champions. We haven't seen an Andro yet, and we know how much Stolzy favors them. I do wonder if that's going to come out to play.
It's a good map, you know, for Andro as far as Stone Keep goes. There's a lot of those more close contained areas where you can flank left, right, behind, no under, but over. And so that's really, really good as far as being able to utilize Andro, and reversal could be really big to soak up a lot of damage and to send it right back. And I don't know if there's anyone really all that much better than Stolzy. I mean, he's definitely in the top contention as far as being able to effectively use reversal with Androxus.
And when you're talking about reversal and Androxus as well, I think it's the Godslayer legendary utilization that Stolzy brings to the fight which really sets him aside from other players. Sometimes we see that heads will roll, sometimes we see Netherstep, or Darkstalker, excuse me, for Unchained Nethersteps, but it's the Godslayer which makes up for Androx's lack of range, really, and that's going to allow him to make up for maybe the fall-off which Andro will have an issue with on areas like Stone Keep, but still, Kanga Esports, first pick, Bomb King comes through, get that for Diggy Dog, they say, and it's already locked in.
I mean, how could you say no to it? I mean, he just played absolutely lights out. He was one of the biggest playmakers when it came to winning those team fights, and in this map in specific, when you are dealing with the Church and the Keep itself, both closed in areas.
The Church of Grover.
The Church of Grover.
Absolutely.
Who knows? Maybe we'll see Grover here, although I don't really anticipate that.
There are some long lines of sights, but it's the verticality which is interesting. Vine can do some things, but less so. Team Eager, they're going to draft into Makoa Shaolin here. Previously, we saw District 69 favor Makoa and Drogos. Shaolin also a good pick on this map. There are plenty of enclosed spaces, plenty of angles for Impaler Arrow, and I like that pickup. Also a great shield killer. Means that Kanga Esports, they're going to have a little bit more of a difficult time running the same style of Fernando as they did previously.
Yeah, especially on this map. Again, when you talk about all the verticality, you could literally lob in a lot of those projectiles behind and get them exploded, whether they are going to be either Drogo Spitfires or perhaps possibly another pit. But as we say Drogos, it will be Grok and Drogos for Kanga. So it's a lot of damage dealers right now that face themselves with AoE-based attacks.
And this is going to dissuade Team Eager from going into the same double frontliner stack which they did previously. You don't want to pick Barak into Bomb King, Grok, and Drogos. Barak just won't exist up against that lineup. There is too much area damage to really rely on. I expect to see Team Eager get some support online, but I'm surprised again to see Ying into that draft. Where's the Maldamba?
I mean, they're better at using Ying than they are Maldamba, just as a team. I think that you need to get Orion to a situation where he's going to sit there and say, I play a really good Ying, I can keep everybody alive and keep myself alive, which is really big when it comes to support in this meta right now. Is if you don't have your support up, there's really no way for your front line to stand up, and especially when you're dealing with all that area damage, Ying's going to have a very good impact as far as getting progressive healing to everybody.
And Lex as well, again, not the Androx, as Lex just a little bit harder hitting right now, is being favored by a lot of these players. Eager have the last pick as Maldamba and Barak are being locked in for Kanga. Unsurprising to see Barak there because they have the perfect counter draft to it. You may as well utilize it yourself as one of the stronger frontliners right now. Team Eager, what are they missing so far from their composition?
It's tough because you're not going to have much splash damage really whatsoever. I mean, there's not much left to take. I wouldn't be surprised if they maybe try to go for a Torvald by chance. And it's actually the Tyra by herself without the Torvald. And talking with Eager, they really enjoy utilizing Tyra with Torvald. We've seen them kind of struggle using Tyra by themselves without the ability to have that protective shield from field study. So it's going to be interesting to see how that matchup goes.
But legendary choices, I think, is what's going to make the difference. Of course, Tyra with Mercy Kill and a Torvald field study protection bubble, that's an insane amount of burst potential. But talking a little bit with Bidey during some of the scrims, he says that, well, you know what, Tyra, it's all about first blood. You can duel out with Bomb King, and that's the kicker for this team. If Bomb King plays as a flanker, you can effectively get enough lifesteal from first blood and life rip 1 to be able to soak an extra shot from Bomb King, and that's usually enough to turn the tide of battle. That is huge. Also, Firebomb onto a point stack with Barak is going to be very important.
Well, especially considering that healing totem is essentially going to be completely mitigated out by Firebomb, not only because the cauterize that's built into Firebomb will help mitigate the healing that comes from healing totem, but of course that damage does go into the health pool that healing totem has. So it's a logical pickup in some fashion. I just worry most about this Tyra because there is so much zone damage that's going to be coming out for Kanga. Will Tyra really be able to get that carbine going and get her into the fight where she does that really chewy damage?
We'll have to find out as the players are about ready to get into game. We're going to be seeing the playstyles come into effect. Will Tyra go big or will she be sent back to base? Regardless, well, we'll just have to find out. Kanga Esports up 1 game, lead on the blue side again. Team Eager on the right, down 1, looking to pull themselves back into this series. We've gone through the picks and we know the players by heart by now. These are familiar teams. Match starts in 5 seconds. Let's see how this one is going to go.
Yeah, and pulling this back, it's going to have to be Wi-Fi 2. He's going to have to find some really clutch hooks and get this Dredge Anchor really connecting if they want to find an early initiation onto point. And this is interesting. Good call-outs. They know that there's going to be some kind of a flank. They immediately look towards keep side, and this upper position isn't really the most favorable when it comes down to Kanga. They need to find a way to get on point.
No, it's good for the Bomb King and it's good for the Drogos, but it's not so good for the Grok, and it's definitely not good for Barak here, so that's a bit of a hindrance.
Yeah. They are going straight for point, though, as this church is being... Yeah, that's an interesting choice for sure. For again, Digidog playing that, and First Blood does go to Wi-Fi, but still, Josh Kent on the Bomb King playing through, finds a kill onto the support, and now a double kill before he gets canceled out. This is big, and having no support for Eager right now on the field.
It is back and forth, and it is neck and neck, but still just having a Makara on the objective lends itself to, oh my goodness, lends itself to Eager, but you know what else lends itself to, Kanga this time is going to be able to stall out long enough Maldamba for Drogos to come in and clean up Shalin. Nice reactive play, nice evasion there coming through from Kanga.
Yeah, and Hades is, again, he's been playing a lot of Barak lately, so we saw him play a very nice Fernando game. We expect to see a lot of damage coming out from this frontliner in particular in Barak, and with 90% stalled out, actually, that Firebomb taking everybody off of point, I figured it would be going up, so a chance for Eager to come back in. It's 96%. Tyra's right here, but again, there's no way to keep her alive.
Taking a lot of focus fire now. The Gourd is down, but also so is the turret, keeping, oh my goodness, keeping Barak safe, and we're seeing the frags just be traded out and traded out again and again. But Bomb King is going big in this fight. Josh Kent picks up Ying, and that should be enough to turn the tide of battle. No, sorry, Joels picks up Ying there, and that will be the capture rolling through for Kanga Esports. 1 up, 2 minutes and 26 seconds left on the push.
Yeah, mistake from Bitey there too to try to push into that line of sight, having again no mobility into the kid of Tyra. None of his team was there. He's going to be staggered, and it's not the biggest deal in the world, but still, that's free push happening for Kanga, and every inch matters, especially on this map where it can be very difficult to find that last checkpoint.
And this is free poke coming out of Joel's right now. Dredge will miss, keeping him safe for the time being, but Ghostwalk was available with the shock pulses coming out of this Grok, just bouncing off the Ying's deployables as we're seeing Team Eager retreat. They're left in line of sight of Kanga Esports, are getting so much work done with the team. I can't wait to maybe see their damage stat after this game, but Hades being poked out very low, reactively responds to the rest of their team. Diggy Dog on this. Drogos is looking to maybe shut somebody down, but gets taken out by Buddy. Anti-air coming in, and last Team Eager have stabilized.
Clutch combination earlier in that fight between Shaolin and Makoa by Shady Shades and Wi-Fi. Impaler Arrow hits into the payload, and then the pull immediately after cancels out one. Again, Eager knowing very well when they have the advantage in numbers, finding a chance to get aggressive. And again, once that Tyra gets in your face, that damage can be very, very detrimental, and that's what we're seeing very early on.
She has quite a lot of weapon bloom there, so best used from sort of mid-range, and Buddy trying to close the gap without a movement ability is having some difficulty. But speaking of movement abilities, Poppy into the middle of the Dreadsup, and out comes the combo. Jaws finds two, but Buddy responds with Crossfire. Look at the life rip coming into play. Buddy staying alive, takes out three in a response. Good triple from Buddy. Nice counter ult there to shut down the entire team. Not the counter ult that you might expect.
I don't think Kanga knew where Tyra was in that fight. The fear actually sent her into that hallway going towards where that little well is, and that actually saved his life in that instance because he was completely missed by King Bomb, was able to freely trigger that crossfire and chew everybody down before they could get full damage in the rest of that payload push. So stalling out at 40 seconds left is Kanga.
Positioning is going to be so imperative for Buddy here, able to get on the high ground unnoticed, can be poking out a lot of people. Stolzy though finding two headshots in a row, brings Barrack down very low. Going to be a good look for Team Eager to continue holding. 20 seconds left. Buddy, Stolzy maybe even trying to take the high ground, go back to base and get some more items, but behind this barricade, the push is continuing. Wi-Fi on Makoa might have to use the Ancient Rage as Dome Shield is ready for conversion. Hades is here, but the Dredgeanchor comes through.
Yeah, I'm really interested in why Wi-Fi was playing up top like that, maybe looking for a hook up top. The Firebomb does so much damage and pushes Kanga out though. Now Bitey with another double kill, making this Tyra work, even without having a Torvald or anyone to really dedicate to keeping him alive. And that's going to be a successful defense. Surprisingly, after some weird positioning, the commitment and the execute on the defense was successful for Eager.
It was very curious to see. It looked actually like Team Eager should have fallen there with just the Dome Shield coming out, but preemptive placement of Firebomb from Bitey before the Dome Shield came through was just enough to help stall it out. Look at the damage dealt charts here. Bitey sitting right at the top there, followed by Grok. Shock pulses leading into that so much, followed by Drogos and Bomb King. Nothing unexpected there, but Tyra having a real impact in this fight. Kanga Esports need to find a way to shut them down and shut them down early, and now with 1100 credits, Life Rip 1 already on the board. Will it be Life Rip 2?
It very well could be, to be completely candid, but there is Cauterize getting online. That's going to dissuade Bitey from really getting into that itemization too far. The big surprise is the fact that Team Eager has yet to take up a defensive item outside of Resilience. So again, looking to get that Cauterize on board in the face of a Grok and of course a Meldamba. That's absolutely crucial to get through the mid game.
Another big flank coming out through. This time it's from Team Eager as the high ground goes to Kanga Esports once again. On the objective will be for a very brief amount of time Team Eager. Chronic's going to be trying to keep the team alive. A kill has just come through as well. Eager, they've already lost Bitey, now they've lost Ying as well. One traded out by Shady Shades, but it's still all blue on the scoreboard, and Hades is getting their deployable Nightmare established. Dragon Punch is ready.
And looking for a kill. We'll take out the Shaolin. I like the choice there. Get the damage off the board. Let everybody else just focus on taking down the health pool of Makoa. Smart choice from Diggy Dog to get that damage out and to continue to keep this stagger going, where Kanga's going to have a chance to use this Drogos and Bomb King combination just to zone.
Crossfire is ready. That's going to be a way back onto the objective, maybe from Team Eager. Firebomb 2 will go out there. 96%. It's up to Ying to try and shift around. No Dimensional Link not used to close the gap. Makoa too far away. The second payload of the game going through to Kanga, and now Josh Kent is going wild on Bomb King. 2 kills to their name. Can they find a third?
Yeah, looking for it possibly on the Makoa. If he goes down, it's going to be very bad. The Dredgeanchor able to combine again with Shady Shades. Shaolin able to find these kills, and Shady's just so good at making sure he understands when that Dredgeanchor is going out and how to best get that damage done.
Looking for an Impaler arrow now as well is going to be Shady Shades. Finds it onto, Ghost Walk there from Grok is a little bit too good. And the shock pulses again, just keeping everybody chipped down low, not giving them the opportunity to heal. So much work coming through from this Grok for Kanga Esports, but Shady shuts down Josh Ken. That'll take the wind out of their sails just a little bit. And Bitey, though, is about to go down. It's neck and neck.
Yeah, this is a really interesting spot of the map, specifically because if Drogos cannot get airborne, if Bomb King can't find lines of sight onto that high ground, it's very difficult for them to push. And that's how we saw Eager able to sustain themselves. Well, they had a lot less time to defend last time than they do here, with still 1:30. The payload is barely touching that circle, but the kills are coming out for Eager defensively.
And they have to come out for Eager here as Dread Serpent has just come through from Kanga Esports, looking to take out Makoa. Wi-Fi survives, though. Grumpy Bomb is going to disrupt the mix a bit, but Shady picks up a double before they get stunned. And with, well, a triple as Chronix goes down. Shaolin getting the good defense coming through. Lack of kill prioritization from Kanga Esports left Shady Shades alive there, which really came back to haunt them. We've talked about Bidey being a thorn in their side. Let's talk about Shady Shades now on Shaolin.
It's just so much damage that can come out at full charge. It's 1,000 unmitigated. Plus, of course, when you have planted, just a lot of damage very, very quickly. And we saw that happening with Heat Haze, of course, mixed with the recurve. Just so much attack speed that you don't normally see from Shaolin when he's not in his ultimate. That's what leads down to it. But still, a lot of poke damage. This is what Kanga has going for them, is able to get these early kills. Bomb King in the background looking for kills, but will it get shut down? Will it be enough, though? There's a lot of low health pulls for Eager.
Somebody's got to go in and contest. It's going to be Stolzy out of desperation, but Joels finds a double. Chronix shuts down Shady Shades, and that's all she wrote for this push. 3-1 lead Kanga Esports. 40 seconds in this mid-round or post-round timer. Team Eager on the back foot. They've done it once. They've pulled themselves back in a little bit. They've got to go the distance this time around, and maybe the items will help them.
Eager has yet to do a really good job of controlling the neutral capture point, either whether it's in the church or in the keep. They really haven't had any kind of boundaries set up as far as this is our turf, and tried to extend that.
They keep on taking the low ground as well, though, which is really curious.
Yeah, you would think with having Alexa and a Tyra that they would choose to go more towards that try area in the keep, just to keep the Bomb King and the Drogos away from those spots. But they have yet to do that, and it's really curious to see how they've chosen to strategize their initial pushes here.
And instead, it's lobbing the firebomb up into the high ground. It's more difficult to aim, and whilst it can be achievable, it's just not reliable. Team Eager need a reliable play here, and this time they take to the high ground, but Dome Shield is ready. Everybody is low on Eager. Crossfire comes through, but Bidey's already down. The firebomb just won't do enough. But Makoa is here. Hades will retreat a little bit. Back to the objective potentially. No, about to fall to Wi-Fi, but Wi-Fi brought down very, very low is likely to fall as well, and they do indeed to Diggy Dog this time. 12% and climbing for Kanga, and now out comes the zone.
Yeah, it was a really interesting commitment as far as Makoa shell spinning into the fray of everything, and Josh Kent with a beautiful sticky bomb there to finish off Bitey. And again, the stagger is really what's going to hurt Eager. If they want to have a way to get back in this, they have to do it by getting a kill somewhere. They are having an opportunity as Hades, very low, will fall. So this is where it's going to happen if it is.
And that was huge. The execute came through onto Hades. So important because Stolzy was able to get the kill before Dome Shield came through. Now Crossfire comes out for Tiger, looking for the Bomb King. Josh Can, double kill for Buddy, shuts down the King Bomb. Eager, they've got the comeback. Out goes the Firebomb. It's burning. Joel's alive, but can they hold here? They've got to zone aggressively. They've got 50% to go through, and they need the poke. They need the kills.
It's really tough to zone aggressively on this map, though, especially with the Tyra who has no mobility. You have to get a hook if you're Wi-Fi. He does find one, and they find Hades. That's the absolute key pickup, and at 97%, the Dread Serpent coming out. Is it going to be enough for Kanga to get back? Shady Shade still finding kills. The big pull onto Josh Ken as well. Wi-Fi coming in clutch with 2 huge dredge anchors. That has to secure this for Eager, and it will.
Oh my goodness, call him Mr. Fantastic. His arms are so long, and it just comes out across the map. That was exactly what Team Eager needed to be able to do, but that kill onto Hades was the most important part of that. Dome Shield was still available. If that was used in combination with Dread Serpent, it would have been over. So target prioritization and mid-match switching coming through from Eager, letting them pull themselves back into the mix. Kanga Esports have had such a devastating push so far. Do they have the same quality of defense, I'm wondering here?
We're going to have to find out, and it's really going to come down to what can Diggy Dog do with the Bomb King. But again, Wi-Fi is on it right now. He's finding all of these right clicks from Makoa on really key targets. He finds Hades, he finds Josh, he finds Diggy Dog. He's finding every single target that needs to be taken out at the exact right time. He's by far the reason why Eager's in this right now.
It's just the setup coming out of that, and then the follow-up from Team Eager, making sure that they confirm the kills and work together as a unit. Wi-Fi frontlining finds another dredge anchor onto Grok. It's not enough for a kill, but Stolzy just applies Cauterize to everybody within pursuit, and now looks for some chip headshots around the corner. Execute is available. That's a low barrack. That's an opportunity if I've ever seen one, but Dome Shield still available for Hades. Always got to be mindful of these cooldowns and the ultimate charges, but Team Eager, they've got to equalize here. They need to get themselves back.
They need to get healthy is what they need to do. Shaolin falling for Shady Shades is not what you need to happen. They tried to back up to get themselves back to full HP, but still, Tyra lives with about what had to have been about 1 HP. He was absolutely low, and you could see the Worm Jets coming on the line when it comes down to both Bomb King and Drogos pushing into this and using that damage. Josh Kent does fall, though, so another opportunity for Eager. They now have all 5 players here. If they can find a way to convert, this would be huge, but my goodness, that Fire Spit plus Salvo.
That combination isn't something we see very often. Usually players like to go with a single Fire Spit explosion, and the Fire Spit over the top, the The rocket underneath, but the fire spit salvo combo, if you time it just right, it's unmissable, unmistakably devastating AoE, and that's what's coming through, but it's not enough to deal with Shaolin. Wi-Fi finds another Dredge Anchor. Conversion potential is here as Kanga Esports have lost 2 members, and all of Team Eager are looking very healthy on this objective.
They need to find a way, I was going to say, to get Stolzy going in this situation. You have all those big burst damage dealers down. Stolzy needs to find a way to get in. He just hasn't been able to. Hayes has been doing a really good job of locking off different parts, but again, Wi-Fi with a huge hook. This is a possibility. Wi-Fi is getting focused by Diggy Dog, but he's also low. Does fall to Arai. Will it be the Ancient Rage also coming on board? Eager looked like they might be able to have a chance.
And Josh Kent got 2, but can't get 3. Body shuts them down in midair. Crossfire is available. Ancient Rage has expired, but now the Dome Shield is here. Hayes has got to use it if they want a defense, but the burst comes through way too fast. Dragon Punch not going to be used here, or channeled killing spree for Bidey, and the kills just keep on rolling. Will Ghostwalk be long enough? No, the shutdown comes through. The Poppy Bomb into the air, the mid-air Tyra grenade launcher shot. Bidey helps push that payload through. My goodness, Team Eager, they are back in this game.
This is just an absolute turn of events with Wi-Fi really finding and seeing these hooks. He's hitting some absolutely incredible hooks, but Bitey as well is not laying off the aggression. With no mobility, he's jumping right into the fray of things with his frontliner, not having a healer there, and saying, I'm good to go. Let's get some frags. He found a total of 4 in the last overtime push, which is incredible.
So much aggression you think he is playing Old Victor, but regardless, itemization coming through now. 2 resilience, 3 pickups from Team Eager, and I love this on Wi-Fi. With how much pressure they're under from Bomb King, they can simply just soak the Grumpy Bomb here. They can sit through that damage. They can sit through the Dread Serpent effectively coming out from Chronix as well and reactively peel for their team. Team Eager have a lot in their hands here to be able to try and win this game, but again, all 5 ultimates for Kanga. Straight to the objective is Bidey. Bidey very low, but the Firebomb is out, and that could be huge, but shut down. Out comes Dread Serpent too. Stolzy's got to find the execute around the corner, but can't find anything, and now in pursuit is not going to be enough to keep them alive. They're going to have to go back to their support here, but are getting shut down. It's up to Shady Shades to try and keep things going, but Josh Ken is going wild on Bomb King.
Yeah, and he's doing a really good job of knowing his advantage as well, getting right into the fray, using Poppy Bomb aggressively when he's got numbers with him, and of course having his healer with him, so knowing he can come back and find himself some more health pull. So that's really good play, finding Bitey. Wi-Fi stayed alive as long as he could, but again, not having his full team there has been really bad, and above 60% now is Kanga. This is only one more shot for Team Eager to get back.
Team Eager have got to engage. Josh Kent knows this. He's waiting for them to come around the corner. He has the King Bomb available, and now he goes in, but Crossfire is activated. The damage is a bit too much. Early cancel. Great decision from Josh Kent. Allows him to get some more damage off onto Bitey there and escape around the corner. Fantastic trigger discipline, but overtime is here. It's all about the blue team. Kanga Esports on the objective. It's an EU Conga from Team Eager, and they can't pull it back through. Kanga take game number 2 and now lead 2 up in this set.
That, I think, is really good, though. You know, the big thing here is double elimination tournament. So even if Eager does lose, I think they take a lot away from what just happened. They were able to find a lot of success in the face of adversity. They were down really big. They're able to pull it back to 3-3. Again, the big factor there was the fact that Ancient Rage had to be used to get it to 3-3. So not having it on point is really, really crucial. But my goodness, I mean, I think they found some success with also using Bitey on Tyra without having
They did, but just positioning in that last round seemed to really come back to haunt them. The low ground position taken by Tyra straight to the objective instead of just holding high ground and waiting, then getting picked off early. If Tyra had stayed alive for a little bit longer, just that extra damage could have helped turn the fight. But we can't take away from what all of Kanga was able to achieve. That reactive play from Bomb King as well. Goes in, cancels King Bomb, just gets out of the fight, stays alive. That's what's important in these situations. That's what really helped keep Kanga in the fight.
Yeah, take notes, kids, because Josh Kent is able to use everything in his kit, even if it is a situation like you don't always have to get the biggest ultimates, and we just saw that right there. He did not want to find himself dead, because again, that damage is monumental, 87,500 damage. He goes 39 and 15. That's really, really big, and if he would have fallen in that last fight, it probably would have gone the other way, so it's just really smart play.
It would have given Eager the chance to charge some of their ultimates back up again, would have given them the chance to equalize, but again, just understanding the limits of their champions, the limits of their capabilities, and not playing and overextending outside of those, keeping with what they know and keeping with what they know they're capable is so important here. And well, Kanga Esports, they're now up 2 games in this set. One final game for them potentially, one final win could push them straight through to the upper side of the bracket. But on the other side, Team Eager, they're going to try and pull themselves back through. Let's talk Wi-Fi's Makoa.
Oh, he was pulling everything. I mean, everything that showed up in his line of sight, he was pulling. And that's something that I think Wi-Fi struggled with most when it came to HRX. He just did not really match matchup with the full frontliners from D69, from Burrito, from Matchpoint, and he came through big in this game, and I think he's one of the biggest reasons, why Eager was able to get that to 3-3 in the first place. And if his play can stay this consistent, especially on Makoa, that's going to be really monumental as far as Eager's potential success here today.
So with the amount of counter potential that we saw coming through to that Bomb King, especially from Tyra, and with the amount of skill which Wi-Fi put into Makoa and how much that impacted fights, let's talk just pick prioritization here. In the event that Eager's first pick, could you see them giving up Bomb King in favor of Makoa?
Honestly, I would not be surprised. And I think a lot of that comes down to the fact that they don't bring to the table a Bomb King at the same that we saw Diggy Dog or Josh play, I think is the big thing. And that's also dangerous, though, because you don't want to give Bomb King to someone like Diggy Dog or Josh Kent, both of which just proved that they can play the character at a very high level.
Well, it's difficult to say. If you can play the counter better than you can play the real Forerunner here, then maybe that's what you go with. We'll have to find out in the next draft. But still, these players coming out absolutely massive this time. Diggy Dog, though, on Drogos this time around, demonstrating a good knowledge of AoE-based champions. Talk to me about the Wormjets utilization, which we saw in the previous game.
It's really interesting that he would choose to go with Wormjets on this map in particular, because there's really only a couple instances where Drogos can go, first and foremost. But I think the way he used Wormjets by kind of toggling corners in mid-air was why it was so successful in getting those salvos, getting those Spitfires off, and finding a lot of area damage, which led to that poke, which, of course, once you have those health pools chipped down, Hades is going to feel more comfortable with the barrack to jump in there. And, the other side of things is when you get that damage done, there's so many more opportunities that happen because of it.
Speaking of damage done, though, check out the damage numbers coming through for Stolzy on Lex. Only managed to get one execute off that last game that I saw, but still pulling in the numbers. Yeah, a very sleeper game for Stolzy, but still 87,000, a very impressive number. Just not quite the single carry that we've seen in previous games. That kind of heyday has gone at this point with the competitive draft, the competitive meta that we've seen, and now we keep on rolling through. Chronix this time playing Maldamba, 82,000 healing. We just talked about all of Stolzy's damage. Well, say goodbye to that in an instant.
Yeah, character for character right there is exactly what that results into. And Chronix had a really good game. And again, it comes down, we actually saw him picking up Chronos 2 while also using the Mending Spirits card to get that instant recharge, that Eerie Presence card. Very, very monumental. So if he missed, it was another instant right click and then it connects. That's really big as far as keeping your team alive. And it's interesting to see a pro player saying there, he goes, I'm going to miss a couple of these. I want to keep that cooldown off.
And we've seen a few North American teams describe that as the EU card because they're going to go, oh, you're going to miss all of these Mending Spirits.
If it works, it works.
Yeah, absolutely. If you end up missing and you're going to miss in the heat of a moment, that kind of little thing can keep a teammate alive. So important. But Buddy, captain of Team Eager, sitting there at 96,000 damage as Tyra, 37 and 15 eliminations, really pulling out some fantastic plays that last game. The mid-air plug from the grenade as well. Ridiculous stuff coming through, demonstrating that this champion is viable, but that lack of mobility still seemed to hurt him.
Without a doubt, and it's really interesting because we would anticipate, looking at the rosters, that Lex would be the one doing a lot of the killing, and it would be Tyra doing a lot of the cauterizing. Other way around this time, and
I feel like the prioritization there is partially due to Lex's bounty mechanic, though. Just being able to get Cauterize 3 on that little bit faster just makes them a little bit more valuable to get Cauterize on, and leaves Tyra able to do a bit more of the fragging just because of that debuff effect.
Yeah, without a doubt. And again, it is still Kanga up 2-0 in the set series, this best of 5. But still, whoever goes on and wins meets up against D69 and what could potentially be the first time they see them. And then, of course, if the team that loses, they drop down, and of course, they have to fight for their life at that point in this double elimination style format.
It's going to be difficult. It's going to be an uphill battle, but the next map is on your screens. Kanga, 2 games, 4-2, 4-3. It's getting closer. Next map up, it's going to be the sunny shores of Frog Isle, and we can see the frog statue there. Your beautiful pit capture point, that funnel objective, all the way around to your final payload push. And there is so much which we could see come out in this game. Obviously, Bomb King's going to be there, but any wildcard picks which we haven't seen just yet?
Haven't seen a Torvald yet, and with the environmental factors, I think, coming in, Hyper Beam very well could be a game changer. We've seen so very often in competitive games, especially with the ESL and all the other qualifiers that have been happening, that you could be just absolutely in the face of adversity. Your Torvald's the last one left alive, and he hyper beams 4 people off the map. That brings you right back into the game. So it could be the fact that we may see a Torvald here. I know Eager really likes to use him, so we'll see as we get into draft if they decide to go with that Torvald later on.
So first pick will be coming up in your screen in just a second. It's going to go to Team Eager this time. Will it be the Bomb King? It could go to Bitey, and it will be, just making sure that they lock that Bomb King in. And whilst we say that Kanga Esports have demonstrated 2 phenomenal Bomb King players so far, we still do know that Team Eager holds that in their lineup.
There's a couple other things that we have not seen Kanga do as well. We have yet to see them play Ruckus. They've played a lot of Ruckus in the Oceanic scene. They will take the Makoa first, which of course is what you would anticipate as frontliners go right now in this meta. That pluck damage or the half shell, just to keep all of that damage away, is absolutely huge. And getting the Grok early on also is Kanga.
And that's going to dissuade, the point stack combo coming out from Eager. They're unlikely to draft into the Ying and the Barrack here. They're a little bit pushed away from it. They have to take a Drogo's early on to prevent themselves from being blown apart if they do that. It's going to be Charlene prioritization again. I do agree with that. Shady Shades was playing excellently on Charlene, but your third pick, will it be a support this early, I wonder? And it will. Maldamba this time around, and I like that more than Ying.
Yeah, especially considering the fact that the shock pulse, again, can trigger off of hitting an illusion. So even if you don't have a good line of sight, you can sit around a corner, hit that right click onto an illusion, and it'll start to bounce around. So I think it's really smart for Eager to secure themselves in Maldamba and not be forced to play Ying. And of course, when you're dealing with the situation where you have to go into a front line of Makoa and Grok, you would like to have 2 sources of healing by Mending Spirits and Gord, and that's what Maldamba brings.
Ying then brought to the table by Kanga. Double support online so far, and Victor. This is one which we haven't seen in a little while, but Joel's, Victor, almost synonymous within the Oceanic competitive scene. You don't want to be facing him in a competitive ranked game. Definitely a devastating force of nature there. And a lot of direct damage coming through for Kanga so far. Team Eager are going to go into more AoE, locking in the Eevee. Now this one is interesting. If we're going to see it on any map, we've seen it most played on this so far.
I'm also wondering with the Eevee pick if they decide to go again with the Torvald, because if you can get the Bomb King and the Eevee to put a lot of damage and to kind of force Kanga's backline away, that means that Torvald can come up and really be a presence in the front line for free. The last thing you want is for all this damage to be dropping into Torvald and him to fall, especially considering that Makoa, I imagine, will be prioritizing the Torvald just to get him out of position. But again, they don't really have a lot of burst, and I'll say they need someone who can put out damage quick, and the Drogo's pick makes absolute sense.
It certainly does. Dragon Punch taking Torvald off the table immediately will be very important in this game for Kanga Esports. Team Eager, they're going to do their best to not let that happen, but I do like the flanker potential of Team Eager here from Bomb King and from Eevee on this map. Instant gap closers or makers from the fact that we have Accelerant Poppy Bomb most likely picked up, as well as your Blink and Soar from Eevee. So just closing the gap onto the backline. You've got now on Kanga Esports so many champions that rely on movement abilities to stay alive, from Grok, Ying, Victor, and Drogo's. Ice Storm is going to be so important.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see how Team Eager pulls this out. Watching them a little bit throughout this last weekend, they have attempted to use different flankers, and Eevee was one of the ones that I know that they were talking about and kind of workshopping a little bit. And it's going to be really interesting to really put this on full-scale test for Team Eager. If it ends up being something that Kanga can't deal with, it puts them right back in the series. But if it doesn't work, it kind of lets them figure out how they want to proceed with their draft throughout the rest of the tournament.
It does. It's a bit of a learning work in progress here, but after with the lineup they're facing, with Kanga drafting a Victor, a flanker makes sense. And really you have in this current meta 2 options left. We have Eevee and we have Buck. And I just don't feel that Buck fits fighting into everything that Kanga Esports has, because Dredge Anchor and also the Shock Pulse slow from Grok is a little bit too devastating for them to deal with. They have kill potential with Buck Wild, but beyond that, they're a bit of annoyance. Eevee, 1,000 damage shots. I mean, that's enough to take Victor out in 2 if he's not running their flak jacket.
Without a doubt, and we'll have to see if they decide to pick up any kind of a jacket or Haven or Blast Shields to mitigate some of this potential damage as we go into game again. Map number 3 here in Frog Isle.
And let's run through the players on the left-hand side of your screen. It is Team Eager with Arise, Maldamba running Spirits Chosen, Wormhole Eevee so far for Shady Shades, Bitey on Shaolin with Desert Shadow, Wi-Fi on Torvald with Field Study, and Stolzy's Bomb King with Accelerant.
And for Kanga, Josh Kent will be playing Grok with the Maelstrom as anticipated. Chronix will be taking up the Lifelike on Ying, Hades with Pluck for Makoa, and Joel's will be taking Gunnery with the Iron Sights damage Diggy Dog again with Worm Jets.
And I disagree with the Pluck pickup here. We were talking to teams earlier about how important Half Shell can be with Tidal Grace, just resetting the cooldown of their Shell Shield, but Hades looking for the damage potential. You talked about lack of burst on Kanga. Well, there's one player it can come from, but Torvald gets pulled in, their recharge is active, Wi-Fi is going to be staying alive for the time being, and Diggy Dog punishes Stolzy. But what's this? Shady Shades in the backline picks up one, and Bitey finds planted onto Hades.
Yeah, and this is going to be really interesting to see Bitey playing not only Shaolin, but of course Shady Shades playing Eevee. We have yet to see a lot of Eevee being played, and this is really good for Wi-Fi on Torvald. Able to stay alive through that first engagement is really big. It sounds so elementary, but to stay and survive the pluck damage from Makoa and keep his team right on top of point is the big key as far as what can Eager do to keep themselves on point.
I like also the quick wormhole playstyle, which we're seeing a throwback to the EVs of old, just poking out Ying around the corner, poking out Drogos, looking for a grok kill here, just making sure that there's no easy way for Kanga to get onto the point uncontested. They're always going to be taking a little bit of damage, and now Eevee looking for the shutdown mid-air shots. Are they going to find them onto Drogos? Diggy Dog very low, but so is Shady. Saw a way to safety, no re-engage, but can't find the jewel, but is relentless in the harassment here. That lets Eager capture the objective uncontested. Look at the focus fire they drew.
And on top of that, just as Eevee was about to fall in that instance, Protective Shield comes out and keeps him alive. So great play from Wi-Fi to get right back up there to help his flanker out, and it goes 1-0 so far for Team Eager. First time they've been ahead in this matchup.
And for a slow champion like Torvald with no movement ability, that's a big distance for them to sort of sluggishly walk their way off the objective just to get line of sight onto Eevee to keep him safe. And again, it comes through. Ice block into that protection is so imperative. And then as well, fly straight for a second. Mending Spirits comes through as well. And then you can dodge and weave. Ooh. And down comes the Ice Storm. Shady Shades getting poked out low, but it's going to be enough to really poke out Makoa here. Kanga Esports are being forced back. They can't seem to find the stabilization play, but it's going to come from the salvo.
Yeah, and that's absolutely great to find the invisible at the time. A Bitey and a double kill for Diggy Dog, looking for more, has his eyes set on the meltdown, but can he find the direct shots? No, not quite, as he will still push the advantage because they are in a 5-on-3 situation, and this is what I think Kanga's been waiting for thus far. They have yet to get an opportunity to be aggressive. They like to hold down that W key and get there, and Diggy Dog's finding a lot of traction so far.
No better way to do it as well with Worm, Jets, Drogos, and you can see them bouncing around so rapidly. It's the same kind of playstyle as we saw previously on Stone Keep. I'm going to peek these corners and throw out area damage, but I'm not going to stay in line of sight, which is often something which we might see a Drogos fall to the hands of Shaolin if they are running Combustible or Fusillade. So nice play coming out so far from Kanga, but they've got to keep their defense up here. Re-engagement coming back through. Ultimates are coming online for both teams. Do Team Eager elect to use theirs here to try and push through? They've already used Ice Storm once. It is almost available once again.
It is, in fact, actually, as you were finishing your sentence, it went up to 100%, and this is the time if you're going to use an ultimate that you should. With 45 seconds left, another Ice Storm to zone out everybody, but again, no kills coming on the back end of it. That's 2 in a row that we've seen the Ice Storm be utilized to hit 3 or more people, but no damage to follow.
The damage to follow may be coming from Stolzy. It's only just now coming online. Looking for the flank route, can't quite find the angle, and is in a lot of trouble here. Look at Joel's reactive play. Look at his preemptive play as well. He's not going with reaction here. He's going to make sure that his enemies are being poked down by grenades and pre-fire around corners before they're even there. And that's just allowing everybody on Team Eager to be chipped down, or making sure that everybody in Team Eager is chipped down. Kanga Esports holding strong. 10 seconds left to go.
Yeah, I know the feel that Joel's is having right now. He's getting hit by this blinking Eevee. He's getting hit from distance from Shaolin. You can see him like, where is everybody? Where is everybody? Let me just find a corner to hardscope, please. And that's exactly what he's doing now as he backs up even further. Really good positioning right next to the healing totem. Overtime is in effect as Eevee's able to do exactly what she's doing, which is harass and also bounce back and forth from that payload.
Oh no, Diggy Dog though takes down Stolzy, and as Diggy looks for another, finds a double kill onto a Rai. It's 2 versus 2 on the objective. Shady Shades answers back, but let's look at respawn proximity here as Kanga Esports, although they've only got the Makoa alive, are so much closer to the payload, and Torvald is so very low, no support. The protection bubble's keeping them alive for the time being. Hade's not falling, alas to Eevee there, but Barrage comes out as well. Kanga Esports defends successfully. It's 1-1 on the scoreboard, but at 5 minutes, this game is a much slower pace to the previous 2.
That was a very expensive defense right there, using the Barrage. That's not one that you normally want to spend at that point in time in the overtime. Joel's felt necessary to use it. It does get them the defense, but it may not have been fully worth it, and not having it on point is going to be really big, especially simply because of the fact that Torvald's going to be able to move up that much more for free now.
And Torvald will be, well, they'll be losing their shield a little bit faster at this point. Wrecker online for Joel's, but again, it's only Wrecker 1, so still relatively tanky there. It feels like we're seeing the salvo utilized on Torvald more than anything to chip down the shields. Team Eager, on the other hand, they're getting all their offensive itemization online. An extra 300 credits in their pockets is paying dividends here, so Bitey already able to chew through Makoa's shield very quickly. And look at that as well. Cauterize on Stolzy on Bomb King. Unusual, but effective.
Yeah, unusual but effective is absolutely the word that I would use as well. And Dreadserpent coming out in the background. Speaking of effective, that matchup with the Poppy Bomb to get in. Stolzy looking looking for damage, but not able to find any kills. He's trying to get the shots onto the Drogos, but again, has to Poppy Bomb his way out. Another key protective bubble, and Shady Shades is the one in the back line. You can still see her shadow through the walls, cleaning up 2, and still being a distracting force. Bitey able to find himself another 2, so almost a full team wipe for Eager as they once again are above 50% of the capture percentage.
So talk to me about Stolzy's holding of King Bomb right there. It looked like there were 2 groups of enemies. He could have one-shot the both of them, but chose just to go with in-hand sticky bombs and not get the one-shot off there. Is there a particular reason he might have been holding that back?
I think a lot of it is the simple fact that we have control of the point. We're getting aggressive. I don't need to use it. If we need to retake, I'll have it available. Wi-Fi getting 3. I have to imagine the back end of a Hyper Beam. We didn't get to catch that one on camera, but still, that's really big. It's going to create a lot of space, not only for the payload to move, but also for Eager to get full forced and still have presence on the opposite side of the map.
Well, what's really key to me is it's going to allow Torvald to take aggressive positioning, which otherwise they wouldn't be able to, just due to that slow movement speed. And you can see Wi-Fi pushed very far up here. It's in a lot of trouble, gets 1 protection off just before going down. Will eventually fall to Josh Kent, which is expected there. Very immobile, especially slowed down by the shock pulses, but still the payload has met halfway and is only now meeting resistance by Kanga Esports. It's a good look for Team Eager. They can run for conversion again here. Kanga Esports, more of the same. They've got to hold defensively.
Yeah, and this is a really good spot for Digadog. You can see him kind of just toggling, using that spacebar to get the elevation, jump up, get a fire spit, get a salvo, get some direct shots in, and just put a lot of firepower down into where Eager should be coming from. That's a lot of ways to get those initial kills, but still, Stolzy able to get the background again with Shady Shades, who's playing this Eevee absolutely out of her mind. 3K right there for Shady Shades, looking for more as they chase down the support. He does find Joel's, so this Eevee coming online, Vox.
And this is the Eevee of old, the wormhole. I'm going to get in, do a couple of punches, get out again, but when you've got a plus 40% damage buff coming through to you from Torvald, it's so much to deal with. Oh no, as well, Digidog's Dragon Punch. Ice Block denies 1, the shot from Barney denies another, and the direct hits coming in from Shady Shades are just too much to deal with. Barrage has been used by Victor as well, very low on health. It's going to be Joel's going down, Savage is Shady Shades, and even though that was traded out, it lets Team Eager push through. 3-1 on the objective. They're back in this set.
This is absolutely mind-blowing to see Eevee do so well, and I think this is just a simple cause of this is the perfect situation to take Eevee. You're in a position where you can get on top of everybody for essentially free. We're even seeing her blink above the Drogos and shoot directly down on top of them. It's this really good awareness and knowledge from Shady Shades, but on top of that, having Stolzy playing Bomb King and Bitey playing Shaolin, I don't think either of us would have guessed that by the early draft, but it's working out well. Bitey's doing a really good job playing Shaolin.
Certainly isn't that mid-air Dragon Punch shut down everything you ever want for your Shaolin to keep your front line alive. Allows Wi-Fi to just keep on doing Wi-Fi things. Sitting now at 84% charged on Hyper Beam. Could be big in this last fight. King Bomb again available. Ice Storm and Dread Serpent. Lots of setup potential for Team Eager. And not much to keep Kanga Esports alive. Only going to be the Tempest and the Illusory Rift online. And the poke comes out immediately onto Grok. Look how low that Grok is at the back of the fight.
Ooh, but King Bomb is taken away as Digidog was able to find the killing blow just before the channel came up. We have to take a look after the Death Tower if he still has it available. I don't know if he got any distance covered. Shaolin looking to close off, but again, not able to find the full kills, and it did go off, so no Bomb King here, and Dread Serpent to come out. A double kill for Bitey on top of that combination. Great play.
And that's huge. Straight to the backline again is Eevee looking for the shots into Heat Haze's body. The faster charge speed. Stolzy gets shut down for a second time, this time by Josh Kent, but will it be enough? Bitey's still finding the damage with 300 health left. Is still staying alive with a Mayfall. Oh my goodness, the reactive withdrawal so good, but eventually will go down, but it's bought Eager 50% on the capture. Kanga, though, on the retake, and now they hold the advantage.
And the real estate line is getting pushed red for once this time as they get right into the face, and this is where Victor does very well. Aggressively, they can jump right up, find the dismounts, find the constant suppression and fire coming out from the carbine from Victor, and at 97%, the Hyper Beam comes out, will find kills. He finds 2, so a big opportunity, and jumping right back onto point is Eager, and they're able to retake with a full team wipe.
That is huge. That is overtime ticking down. Team Eager, 99% against them. They come back into it, and now 72 and rising. All they have to do is zone with an Eevee and a Bomb King to their name. That's going to be easy for them. Drogos with Worm Jets is going to try and close the gap. They might just get there. Salvo comes down, but no, the Ice Storm on the objective. It's going to set up the kill onto Makoa, and this is looking good. Overtime still ticking, but it's all blue on the scoreboard. And with that, that's all she wrote. Team Eager take a 4-1 victory. Pull them themselves back in. They're down, but they're certainly not out.
My goodness, Wi-Fi showed up to play this weekend. Holy smokes, clutch Hyper Beam coming out to get his team right back in. And the follow-up, Eager is just on a whole nother level than when they played at HRX. And this familiarity with these players has really elevated their gameplay. They came out, and a lot of people at HRX were like, oh, they're going to be able to take the second place in their group. Kanga came out and surprised everybody as they were Abyss. Now Eager showing some fight and some resilience here.
And that's exactly what they needed to be able to do. The Torvald pocket pick almost at this point did come through, and that is going to be so important in future maps. Kanga are aware of it now. Maybe they'll itemize into heavier record, but you just can't deny the Hyper Beam in clutch situations like that. It means so much. And Kanga, well, they found a few important kills there. They didn't really seem to be practiced against dealing against a flanker comp involving an Eevee like that.
Nobody is, I don't think, right now. We just have not seen Eevee be played in the competitive meta in months, it feels like. We see it here and there, but again, this was the picture-perfect moment for Eager to use Eevee, to be completely honest. And Shady Shades executed at a very high level, but on top of that, Bitey, who is the jack of all trades, master of most, finds himself at 87,000 damage playing Shaolin, 17 and 9, not the biggest elimination total, but still found the kills that mattered.
And the kills that mattered, like shutting down Dragon Punch midair, like finding a clutch double kill on the final objective, are the ones which turn the game around. And you can see him there, just very calm still, very almost relaxed in this situation, just talking with his team, understanding what they need to do next and understanding how they're going to approach the future drafts coming through. Because whilst that pocket pick of Torvald and the Eevee might have worked so far, I wonder if, Kanga, they're going to be able to react to it now, and they're going to be able to pull out something to counter it if they see it again.
Yeah, it's really tough in that instance because you can't just go ahead and build your draft figuring you're going to see Eevee again. That's such a weird pick.
Yeah,
it's really niche. And Joel's, again, he's very well rehearsed playing Victor. I think we all would have expected a little bit more out of that, but again, he was harassed all game, only finds himself at 70,000 damage, finds himself also at 19 kills, but still, the big thing was Eevee was in his face almost all of the game, and it kept Joel's looking around for her rather than focusing on a direct line of sight.
It's the same kind of principle as what you need to do with Kinessa if you're facing them, right? You don't need to kill the Kinessa, you just need to stop them from shooting. Then it's a 4v4, and if your team is relying on Kinessa as a primary damage output, or Victor as a primary damage output, you're just going to win the fight based off the amount of power which you can bring to a team comp. Shady Shades, though, on Eevee. Let's look at the man, the myth, the legend. It's going to be 22 and 3. Only 3 deaths that last game and 91,000 damage. Torvald's safety kept them alive, as well as their Blink wormhole play. And
yeah,
they just ran away with it.
Without a doubt. I mean, those protective shields were absolutely clutch in the face of Ice Block. You just sit there as Torvald and hit the Q until you finally get it, and it got Shady Shades out of a lot of sticky situations. And speaking of the Winter Witch, we're going to find our our second and final map in the Glacier Keep set if we're going to be going to Ice Mines.
Oh, that's a tricky one. You can see it revealed in game right here. We've got some lovely cinematics coming through. The tight, close-knit point fight, the big, long payload push, and at last that base defense, a very open area past the initial choke point with only a few ways to break on through. And it's not a map that we see very often in competitive play. This is the wildcard map if we talk about it in any way. It's the one which often goes 3-3 due to the long payload push, and it can often be decided by maybe one final mistake on the point fight by either team.
This is a really strong pick. This is Kanga's map choice since they lost the last. Eager banned Ice Mines in every competitive qualifying match. And Kanga has been sitting here and says, if no one wants to play Ice Mines, we'll play it. We'll figure a way to do it. And
they'll learn it.
Yeah, and they're going to have first pick here as well, which is, again, going to go to Bomb King.
Well, especially on this kind of map with a tightly close-knit point fight, Bomb King is going to be great here. If he takes Master Riding as well, can set up a lot of area damage on Team Eager if they all try and rush through a single choke point. So it's going to be interesting to watch the itemization coming through on them to see if they go into utility before damage, potentially. Eager, first pick Maldamba, worked out very well for them last game. Probably not wanting to deal with the Ying, especially in the face of the area damage, which they know Kanga's going to bring, but Grok as well.
This is a really interesting start of a draft for Eager. It really challenges Kanga to say, I want you to establish what your damage and your front line is going to be, and we're going to react to it by taking 2 of the most influential characters when it comes to point break, and also having your team healed up. Maldamba able to do, again, 2 sources of healing is really clutch when it comes to keeping your whole team alive, but on top of that, Shock Pulse is so dangerous from Grok right now, and it's a very big priority for Eager.
It's team fight turning ultimates too is what I'm noticing. If this does go 3-3, you're going to have to be relying on those to a degree to be able to hold down that objective and zone out your enemies. And, well, no better ultimate to do that than Dread Serpent. Kanga Esports respond. They have their frontline and damage online. It's going to be Barak and Charlene. Eager looking for a Tyra. I like Firebomb's potential on this map.
I wouldn't be surprised if I saw a Torvald as well. This is what Eager really looks to do, is to get a Torvald Tyra together, and they're able to find that with 2 really good supports. Now again, they can react. They can either go for another frontline and go for a point hold, or they can find another damage dealer. That being said, I know for a fact that Kanga's looking at this and saying, this map is likely going to go 3-3. We need to make sure we're setting ourselves up with really good point win ultimates. They have that already. They have King Bomb, they have Dome Shield, they have Heat Haze, and now putting on top of that Makoa. This is a good draft really for, I'm going to say for Kanga especially, because this is the play style that they want. This is a match made in heaven for Kanga. But that being said, Team Eager finally gets their Tyra Torvald combination, and they have a flex pick here. This is interesting.
So I'm guessing maybe we're going to see a Drogoz here for the area damage, or because we do have deployable Nightmare for Kanga, or potentially a Pip. It's going to be the, the Dragon Punch to Makoa, and the Fire Spit damage for the area clear, and the Salvo for the area clear, or the Evil Mojo. One of those could be a game changer for Team Eager, but instead, that's a pick we haven't seen in quite some time. The Godslayer returns to the realm. Team Eager, trusting what they know and what they're comfortable in, and actually, close-knit, tight corners, close quarters, less room for the fall-off there for Stolzy's Androxus. It's a good look.
Yeah, and to be completely honest, Stolzy's probably the one member of the team we have yet to talk about all that much. He hasn't made a lot of noise in the first 3 games, and this, if he's going to, it's going to be here on Androxus, one of his biggest pocket picks. One of the reasons why his name got so big so quickly was because he was able to excel at this champion faster than most. This is a really interesting draft. I think a lot of this is going to come down to what does Androxus find as far as securing kills. That's going to be his role here, is to secure kills, because Tyra's able to do it, but it's not for sure. And the same thing, there's a lot of chip damage from Grok, a lot of chip damage from Torvald on the front line. Or on the flip side for Kanga, there's a lot of burst damage coming out from a number of characters, Bomb King Shaolin, of course, but on top of that, Makoa, with even his natural percentage buff after hitting a Dredge Anchor into an auto attack, is absolutely massive in chucking up health.
Yeah, if they pick up Pluck, it's going to do so much damage. And again, I'm not sure if they're going to elect to go into half shell. We didn't see that in the face of Torvald in the previous round. It may happen again. That lock-off is very useful, and especially when you're dealing with a Barrack as well, having 2 deployable shields, which you can just use to block off whole areas. Very, very useful. Still, likely going to see Torvald with Field Study there, just boosting the carries, making them strong. Androxus, though, we've got a few different choices. We don't often see Androxus right now. We've got Heads Will Roll for increased headshot damage. We've got Darkstalker, and we've got Godslayer. Which one are you feeling here?
I think it's really going to come down to, does Stolzy feel comfortable with how the rest of his team can set up? Because if he does, I anticipate seeing him running with the Darkstalker just to have that mobility and to essentially go out and be free. If it turns into a situation where they feel like they're going to be receiving a lot of damage, taking the 800 damage off of reversal from having Godslayer and then add on whatever damage he takes in can absolutely turn the tide of a fight, no matter who he hits with the reversal. So
well, there is a Bomb King and there is a Shaolin, so
yeah,
if he catches a single one of those shots, it's about 1,500 damage return. That's going to be very, very important there. And if he takes a couple, then he could potentially have 1 shot potential onto a single squishy target. And again, it's interesting. We know that Stolzy used to love the power of the Abyss, Nethercept cooldown reset from hitting your successful reversal onto anybody on Androxus, and comboing that with Godslayer, you're guaranteed a cooldown reset as long as you can hit a shield, and there are 2 shields on Kanga Esports. I feel like in this situation, Darkstalker's increased mobility, he can gain that from other options here. But then again, he does hit a lot of headshots. That could actually be a tide turner as well. 2 shots on the Ying and she's out.
Yeah, without a doubt. And I think this really comes down to, there's going to have to be a lot of good awareness from Torvald to know who to shield at what time, because as soon as that cooldown hits, that keeps your team very vulnerable for a long time, especially if you don't hit the correct target. So,
interesting question for you real quick. Field Study and Reversal interacts?
I don't know. We did test it.
That could be a lot of damage. Regardless, though, the game is starting. Let's check out the team on the left. It will be Kanga Esports led by Pluck, Makoa for Josh Ken. Joel's on Shaolin with Recurve there as the legendary. Hades on Barrack with Fortify. Chronix on Ying with Lifelike here, double healing, and Diggy Dog's Bomb King with Accelerant still.
Yeah, and for Eager, looking to pull this one back to 2-2 would be Shady Shades on Grok with Maelstrom. Aldamba played by Arai with Spirits Chosen. Wi-Fi will be taking the Field Study on Torvald. Bitey with First Blood on Tyra, and Stolzy will be taking Godslayer.
Speaking of First Blood goes through potentially to Bitey there. Notice Stolzy as they take out Josh Ken. Wi-Fi cleans up Diggy Dog, and Stolzy is still looking to frag 3 low health members. Stolzy picks up Chronix, looks for the Godslayer reversal, the double kill onto Joel's, looking for the triple kill, finds the flick, Hades goes down. The Godslayer's back, baby. Stolzy is in business.
He's so good. My God. I mean, the ability not only to hit those shots, but to understand that his frontliner had to back up and put himself on the front line by taking reversal, not only kept his team alive, but he also was able able to convert because no one really saw Stolze whatsoever around that corner.
84% and climbing for the side of Team Eager. No sign of conversion. Buddy's firebomb cleans up there, looking for even more damage versus this Barrack now. First Blood actually keeping Tyra in the mix for a lot longer than expected, and the capture goes through to Team Eager. 1-0. They've got a long payload push ahead of them, but if they keep up this snowball, it's going to be devastating.
This is a bad spot for Hayes. You can see he's scrambling right now against this Grok, and Grok is totally okay by pushing this, chipping down health and falling. He's okay with it because, why? They still have a Maldama to keep the team alive if they want to get this payload push moving. So this is really big, and that's a really smart play, really, to be completely honest, from the Grok.
And so far, again, this is going to be the big point on for Team Eager when they're trying to break through Kanga's defense. A lot of stacking potential for Kanga. You got Firebomb to break it all up, forcing players out initially is good from Buddy. But then again, the Sticky Bomb traps being set up by Diggy Dog. Hold that thought. That's a crossfire. That's going to be Grok using Tempest to force it all through, keeping everybody alive as well as a protective bubble. Nice peel coming through for Kanga Esports. Josh Kent finds Stolze. It was a good engagement, but it isn't going as planned for the team in red.
I don't know if it was so much a good engagement, but a good sustain of the engagement. It was really tough to kind of keep that going as the crossfire, you saw Bitey was dropped very, very quickly, and they had to force the Tempest. So it was actually a lot of ultimates expended for nothing besides the team wipe at the end of it.
I can't argue that it would have been better if Tempest wasn't expended then and then maybe used to follow up afterwards. But that initial poke, that Sticky Bomb trap from Bomb King that was walked into to deliver all that poke, it's a little bit of cheeky play from Kanga, something which we're going to have to see Team Eager aware of. They have Shock Pulse to clear it up if necessary, though, and that might be what we're needing to see.
Yeah, and that's a really interesting use of the right click to use that on anything that's deployable, really. The Firebomb will also help clean it up, but you can see Dicky Dog able to just proc that as someone comes around the corner, finds himself an instant kill, and this is why Ice Mines is so difficult. It's just so hard to get this payload moving and to keep it moving for the whole duration of it. We're already down to 40 seconds left until overtime, and this payload has barely even left the center part of the map.
And again, the pull comes through from Makoa, doesn't find the Sticky Bomb trap though, so Stolze cleans up Josh Kent. 30 seconds left on the push, and Eager are starting to get some momentum here. But again, they walk around the corner into direct line of sight. The area damage coming from this Bomb King is unimaginably strong. Stolze looks for the cleanup though onto Joel's, but Ying is keeping everybody alive. Illusory Rift. Did I hear that audio cue?
You did not. It still looks like it's proc. I thought I heard it too, and I had to check.
Dimensional link, I think.
It must have been a dimensional link. So as it is a lot of kill streaks again for Kanga, able to keep themselves sustained in this defense and keep themselves alive. And again, Joel's with this Planted has been chewing through just about everybody. Torvald again has to use recharge in the face of that Planted, plus the Bomb King. Diggy Dog with the double kill. Easy defense so far. And again, this is going to be the storyline we see throughout probably what is going to be the next 15 minutes.
And so itemization coming through in round number 2, 1-1 on the scoreboard at 4 minutes and 30 seconds. Let's take a look at what we're seeing. And as far as Kanga goes, well, it's Master Eye and Makoa. That's pretty much expected at this point, but only one Cauterize 2 online so far, with Chronix electing to go instead into a Kronos here. Has the credits available for Cauterize 2. Hasn't picked it up yet. I do expect that to be taken before we do exit the game or exit the base. But Team Eager, again, they're going into this resilience. They rely on this a lot, but it seems to work out in the face of the amount of crowd control Kanga has.
It's pretty necessary, to be completely honest. And if you do take resilience, it gives you a chance to avoid the pluck damage from Makoa. After a certain point, you're able to use your abilities quicker because that trigger is just too slow for Makoa to get the pull and the auto attack. But that being said, the master riding is key here. And it's interesting, Josh Kent does not opt to go straight for point.
Oh no, he's trying to set up the trap, but again, the reversal goes out from Stolze, doesn't find any damage. Stolze not sitting on another step cooldown, has to be careful here. Will be charging into the mix, trying to take the high ground. There's going to be the accursed arm, doesn't find any kills, but straight into the mix comes the King Bomb. Crossfire from Tyra to just a zone, and this is a brawl on the objective with no kills found either way. Will this be enough? Tempest was activated there, the cooldown was burned, but Kanga come out on top despite the Dread Serpent too.
That's not what I expected whatsoever. The Dread Serpent was in a good spot, but everything as far as damage when it came to Kanga was all on the outside of all of that whole inner area where this whole lodge is, and that was really the key as far as Kanga able to convert the damage. Eager not. The Torvald falling early on in that fight is really, really big when it comes down to it. Again, this is really interesting dynamic play, and this is just good communication between both, knowing that, hey, I'm looking for a hook. All right, here's your trap, and that's an instant kill every time.
Every single time. Here it goes. Torvald goes in, but a Hyper Beam is ready and waiting. Shell Spin will save Makoa though, but still we see Shady Shades take out Chronix. Recharge on the barricade too is going to keep Torvald in the mix for a second longer, but it just doesn't stop the onslaught of damage coming through. 87% for Kanga. Team Eager are dropping like flies. Do they have the sustain to keep themselves in this fight? No, Diggy Dog goes immortal. 11 kill streak, finds a double kill here. Sprays for good measure. It's all about Kanga here, and he is going nuts on this champion.
To be honest though, they can't stop. They have to keep going. If you are Kanga, you have to get up here, find yourself another pick. If you get stalled out, this is one of the hardest spots to get past, is this initial turn. If you can get through here, you're essentially guaranteed to control the high ground on the right side and move further down this snake path as the payload continues to move. But again, Eager is being zoned out by Shaolin, who we just heard use the planet, able to poke everybody around. And with 2 minutes left, this payload is moving very nicely.
It's Shaolin and Bomb King. It's Makoa and Bomb King. Bomb King just combos well. They've got so much follow-up damage on a stun or on a CC that it's just really difficult for Eager to deal with, and the push just keeps on continuing. You can see Diggy able to poke out round corners, goes onto the high ground, has King Bomb available again, and continues to poke and continues to put out pressure. Could be using the high ground here, but it's not going to be. But godlike goes Diggy Dog there. 13 streak, finds a double kill around the corner. Are we going to see an annihilation? One more to do it, and that's a pretty big win in itself.
That would have been a really good time to use ultimates, I think, as well, considering that Kanga has 4 up and Eager just has the crossfire at the moment. If they were able to push this and make this 3-1, that's a really good spot for Kanga. I would be okay seeing ultimates being used here, but they don't even need to. No one was contesting the point, Fox. I completely lost it. I thought Grok was there, and Eager...
Well, Grok was there, but they walked away for a second. Maldamba and didn't have Slither to be able to contest or be able to close the gap, and as you said, Kanga, it's now 3-1. They're sitting pretty, and they're sitting on a win potential, not just for this game, but for this set. 2-1 so far in the set score. Itemization comes through again. Team Eager, they need some counter ability online, and what have they got so far?
I mean, the problem is they just don't have as much invested as Kanga does. I mean, we see 20 streaks, 22 streak, 10 streak. It results in extra itemization for them. So double master riding, Shady Shades only has a single. The resilience is getting there, but again, it's just level 2s and level 1s.
And we're still not seeing Rise 3 against a Ying as well with Lifelike, who, while she doesn't have great single target healing with that 30% reduction, it's good for all of the different targets on Kanga Esports, and now they're pushing through to the point again.
And this is going to be really key for Kanga. Can they find themselves an early pull? And they do, but able to use Ghostwalk is Grok to get away from it, but still, Diggy Dog is right here, just funneling in Sticky Bomb after Sticky Bomb and finding a lot of damage. Jules does find the first hit on Stolzy. Josh Ken able to secure one on Shady Shades. Crossfire you hear right around the corner. Will it be enough to get this kill on Diggy Dog? It is with the help of Wi-Fi, but still, the point is in control of Kanga, and Torvald also falls, so Kanga in very much so control at this point.
And it was remarkable. You can see exactly what Buddy's going for, that crossfire with First Blood Tyra, just keeping the life, allowing the lifesteal to keep you in the fight, but it's just not enough. Stolzy uses the accursed arm out of desperation to open things up here. Reversal comes through, but it's 93, 96, 99. That's going to be victory. Kanga Esports, they take game number 4 on Ice Mines and close out match number 2 of this Group A stage.
This is a map to look out for when it comes to Kanga. They are totally fine with saying, hey, if you guys don't want to play it, we'll learn it. We'll play it. And that's, I think, the big key. Eager banned it out 6 times. Every single time they had a chance to ban maps when it came to the qualifiers in North America, they banned it. That's going to be the big key with Kanga, is they found a hole, and a lot of teams, they don't prefer to use Ice Mines. They'll say, fine, it'll be our map, and we'll dominate on it, and that's what they just did.
You know, it makes me wonder if they got a Timber Mill in the mix.
You never know.
You never know. It could come up.
They could absolutely cut people apart on that map.
I can see the bunking play. We've seen it previously. Yeah, okay.
I know. I had to get one. I still don't think I got a point for that.
You got to branch out with your puns.
Oh my gosh.
There we go. There it is.
So, I mean, good sportsmanship from both teams. Again, everybody at this point is especially familiar with each other, especially when it comes to this Kanga and this Eager matchup. They had a chance to face up against each other with probably a little bit more animosity, HRX. And again, nothing is lost here besides the fact that Eager has to now move down into the loser's bracket. Again, this is a double elimination style format. So Kanga will be going up against D69, and the winner's matchup, winner of that will be our first overall seed here from Group A, while everybody else will have to take their time to fight through that loser's bracket.
And so far on the loser's bracket, we have Cube go down there as well as Eager now, so that's going to be an interesting matchup as well. These are two teams, they have the potential to maybe have played against each other previously, just based on the fact that they're at least on the same side they're on the same hemisphere. Yes, it's cross-region, but it's a little bit less so than maybe trying to go from Oceania to America.
Well, without a doubt. And it's going to be interesting to see what Cube can do later in the day to come back into things. I mean, they showed some promise. I mean, we didn't really know much about the team coming in. They showed that they're able to get kills, even especially against District 69, which is a team that does not like to die very often. and is very aggressive. They were able to handle it, kind of. And that's going to be interesting to see how Eager reacts to Cube Team and vice versa as the Brazilians look to possibly get their first win on LAN.
Oh, it's going to be very, very interesting. Things are certainly going to get heated. We've had two fantastic matchups go through today so far. What are the specific highlights of these two matches which you've seen, which you want to bring up for everybody who's been home, who may have joined us a little bit later, who might have missed some of the initial action?
I think the big key is just pick prioritization. You know, Bomb King is here, and he's not going anywhere. He's here to stay. And having casual talks with players...
a pre-land nerf or like a mid-land nerf?
Maybe we can call for it.
Yeah.
Regardless of the fact, Bomb King is the priority. And a lot of people who have had a chance to kind of casually talk, they say that there's no way that we're not picking Bomb King. And Makoa is the same way. But again, it comes down to what teams prioritize. And as we take a look at what else Group A has to offer, again, all of these teams like to utilize Bomb King. And this matchup, I think, especially with D69 and Kanga coming up, is going to be huge. It's the next one we have on our docket. So that play between this aggressive D69 team versus Kanga, who's able to adapt and kind of focus their champion pool and find different ways to change their play style. It's going to be interesting when, you know, an unmovable force hits an unstoppable, you know, object.
You talk about an unstoppable object. No.
What are the two?
Inara? Wall?
Oh my gosh.
Maybe. Please.
Maybe.
Well, niche pick? Yeah, probably not. A lot of talk with the teams about the viability of Inara in the competitive scene so far, and what they've come out with has been really, yes, no, but we like Makoa is what it really comes down to.
Yeah.
So I'm sure we'll be seeing plenty of that a little bit later. We'll be seeing plenty more games later. We're going to head to a quick break now whilst we do get the next set of players coming through. So stay tuned, check out this schedule. Let us know who you're rooting for in Twitch chat, and we'll see you again coming up next after the break.
Hey Paladins fans, and welcome back to the channel. My name is Rainday, and today we'll be covering a brand new series called Item Highlights. This is a beginner-focused guide that will help even advanced Paladins players understand the core mechanics and reasons for buying the items in the game. Items can make or break your performance in Paladins, and understanding when, why, and sometimes why not to buy an item can be the difference in winning or losing. This series also aims to showcase some unusual and maybe forgotten aspects that an item may provide to you or your teammates. And so hopefully you will find each one of these interesting and enlightening even if you've played Paladins for a while. Let's start episode 1 by taking a look at the defensive item, Resilience. So when to buy Resilience? Admittedly, Resilience is more of a flavor pick, and it works really well against certain champions and works less well and not at all against others. So being aware of what the situation is and being knowledgeable will help you to make the right choice. Any slow and any knockback will be affected by Resilience, and it can allow you to do what you want to do at your own time and pacing. Want to aggress on that Cassie, but she keeps disengaging you? Resilience will stop that. It'll feel like a gentle nudge, and you can continue to deal damage to that backline character. Here's what it's like getting hit with a Grumpy Bomb without Resilience. And here's what it's like getting hit with a Grumpy Bomb when you have Resilience 3. Are you getting Poppy Bombed off the map with Jolt 4? Here's what happens before Resilience, and here's what happens after. It's also great to note that Torvald's Hyper Beam ultimate is countered by Resilience, and it will be incredibly hard for him to lift you up, almost impossible if you have Resilience 3, although you will still get pushed back a fair distance. His silence can also be countered as well, if you want to get out of the silence faster and continue shooting or use your movement skill. Another widely unknown application of Resilience is that it counters Pip extremely well with his ultimate Evil Mojo. Evil Mojo turns people into chickens for 4 seconds, but if you buy Resilience and you max it out to level 3, you actually will get out of his ultimate 2 seconds faster. That means if you're a 5,000 plus health Fernando, you go down to 1,500 only for 2 seconds and pop right back up to your 5,000 health. It means he has less time to kill you, and you're much more likely to survive and get to safety and be right back in the fight with that huge health pool. If you want an overall look at which champions to get Resilience against and which champions to not get it against, here should be an interesting graph that will help display that visually. Being a good Paladins player can oftentimes be about knowledge and understanding what is the right decision to make and when to make it. Each game of Paladins is different, and if you find yourself getting stun locked or turned into a chicken a few more times than you would have liked, Resilience may be a good place to start. Thanks so much for watching, Paladins fans. Stay tuned to more item highlights, how to plays, and other great content here on the Paladins Game channel by subscribing. My name is Rainday, and as always, remember to never give up, never stop gaming, and I'll see you all next time. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Paladins Games Masters LAN here. I feel like I'm late, but I'm right on time from what I've heard. And it's been a fun day. We've had a lot of things going on. Let's introduce, we got a special guy in here. He's been doing a lot of work in game, but apparently outside of the game as well. Bitey from Eager, you're joining us. Hello.
Oh, this is great. I know. I'm on the big bright lights and I got my work vest on. You know, it's got to be safe when you're trying to make plays out there.
We'll talk about that in a second. I also got a special moment here. Alan Idolchef, we've never casted together.
This is the first time.
Let's get it going, man.
Hi, guy.
How you doing, buddy?
So well.
It's good.
Glad to see you too.
This is doing a little too much right now. Bitey, what is this outfit about, man?
Well, okay, so I kind of do a little bit of a thing on stream, and since the Bomb King buffs came out, you know, there's a lot of dangerous things going on out there. You know, you got bombs on the floor, you got to watch your feet, you know, sometimes.
Hooking you into them.
You could be doing anything. So you keep the vest on, let them know who you are, and just say, yo, you got to be safe out there. I don't have the helmet, but there's supposed to be a helmet right here. Helmet, gloves,
Well, beside the fact that you're pushing me off screen, Bitey, the thing is, I want to say that your plays in that game have been pretty hot. We also got a hot turtle coming out in this last patch, and if you want to get your hands on it, all you got to do is get to level 30. It's Volcanic Makoa, the new skin in Paladins. People worked a lot of time onto this one, and the effects are amazing. This has got everything that you want out of a skin, and it's absolutely free. Just hit level 30 before open beta ends.
I think the big thing with this is the combination of all the other Makoa skins with utilizing this, the Demon Eyes with the Cuddly Makoa or the big Cuddly Eyes on the Volcanic. It's going to be absolutely nuts.
It's like I don't know what to expect from you. You're cuddly on the bottom, demonic on the top.
It's a weird horror movie. I don't want to see it.
It really is. So, talking about kind of like a dream story here, D69 come in as one of the, maybe if the favorite of this tournament, and have done everything that they need to do to cement their place thus far, sweeping through Cube. And, of course, Kanga on the other side had a great performance against you guys. I want to talk to you a little bit about that because you had a nice switch mid kind of set there to really turn things around for you and your team. What was it that clicked?
So there's a lot of things that changed. There was a big buck swing that we used to be kind of leaning on quite a bit, and we've kind of been scrambling the last about 24 hours to figure out what we wanted to fill in. And the big thing that really came out was trying out the Eevee pick. And you could see that on the Frog Isle game, there's a big difference in terms of like just having the momentum. Sure. And by getting that Eevee into the play, yeah, it's not as big as a buck, but it's that warp in, warp out, big damage, big plays. And it lets you kind of control the pacing a lot more. And I think that's what we were missing in that first game. We tried out the double tank Barrack Makoa, but because we have Lex plus the Cassie, nobody's got some splashing and nobody's got any diving.
Yeah, it's really, really key, and especially when it comes down to D69, who is an aggressive team in the face of Kanga. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see if they pull out a Nevi as well, maybe possibly against this strong front line of Kanga that we've seen so far.
It's a great point. You know, a lot of these teams, especially in a LAN environment, start picking up pieces from each other, and they say, oh, that works well. I heard some guys muttering in the back. It's your boy Prince Danny was kind of loud behind me, so he actually was saying, okay, this Eevee, looking good. And part of that could then start seeping into the actual picks and rotations that these teams are prioritizing. But Purdo, Jera, Bugsy, Sheepa, and Elvin Path on D69 doesn't even seem like they need to worry about their champions. We saw them go triple healer and still get the job done.
Yeah, and you got to always keep in mind that Bugsy is here. Yes. That's the big thing, and he has shown up thus far. Of course, you can't mention Bugsy without mentioning his Drogos, but on top of that, he brings a lot of other versatility. Him and Purdo both have this ability to play essentially any damage dealer in the game and do them at a very high level.
Biney, if you're going to describe Bugsy as a player, what would you go ahead and describe him as?
He'd be basically your all-star European. If Stolzy is the NA champion, superstar, the #1, Bugsy would be the same thing in the EU region. I think I'm glad that he's here because it was a real shame that he couldn't show up last time. Yeah. And he's such a powerful player, and he just is able to pull in so many different heroes, and his versatility on Drogos, which I wish I could have, but it makes all the difference in terms of having your powerful in-game leader directly there to help your team.
It's really interesting. He actually talked about in that brief interview that I did with D69 about the versatility of simply just Drogos. There's more of an aggro style Drogos that you will see people play, where Diggy Dog was actually showing that on Stone Keep, kind of jumping into the back lines at times. But then, of course, there's that kind of relaxed style. And speaking of just great Drogos and Diggy Dog in particular, he showed an incredible amount of flexibility on that champion.
Yeah, and on Stone Keep in particular with Wormjets, you wouldn't normally expect that, but having that ability to kind of peek around corners for free and get those salvos and those Spitfires out, he was a big reason that his team was in it for as long as they were. That being said, Hades has showed up, I think, a lot stronger as a frontline player in this LAN than he had at HRX. HRX, it was almost exclusively Fernando.
Yes.
Now we've seen him being able to use Barrick. We've been able to see him in previous using Torvald, and of course, Fernando earlier on. He's got a lot more versatility and a lot more depth on the front line, and that's really, really key when it comes down to Kanga's success.
Biney, you know, taking a look at Kanga, we talked about your previous experiences, but going into this matchup here with D69, are you giving Kanga a little bit of an edge over the European juggernauts? Do you think they'll be able to compete here, or is this a clean sweep for Jera and the boys?
So I think a big difference here is that, you know, you have one team who's been a champion before and the other team who's basically in that challenger position. I would say that this is a toss-up between the drafts, who gets what draft and how they perform on it. A big piece is going to be, can the person who gets Bomb King win every game that they have him with, and then can they flip it around when they don't?
Well, you know, quickly bringing back up, there was an interesting decision I saw when you guys, I believe you had the option to take first or second pick.
Yeah.
And you actually chose second pick and gave up the Bomb King. I want to know what your thought process was behind that, because you didn't end up winning that game, and then the next game you picked Bomb King first. You had a great game.
Yeah.
Was it a mistake?
The idea was to try to do a Makoa, Barrick, and Pip combination of super healing, but the problem is that you need two really good damage dealers, and I think we over-prioritize Lex as a really solid hero because he has no AoE and there's nothing really to break up their formation, especially when they're pushing so hard on us.
Yeah.
And I think that's what really broke us down, because the Gort Slow really hurt us there.
Thought it out.
Well, it's going to be an exciting one. We're almost ready for the maps here. I know a lot of you have been just eager, pun intended, to get your Paladins action in for today, and it is about to happen. The first map going to be Stone Keep that we will be playing on, and this is the newest map in Paladins. Just a beautiful place to be.
Oh, without a doubt. And I think the most interesting thing is when you are going for this initial capture point, do you choose to go towards the church side or the keep side? I know for you guys that's a big commitment as far as how the team decides to favor one side or the other. So anything last you want to say either about the matchup or about your boys here later on?
Well, I think we're going to try to bring it back there, and I think the biggest thing about that Stone Keep game is that it's all about what you commit to and what kind of draft they go.
It's going to be really, really exciting stuff, because you're actually going to play again. You're going to play potentially one of these teams, maybe rematch a Kanga if they can't take over D69 in the top spot here. So I don't want to have you give up all your strats right now. I want you to, save some, man, because all the other pros are watching you right now.
You just got to watch all the questions. You ask the coach, he's got to tell you something.
That's true. That's true. The other thing I was going to bring up as well, since you're here, might as well soak as much as we can out of you. Hades and you, both captains of the team, different approaches to being a captain. Hayes, I think he looks like he reminds me of just a pillar, right? A solid, very, you know what you're getting from him, and almost the tone, the way he speaks is a little bit more measured. You seem more like a free spirit. I would put you in the wind as a captain, despite you being extremely, and that's because you're flexible as well. You play a lot of different roles, but you really do, communicate differently with your team.
I would say the big piece there is that he actually plays the front line spot. And,
Yes.
my geographic location doesn't always let me play Makoa. And because the Makoa, I can't really play it as well. It just happens with where I live. I kind of have to play on either the supports, the second tanks, and those other positions. So it's not as easy to be like that. I'm in control and I'll tell you everything you need to do.
Because you're sometimes the one that needs to be told. You're playing the damage role.
Yeah,
right?
it's kind of a give and take thing, but I think it works well for our team so far.
Awesome stuff. Time to get into the draft. Let's do it. Let's see what we got going on here. Alan, what are you looking at? Both of these teams you know extremely well. You're the stats guy. You're the analyst guy. What are you expecting out of this draft besides the first big bomb game?
I mean, that we really just need to stop talking about it because it's going to be almost every single time.
Let's just count it in.
I think the big thing for D69, they are a team that coming into this has used a lot of Grok, and that's one character that we really haven't spent a lot of time talking about, but brings a lot to the table, especially not just the fact that he can get that healing totem plus healing rain to chunk up big health pool targets, get that health back into it, and interestingly enough, Kanga, who also likes to use Grok, takes that early on in the draft with the Makoa.
So, no Shaolin, no Drogos yet. Still on the table for D69. Bitey, what are you taking here for your second and third if this is you?
Well, the biggest thing right here is that Grok is going to deny a lot of good Ying play. It was so painful for Ari to get work done because the Grok just keeps slowing, keeps chaining, keeps hurting everybody on the field. So that's why we're looking at the Meldamba here.
Yeah.
Now, the Drogos is going to be a great counter against the front line. And because they have the Bomb King and the Drogos, they have basically an insulation against any kind of double tank play.
That's really key, I think, a lot. I mean, Kanga is one of those teams that does not usually go with the big double frontliners. Usually you see them pull Makoa, and in the Oceanic play, they used a lot of Ruckus. We haven't seen any Ruckus to come out of them yet. And I think this is a pretty big choice for Kanga as far as what do they want to go. They're opting to take the Ying kind of to, I guess, really to let the draft kind of elongate out, see what else they want to go with for that final pick. And then there it is. I'd say the Shaolin is probably the go-to just to, again, try to keep District 69 away from just having a big, strong front line with no possible wrecker at the table. So Shaolin's a good pickup.
Great pickup, solid damage dealer. And now, Bitey, they're staring two last picks here, and Kanga with the response pick. Is there a way for them to get baited into something, or is D69 looking pretty solid?
D69 is looking really good. There's one big part that comes from Bomb King and Drogos is that because it's Bugsy, there's two ways you can play Drogos. You can go in or you can stay back. And with that versatility, you can see with the picking the Torvald, Drogos and Bomb King both have this insulation against all that damage. Looking at Kanga, it's a slower draft. They're probably going to look for somebody quick and active. Looks like Buck's coming out even with his card being removed there. So this will be an interesting matchup. I'm guessing Buck's there to jump onto Shaolin. They've got hyper aggression now. They've got the Torvald with the Buck. It's going to make a huge difference in terms of how they play. And I think it's going to be up to Kanga to get a really solid pick here to try to stop some of this frontline pressure.
Yeah, it's going to be all at once, I think, for D69. The floodgates are going to open, and there's just going to be a lot of presence and damage on the field. And to be honest, the Barrack is actually a pretty smart pickup because the turret is something that a lot of people might just overlook, and that's a little bit of extra damage to come in. But on top of that, he can able to set everything up. Very visibly sets himself up as far as, this is where we're going to be, boys. Don't go past here. This is where our base is set up at.
He's that line in the sand that you don't want to cross unless you're absolutely sure. And Torvald more so has to operate from a short range, but can flay out a little bit, especially with the way Elven Path plays. We talked about him being an aggressive frontline player. Hades, again, maybe less aggressive. How do you think those two interactions are going to play out in this game?
Just looking at that draft, I would say that if you're looking for high aggression, D69 has this in the bag. They've got so much utility with a Drogos and a Bomb King player that are on those high levels that you're looking at. Kanga wants to somehow sit there, get the good picks from range, and make a lot of plays. But it's going to be how well they stop D69 from playing aggro plays or just trying to outzone them and control the map with all that AoE.
Kanga's got a solid lineup, Alan, but I don't know. I am really giving the edge to D69 here. It might just be because of the Bomb King, but it just feels like they have a lot of synergy with what they're trying to do.
It's the aggression. That setup is a playmaking setup. This one's a receiving setup, and I think that's what we're going to be ending up looking at.
And the other big thing, especially when you consider the aggression coming out of a Torvald, you don't normally associate one with the other, but the fact of the matter is, if you can get Barrack into a spot where he feels like he has to use that barricade, Torvald's just going to recharge all of that to instant health pull for himself, and that essentially will give him a second life to continue continue to push forward if the Maldamba has to focus on somebody else. I mean, I think the big factor here is what does the Buck do? You know, is he able to be successful, or will Shaolin be able to hit the shots, hit the impalers? That's really the matchup that I'm most excited to see, I think.
You know, we saw Shaolin come in and largely be a counter to Buck because of the fact that he's one of the only guys that can, with, you know, an execution of a combo, essentially deplete a full health Buck, unlike a lot of other damage dealers who have to fight that out, and Buck Sustain would be able to take into effect. But looking at, you know, the Barrack, he's a jack of all trades type of frontline. Even though they have the Torvald, he doesn't rely on the shield as much as a Fernando would rely on that shield up for the sustain. He's got the turrets, like you mentioned. He's even got the dome shield, which, try as you might, it's going to be hard to just recharge all that 20,000. And so with Ying as well and the Grok, Kanga definitely going to have a chance in this game. It's just going to be whether they can really deal, I think, with the Bomb King here.
Yeah, that's our biggest thing, is how well they withstand that aggressively utility-based lineup.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting, I think, as well. If they can put pressure D69 onto Ying to force the dimensional link out, that's a really long cooldown.
Yeah.
And if then you can harass the Ying further past that, I think that's the big key. If Ying gets taken off the table, I think Kanga really starts to kind of, you know, fold like a flan in a cupboard at that situation. And the other side of things, too, is if you can get Torvald off the field, D69 is forced to spread out and really kind of go from left to right. And that's a situation where Shaolin will then accelerate in.
It's going to be easy for Grok, too. I mean, you look at Ruckus being a really good kind of stable place for Grok to bounce those lightning shock pulses off. Torvald kind of filling that same role. We'll see what happens when we get into game. Bitey, thank you so much for joining us, buddy.
Thank you so much for having me up here.
Good luck in the rest of the match.
Thank you so much.
You got?
Yeah, for sure. Take the loser of this one as you get their Coop team first, but it's going to be a long bracket.
Thank you, buddy. Well, Bitey's going to go back and keep watching and making sure that he's ready for his next games. Eager, they will be playing again, and we're going to see some exciting stuff coming out from them. They may even play Kanga one more time, which was absolutely a rock star matchup for those who were able to watch. But Alan, it's just us two now. I feel like I finally got you alone. It's like, you know, it's like you're waiting all night, partying with your friends. You got the girl you like, and then finally, you know, they leave.
Which one's the girl?
You are.
Oh, man.
Yeah, and it's like you got, all right, babe, turn the Barry White on.
You got to wine and dine me. Yeah, exactly.
So this is looking like a pretty sexy lineup for both teams, and I'm pretty excited about seeing this D69 playing Kanga. You know, D69 actually lost to Kanga. You know what I'm going for, right?
I know exactly what you're going for.
In a best of 3, they would have talked to me about that. A lot of people don't notice that.
The thing with this matchup is, again, this is another retribution moment. D69 obviously made it to the HRX finals by going through Kanga at one point in time, but the big storyline is Kanga put up a fight very, very toe-to-toe with these big juggernauts in EU. They took Burrito to 5. They were able to do some work against D69, and I think with the Diggy Dog addition to Kanga, they bring a lot more explosivity that they did not have previously at HRX, and that's really the style that D69 brings. So this is going to be, you know, the clash of the titans when it comes to aggressive gameplay. So if you're at home and you're looking to set up a team and you want to be aggressive, I think you're going to learn a lot from both of these teams here.
Interesting point as well. As we get into the game right here, Buck, players yesterday said, you ban this card, he's dead. Well, we see D69 playing him here, but that doesn't mean anything because they've always played Buck. They've loved Buck since the beginning. And right here, getting the game started, match 3, the 2 winners of match 1 and 2 going off. Bugsy, Fusilade goes 50% more damage on the Rockets. Accelerant for Sheepa as Bomb King. Bounce House for Perdos. Buck, Ripened Gourd for Jairus Moldaba. And Field Study for Elvin Pass Torvald.
And a counter, Kanga will be taking Chronix on Shaolin with Recurve. Maelstrom for Joel's on Grok. Josh Kent will be picking up the Makoa, looking for the half shell. And then Diggy Dog playing Ying. And then we're going to have Hades again on Barrack with Architectronics most notably.
Yeah, making those turrets do good work. Up on the top, though, Perdo's going to fall down. Josh Kent taking him downtown with the Makoa hook and the damage from the cannon. And so Kanga will have a little bit of an advantage in terms of players on the field, but they will not be advantage on the point. 39% here still for D69.
Good vision from Kanga to know they had the advantage and then to immediately find the Torvald and then past that, find the support. They're taking it down in a nice progression, and that's just going to open itself up to more aggression on a small map. This is the big problem with Stonekeep is you really can't push your advantage too much because it's so close to the enemy spawn. But if you can stagger and find the right kills, it'll give you a nice advantage on point. We see it above 70% for Kanga.
There it is. Elvin Path just keeping his Bomb King alive for now and trying to get back into this. He can recharge up off the shield if he can, but 87% for Kanga Esports. The Bomb King, Grumpy Bomb is there. Will not do enough work to make him stay alive, though. Elvin Path will fall the Hades. Digga Dog playing the Ying of all champions, doing work here in the back line, and so go as Grok supports, just bringing in the pain, and 99% for Kanga Esports. Overtime taken away.
And this is really big when it comes down to how Kanga is reacting. Like Bitey was mentioned, this is a reactive game setup for them. They're able to know when the respawns are there, they back up a little bit, take down the Torvald shield, let him use his recharge, pull him right out of it. And that's exactly how they've converted that kill now twice, and Kanga goes up 1-0 on the scoreboard.
2 minutes and 18 seconds on the clock for both of these teams. Kanga had some questions about him. D69, the favorites. Kanga responded really, really well with, as we mentioned, a composition not meant to really initiate fights, but to react to them well and safely and take advantage of any mistake they're going to make there. Nice impale into the wall. Get some damage. 2 minutes still. Payload about 50%.
And Bugsy will find a connection. I was worried for a second he wasn't going to find anybody, but is able to track down Ying, and now with Bordeaux going off with a triple kill, able to find himself 3 really big targets. It's going to force all of Kanga right back, and Sheepa now pushing his aggression on Bomb King.
Sheepa's got a Bomb King for the ages, and you do not want to mess with that. And Purdo's Buck, stuff of legend. My God, what have we done with this man? And Joels, he feels the pain right away, jumps back into the gourd. Minute and 33 here. D69 looking to stabilize off of this push and make sure that Kanga can't get anywhere near the payload.
Yeah, I think that was probably a little bit of a mistake there from Josh Kent to slide right in. All of D69 was spread in cover. It was going to really distract away from getting a successful dredge anchor, plus all that damage funneling down. That's going to really delay Kanga from getting back up there. They need both frontliners here if they want to make a move.
This Fusillade Drogos is just absolutely shredding through these shields, and it's going to shred through any target that stays stationary for too long. Joel's nice Tempest there, very proactive in terms of his use, and that's kind of how you want to use that ultimate.
You've seen a couple of teams in the Oceanic scene actually combining Tempest with Grover's Whirlwind. It's just a full force coming at you, and that side, it's now 2 frontliners coming at your face, but still, D69 is doing a really good job of keeping themselves set up. Again, Bugsy has been essentially going off for free thus far this game, and you can see him finding, again, more kills, and Sheepa's right behind him as both of them clean up 4 total.
We had a tornado warning the other day here in Alpharetta, Georgia. It might have been Grover and Grok ulting at the same time. I'm not exactly sure, but it sure felt like it. And that combination's not used right now. King Bomb ready and available for Sheepa, but he doesn't want to give up that huge asset for the next round. Point capture is he is down. They just need to defend here, but the poke has not happened. They're very close to the payload. Josh Kent's half shell keeping him alive, and that will be up very soon. Look at that.
It's so quick, and that's why people are taking the card. It's not just because of the extra mobility and damage you can put out, but the cooldown itself. It's so monumental. Illusionary Rift also being triggered here to try to keep this push alive in overtime. They will find Sheepa, and Jera also really low is actually backing up and kind of using the fadeaway hooks, or pardon me, the fadeaway snakes, trying to find damage. But again, Heat Haze also there as Shaolin looks to go off. Hyperbeam will not find him off the map in a pull. This could be really big.
Nice stuff there. Elvin Pass stays alive by the skin, by the chin. Hairs on his chinny chin. And oh boy, it looks like these snakes are coming through. Misses the stun, but it is enough for D69 for now to have defended this. And Alan, that is a kind of a lucky break that they got, not having to waste the Dread Serpent there, not having to waste the Dragon Punch as well.
That's really, really big, and Garrett takes the emote bow at the end. He should, because he was really the big reason why he kept all of his teammates there. Without a frontliner, he was keeping the Bomb King and the Drogos alive throughout, while also getting himself some damage, and we saw a couple of those snakes hit that stun. Even though it is a mini stun, you can't chain him. It is still really big in converting kills.
Incredibly important here. Taking a look at the items here. Deft hands coming out from Jared. Just wants to guarantee those stuns. Maybe felt he was missing a little bit. Needs a little bit more help.
I mean, it's still good. I mean, to be able to get that off that much faster, it's still good, especially when you're going up against a double front line. You want to be able to get those kills converted and find that extra stun. And to be honest, I like it because there's 3 blast shields up. There's no resilience. So that's really big to help, again, get that stun game online.
Left-hand side, both teams looking to take the upper balcony. But here is Bugsy. He's going with the shield so he can't get killed. Takes Hades down, and that is huge. The frontliner Barrick out of the fight, and Sheepa in the back line causing terror. Bomb King rolling down. Grumpy Bomb there in a few seconds. That will matter. Josh Kent no longer CC immune, so will get stunned, and D69 will pile on the pain. Yeah. The Australian captain falling, and Digidog, though, doing his part of the job to try and keep his team alive.
Illusionary Rift just used slightly too late to keep the Makoa up, and it's resulting in D69 again. Free damage from above is the big key when it comes to Bomb King on this map. He's able to stay in this keep and continue to just to left click, right click all day long, and above 82%. It will be a recommit from Kanga. They do have a shot at this, but they need to find a kill first.
81% here for D69. There's a Tempest coming out from the Grok, trying to keep his teammates alive, and the movement speed added from that will be a huge asset to the squad. There's the Dome Shield, recharges down. Digidog gets 2. Diggy coming coming strong with that Ying and making sure that he and his team could secure some important kills on the D69, who now largely might not get back on this point.
The big thing, and people might be saying here, Diggy Dog, how does he go from playing support after playing such a great Bomb King Drogoz? He plays support almost exclusively throughout the Oceanic qualifier, so had a lot of practice, especially on Ying. What a great hook from Josh Kent. Will they be able to get the kill? Diggy Dog again getting kill potential. Torvald no shield up right now, looking to possibly get a recharge, but cooldown is still there. I don't know if he can keep himself alive. Chronix gets the kill, but again, trades back and forth from the big damage dealers as Bugsy finds 2.
Oh, Bugsy going in for the Dragon Punch. Is it going to be enough? He will find 1. Bugsy gets 2 and may just have saved the day for D69. In fact, I'm almost sure of it that he is going to help capture the objective. That was an incredible play. That's why this guy means a lot to this team. They didn't have him at the Paladins Invitational, ladies and gentlemen, but they've got him now.
Good grief, and feeling all of the pressure, able to find a Quadra by himself to secure a point and low health. I mean, all of those eggs are in the right pads. That's bottom of the 9th, 3 on, 2 out, and you're down by 4 and hitting the Grand Slam right there.
Unbelievable stuff there by Bugsy. 2 minutes now, D69 in the lead off the back of their captain's plays, and man, he may be silent in real life, but he is speaking louder than you could imagine here in this game. Fusillade hitting them all long range. He takes him down. Chronix doesn't know where to go, waving his arms in the air, asking for God to give him a prayer, but there are none to be answered. 1 minute and 43, savage for Bugsy, and this payload is almost converted.
The wrath of the rocket launcher is finding all of the targets right now. Same thing, Salvo finding a ton of damage. This is just an absolute nightmare for Kanga. Good grief. He continues to find more. Successful push, and you can see how excited the rest of D69 is as Bugsy is absolutely controlling this match.
Unbelievable. Not the player, but the plays. Bugsy coming in strong. 99K damage already, and it's only been the end of round 2. Round 3 coming up, Alan. On top of this incredible performance by Bugsy and the rest of his team, just break down some of these items that these guys are prioritizing here.
I'm trying to calm myself down, my heart rate.
It's okay, buddy. You will get through this.
The big thing is, and you can see this as reaction, Kanga's got to find some answer to get some of this damage off the table. They're going with those blast shields. There's double investment for 3 characters. The fact of the matter is it going to be enough is the simple fact. He's hitting everything, and even if it is 14% down, it's still hitting hard.
Master Riding 2 here for Bugsy as well, on a 14 streak, but it does mean he will mean a lot of credits to whoever's able to kill him here. Purdo going down a little bit. Recovery will keep him alive as well. Spinning Spirits! That is the combustible, not the combustible, but the combustion of dreams. Fire Spit hitting all of them. Purdo with 2 or 3. Sheepa with the other 2. A deicide on the Kanga Esports. This could be game.
It very well could be, and Purdo is right up here to get the dismounts, find the poke, get everyone away. The Hyper Beam as well, just to add insult to injury as Josh Kent goes flying.
That's GG.
Oh my goodness, it has to be. There's nobody nearby. Everyone's falling, and you want to ask yourself, how do you make Buck viable? Let Drogoz take away everyone's health. That's
you know, how else do you make Buck viable? Put him, you know, on Purdo, who has never failed to be incredible on that champion. And you just put him on D69, who have basically stated that we are here to play. There is going to be no upset happening while we are here in the building. And Kanga, for the first time today, looking like they got to get some things together. Maybe need to talk it out here.
Yeah, I mean, the fact of the matter is they had a lot of really great moments.
Well, they did.
It's just simply the fact that Bugsy is an incredible player.
Yeah.
And he was the reason why D69 was continually able to keep pressure up, find kills. He ended the game on what had to have been at least 15-plus streak. I mean, that's that's nuts. Against a team that I think a lot of people are still considering third best, top 3 at least in the world. I mean, this is a matchup that is absolutely pivotal as far as how the Paladins esport goes, and Bugsy's at the forefront of leading it.
0 healing? Come on, Bugsy. What the hell?
God, the shielding number's embarrassing.
Yes, absolutely. I wouldn't show my face with that objective time. But, you know, the damage dealer obviously doing the damage. Only 2 deaths is the big story for me there. 32-2. I mean, that is a nuts KDA. And 110,000 damage. You know, what really tells the story, though, is to me the clutch. It's not about all the damage. And because sometimes Drogoz hits a Fire Spit, that's just going to get a lot of damage. You're going to get up there no matter what Drogoz you play. But the fact that he was able to get that 2v1 at the very end, he was low, he got a Makoa. and a Grok to deal with.
Yeah.
Unbelievable stuff. So risky to Dragon Punch on that first Grok.
Without a doubt. And, on top of that, and this is really interesting to see the versatility of also Josh Kent from Kanga. You know, watching him go from playing damage dealers to support, now also picking up the skill shots in Makoa. The team really trusts him to make the clutch plays. And he found a lot of really good hooks. But again, when you're soaking up 109,000 damage just in your shield, there's probably a lot more that actually hitting your health pool. It's really tough to sit up into a front line when you have someone like Bugsy funneling so much damage down.
And I don't think Josh right now is surprised.
No.
Honestly, they knew that this was going to be the biggest game for them today. They expected even that, hey, they may take a loss here. But they know that they've got plenty of game to play. They put themselves in a great spot to be able to advance into the semifinals. But, this guy, since the very beginning, has been putting D69 into a great spot. Whether he's playing Pip in the first Paladins Invitational and winning the games just because he stayed alive, and to now flexing on the Bomb King and just absolutely being monstrous.
Sheepa was one of those players that when we went into HRX, we were kind of looking at he was the jack of all trades in that lineup when Unbelievable had to fill in for Bugsy's spot. Him and Perdo are kind of the two that's like, what are they going to bring for damage dealers? And he's really grown into himself as a player, I think, with his identity. A lot of people don't spend time when they think of D69. Sheepa might not be on the top of their minds, but he's very quickly finding an establishment of who he is on this team, and it's led to a lot of exposure on characters like Bomb King, where he excels at.
It feels like he's, in terms of the new legendary meta, with Maelstrom Grok coming through, it feels like he's really found his own, and that kind of star power potential, because with the Maelstrom Grok, which he likes to play a lot and has favored, he has been really top damage most of these games. A lot of the interesting kind of thematics going on with D69, if you don't know them and you're coming into our scene, they're quiet.
Yeah.
For the most part, aside from Elven Path, they are quiet. Jera and Elven Path, I'd say, talk the most out of all of them. Perdo's another guy right here that we're looking at. Silent, but deadly.
Yeah, I mean, and he has the most experience playing Buck, as you'd mentioned. He played him a total of 5 different times in the qualifiers. That's a very impressive number when a lot of people were not looking at Buck as being viable. Frozen Guard coming up as well is
Does
interesting.
Buck work here?
I would not anticipate seeing Buck here.
Okay.
The only reason you might is if, for some reason, Kanga, again, at HRX, they pulled out Grover and Kanessa on this map, and if you need someone to close that gap, Buck could be there. But, again, this isn't quite the meta that I think we'll see, but we'll see.
Going to be very interesting here as we get into the champion draft. Kanga now electing for the first pick, something that Eager passed when they were playing Kanga, and now Kanga will not make that mistake. They will take the Bomb King on their side. So D69, they're going to have to show that without BK, they could still beat the top dogs from OCE.
And the other thing, too, with this map is this is not a map that you normally associate Drogos with being dominant on, because it's just it's got a lot of weird areas, and especially with that long payload push, especially going underneath that little overhang, Drogos just kind of finds these areas where he's not able to bring much to the table. On the flip side, I mean, again, like we mentioned, Bomb King finds a way to be viable anywhere right now. And then you put Shaolin and Makoa together, that's a really nasty combo, especially taking people off the point straight into a planted. Could be very detrimental for Kanga if they face up against that.
And this is one where you've got to be careful as Kanga, because right now, if you see a healer kind of draft for D69, they will most likely take the Ying or the Grok or whatever type of healing they're going for here. In these next 2 picks, Kanessa could come out here. This is a good map for Kanessa. This is a higher than normal win percentage for Kanessa.
Yeah, without a doubt. She's just got, especially if D69 is, they don't have the Bomb King, so there's no way to close the gap there with Poppy Bomb. And this is a really interesting choice for D69, because if they do choose to not take a primary healer, you have to figure that Ying would be their last final pick, and that allows Kanga to go into a possible Kanessa. I don't know. It's very possible here. There's some low health pool champions. Lex brings some viability as far as being able to maneuver around the outside of the map, but he doesn't close gaps as well as other characters do right now in the meta, so it'll be interesting.
I think, actually, to be honest, I think if Kanga doesn't watch out here, this could be interesting for D69. The Mega Potion Pip's not something we've seen Europe adopt fully. It's something that North America's tried out. We've seen kind of jump into the community, but I think the Kanessa, without a strong flanker, except the Bomb Key, could come out for D69. We know Bugsy likes to play it. It would be an interesting pick, but I don't know. What do you think, Alan?
It's interesting. D69 is
They've
not...
got Yang here.
Yeah,
they need it.
They absolutely need a dedicated healer. I mean, Pip's just not going to be able to sustain those health pools through what they're facing up against. I mean, Barrick can plug away pretty easily at the front line right now. Victor as well, a lot of sustained damage. Ooh, okay. I like this pick, to be completely honest, because you figure that Sheepa will likely play the Pip.
Yeah.
Gara will likely be able to play Grover at this point in time. And Gara's a character or a champion that, or player.
Grover,
Gara's a player that we don't normally associate with his ability to put damage out into support, but he is able to do it. We just don't see him in that opportunity often.
Oh, he's excellent, and one of the more mechanically gifted players, hitting those stuns from so far away.
Yeah.
But now with Grover here, he brings a lot to the table. He brings the front point fight, especially if they run half shell, kind of safe healing, and that's important for Grover and Makoa. Half shell and him synergize well because Cauterize largely shuts down the Grover. But if you get the half shell up, only a second and a half of Cauterize ticking on you, that could be a majority of the heal coming back to you from a whirlwind. But also the zone potential. When you win that first point, Grover can zone like the best of them.
Oh, without a doubt. And just the ability at this point in time for D69 to absolutely shut down characters, whether it's by Dredge Anchor, by probably Deep Roots, or by Implanted, the Impaled Arrow. It's just, there's a lot of shutdown potential on D69 right now. The fact of the matter is, you have a lot of good characters on Kanga that can pick up Cauterize and do it very effectively, you know, spreading that damage around. I mean, Grok just needs to sit there and just wave his mouse across everybody, and Cauterize is applied to the whole team. So
absolutely. And Victor is there too. He can hit a lot of targets as well. Very fast firing. Not the most mobile, but he has enough to get the job done around the corners and kind of nooks and crannies here on Frozen Guard. The solo front line yet again for both of these teams. So the double tank kind of largely falling away here.
Yeah, going to double support, and we'll have to see how they're able to keep their team sustained as we move on. So Josh Kent will be again playing Grok with the Maelstrom picked up for him. Joel's with the Gunnery with the 15% bonus damage to ADS. Fortify will be picked up for Barrick, played by Hades. Ripe and Gourd taken by Chronix on the Meldama, and Diggy Dog with Accelerant on King.
Half shell for Makoa coming out. Deep Roots for Jera's Grover. We've also got Recurve for Shaolin. We've got Catalyst for Bugsy playing Pip. That's a new one. And Death Hastens for Purdo on Lex. Haven't seen this guy yet. Elven Path dropping real low. But Josh Kent could be in trouble now on the Grok and use the healing totem to stay alive. All of D69 still alive, but solo. Dig-a-Dog there. Gonna take down Elven Path first. And in the back line, Dig-a-Dog will take down 2, 3 for the Bob King. He could have been 4, but Joel's cleans Sheepa up before he has a chance. And Frozen Guard's looking all Kanga.
And this is where Kanga excels, especially on this map. And this is, I think, why they chose to take the Victor, is because he can sit here for essentially free, find the dismounts, and let this capture point just stack up. Put your support on it, let him sit there, throw out right clicks, left clicks, let that capture point get up. It's already up to above 80%, and District 69 isn't even knocking at the door yet.
They may have given this up here. I think that is the smart move, and they will. They'll just say, we did not win this first point capture. This is a veteran team move. A lot of teams will rush in there, but Kanga now, they find themselves in the lead. 2 minutes and 23 seconds left on the clock. Ultimate's starting to get ready. Victor doing a lot of damage. He's got Barrage 9% away, and that could help this momentum stick.
Yeah, tough spot for Diggy Dog right now. He's trying to stay alive. Ooh, good commitment from his team to get back in here to help him, and they find a kill on Purdo. This is a big opportunity for Kanga if they can find another kill, especially on Makoa. This could lead to the payload moving a lot further than you would normally expect early on.
2-0 means a lot on Frozen Garden, a lot on these hard to zone, hard to push maps, but Diggy Dog can't be stopped. He is running rampant here on D69, and after having such an incredible performance by one of D69 superstars, it's Kanga's turn to respond. Diggy Dog carrying most of the weight here, and a King Bomb is available. Lucks out by not getting hooked there, though.
This is Kanga just putting up such a good force. I mean, they are committing everything to this. The payload is already knocking through the door at this point.
Nice,
Tempest come out to help get everyone forward into this fight. A minute 30 left. King Bomb is zoning everybody away from the spawn, and they get it, Evan, so quick. 2:45, 2-0 on the scoreboard.
I have yet to see many Frozen Guard games go this way, and maybe D69 not committing there shot themselves in the foot. Maybe they could have gotten a kill or two and maybe stalled the initial push and given themselves some chance, but they just couldn't recover from losing that first fight. So 24 seconds, they've got to get things ready. They're down 300 credits from Kanga, and they're trying to make it back here.
And I like the choice, though, for D69 to go into Master Riding here. I think that they were caught off guard a lot by what this route was early on for Kanga, taking the outside and not go for the center. So what do you do to respond? If you're not going to win the outside fight, get to point first. Get that capture percentage moving up. Force Kanga to come to you and respond to them appropriately. And I like this for D69.
Very good stuff by Joel. Takes the Master Riding, able to get to the right side as he needs to. Hits a few with the grenade, and the barrage could be strong. Elven Path's feeling the heat of that one. Cauterize already applying to the Grover, but Joel's doesn't even care. He's going to go straight damage. Screw the healing. Now Purdue has a chance. There's the law, and it will find some to be judged. Purdue stays alive with Lex, which is huge, and now Digidog probably is going to have to back off here, losing his healer.
Yeah, losing his healer and also the Victor, who is a lot of the sustained damage, but still able to find a big kill. That's big. I mean, he's not able to do anything as far as capture point, but keeping the stagger even-ish with his team is really, really big when it comes to a potential retake in the future. Now they're not zoning as aggressively because they didn't have that full wipe like Kanga had. Now 78% for D69. They're still making it extremely difficult. Nice impale there. Good 2K damage, and Josh Kent will go down. Ghost Walk will not save his life for now, and D69 going to tie things up in terms of objective captures, and now are on the push. Yeah, and this is really big as far as itemization goes to get them back into it as well. That extra 300 credits is going to be really big here just underneath 5 minutes, but still so much damage coming out as we see Chronic's able to find a kill. Double kill for Joel's. He's got so much time in on Victor, and he continues to find all of these shots. Triple kills with most of those coming from headshot damage. Looking for 4. Will the grenade get it? Oh, not quite. Joel's trying to get the highlight reel for the Masters land, and he's coming close there. That's going to be a delayed quadra kill. Joel's picking up the last 4 kills for Kanga Esports, and he's not satisfied with that, trying to pick up some more. This Victor has been largely untamed on the side of Kanga. D69 have to find a way to deal with him. I mean, how can they? Outside of Lex possibly pushing the issue. I mean, Pip is able to do lob damage, but it's not secure. Shaolin as well could possibly hit an impale with, again, using the planted, but it's not for sure. There's no for sure way to dismount or keep Joel's away from setting himself up, and that's why he's been so successful largely on this map. Not really able to get to the back line. Victor staying safe. Elvin Path trying to find a hook. Missed the first one, but will get him away with some damage. That's nothing new, though. They've got to get him out of the fight and burst him down. And so they'll be counting on doing that. They need to tie things up if they can. Minute and 9 seconds. Grumpy Bomb did come out. Elvin Path just waiting patiently. That aggressiveness we heard him talk about seems to have kind of gone away here. Yeah, and this is really interesting. The pickup of Digidog able to get Grover out of the field is really huge. You can see Diz69 has to fall back. They do not have enough security healing coming out of this Pip, especially with how they are positioned in that instance. This is a really good tactical retreat. Let your Grover come back in, and all of that damage coming out from these axes being hurled is so monumental in keeping D69 forward. I think the Deep Roots needs to find the Victor a little bit more. They need to find the cripple, get him out caught in open space because he's getting damage, but he's just running. He's retreating back. I haven't seen him be rooted once this game, and so it tells me D69 not prioritizing that. Catalyst though, Pip, he's prioritizing the damage here, not the healing. They've got the ultimate, trying to reserve it. If Bugsy can stay alive here, this will mean a lot for their efforts, but with Jera falling and Elvin Path falling, Sheepa wasting the heat haze, largely doesn't seem like they're going to be able to push. Yeah, that's an interesting trigger decision. I wonder if it was just a lot more advantageous for them in this perspective left side. Yeah. Everybody else fell on the right. Yeah. Josh Kent and Joel's found 2 kills on what was Kanga's left side over by that lodge, and Sheepa had the ice mines over here completely to himself, but not able to find the right angles, and with the overtime now in effect, it's going to be really tough, and yeah, it's not going to be an instance where D69 can continue. So 3-1 now, Kanga 1 point away. That's big. That's what the 2-0 means in Paladins games, because of the fact that you're able to get that lead when you defend. It's usually a little easier to do so. You get the 3-1 advantage going into the second round and going into the third round. And now, to be fair, if they capture this, being D69, they're still going to be able to push, and Kanga can't win off of defense anymore. They can't win off of defense, so it will stay 3-2 if D69 are capturing or unable to push yet again. Yeah, the only advantage that Kanga has right now is simply on the scoreboard. Itemization is essentially even thanks to both teams having successfully converted a neutral capture point. So Kanga has really not a lot of room to work with outside of the number on the scoreboard. Worst case scenario here is you let D69, you try something crazy for the neutral point to catch D69 off guard, and if you lose the point, then you just successfully defend again, and still, it would be 3-2 at that point. Hook miss. They've got to find some damage onto Joel's there. There's the chicken. How many did that hit? 2, 3, 4. It seems like it hit everybody, and here's the whirlwind. Spring has come. Grover trying to shut things down. Digidog, he's going to try, but Deep Roots will catch Hades, and Elvin Path will follow up on him. Meanwhile, Shaolin sniping from the back. 2 kills for Sheepa, and D69 looking good on the capture again. The big thing again here was Kanga did try to do something different. They tried to find their way straight to point. They didn't use any ultimates outside of King Bomb, which is the big thing when it comes to them potentially successfully defending here, while D69, all they have is an Ancient Rage. The next closest is going to be Heat Haze, and again, on a map that's so wide when it comes down to this last payload potential, Sheepa's only going to be able to use that in one certain instance in one part of the map. So it's incredibly powerful what D69 have been able to do, turning the tide here. Bugsy's
a lot of danger. But thankfully, Perdot is kind of taking Hades' energy, but he will get found there by Josh Kent, and the shock pulse is damaged. Shara will find Hades, though. So the tank going down, but D69 still pulling back. Alan, you know, they've seemed not have an issue with the Victor this time around on the point fight, but Joel's, again, they need to consistently be able to find an answer. Here's the hook we're maybe hoping for. Without the damage from Pluck, though, they can't kill him.
And it was really smart of people who just noticed. He tossed his grenade at his feet while he was running away. It keeps everybody else from going into there, especially the Makoa, who was like half HP. If you take that grenade damage, you're going to get converted on very quickly. So good retreat there from Joel's as well. Very good understanding of the character. But still, that's position lost for Kanga's defense, and now D69 looking to push the advantage. But still, a lot of this cauterized damage is keeping Jera from doing any healing whatsoever.
And Jera's choice there is just to wait a second and a half, but sometimes you're low, you just press your heal because you need it, and you're not necessarily looking at, oh god, I gotta wait another 0.75 seconds to get the cauterize effect. But these are the things Jera's gonna have to do because Grover's got that burst healing. He cannot waste it. Pip's got that burst healing. They cannot waste it. They really need to be careful about this and use the half shell to their advantage.
Joel's accuracy has to be like 95%. I don't think he's missing much at all. Speaking of not missing, though, Shifa from the back for free, able to find one now going into Heat Haze. Good trigger for him, but meanwhile, Diggy Dog able to get up too. Bugsy with the evil mojo doesn't really find much as far as conversion thanks to the dome shield kind of keeping things sectioned off for Kanga. Even though Hades does fall, that's valuable time off the clock.
Really good heal there by Jera. Gives a little bit of a lifeline to Shipa, who might be able to make things happen. The shields are falling. Shell Shield still available, though, because Makoa is still alive. There's a Dread Serpent. They had to use a very valuable tool. Lex gonna slide away, but it will not be enough, especially with the accuracy from Joel's. This Victor is just doing work.
My goodness. I mean, he's not missing when it comes down to it. I mean, the only thing you hear not hitting is headshot every time. It's like every other.
Yeah.
So that's okay. Regardless of the fact that it will be a successful defense, as you can see, all those blue bodies are up there zoning, those blue uniforms sparking up. Although, Makoa looking for possibly trying to get there.
Nice
Nifty idea for sure. That would have been really interesting if he would have gotten that overtime, but regardless, we stay 3-2.
But what I like about this for D69, Alan, is that they took away some of the Dread Serpent pressure that they could have been expecting for this next point fight, which is really what they need.
Yeah.
They can't lose the point fight. The defense doesn't matter. That's not going to end their game. They got to keep winning these. So they've got the Ancient Rage, and they've got the Log, which we did see come into effect here. Perdot was able to land a few kills on that, and that could change the tide.
Without a doubt, and it is still 2 ultimates for each team as we take a look at it. Itemization-wise, again, these resiliences, this is what we're going to see, I think, from the teams that emerge as the top 4, is how much value comes out of resilience, especially while Bomb King is in the meta, without a doubt. And you add Grover into the mix and everything else, even Catalyst Pip. Yeah, and Meldama, you put all those things together and you get some form of the Powder Puff Girls or something.
You get resilience. It's a recipe for resilience. That's what it is. And if they're able to survive some of these big-time plays like the Grumpy Bomb or the King Bomb, they're going to be definitely thanking their lucky stars for purchasing the right defensive item there. That's item highlights for you. He's zoning very largely with a lot of these hits, and that retribution target's going to give him vision, so he's able to pop through and get a couple of shots. The nice poke there, and will he stay alive? 0 health, no. Shock pulses will find him. 48% for D69. Oh, Ancient Rage coming out from Melvin Bat trying to turn this around.
And that's a great time to proc it as well. While your team is on the point, you're coming around as the flankoa. You're able to create extra space, but that being said, Joel's is back in the fight with Josh. They're able to find 3 kills and keep that capture percentage only at 75%. They should be able to almost match that here before D69 can come back with a full 5. It's going to come down to one more fight.
They've got Evil Mojo, though. They're going to be sitting on the point. It depends on how good the zone is with Joel's, Josh Kent, and they've taken down Bugsy. So no more Evil Mojo from Pip. The only thing they might have is a Whirlwind here coming out from Grover, but it's not going to do much, especially with the cauterize and the damage coming from Joel's. This could be the end of the game here. Kanga looking to tie things up, 87%. 93. This could be Kanga coming through, tying the series here against the juggernauts in Europe. D69. Australia have something to say about that claim.
They're not going to sleep. The rest of the region might be asleep right now. Yeah. It's really late for them, but
it's like 5
if anyone is up watching, they have to be absolutely amped to see Kanga come in so strong throughout all of their matchups so far. This one in particular, again, I think the 2 big X factors for Kanga is going to be Frozen Guard and Ice Mines.
Yeah.
2 maps that a lot of the teams from North America and EU just do not like, especially Ice Mines. Kanga's okay playing maps that people don't like. They will make it their own, and that was absolutely the case. Again, 4-2. That's big against D69.
You know, and they were close. They almost had it, but not being able to deal with the Victor, not picking up the flank. Those are the one times where if you don't have this incredible performance coming out from your Grover or something like that, where it's just every single time he's deep-rooted and you get follow-up from your Pip, then not taking a flanker can hurt you.
And it's interesting because everyone's been crying out about how Lex is so strong right now. He's been making the least amount of noise when it comes to putting in damage, at least here in what we've seen so far today. It's a long weekend, but Victor is still able to put out so much damage. I mean, Joel's has played a lot of Victor, and you could see that absolutely being echoed here. 29-5 with over almost 120,000 damage, and those are huge numbers from a Victor.
And, you know, Lex largely, you know, seeming to be maybe the hotness, right, in Paladins. But Victor, he's the old school. He's the simple. Not a lot of people get excited when Victor gets picked or played, or you play against him. It's just kind of just plug and play. Just aim and shoot. That's all I have to do. But you can't doubt those damage numbers. He's so effective. And if you don't have anything to deal with him, he's going to wreck your whole team.
Yeah, and with his ability to track characters midair, left to right, up and down is absolutely why that Victor was so monumental. But still, speaking of people who are able to put out damage really quickly, Sheepa usually finds himself near the top. Shaolin was a non-factor this game.
Yeah.
Tell me why.
You know, it just seemed like, again, Shaolin was under pressure more so than he was able to apply the pressure. There's not as many walls, especially if you position well, where most of the fights happen front-facing, not on the right side or the left side. And not as many walls to set up your planted combos to stay from range and still see the igloo fight, which is where Shaolin really excels. When he can be at range and still see most of the fight, like on Stone Keep, get those planets and impels from out of nowhere, he can be devastating. But here he's got to have things go his way, and there was just too much not going D69's way for him to really free fire.
Yeah, and the big thing, which is really interesting, was the simple fact that Victor was really out-dueling Shaolin in that instance, which you don't normally see. Hades as well, again, his most rehearsed character coming in is Barrack, and again, finding a way to do it, gets 89,000 shielding. Very big number, 22 and 6. He's able to keep himself alive, and that's really what it comes down to. I mean, Barrack, again, not the sexiest character to play in the realm whatsoever, but he brings a lot to the table when it comes down to controlling space.
There's something to be said about stay-at-home dads, okay? They are sexy. You don't have to wear the pants to be sexy. In fact, without pants, I hear you're sexier. That's just a rumor.
Well, they call that cream gravy.
I got cream gravy. We got the map coming up here for game number 3. Both of these teams playing lights out against each other in Frog Isle.
This is an interesting choice simply because this typically in EU is what you would consider Carbon 6 map.
Yeah.
Without a doubt. And Frog Isle is a map that, again, it really results in after you win a team fight, can you get aggressive?
Yeah.
And that's been the key that I think both teams, they utilize that very, very well in their play style. And it's going to be interesting to see how they decide to adapt their drafts because of it.
We see more 4-0s, I think, on Frog Isle than almost any other map. And that is the power of how short it is to push and how much momentum driven it is. And talking about momentum, they've got the Bomb King on their side now. D69 feeling very good about this draft.
Yeah, and again, this comes down to, again, loser of the last map picks the next one, and which do they want to do as far as pick order. So naturally,
that's why Eager giving it up was just
so strange,
it's so
right?
strange, and it hurts so much because that's the one time you got to take your chance when you can get them.
Yeah, and a lot of the factor comes down to the fact that, you know, on both of these teams, you're looking at a lot of star potential when it comes to Bomb King in particular.
Yes.
That being said, Kanga is going to respond with a Grok and some splash damage of their own with Drogos. Again, we've seen what Diggy Dog can do on Drogos, and it's just as scary as his Bomb King.
And what is interesting about this meta, largely we have seen the Makoas, sometimes even the Torvalds. We've seen largely a frontliner first, second, third pick. And we've shifted away from that with this series. The Bomb King, obviously, the first pick here, but then the Grok and the Drogos, very prioritized by both of these teams in different ways, but Kanga especially. Makoa now comes in, and Moldamba as well for D69. Very solid core to start out.
Yeah, that's what I was going to poke you about in just a second was how do they let the Makoa go?
Yeah.
There has to be something up Kanga's sleeve when it comes to what they want. And the Barrack, again, it's interesting to see Barrack come out and I don't know. It's just what are they planning?
They need
here?
an Eevee here. They need some flank pressure here. And Bomb King, he can do it, but if you don't pick enough, you get caught with either Victor being able to hurt you like he did last game, or even worse, a Kanessa potentially being able to hurt you like this. You've got to have that flank pressure, I think, in this lineup because Kanga have the ability to last pick.
And again, Lex.
It's an iffy for me.
But you call it. Here it is.
Yeah.
The Eevee. And that's an absolutely brilliant call. The fact of the matter is that we saw, again, Shady Shades did so well on this map with that champion to get into the backline, poke, and then come right back. And a lot of people had been saying Eevee does not do well against Drogos because she's so bad at hitting aerial shots. Well, how do you avoid that? Wait till Drogos isn't in midair, blink above him, shoot right down. And that's kind of the way that Eevee has kind of evolved, as the game gets learned more about how to deal with Drogos, how to deal with Bomb King, and the Ying naturally has to come out. So this is a strange draft for me for Kanga, allowing the Makoa to go to D69. And to be honest, I think the Eevee is going to bring a lot of versatility to the backline that will allow the Lex more opportunities up front.
I think Bomb King already allows Lex so much more freedom because you got to focus the Bomb King. You can't worry about the Lex. And if Lex is able to just sit there and pew, that's going to hurt. That is when that Death Hastens really starts to matter. When you focus him, he's got limited mobility to be able to get out of dodge, unlike Bomb King, unlike Eevee. But I think right there, Kanga, you saw Josh Kent's face. I think that was largely can we afford to still do the plan that we were maybe thinking of, maybe trying to draft into a sniper. It doesn't really work out. The Ying there, though, would have been very unconventional, but could have maybe worked out. It was a gamble either way. Going with Grok as your solo healer would have been a bit of a, I don't know, gamble there, to say the least.
You just wouldn't want to do that.
You just wouldn't want to.
It's just
a pip maybe to combo with it.
Right. Both of those characters need somebody else to help them in that department.
Yes.
And healing, even though we don't talk about it a lot, we don't see a lot of the numbers throughout the mid part of the game. At the very end, you really start to see why healing is important. Or in team fights, if the healer goes down, everybody has to back up because you just cannot sustain. There's no effective HP at that point.
And the reason that Ying and I think Maldama are so core as being the buddy, playing the buddy system with Grok and Pip is the fact that they've got not only some of the, they don't really have burst healing, but they both have their standard healing over time. That matters when you're talking about players who are focusing on getting kills, who are focusing on a LAN environment, and you throw out a Pip heal because you see your teammates are low, but you don't think about the cauterize, and now that's your heal. Yeah. And that's it. And that's what you were counting on, and no one gets any advantage from it. Ying, Maldama allow you to kind of run through those mistakes a lot easier. And so as we get in the game, we'll see which healer comes out on top and which flank will do the deed here. Wormhole Bugsy going on Eevee there. Death Hastens for Lex. Sorry about that. Accelerant will be played for Sheepa's Bomb King. Jarrett on Ripened Gourd. And then Elven Path with Half Shell.
Yeah, I know you guys look alike, but please. Chronix will be playing Shaolin with the recurve coming out. Joel's on Grok this time with the Maelstrom, which will put Hades again on Barrack with the Fortify. Diggy Dog, as we anticipate, on Drogos. And Josh Kent will be playing the Ying with Lifelike.
Lifelike. And look at this. Elven Path already snowballing this game. D69 out for blood early, and the Bomb King just running, pressuring, and this Ying's used her Dimensional Link. She's got her free ticket out, and she has no more to be able to use, so she will go down back to base in D69, 45%.
And this is easy mode right now as far as what D69 looks. Again, this comes off of Eevee, and you mentioned it, Bomb King providing space. Lex is just here on the ground, just plugging away the whole time through, finds himself 2 kills, and that really does tick away really quickly. And again, Bugsy's still in the backline doing all this work. You can see him through the rock there, and Sheepa is still here with them. That's a lot of damage and a very quick capture point.
There's just too much distraction going on. Too much damage, too much distraction. We saw the Eevee, and we did see the Lex, and we saw the Shaolin. We saw, and the Bomb King, the Shaolin, and the Eevee. And those guys, with just the amount of sheer damage they can output on a game changes the dynamic.
Oh, without a doubt. And the other thing about this is just the ability to be aware, as both we've seen now Eevee, Bomb King, and now Lex have all backed up and kind of tagged in. It looks like a tag team wrestling match right now. It's like, all right, I'm out, you're in, get my healing, come right back in. It's just constant pressure, and it's allowed this payload to move for free. Elven Path is still in here as well, trying to get hooks with this half shell. It's just, there's so much control from D69 right now.
And Bomb King largely does win this Drogos battle for the most part because he can explode those bombs mid-air. Drogos just flying helplessly. It's almost an easier target to hit while he's just in the air, and Bomb King players just easily detonating it. Drogos now with the Dragon Punch. Will he use it? Oh, Fusillade hitting due for the money, and that is going to do a huge thing for Kanga Esports, and that's just to slow D69's roll. To get them back with 1:20, they're going to have to recollapse and try and go at this a different way.
Welcome to Frog Isle, the world of teeter-totters. One thing moves up, one thing moves down, you get aggressive, you come back, and it's absolutely incredible to see now changing the tide. Kanga Esports is starting to move into an aggressive spot on their defense with 1 minute left until we get to overtime. D69 still trying to find find a way to get through this kind of ravine that they're set themselves up on top of. And the whole time, Digidog in this tree is going to be really hard to track, and he's able to find huge Spitfires again over on the ledge.
Unbelievable stuff. Salvo coming through. Bugsy's going to immune most of that with the ice block. Oh, and take down Digidog. Purdo will be the culprit there. Bomb King, Sheepa running around the back corners. Gets impaled by Shaolin's. Going to get taken down. Chronix helping his team, but they will fall. And now it's just the Ying just by herself. Use her dimensional link. That one free ticket away. But if the pressure continues, she will have to fall too. And that's going to be big for Kanga, losing that healer.
That being said, a lot of Kanga is starting to get back up, especially for the frontline. Barrack and Grok both here and looking to get right back into things as Digidog, again, from the skies, able to do so much damage. And they do have ultimates available, although with the pressure they're putting on, I would really be discouraged to see them use any at the moment unless it cuts down to that time for desperation.
Elvin Pass just on the corner, trying to see if he can get a free hook. Not going to hit it, though. 2 seconds left, and here is Sheepa. The Grumpy Bombs there could set up something for his teammates, but they're just not close enough. It will be a successful defense for Kanga, and D69 and the Australian champions will find themselves tied yet again here in Game 3.
A lot of ultimates that can be expended, 9 of them on the board. Illusionary Rift was used just a little bit previously in that defense. And looking at the itemization, we're seeing Master Ridings come out, which is something we don't always see, or really, for that matter, normally see on Frog Isle. But again, showing how aggressive these teams are. They want to get there. They want to make sure that they have the first say in the fight and how it goes. The level 2 for Elven Path is really going to set up some interesting opportunities.
Absolutely. So 10 seconds left. It's almost time to get back into battle. Both these teams playing tight and looking to get the advantage over one another, but it just hasn't happened consistently here. We've seen both teams have their moments of glory. Drogos here rounding on the backside. He's got a salvo ready and primed. Elvin Path looking for a hook, but hasn't found one yet. There it is. There's the Barrack, and it's sponsored Digidog going into the ultimate, searching for Elvin Path, but he will take down Sheepa, and that is a big boon to them. Purdo looking for him in the air. Elvin Path with the miss hook, but Purdo will find the dragon.
And the Ancient Rage to get his health all the way back up. In fact, increasing it up to 10,000. Purdo still here for free, looking for extra damage on the Hades. Now changing it, kind of going back and forth between the front line and the support. Both are good targets, and at the end of it, Gara is able to get back in, and D69 gets themselves above now 36%.
There it is. All the damage with Sheepa back in action. Drogos in the air. Sheepa missing a few easy ones there. Maybe not I don't know what was going on there, but 63%. All is going well for D69, and Purdo is up aggressively zoning. That seems to be the name of the game. Just going to heal up with In Pursuit, likely in his loadout, running, I believe, Fortitude.
A Fortitude card,
that will give him healing about 650 when he's able to use that right click. So very nice way for Lexus to sustain even while not doing much.
Yeah, this is actually a really interesting spot. I was going to say, this is a good spot for Shaolin to post up because Eevee's going to be looking to get into that cover, and having that ledge, this giant rock right here, allows him to just focus right down one alley. But still, Bugsy is able to show off how good he is on no matter what character he's playing. Finds himself 2, and this is really big for D69. You heard the Tempest in the background trying to keep Kanga alive. It's just not enough. As we get to under 2 minutes, the payload is already about halfway through its push.
Sheepa on a 4 streak. King Bomb is ready. Grumpy Bomb looking to do the job before then, and Bomb's just flying in the air. That just symbolizes what this guy has brought to this meta right now. He has just made people run away. And there's the Drogo. He's trying to get into battle, but will he survive is the question. Dragon Punch wasted there, going to retain 30% of that, and Fusillade will allow a huge chunk off of Makoa and actually take him down. So again, Kanga whole.
Yeah, clutch Hades Dome Shield from the Barrack to kind of separate and give themselves some room to breathe. They were being absolutely stifled inside of their own spawn, and able to get some space from Dome Shield was absolutely worth it. With how much time is left, he's going to be able to get that recharge. It's going to be tough though, because all they have now is Illusionary Rift, so D69 now using the Dread Serpent, looking to break in one more time.
Joshkin could be in trouble, but Sheepa, he's got his eyes on Hades. Joel's goes down. Bugsy finally takes down Joshkin. Digidog's the last one standing, but he is going to be just a witness to D69 moving this payload in. The Spray Paladins. Best game.
Let me just leave that right here, is essentially what Bugsy was saying, just right at your doorstep. So 3-1 does go the score, and again, itemization is going to favor D69, especially as we start to see a couple of high kill streaks coming out, specifically for Purdo. That matched up with his bounty is going to allow him to invest very, very quickly. You already see level 3 Cauterize and a level 2 Haven is going to be really big as far as helping out his team with getting that healing off the board and keep himself alive and keep some pressure away from Jared to have to always heal him up.
You know, Joel's not on the victor here, still probably doing damage. We could bring up the damage numbers. Don, I'm interested to see where Joel's Grok sits in terms of all of the competition going through. Because, you know, last time on Victor, he was just knocking things out. I wonder if the impact is similar or if he's finding himself not necessarily having as much as he would have anticipated in that last game on Frozen Guard. King Bomb's ready, though. That's a big thing, Alan. He could use this to turn this fight.
Without a doubt. And I almost thought he might try to use it there to kind of keep everyone separate. But the Ice Storm was already put out from Eevee. The In Pursuit coming out to try to secure kills. But again, Dimensional Link keeping the Ying alive as they continue. D69 does to push the issue. Woo! A nice kill there on Diggy Dog as a lot of that damage came out from the Bomb King. Once again, as we typically see, Sheepa finding another Purdo with a delayed double. And now for the dismounts, it's going to be Grok on the back foot, already having no Ghost Walk. He gets absolutely eliminated, and D69 again puts the pressure right in front of their spawn.
This is the aggressiveness that we were talking about with D69. This is them playing at their full potential. This is Purdo using Lex. We were talking trash about him earlier, but man, he has totally changed our minds here on Frog Isle. Maybe Frozen Guard just wasn't the place for him in that lineup, but hey, maybe Bomb King had something to do with it as well. It seems like whoever's gotten the King has won the day, and that goes 2-1 now for D69. Best of 5 set. They could close it out with this next one.
They absolutely could, but don't put it past Kanga to pull something out here. They do have map choice coming into this next one, and they will be able to control everything. And Purdo's feeling it. You see him giving the fist bumps and the smiles. He's like, yeah, okay, I'm feeling my Lex shot right now. That's absolutely clutch to see. Again, Purdo finding traction is really big for D69. And we talked about it. You mentioned it before that Frog Isle very regularly goes 4-1, 4-0. And that was the case when we saw D69 and Burrito at the time playing in the finals. They played it twice. D69 won the first one 4-0. Burrito won the second one 4-0. It's a very momentum-based map, so it's really tough to see Kanga, you know, kind of fall that low in the scheme of how the other games went, but that's just how Frog Isle is.
You know, one of the things that always intrigues me is that we see champions and they excel in certain situations above others. And it's hard to tell because there's so many different moving factors and pieces in Paladins. What was the reason he had success or not? Either way, Lex largely instrumental in this fight. 63k damage, but only 3 deaths. They couldn't shut him down. And is that the result of the Bomb King there and the Eevee taking away so much pressure?
It has to be. I mean, simply called out is the fact that when you have damage coming from above, left, right, behind you, when in the scheme of Eevee, it allows Lex to really pick and choose their options. You know, where do I want to push? Do I really need to? Do I have the opportunity to? That's really big, and Purdo was able to utilize very well. Josh Ken, on the other hand, this is really interesting. Kanga now has used Ying 3 different times, and 3 different people have used him, and this time through, Ying not able to find the healing that we typically associate with.
I'm seeing like a beard rubbing theme here, a chin rubbing theme. In Josh Kent's case, it's the beard, but there's a lot of you know, I think just concentrated thought going in here, and there it is again, just rubbing the chin. Seems like a lot of adjustments for him. He's been playing every single champion I could think of. He's playing champions that aren't even in the game yet. He's playing the champions we have in the playtest in this land. He is mixing it up so much. Josh Kent is not only one of the most talented players, you know, in this scene, but he's a real battery for them. If he's going off, if he's doing well, then Kanga's doing well. And likely, I could kind of say that same thing about Jera here.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, taking a look at him, again, we don't talk a lot about support, and that's usually good. If we're not talking about you as you play support, that means you're doing a good job.
Right.
It's one of those things like when you talk about like officiating, like any kind of sport. If you're not noticed, you did your job well.
Exactly.
If you are getting noticed, you're probably not doing your job well. So Jera is able to do so much when it comes to support, and that's really a valuable essence. We heard Elvin Path talk earlier about what that value is when you talk about a character that's main support. Josh Kent obviously has the ability to play multiple different characters, so he can find star potential if he still needs to. Gara's fine being the unsung hero.
Chronix here as well, kind of flexing sometimes on the support. Going into now the Shaolin in the last game wasn't as successful. This is a surprise to me. I did not expect to see this. Timber Mill will be selected by Kanga, and so they probably are going to try and bait out a Kinessa here. There are a couple ways to do this, Alan. It's to go and pick all of your counters for Kinessa first, and then pick Kinessa at the end. And it's also to try and go ahead and set the other team up to not have as good a lineup, and then just hope that Knessa works out for you.
And this again comes down to Kanga will play the maps that nobody wants to. D69 banned out Timbermill 5 different times in both qualifiers and ESL, the last March final tournament. So Kanga's fine with it, going Bomb King first as you would anticipate. And Bomb King can bring some verticality to get into the face of Knessa here, which is why he is so dangerous on every map. He finds ways to be viable. In this case, he can poppy bomb his way onto the enemy roof and where that Knessa typically sits, and that's a good pick.
See, if this is me, D69 right now, I'm looking at, I need to take an EV, I need to take my flanker that I'm preferring early in this draft to discourage Kanga from picking up a sniper. Man, am I... come on. Oh, thank you. Thank you. This
Coach
is exactly...
Rain Day.
So that's what put me in. Some org needs to pay me to coach their squad. So they're grabbing the 2 flanks right now. We've seen D69 actually do this. Kanga, they're going to probably go a more traditional route. But what this means is that even if they were going to try and pick something, they have to pick a low-tier flank to compete with the Knessa if D69 are able to last pick it. And they still have the choice to not do it.
They absolutely. Ooh.
Wow.
Game on.
In your face.
Game on.
I like that.
That's bold. That is absolutely bold. But, here's the thing. Winner of this game moves on to tomorrow as the number 1 seed.
Yeah.
Loser still has a chance.
Yeah.
So if you're going to sit here and say we're going to pick Timbermill, we trust the fact that Joel's is going to play Knessa and do it lights out. Let's just go. Let's let him hit the shots. The big question is, do they put somebody else on top of that roof with Knessa to deal with Evie Buck? Bomb King is going to have a lot of it. Wow, my goodness.
They're saying, okay, you really going to keep this Knessa alive? We'll see about that. We'll put Perdo on Androxus. We'll have, maybe... Who's going to be playing Buck? Elvin Path has played Buck in the past.
He has played Buck in the past.
Bugsy, we can have Sheepa maybe on Buck. Bugsy, obviously, on the Eevee, I would assume. And then they still can get Makoa here.
Yeah.
Last pick.
Yeah.
Unless Kanga take it. And I don't think they will.
The big thing when we talk to the players about Timbermill is simply the fact that no one seems to care about the front, like the point.
Yeah.
It's get the kills first and then just capture the point as it becomes convenient. So Barrack Ruckus, the Ruckus is interesting. It's going to be good for the repulsor field to sustain on top of the point. And when you're dealing with 3 flankers, you're not going to be getting a lot of damage on the point. So Knessa's interesting, especially with how they're matched up. I don't know. I was almost wondering to see if they're going to pull out something crazy like a Grover to help maybe outsnipe.
This is my other thought, man.
This is tough.
Torvald comes through, and this is two ways, right? You're really, with the Torvald Moldava, you're counting a lot on Jera, really keeping Torvald alive here, and he's going to get mowed down by Androxus, by Ruckus, and even Barrack's going to do a lot of damage, and especially the Bomb King. The issue that D69 fell into is they did not expect Kanga to take the Knessa. Normally, what you would have probably wanted, the Buck is kind of overkill, I think, and I think you would have probably wanted a Drogoz there to deal with the Ruckus, to deal with the Barrack easily, and apply the kind of AoE pressure that I don't know if they have right now, especially if Eevee's chasing Knessa in the back line.
The big thing, though, about Drogoz you have to keep in mind is it's very predictable where he's going to be, and Knessa's going to have a field day, when he gets midair.
Sure.
Especially if, the Eevee does take a while to get there. I'm interested to see how they position the Bomb King. I wouldn't be surprised if they put Bomb King directly on top of the Knessa, throw a bunch of bombs right at her feet, and just wait. And let Knessa do all the damage, and then just, if someone jumps up here, explode it, and then help your Knessa get out.
That would hurt the Eevee and the Buck, but, Andro, he doesn't have to be right there. He'd be floating in the air. He's got a lot. Alan, looking at this, you're guesstimating. What do you think is actually going to happen here?
Man,
what is D69 going to do with this solo Torvald against a Ruckus, a Barrack, and a Ying all on the point by himself, and a Bomb King and a Knessa shooting him from afar?
Torvald's going to have a tough time when it comes down to it, unless they can get the Knessa out and it puts everybody in panic, because at that point, Eevee, Buck, and Droxus are all in the back line.
Yeah.
And then where does Ruckus focus? Does he focus on the Torvald? Does he try to help his team? There's so many factors when it comes down to this matchup, and I hesitate to say one way or the other because I'm going to look stupid, probably.
Yeah. Exactly. You gotta see. Both of these teams, looking at the tendencies, they love to play aggressive. I would not be surprised if we even saw some master writings come out to start here as we get into the game. This is probably one of the more interesting ones. If you've been watching Paladins from a long time here, this is Very curious.
It's the taboo matchup, right?
Josh Kent here, going to be on Ying for Kanga. Lifelike, running steady aim for Joel's on Knessa. Architectonics for Hades Barrack. Accelerant for Digadog's Bomb King. And Aerial Assault for Chronic's Ruckus.
Interesting. Elven Path on the Torval will be taking the field study. Perdo and Droxus with Darkstalker for that extra mobility. Sheepa will be playing the Buck with Heroic Leap. Of course, the Bounce House. And Jera with the Meldamba. And of course, Bugsy will be playing Eevee.
Already going to the left-hand side, but on the point is Ruckus and Barrack. First blood goes to Digadog and Josh Kent. They take Bugsy and Perdo down. And now Jared just trying to keep his team alive, but this is a tough task for Meldamba, considering both of them, two of them, have already died.
That's a way to establish things very quickly if you're Kanga. Just find the first 3 kills. That's absolutely a good way to start things off in Chronix. With the Ruckus is kind of playing this midline role where he's able to kind of move forward and backwards and kind of dance around. Finds himself 2 kills. I don't know how. And then, of course, you see the ice block will be absolutely shredded away as the bombs were just waiting for Bugsy to get out of there. And a very quick minute 30 for a first point for Kanga.
Absolutely no contest. 2 immediate kills there onto the Knessa. Now, the zone life is not going to be easy, right? They're going to have to deal with the Bomb King. But I think, if they're able to get to the back line is the question. Right now, they haven't been able to break Digadog. And, of course, Ruckus in the back line, in the front line, they haven't been able to break that pressure.
Yeah, and this is good pressure from D69 to get into the back line and get the Joels and Chronix both taken away. So no Knessa, no Ruckus. Sheepa in a little bit of trouble, but will be able to move away. He's still facing all of that incoming damage from Digidog, so he will get converted. And with a minute and 53 on the clock, the payload will stall out. But still, this is why we don't see a lot of Timbermill. It just goes very back and forth. And if Joels can get these shots, it's going to go Kanga's way. If Eevee can get in the back line and find the kills, it's going to go D69's way.
And still, you've got potentially a lot more tries. That's why this defense matters. It's a minute and 36 seconds. If D69 can hold, if they can stop this right now and change the momentum, oh my God, Digidog just hunting him down like a bounty hunter here. Elva's going to drop down, but Joels will pick him up as well. If they can stop the momentum right now, they could have a chance to do this over. But they need to restart things, and they need to just quell. Joel's right now is on a 3 streak on the sniper.
I remember when first time I saw Digidog play Bomb King, it was on this map, and he just knows where to put these poppy bombs to get himself from roof to roof or inside of windows. It's just absolutely incredible. Bugsy still showing up, but again, Joel's timing the ice block perfectly. A huge double, looking for possibly more. 1560 on the shield of Thorvald, and still scoping him out. While he's up there, he's not doing anything but taking free damage. My goodness, Joel's
misses the one where he's just moving freely in the open, yet hits the hard ones, gets the timing right onto Eevee. There's an Ice Storm, and she pops the Headhunter in response. Bugsy actually really luckily goes into the bush, and so it's very curious, but Joels was not able to see him, even though we could see him on the spectator, but Bugsy will fall. Josh Kent will pick up one, Joels with another. It's so close, and this is Kanga with the 2-0 on Timbermill.
The thing about Kanga is they do their research. They look at what the teams are good at, what the teams are bad at. I know for a fact that they've been sitting here and looking at everybody in their group and what can we do to punish. And a lot of people looking at this matchup are like, D69 is going to move their way through. Kanga's in a position where they might just take 2 of D69's worst maps. They have taken it to them. They're playing hard. They're saying, we want the Knessa. Let's just go. It doesn't matter what they pick in the face of it.
Frozen Guard Timbermill. Unreal. Timbermill not working out any better right now. But D69, if it does come down to another game, they will have first pick yet again, and that could be all the difference. So far it has. Digadog off of the Bomb King. Has not been as effective, but now on the Bomb King, he is ready to shine, and especially Joel's here on a 10 streak. They drafted a composition to deal with the Malin, but they haven't been able to. We'll see if this point fight is a little different. D69 holding on for dear life.
And look at this setup up here. I mean, this is absolutely a shooting gallery. You have Ruckus up top to put down a lot of damage to discourage anybody from coming in. You also have Bomb King, who has a much better time hitting shots when he's lobbing them from above. And of course, Joel's up top in this sniper nest is able to keep plugging away at anyone who comes into his line of sight.
Now see Ruckus up there. His big aerial assault down on the ground. Hexafire on the path. He's largely avoiding it. Jumps up at the very end for the silence, and he's going to have to be chasing. Now it is Knessa versus Buck by herself, and Andro comes through. Sheepa, D69 with the patience here are going to take what seems like a convincing lead over Kanga and start their zone. I love the way that they played that point fight.
It was a great retake, and they did it the right way. They took the back line first and then came right back to the point. Yes, it is still 57% for Kanga, but that's what you need to do for D69, and then you let everything go. Ooh, that's a mistake. mistake from Hades, I think. He was trying to get a little aggressive. He gets taken down by everybody from D69, and now Ruckus has to do the same, commit himself to the point. This never usually, very rarely goes well for that person.
Buck getting boosted as well with the field study, and that is going to be 40% more damage. 825 headshot for Buck, and he will take down Chronix. Josh Kent will fall. Diggy Dog will fall thanks to Torvald, and that DPS from Granddaddy seems to matter just enough for D69 to get the point here and tie things up in terms of objectives captured, and maybe try to tie things up in points here.
And this is also where it's dangerous for Kanga and any Kinessa who plays in this map. As soon as you put her on the back foot, she does not do well. She has to keep displacing, continually using teleport to find some space. She's not going to do the damage you need, and that's what they're really relying on, is Kanga, is her damage. Diggy Dog, again, also the secondary damage dealer that we're really looking at to do work. But again, a lot of this is built up so Kinessa can succeed, and if she's not able to find space, this very well could go D69's way.
Oh, see you later. There's a Corval boost as well, and there's the ultimate. He's going to try and find her, and he will. Joel's falls, thanks to some great anticipation by Perdo, and now he's looking to find Hades as well in the backline dash into him. Headshot. Perdo will take down the tank. Both will fall, and so will the sniper. D69 feeling, looking alive. A minute and 30 seconds left, and they have almost tied this thing up.
Yeah, without a doubt, and if you're an Androxus player, take notes what Perdo just did. He uses reversal against the turret, set it right back to the turret to get the nether stack back up to get right back into the fight. Huge plays, and again, now that they're on the point, Chronix is right here with the Ruckus, but can he stand up? Elven Path, no recharge, does fall to Diggy Dog, so the defense finally finding some legs. Eevee as well, very low. Ice block, but again, there's the mines that you would anticipate right outside. Wow. That's an easy kill for Diggy Dog.
You know what, and that takes time and just awareness. You got to put in hours with the champ. A lot of times you'll throw those bombs and they'll hit the ice block and they'll actually explode. Yep. It will not count for that trap, so you've got to put them right at the edge. Puts 3, gets the kill. 53 seconds though. This is looking a lot less convincing now from Kanga. Instead, D69 have found the answer. And look at this damage. A boosted Eevee hitting for 1365 onto this Bomb King. Bugsy gets the blink yet again. He's gonna have to stay in ice block until it goes away. The Grumpy Bomb, that is, so he doesn't get stunned. And Chronix feeling under the pressure, under the gun. The stun does miss Ying, and Josh Kent will be able to finish Jera off and slowly but surely push D69 back.
Great use of Hexafire as well from Chronix to create space where Diggy Dog was able to Poppy Bomb into everybody who was running away from it, cleaned up a number of them, and now with 15 seconds left on the clock, it's going to be one last try possibly for D69, but again, they have to go through a lot if they want to get to this payload, and this would be really bad. If they end up going 3-1, Kanga's going to be in a really good spot.
That's why D69 have to push this, but they killed Dig. They stopped him, and that is important. They're going to have a little bit of a zoning advantage here. Perdo in the back line, but there is Dig. The reversal, will it hit? No. Dig's going to find Perdo as well. Hades still in the back line, shooting Elven Path. We know that he's got the Hyper Beam, but he keeps repositioning in a weird way. Maybe trying to bait it out, or maybe save it for next round. Either way, it will be Kanga holding, and that is a 3-1 advantage they hold over D69 now.
Goodness gracious. Diggy Dog's able to find kills on the most unlikely of targets in the most unlikely of situations. I mean, finding 3 kills in that aspect is nuts, considering he was kind of low HP to begin with. But able to find and secure kills, that's absolutely huge for his team to get him now up to 3-1. A couple of kill streaks online, a couple of ultimates, not a lot. A lot was really expended in that, but itemization-wise, again, master riding, you can see how important it is to get some flank advantage on this map, and both teams really understanding that.
You have to keep pace. If some team goes for the master riding 1 or 2, you got to keep up with them. Otherwise, they're still going to have the advantage getting to the point first or getting to your back line first, which is what D69 largely want to do. Chronix went up to top with Joel's. Will he take the same route this time? It's do or die for Kanga right now. They've got to keep winning. They've got to win this game. It starts with this point.
Yeah, absolutely. They need to find a way to set everything up, and Chronix is actually going for this overlook position right above the point, not opting to go on it. And again, the aerial assault will allow him to get some extra advantage if he needs to help out. You can see it coming right down. Buck able to throw right into recovery, but is taking a lot of damage and a lot of heat, and Chronix continues to push the issue. Protective bubble is used. Dome shield on the point. It's already above 40% as we look in. Androxus going into the cursed arm, but again, who is he going to target? The dome shield was still up.
We don't know, and D69 will have one fall. Josh Kemp will go down, so they'll lose their sustain largely. If Elven Path can stay alive here, this could be the answer they need. He's got bubbles available for Androxus. 63% and counting now still for Kanga. And so despite all of the efforts from D69, they haven't been able to get more than 3% on the objective.
Joel's was still alive throughout all of that, and all of that damage eventually added up. Even though it wasn't getting all the confirmed kills, it was keeping the rest of that front line involved. 93% 93%. It does stall out. D69 is here with the Torvald right back at it. Joel's is going to fall to Perdot. Again, all that pressure. Diggy Dog could also fall here as well. He is going to be reversaled out. Will it find it? It does. Perdot with a huge execution there, looking for more.
They got to get Hayes here. They got to take the front line down. Rampage for Perdot 5 times in a row. That's 5 kills for the God Slayer. And he will be showing his prowess here, trying to dismount. And if they can get it, D69 might have just bought themselves another bit of hope. They have 2-3 objective captured for D69. And now they're leading in credits here.
People at home might be wondering, how did they just do that? They were down champions when it came to the point. They were facing a 93% deficit. The answer is Perdot. Perdot was able to find the kills that mattered, chase down the ones that maybe didn't at the time, but converting all of those damage into kills. Some defiance right in the face as well. That's going to hurt and send Chronix a little bit further back, but Diggy Dog is still here. And then speaking of punish, he was happy to dish out some of his own.
To me, it's not even the Kinessa that you need to worry about right now. It's getting Dig out of the fight. He's her barrier. He's her protector. And he is the one that is making Torvald and everyone else's life a living hell. They've got to find a way for the Bomb King, and Sheepa just did that. Now you'll see things start to slow down. The fall back here. Bugsy has some more free reign. He's going in with the reprieve, going to heal all the way back up. And now this Ruckus can't really trace the aim quite yet. He's going to have to fall back. Chronix under pressure with Hexafire, though. He's getting chased, but Sheepa, will he use it?
Oh, the bait is real. And it was funny, you saw Chronix backing out like, I gotta get out of here, and Diggy Dog's like, nah, dog, I got you. My goodness, what great teamwork and play out of Diggy Dog and Chronix. Oh my goodness, that's absolutely incredible.
I think he's one of the only players, and this is one of the teams that I've seen maximize the traps from Bomb King. That potential playstyle more so than any other. Perdot, even though Chronix activates the emitter, he's going to take him down. Bugsy will actually find the final hit at 1100 damage, and Diggy Dog again just going to slay Bugsy, looking to slay Perdot. Almost catches up with them there midair. And the Torvald bubbles will keep them alive. Right now, should they just kind of give it up here? It seems like this is an eventual collapse.
The thing is, they need to get it back to 5. They keep finding themselves in staggered health pools. Chronix is happy to sit here and just absolutely feed that reversal as long as he gets the damage done. Fear does come out, the Dread Serpent from Meldama to try to keep things in. But again, D69 is not here in full force nor full health pools. So can they continue this push, or will they be dropped? Illusionary Rift, you see, just was used as well for the defense, so Kanga able to keep themselves alive, and they actually will force D69 at least somewhat back. This is not good for the Torvald. If he falls here, D69's hope of making this 3-3 are essentially gone.
Oh, in the air, gonna hit one. He's gotta find the Bomb King here. Perdot going crazy. He does get the kill, even though he tries the Defiance, and largely it ends up in Kanga's way. It was a great performance, and actually a really nice, consistent pressure coming out from D69. The defense will be successful. Bugsy just trying to stay away and keep his life, and he will. He's got to have less than 4 health there.
Yeah, he catches a cold and coughs wrong the wrong way. He's gone. So again, itemization this late in the game, it is starting to even up between both teams with capture points each for evening up that score line. This is really what it comes down to, is who can execute best right now. Yeah. With 4 ultimates on board for Kanga, they don't have Illusionary Rift though, and they have found themselves in positions with Sheepa, Bugsy, and Perdot putting in a lot of damage. If they can't keep themselves up and alive, D69 might make it 3 straight points.
Master Riding 3 here for Elvin, Path, and Bugsy. And you know what? That starts to matter when you talk about these late game pushes, when you talk about how important it is to get back into the fight at any point in time. It's been game point for the last 2 points here for Kanga Esports. They've got to find the answer now. Otherwise, they will let D69 tie things up and have a chance to push and win if things go the same way. Still on the Kinessa, it is simply Bugsy. He's not going to fall yet. The reprieve going to save his life. And now Sheepa will find Joel's. Chronix will slay Perdot, though, and that was a big deal, but 10% already on the point for D69, thanks to Elvin Path.
Yeah, and Hayes also still here to set up shop, which is huge for Barrick, and a double kill for Diggy Dog as he continues to find ways to add insult to injury, as you would just think. Again, Kinessa's down. D69 has this, but just wait. Bomb King is still here, looking for more, able to find a delayed 3rd, looking for possibly a delayed 4th, is trying to shake off this Torvald and will Poppy Bomb away, and above now 69, now 70% for Kanga Esports.
And that is what we talked about. Dig was right there on the money, but Bugsy kills Joel's and doesn't die thanks to the ice block just immuning the damage coming out from there. A whole lot of stuff going on, and Chronix in the meanwhile just firing away like Ruckus does best. There's Hexafire. He's gonna do damage, but he doesn't see Perdot, but guess who does? Dig! Triple kill for Dig. Jarrett comes in, slays the Bomb King. Will Sheepa be able to take down the Barrack? He's at 76 health. Sheepa's here. D69 might have clung here with dear life, but that life will end, and Kanga will tie up the series.
Oh my goodness! Again, just bold plays, bold picks in the draft. Joel's is like, well, all I need to do is take out this buck. Let's teleport right into his face and get right up there. It's just these teams are here to win, and it's interesting because again, both of these teams have viable paths to not show everything and still make it to tomorrow. But I think Kanga's tasted some blood from D69 and saying, hey, we can beat these guys. We can go in as the #1 seed.
Oh, and D69 here, this is the best thing that could have happened to them. The fact that they're going to be able to, well, they're facing having to go into the loser side of this right now and play a few more games today. Kanga, if they keep winning, they can find themselves in the next round, the semifinals already. But the thing is, D69 now, knowing these are their weak spots, they've got to have answers. They know they have to have answers. It's become apparent to everyone in this entire room that they have found a weak link in terms of D69, and that is some of the maps that they can play on. But this captain here is probably one of the masterminds behind really focusing his team on what the other teams don't do well. That's Hades.
Yeah, he's so meticulous when it comes down to understanding what his team's pros are and what other teams' cons are. I mean, again, he's not putting up the biggest numbers. He's not having the biggest impact as far as star quality, but he's doing exactly what he needs to. And the communication that this team has is, I would say, up there, if not unmatched from any other team right now. They're able to absolutely understand what they want to do and how to best execute it. And the mastermind behind all of this has been Hades.
You see Hades, he's laid back. He leans a lot farther back than most of the pros that I've seen play Paladins. And it's almost like he's relaxed. And you look at this guy, he's a tall man. He is over 6 feet.
Yeah, he's big.
And he has a presence. I think that is one of the most important things about Hades. He's got confidence. He knows that, and their team knows, that their leader is not relaxed. He is just concentrated. He is thinking. He is masterminding, and that has worked out so well. Elvenpath, a guy who kind of lives by the emotions on his sleeve, he played Torvald last game, did a lot better than I would have expected on the solo Torvald.
Oh, for sure. And a lot of that comes down to, again, the fact of the matter is we didn't even watch much that happened on the central point. But a lot of that was the trench work. That was Torvald versus Barrack the entire time
and
through.
Ruckus sometimes.
And Ruckus. That's hard. It's really tough to go up against that. But again, having the recharge up, able to soak up Barricade, able to soak up emitter, that's really big to help sustain himself. He went 13-9. And again, being able to be a presence, even though he's not putting up the numbers as a Torvald, that's really huge. And especially when you have 3 flankers, they're going to need those shields, and he had a lot of them.
And he wasn't able to affect any fight where most of the fights were happening. I mean, he had the bubble, and that's, I think, why they picked him, that he could still be a pseudo effect, right? He can help his other teammates have an easier time, but it's hard when you play the Torvalds, the Inaras, on those open maps. If anyone would ever play Inara, we'll see if that will happen. Probably not
Maybe
on
someday.
This one. One day, my friend.
2018.
One day. And Dig Dog here just feeling good. His performance on Bonking was lights out. Bugsy admittedly had a great performance on Eevee as well. He just got tasked with doing a lot.
And he's fine with it.
Yeah.
And he's totally fine carrying the weight. And again, there's so much added when Bugsy's in this lineup. I mean, the E69 has a totally different character, a totally different face, and it comes at the right time. Having the practice not only throughout everything that's been happening since last DreamHack, but continuing to push the envelope here as we went from HRX to now, is this lineup has gotten better, and they've needed to because everybody else around them is continuing to shoot for these guys.
And we have the final map of the day for this set. The winners of both of their games here, trying to see who's going to make it to the semis and who will fall into the losers side of this. It is going to be Jaguar Falls, or Jaguar Falls, as our man Vox says. And let's head into the champion draft and get this started.
The big thing about Jag Falls, this is one of the most played maps for just about every single team, and most notably for Kanga Esports is the simple fact that they enjoy preferring Barrack. And Barricade in this map covers almost the entire corridor left to right of a lot of the different areas. So you get full effect out of that shield. There's not a lot of going around or above or around it whatsoever. So I would anticipate Kanga still prioritizing and trying to find their way into a Barrack, as again, Bomb King continues to be the trend for the first pick overall. We don't really see that changing, but again, it really comes down to how does Kanga tailor their draft here.
Do they grab Grok here? Because we've seen the Grok, we have seen the Barrack, we've also, when they can't get the Bomb King, Diggadog likes to bounce to the Drogos, right? So you could see Grok Drogos come out here, you could see Barrack Grok, you could see Barrack Drogos, a lot of those would be options, but knowing the fact that D69 like Makoa, It doesn't even matter. Kenga's going to take what we anticipated and pick up the Drogo's Grok.
I like the Grok especially in this map again because a lot of the instances of team fights happen in very close corridors where you're going to get full value out of Shock Pulse, not just from damage, but again, that's slow.
Yeah.
We don't talk a lot about that
We
slow,
don't.
but it hurts.
It's big.
It hurts you a lot. And so it's a really strong pickup, and I like the fact that they're allowing, again, D69 now to take the Makoa.
Damba.
Yeah, it has to be a healer here, and again, Damba, because I mean
they don't want Ying.
Yeah, the
it's
Ying
easy
against
for Grok.
Ying against Grok is literally the opposite of what you want in that case.
And Kenga now have the opportunity. They know they're going to get the Ying. I think the Barrack's pretty free. You know, if you're wanting to go for a solid lineup here, you could save the last pick knowing that you're going to need your frontliner. And D69 know you're going to need your frontliner. So you're not going to be able to counterpick anything if you save Barrack for last if you want to go that route. And they could set up a lot of interesting things here. Kenga, they've been known to do the mind games, but instead they're going to say, okay, we know we're going to grab the Barrack, right? We don't want to save that for last pick because you guys probably would have known we need a frontliner, and so you've been safe to pick whatever you want. Now, they know Kenga could potentially pull something up their sleeves if D69 try to get too funky.
And I'm looking at this last space in Kenga's roster, and I'm thinking of most played champions for Kenga, and the two that come to mind are Ruckus and Victor. Would be two options as far as sustained damage, and both could be very good here. Lex, Shaolin, okay, that's the other one I was thinking is possibly Shaolin if they let this one go, but D69 take that off, so a lot of direct damage coming out for both of those big heavy hitters.
I wouldn't mind a Ruckus here.
Me neither.
You play it again. You got the win on it last time. You're already feeling comfortable. 2 games in a row and a champion never hurt anybody. And I think the fact that Kenga here have the opportunity to last pick, largely not going to be able to get any safe kind of funkiness, so they will go for the Victor instead. Just a little bit more mobility, and why not? Joel's the player they were picking for. Just want to get him doing damage like he does so well. Last time he played Victor, it was just headshot after headshot. I thought I was getting a telephone call because it was just ring, 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 ring every time he aimed down sights.
Yeah, he's just an incredible player, and when it comes down to his ability to utilize, you know, your traditional run and gun character where you have ADS, I mean, he's just very prolific and being able to utilize Victor especially. It's going to be interesting though to really take a look who's going to be able to put the pressure down on Shaolin, because at the moment it's going to have to come down to Drogos.
Yeah.
So when you really look at it, because nobody else is able to do long distance, you know, damage when it comes to that. So that's the interesting aspect as far as D69's pros, is Shaolin very well could be going up for free here.
And the thing I like about Shaolin on this map, aside from Frozen and counter to Frozen Guard, is there's so many tight corridors with tight walls where you're working around on the push and on the point. There is never a lot of open, nothing space. There's always a danger of getting impaled and planted. And that is exactly what Drogos doesn't want to do, because that could happen in the air too, and that's not pretty.
No, it's not pretty whatsoever. And it's a lot of damage very quickly when it comes down to it. Between the Shaolin and the Bomb King and the Lex, it's just, there's so much kill secure on the side of D69, whereas for Kenga, it's really going to come down to can Drogos, or Victor for that matter, finish off kills.
Well, Bomb King has won both games, all 4 games, every one that he's been in. He has been in the winning side. And Accelerant for Bugsy will be the choice here. Recurve for Sheepa Shaolin, Death Hastens for Rain Day, Lex. Riping Gourd for Jera, and Half Shell for Elven Path.
And for the side of Kenga, looking to close it off, Hades will be using Fortify on Barrack. It'll be Gunnery once again for Victor on Joel's. Drogos will be using Combustible this time for Diggy Dog, focusing Lens for Chronix for extra damage, and Maelstrom for Grok, played by Josh Kent.
So just trying to be a little bit more aggressive than before. Not a lot of poke happening yet. Lex already taken half of his health, and that is a lot, and nobody wants to just make the first move yet. Combustible largely going to be important. Elven Path able to shell spin back onto the map, almost fell off there, and that is what the value of Combustible will do. But Bugsy and Sheepa start the action. They get 2, and oh boy, it looks like Chronix is going to be the 3rd.
Yeah, without a doubt, Bugsy able to get his way into the back line as a flanker that time through, completely split the attention of Kenga, which allowed Sheepa and Perdo to push their issue, which again, you saw that 3 total kills for both of them, and continuing to put the pressure as Perdo finds more, above 81% so far, though, is D69, and nobody from Kenga's even close.
Half Shell's doing so much work on this map as well, keeping D69 safe. 99%, 100% captured for Kenga Esports, and just the reload coming out from Lex. We don't talk about Lex's interactions, but the ability to see the target that you have, his Q, Retribution, able to kind of know where somebody is and get vision on them can be so important for poking, especially when you're hitting for 8, 9, sometimes over 1,000 on each shot.
Yeah, it's massive. It's absolutely huge damage, and when you can find it being converted into raw numbers, that's when Lex, you really feel his presence. That's why good players know exactly how to do that. As Barrick, the stay-at-home dad, is looking to go back to the couch and TV there, as he's absolutely getting picked apart again by all of these left-right magnums.
He's looking like the vacation took a wrong turn and just trying to get back and feel safe here, but Lex is hunting him down. The law has been served, justice for all and all for one here, except it just seems like all of Kanga Esports are falling down and down the barrel. And Sheepa, he's one with the arrows right now, just finding the kill on to anybody that is in his path. And that will be a successful push. D69 now looking unstoppable.
In control. This is reminding me a lot of how they looked on Frog Isle. Able to get themselves up, forward, be aggressive, be that zoning presence that they like to be. They don't wait. You know, this is very different than what we've seen out of other EU teams. They're very patient. They like to let the team fight kind of unwind and unfold in front of them. D69's like, oh, no, let's just go. Let's just go find our own fight and let's just win it.
Exactly.
And, I mean,
let's
again,
make a fight.
Look at all these kill streaks. 3 minutes in. That's very much so often the fact that they just haven't died yet.
Now, the thing is, if Josh, Chronix, and Hades can get a couple of the kills on Bugsy, Sheep, or Elven Path, even Perdo, it could turn things around. They don't have their ultimates now, whereas Perdo's got the Law. Bugsy's got King Bomb. Jaro's almost got Dread Serpent. This point fight's looking dismal, except the Dragon Punch could be the big decider here. Bugsy already just poppy bombing in, getting things started. Elven Path drops the Shell Shield.
Yeah, this is absolutely huge as far as getting Elven Path online. You find the Dredge Anchor plus Sheepa able to convert Josh Kent. So that's Grok off the table. That allows for a lot of extra opportunity. King Bomb in the back line. This is really dangerous. The Dragon Punch looks and does find an interesting path, but able to still find Hades on the King Bomb. So value there. But Digidog with a double of his own. Joel's also in the face. Does take a lot of those bombs, and D69 is actually on the back foot after everything's said and done. Thanks again to Grok coming up a little bit later.
That's true. Bugsy, you know what? Lighten things up, though, and that is a very, very strong aspect of him. He could be on the Drogos, but he's also going to take matters into his own hands, play the Bomb King. Decided to leave the Drogos and let the Dragon Punch happen. He might have been able to explode it and maybe kill Drogos before it landed, but he instead goes for the tank, and Hades now just getting back into the fight. Perdo's going to go down thanks to Joel's DPS, and this may not be said and done. Oh, Sheepa, he's going to try and end this real quick, getting the kill onto Joel's.
Yeah, and that's really great use of Heat Haze to get right through and take a look to see who's coming in late. The stagger has been very real for a while, and now with all of that extra damage being put in from Sheepa, who had pushed the issue forward, it's above 90% for D69 as the rest of Sheepa's team around him cleaned up the point.
Look at this. They're using the old tactic as well. Objective capture for D69, and it feels like the new dog taught the old dog some new tricks. And we see the trap set up by Bugsy. Elven Path looking for the hook, couldn't find it, but now he's in the back line. Lex on the left side. Who do you look at, Alan? There's too much damage.
You have to find a way to come together and just take whoever is most out of position. If you're Kanga. Good show.
Headshot.
Perdo able to find so many clutch shots, looking for more on Joel's, who's very low. Will find the double. Can he find three? The Law is ready. There's a couple of targets. Does he even need it? Perdo cleans up. Absolutely goes nuts with the delayed Quadra, getting credit for the triple on screen. But again, he still has an ultimate, and with this payload continuing to push for free, the pressure is still there.
Lex is absolutely having a kerfuffle right now, and Perdo is making sure that Kanga Esports know who the top dogs are. Headshot, rampage for the flanker, and he's making sure that Joel's doesn't get top damage this game. Josh Kent running for his life, but those illusions ain't full injustice.
Oh my goodness.
It will hunt you down.
The Magnums coming to life, finding rounds in the chamber and rounds into bodies. My goodness. That's why Lex is so strong. Oh, right. Lex is good. I almost forgot.
Well, you know what? I was really tired. I just got finished playing the match there. I came back here. You know, it's tough when you're in a video game, man. It's really, really tough.
You gotta do Tron.
You gotta cast yourself. Yeah. I brought a little bit of Ging's Dimensional Link just to get in there and get back. You never notice. Like, when you start casting, it's, I'm playing.
I look away sometimes, and I feel your presence, but I don't. Yeah. D69, I mean, that is a statement.
Yeah.
That's a statement right there, without a doubt, that, you can catch us off guard in the maps we don't like, but the ones that we do.
And that's what I'm worried about here for Kanga as well. I mean, how much you have to pull those things out here in this round because you want to get to the semi. So you have to pull out some of the tricks. D69 will not get caught off guard by that again if they end up facing Kanga one more time. And that is kind of what I'm worried about for the long-term play here. They kind of show their hand.
The other thing, too, is, D69 is now into tomorrow. They are done for the day. They get a chance to look at the film, You know, they can go back, check the VOD, see what they did not do well, see what errors they may have done, maybe listen to some of your advanced,
my advanced
pre-picks.
champion drafting strategies.
Got it.
That's right. I know all. We have a script back here. You didn't know. And we planned it all out. Even the stuff at the beginning. We just wanted to raise the tension for the day and make sure everybody was really ready to watch. So I think we did that. I think you guys are ready to watch some more games. We got another one coming up too. But I mean, looking at this, these are two juggernauts. These are guys that we weren't sure how well, Australia Abyss, when they were formerly Abyss at the Paladins Invitational, they had so much success. It was more like teams were caught off guard. Now everybody knows, okay, Kanga, they're solid, but I'm not sure they knew they were this solid. I mean, they're playing with the best of them at the highest level.
Without a doubt. And again, both teams are going to learn a lot from this. But, other teams who had a chance to watch, Cube Team, we haven't seen them since the first match today.
Yeah.
They're going to get a chance to go up against Eager, which very well, they could be sitting there talking, looking at how these different maps have been played. They've seen Eager now play, and they have a look at them as far as what do they bring to the table, what do they prefer, how can we match up against that. This is going to be a good matchup, I think. Brazil having a chance to get their first LAN win against Eager, it could be big.
Well, Mighty and the guys of Eager, we saw him up here with us, largely making the mistake of not taking Bomb King first pick when they had the opportunity to, passing that as well. It's like you get a 20 in blackjack and you say, hit me. And you say, sure? I like to live dangerously. So,
you can't split
not
those
that dangerously.
tens. Split those tens.
You got to take it easy here. We got Cube Game. We got Eager coming up right after this. It's going to be an exciting one. Make sure you stay tuned. I'll be casting that one with my man Vox, or Hugh, as we like to call him here internally. And you guys better stay tuned. Alan, man, first cast together. I think we did pretty well.
First of hopefully many.
Many. Absolutely, guys. We'll see you right after the quick break. Come back for Cube versus Eager.
This one comes from week 2 of the Masters qualifiers. Kicking things off at number 5, it's going to be Bugsy on Makoa, not Drogos this time. He's tearing it up in the back line.
The Interlopers are accepting giving up this point fight at first and just trying to stay grouped up together. And it has resulted in Bugsy not finding that hook and going low, but the Ancient Rage bait is here. And there's 27% already on the point for D69, and this could just be horrible. Bugsy with a trip.
Coming in at number 4, it's Dragon Punch, it's Flick Shots, it's Fire Spits, it's Skill Ganon on Drogos.
Big Dread Serpent hits a lot of members of Interlopers. There's the Dome Seal just to get the forward positioning, but Bonker is in danger of going down. The Dragon Punch is going to be good. Dorito, don't get the follow-up on the skill game. Allowing him to get the triple. This is why it's so important to shut down Drogos after he lands a Dragon Punch.
Coming in at number 3, you know him, you love him, it's Stolzes and Droxus. And this week, he's running the Godslayer Legendary, so he hit some seriously big reversals.
On the back, he wants to find one. There it is. He finds 3 shots in a row. Looks for the reversal. 2,100 damage. Thanks to the 800 that was added on top of that. That card has a lot of high payoff here. Another one. another one. Stolzy.
Coming in at number 2, it's another famous Androxus player, paired Doe, with the unofficial pentakill, killing all 5 members of the enemy team.
Bugsy will fall.
I like Perdo with his patience too, just keeping the dashes. They're on a charge with Darkstalker, and so he can hold on to them, make sure he has 3 when he needs them. Nice headshot. Turns around and snipes him in the air. Cursed arm. Could get him the triple. Oh, he could go for it. He's going to get it double there. Delayed triple. Goes for the delayed quadra.
Number 1 this week is Dosips on Tyra for a very stylish quadra kill with Land on the line.
You know, of this damage of these kills, I'd actually be curious to see the damage chart right now and to see where the Tyra stands on that. Leading it by almost 10,000 above the Drogos on a game of Jaguar
6
balls.
minutes.
Yeah. On a point stacking comp with 2 tanks, I mean, it's really starting to come out how good this character is against tanks. Another triple kill for Dose.
Another quadra in the air.
Mercy kill.
That's going to do it for this week's episode of Top 5 Plays. Make sure you guys tune in this week, 3 p.m. on Paladin's game for the final week of the Masters qualifiers. My name's been Pretty Air. Thanks for watching.
Muitíssimo boa noite, senhoras e senhores. Aqui novamente o Chicão. Hoje, nesse período da noite aí, acompanhado para esse incrível jogo que vai rolar entre a equipe da Cube e a equipe da Team Edger, o grande Maia. Boa noite, Maia, tudo bem?
Opa, boa noite pessoal. Parece que vai ser um jogão, vai ser a oportunidade da Cube aí se redimindo pelo último jogo. O time da Liga que tá chegando com bastante qualidade dos outros jogos. A Liga que já é um time bem conhecido de outras plataformas, de outros games. Mas eu tô com fé, hein, Chicão? Eu tô com fé de que a Cube leva.
Perdão, eu tive que tirar meu fone 1 minuto que tava caindo o mundo aqui fora, que eu moro do lado de uma avenida, e você imagina essa hora a barulheira de busão aqui, né? Então, melhor fechar. A gente não tem um estúdio ainda, então tá tranquilo. Peço desculpas aí pela barulheira, guys, mas como o Maia tava falando, o time da Team Edger é um time conhecido já no cenário. O ano passado eles brilharam um bocado no Mundial. Esse ano eles ainda não mostraram muito Paladins, o que eles estão acostumados a mostrar. Eles acabaram perdendo para o time da Kanga, que me surpreendeu bastante. Era um time que, de todos que estavam nesse grupo, para mim, quem ia passar com certeza, sem dúvida, atropelando, era o time da District e da Team Edger. Fui surpreendido. Você também estava com essa mesma... esperando essa mesma coisa, Maia? Ou você tinha uma visão diferente da minha em relação a isso?
Então, cara, eu tava com bastante. Eu tava com um pouco receoso com a questão do jogo. Eu achei que esse último jogo que a gente teve agora da CAN com a District 69, eu achei que seria um jogo até fácil, mas eles chegaram num ponto onde eu cheguei a me surpreender com aquele empate, mas aquela virada no final, junto com aquele quadra kill não oficial do Lex, e eu tava vibrando aqui na cadeira, vendo as jogadas do Purdle, que eu fico abismado com o nível de flanco que
Esse cara é bom
esse cara
demais.
jogando.
E
Foi um resultado muito. Assim, eu realmente não esperava. Foi um resultado que eu não esperava. Foi uma grande surpresa pra mim. E eu concordo com você, cara. Eu acho que a Igor ainda não mostrou tudo que tinha que mostrar. E eu tô esperando ver um jogaço deles com a Cube agora.
Sim, eu espero que a Cube consiga surpreender, né, Maia? A gente tem sempre. A gente já sabia que a Cube era underdog nesse grupo. Eles caíram num grupo muito pesado. Caíram mesmo. Jogar contra Purdue, jogar contra Stolzey nunca é fácil. Os caras são, não só eles, obviamente, mas o nível desse torneio tá altíssimo. Infelizmente no Brasil, eu acredito que a gente ainda não tem a mesma estrutura que esses times da Europa / North America têm. Eles, principalmente no que se diz respeito ao pessoal daqui conseguir treinar contra esses times. Quando a galera tá aqui no Brasil, a gente tem problema de ping, a gente sabe que é complicado para brasileiro e sempre foi conseguir treinar contra esses times de fora. Infelizmente isso é uma realidade, mas eu espero que a Cube tenha conversado sobre os erros do jogo anterior, que eles, no meu ponto de vista, eles se precipitaram um pouquinho nos picks, eles poderiam ter pensado um pouquinho mais e colocado de fato aquilo que eles estão acostumados a jogar e não querer inventar muito, jogar ali o arroz e feijão que eles estão acostumados, o meu ponto de vista é o melhor herói de cada um, joguem o coletivo e tentem surpreender. É mais ou menos... Você tem alguma... O que você acha que a Cube tem que fazer para conseguir levar esse jogo, Maia?
Então, cara, eu acho que a Cube, ele é um time, a Cube é um time com bastante qualidade. Aquilo que você falou, a gente, por causa da nossa região, a gente sofre um pouco, né, por questão de ping, por questão de treinamento mesmo, até a própria qualidade das screens que a gente pode ter aqui por dentro, porque lá por fora é muito comum você ver times como a Igor, como a Kenga, como outras equipes já grandes no cenário de esportes mundial, terem mais oportunidades de jogar e interagir com outras equipes também de alto nível. Eu acho que a gente ainda não chega, como você falou, a gente ainda não chega no nível, mas eu acho que a gente tem muito a surpreender e muito a mostrar da qualidade do povo brasileiro, né, pelo esportes. Eu acho que a Cube, pelo fato de estar chegando no underdog, como underdog numa tabela onde a gente tem muitos times grandes, a própria Liga, também tem o fato do nervosismo do primeiro jogo, a questão deles estarem chegando aí num campeonato de um jogo que ainda está em beta. Então, assim, todos esses pequenos detalhes são coisas que mexem com o próprio psicológico do jogador. A escolha dos mapas é uma coisa que tem que ser feita com cuidado. Eu acho que a gente pode também se aproveitar da qualidade da gente ser um underdog, porque quando você é um underdog é aquele 880, né, cara? Tipo, ou você mantém aquele jogo que eles acham que é o padrão, ou a gente surpreende, que eu acho que é o que a Cube tem condição de fazer. Então, vamos lá que estão entrando aí agora para os picks, né?
Começando a partida agora. O mapa vai ser Ilha dos Sapos, o primeiro mapa. Ainda não começaram os picks, já foi para a tela, mas aparentemente tá travado no zero ali. A gente teve hoje alguns problemas também durante a transmissão do próprio Mundial. Agora sim, começamos os picks. Mais uma vez a Cube tinha abrindo com o Bomb King do Schoolest. Foi picado esse personagem para ele em praticamente todas as partidas. Ele conseguiu um impacto um pouco maior na segunda partida, na primeira nem tanto. Então vamos ver agora como que esse Bomb King vai ser jogado aí pelo Schoolest. Bomb King que vem sido um dos personagens mais picados aí até então. Toda partida tá tendo um Bomb King. O último jogo a gente viu ali um Bomb King também fora do normal. E a Team Eager responde com Makoa e Shalin. Makoa padrão, né?
Makoa padrão, mas a Cube vai ter que tomar muito cuidado com o que eles vão pegar para counterar esse Xalim. Na última partida da Kenga contra a District 69, eu percebi que o Xalim fez muita diferença porque eles não tinham muito como lidar com um damage vindo muito de longe, um range, e o flanco dele já não estava conseguindo dar muita conta justamente por causa do Makoa, que faz muito bem essa cobertura para poder segurar a frontline, para dar esse espaço para o Xalim brilhar. Esse pique do Xalim tão cedo pode ser uma boa para Cube, porque já que eles só picaram o Bomb King por enquanto, eles podem dar um jeito de tentar counterar esse Xalim, esse dano à distância. E com isso aí, ó, isso que eu acabei de falar, eles botaram o Barrick. A barricada do Barrick pode ser uma grande resposta pros tiros do Xalim à distância, junto com o Grok aí para fazer o suporte na cura.
Sim, eu achei interessante esse pick de Barrick aí para a equipe da Cube, justamente para poder segurar um pouco o Xalim. O Xalim foi escolhido bastante para a Rukia. Ela acabou conseguindo dar um bom dano na última partida contra a equipe da District 69. E o Grok também já foi escolhido por eles. Eu acho que ele consegue... É um bom personagem para segurar bem o meio junto com o Barrick. E aí agora a gente tem Maldamba e Torvald para a equipe da Team Eager. Eles vão fazer uma dupla de tanques aí, provavelmente deixar esse Makoa um pouco mais solto pelo mapa para tentar incomodar esse Bomb King, principalmente. Até agora é um alvo que o Makoa pode tentar alvejar ali junto com o Xalim. E Groover, era uma... O que você acha desse Groover e Buck? Buck do GTF, esse Groover aí para dar mais um sustain no meio, ou então conseguir alvejar esse Xalim um pouco mais longe. O silence dele é muito interessante também para essa partida. O que você achou dos picks da Cube, Maia?
Olha, eu achei que a estratégia de double support é uma estratégia bem... não digo que é arriscada, mas eu acho que é uma estratégia bem ousada. Porque com o double support eles vão estar contando basicamente com o dano do Bomb King e a capacidade do Buck de flanquear. O que normalmente a gente vê que é o que acontece, que foi o que a Eager escolheu fazer, foi de jogar com dois danos, mas optou ficar sem flanco. O que me leva a crer que eles vão querer dar uma prioridade para dar uma cobertura para esse Xalim e o Victor, para eles conseguirem pegar mais um damage mais ranged, mais de longe. Então, o que me parece é que o Makoa e o Torvald vão querer fazer essa cobertura lá na frente, enquanto o Xalim vai cuidar do dano mais lá para trás e a cobertura do Victor na frente para poder segurar o ponto. Eu acho que os picks da Cube estão bem interessantes contra esse time da Eager, porque você pode usar o Buck com o salto dele para ir atrás desse Xalim. Como eles não têm muita opção de dano, muita opção de flanco, ele consegue ir até lá atrás, tentar dar o pick-off e voltar, enquanto que o Barrick vai conseguir segurar ali aquele meio com a barricada, o Bomb King com a cobertura de dano que só o Bomb King consegue fazer. E a cobertura de dois suportes, eu acho que eles estão botando muita confiança nos danos, né? No dano e no flanco. Eu acho que a Cube tem tudo para poder sair bem, ainda mais nesse tipo de mapa. E tudo como eles vão conseguir administrar esse jogo. Se eles conseguirem tirar esse Xalim, se eles conseguirem anular o Xalim, eu acho que eles conseguem levar tranquilamente e conseguir segurar a Team Eager e tentar levar pelo menos esse primeiro jogo, ou ao menos dar um bom trabalho para eles.
Eu posso falar uma coisa? Eu acho que esse Grok é do GTF, viu? Eu vi eles fazendo essa estratégia ainda hoje e um tempo atrás também, que eu acompanho um pouco o time da Cube em si. Eu acho que eles vão deixar esse Grok mais solto como uma função de damage mesmo. Essa mudança que o jogo fez permitiu que o Grok conseguisse trazer bastante dano para sua equipe. Eu posso estar enganado, mas vamos ver aí. Eu acredito que seja isso. Não, me enganei dessa vez. Eles voltaram pro padrão deles mesmo. O GTF ficou com o Buck, pings de Groover, o Skullest com o Bomb King, como a gente imaginou, nada com o Barrick e a Rukia jogando com o Grok. Em relação às escolhas das lendárias, nenhuma novidade até então, né, Maia? Eles estão indo no padrão mesmo. Aí rolou um pause pela Rukia e... Cara, jogo tenso. esse Buck, se ele conseguir desempenhar um bom trabalho, ele vai ser muito chato para a equipe da Tinger, por mais que tenha ali um Xalim. Eu acho o Torvald, para essa composição da equipe da Cube, é tranquilo conseguir descer ele. Eles vão ter ali o Bomb King para conseguir controlar bem o meio com a bomba ranzinza. Vai depender. O Mako vai ter que segurar muito esse shield dele para conseguir defender a equipe dele da bomba. Isso pode ser cria uma preocupação. Mas vamos lá para o jogo. Partida iniciada. Vamos ver como que a Cube vai fazer esse primeiro avanço aí. Scoreboard na tela, eu não consigo ver o que está acontecendo. Muito obrigado. Agora bugou a stream. Voltou, beleza? First Blood.
Opa, já pegaram 3 kills já.
4 kills. Agora que voltou a stream pra mim, pausou. Aparentemente o jogo tá bugado e não é só pra mim.
A stream tá bugada e pausou com um triple kill da Cube. Foi bem o que a gente falou, cara. Eles começaram bem agressivos, conseguiram tirar o pessoal que tava chegando, o Grover com os machados lá por trás, eles chegaram, o Buck conseguiu fazer o trabalho que ele tinha que fazer, que era tirar o Xalim do caminho, e daí pra frente foi só porrada, meu filho.
Atropelo. Excelente começo da Cube. O Skullest começou dando muito dano ali, ele deu um double kill e praticamente o Buck finalizou, conseguiram matar 4 jogadores, aparentemente deu um bug, não sei o que eles estão... O que tá acontecendo aí, eu fiquei até meio preocupado, falei, não, agora não, de novo não, mas aparentemente eles estão resolvendo o problema ali. Excelente começo da equipe da Cube.
Rolou, né? Primeiro pause foi da Hulk, agora rolou pause se não me engano foi da Iger, a pause da jogada, não sei qual foi o problema exato, não sei se era um problema de transmissão, ou se era algum problema técnico que os jogadores estavam tendo. Mas...
eu tô mais feliz ainda com esse jogo agora. Alimentou a minha esperança esse começo de jogo da Cube. De fato, um ótimo começo. Parece que a gente vai aí voltar pro jogo. Sim, voltamos pra partida. Todo o time da Cube avançado para conseguir tirar cavalo e manter o time adversário na base. Vamos ver se eles conseguem fazer bem esse trabalho. Toda a equipe da Tinger vem pelo flanco esquerdo deles. Bomba ranzinza do Bomb King utilizada para segurar um pouco a equipe adversária. O GTF acabou ficando sozinho com o seu Buck. Vai recuar, tomou o Hook do Mako, acabou morrendo. Agora toda a equipe da Cube recua. Eles estão sem o Buck. O Xalim tá muito machucado. Ótima kill do Skullest. Conseguiu tirar esse Xalim da partida. Vem o Victor ali desesperado no meio do ponto. Vai cair também. Double kill do Skullest. O ponto vai pra Cube, hein, Maia? Vamos ver, chega uma compra.
O Mako tá muito machucado ali atrás. O Torvald chegou no meio, mas o Grok tá conseguindo segurar esse ponto. Olha o Bomb King tocando a mão, só tem o Torvald morreu. Já foi. É Cube.
É Cube. 1-0 pra Cube. Vamos ver se eles conseguem entregar esse objetivo. Excelente começo. O Skullest tá jogando muito, meu amigo Maia. Tá dando show de Bomb King. Vamos ver se a equipe da Cube consegue manter essa pressão. Tá todo mundo reunido ali em volta do carrinho. Tá faltando só mais um jogador da Cube chegar. Eles já conseguem destruir o shield do Makoa e mais uma vez pausado a partida.
Mais um pause. O que a gente tava falando, Chicão, é aquilo que eu tinha te falado. Conseguiu tirar o Xalim da partida. Os tanques não tem como segurar o ponto sozinho. Você viu que tirou o Victor, sobrou o Xalim lá atrás. Os 2 tanques chegaram pro ponto, chegaram no meio. O Grok conseguiu segurar o Torvald no meio, enquanto isso o Makoa passou muito lá pra trás, ficou totalmente sem apoio do time, foi eliminado, e assim que o Torvald caiu, sem nenhum dano pra ter proteção, enquanto o Maldamba não conseguia se aproximar, porque senão ele ia ser vaporizado, e o ponto, até digo, Chicão, até que foi tranquila essa captura.
Sim, foi muito, muito tranquila mesmo. Fiquei um pouco espantado com o início de jogo da Cube, eles mandaram muito bem. Maia, vamos dar um F5 na transmissão aqui, porque parece que a minha live tá um pouquinho atrasada em relação à sua. Eu tô com o canal aberto desde manhã, então só para garantir que a gente vai pegar ao mesmo tempo, vamos dar um Beleza, F5 lá na transmissão. Acredito que agora a gente já voltou a sincronizar aqui. Que jogaço que o Skullest tá fazendo até então, hein, Maia? Ele tá conseguindo dar muito dano, sim. O Skullet que veio aí com a Eve dele fazendo história entre os brasileiros no último Mundial, agora ele vem mostrando o seu Bomb King, que foi picado em praticamente todas as partidas que deixaram o personagem aberto para ele, ele tá mostrando o porquê. Não conseguem matar o Bomb King, o Buck tá conseguindo avançar muito bem em cima do Xalim. O Victor tá completamente perdido no jogo até então, ele não tá conseguindo fazer nada e o Skullet tá livre. Se manter assim...
E eu vou te falar, Chicão, eu gostaria de dar um grande destaque para Hooker com o Grok, que tá conseguindo se manter ali fora da visão do Xalim, colocando o totem para curar o time. E ainda assim, como você tinha falado, quando a gente estava comentando da composição Double Support, que eu achei que poderia ser um pouco perigosa, eu achei que foi uma combinação um pouco ousada, mas ela conseguiu botar esse Grok para trabalhar de uma maneira onde ela conseguiu deixar o totem para curar e conseguiu se espalhar ali pelo mapa para não ficar na visão do Xalim, conseguir colaborar com a cura e ainda assim conseguir colaborar com o dano, que foi o que aconteceu no final, quando eles derreteram o Torvald ali para poder fazer a captura.
Deu muito, muito bom. Continuem assim, Cube. Vocês encheram o meu coração de alegria e esperança com esse ponto. Excelente começo. Eu não esperava que a Cube pudesse... Eu imaginava sim que a Cube pudesse levar esse ponto, mas não com tanta facilidade. Foi praticamente 100 ao quê? 7%? O time da Iger não conseguiu chegar no ponto. Eles estavam sendo dissolvidos antes de conseguir fazer qualquer coisa. A equipe da Cube mandou muito bem, dominou o ponto, avançou todo mundo junto, recuou na hora certa. Você viu ali que quando a equipe da Team Iger fez o avanço para tentar retomar o ponto pelo flanco esquerdo, o Skullet já conseguiu derrubar o Buck demorou muito tempo para cair e acabou comprando aí muito tempo para a equipe da Cube levar esse ponto com facilidade. A partida ainda continua pausada, parece que tá com erro no computador de alguém do pessoal da Team Iger. Vamos aguardar aí para ver o que acontece, né?
Deixa eu dar uma olhada aqui, deixa eu dar uma vida aqui nos casters americanos para ver o que tá acontecendo. Parece que eles estão só comentando sobre os players. E sobre a estratégia de push da Cube, Chicão, eu acho que foi uma atitude bem interessante deles segurarem a galera na base, tentar tirar o cavalo. Só que eu fiquei muito preocupado quando o Buck caiu. Quando o Buck caiu, eles ficaram com um pouco menos de dano. Eu fiquei um pouco preocupado, que foi quando eles começaram a querer avançar. Por sorte, o Maldamba ficou mal posicionado. Ele conseguiu tomar aquele pick-off muito rápido. A Rukia conseguiu segurar aquele ponto ali basicamente sozinha, enquanto o resto do time chegava. Foi uma atitude que mostra como eles estão preparados psicologicamente para o jogo. Eles estão bem preparados. Que aquela primeira derrota serviu para um aprendizado. Eles já agora conseguiram dar aquela respirada, aquela primeira impressão daquela questão de primeiro jogo, aquele nervosismo. Agora deu para ver que eles chegaram para ganhar. Os Skullet, que a gente já comentou e eu não canso de comentar, com o Bomb King fazendo uma cobertura perfeita dos flancos, com a bomba ranzinza. A cobertura do Grover também ali, com a cura, o Grok. O time inteiro da Cube tá muito bem organizado, tá muito bem fechadinho. Tanto que foram pouquíssimas mortes pelo lado da Cube, enquanto eles destruíram o time da Iger até então. E enquanto isso, eu só tô mais ansioso, esperando o jogo voltar, porque eu quero ver o que a Cube vai mostrar pra gente nesse jogo.
Eu quero que a Cube calhe a boca minha e de 90% da comunidade ganhe esse jogo. Tô torcendo muito por eles, eu falo, claro, em tom de brincadeira, escalem minha boca, eu nunca desacreditei, nunca deixei de torcer pra Cube, mas a gente tem que analisar fatos, e eles estão indo contra os fatos, e isso é muito bom. Eu tô muito ansioso para que esse jogo saia do pause, para que não dê pau no servidor do Spectate de novo, pelo amor de Deus, deixem a gente assistir essa partida. Tava rolando tão bem até agora. No jogo da Cube de novo não, hein, Hi-Res? Ajuda nós aí, corrige esse bug, vamos pro jogo, por favor, que coraçãozinho aqui não vai aguentar não desse jeito. Vamos lá. Alguma novidade em relação ao que o pessoal da transmissão oficial tá comentando, eles estão mutados aqui, eu vou desmutar eles um pouquinho para eu escutar também.
Deixa eu ver aqui.
Ver se tem alguma novidade.
You call it a lot for saying God or champion, the right one.
O grande problema do pause é que isso pode acabar esfriando um pouco os jogadores, né? Ainda mais os brasileiros que chegaram nesse stomp do primeiro ponto. O jeito é eles continuarem motivados para não perderem esse gás, né? Conseguiram pegar, mas isso é só meio caminho andado. Agora tem que levar o payload até o final. Mas olha só, vou te falar, conseguindo concretizar esse ataque, eu acho que a Cube vai ganhar esse boost de confiança e vão jogar ainda melhor.
E vamos pro jogo?
Mas pelo jeito parece que vai voltar.
Ué, voltaram o jogo?
E voltaram o jogo. Eles resetaram, parece que resetaram o jogo.
Bom, infelizmente a gente teve o reset da partida, mas vamos ver. A Cube estava tinha conseguido uma excelente vantagem, mas vamos ver o que vai acontecer aí nessa nova disputa de ponto. A equipe da Team Eager vai ali toda pela escada, conseguem puxar o Berk. Não é o suficiente para derrubar ele por enquanto. O Mako continua ali fazendo a linha de frente. O Groover dando muito dano para a equipe da Cube atrás. E por enquanto, vantagem da equipe da Cube. Conseguiram levar ali o Shalin. Vitor com muita pouca vida foi derrubado. Double kill do Skullest. Sobrou ali só o Torvald no meio. E aparentemente mais um avanço tranquilo, mais um domínio de ponto tranquilo pra Cube, Maia.
Não tá conseguindo. Olha só o que esse Grover tá fazendo. Pelo amor de Deus, segura segura o Pings. Pelo amor de Deus, alguém faz alguma coisa com esse garoto. Eles conseguiram mais uma vez anular completamente o time da Eager, que chegou agora com esse reset, talvez com os ânimos um pouco mais altos, né? Com esse reset, mas parece que a Cube vai segurar novamente. Eles não estão conseguindo chegar. Novamente ali, o time da Cube chegando pra cima do Mako. Vão tentar segurar, mas parece que não vão conseguir, não. Olha o Bomb King, como é que vai?
O Skullest jogando fino do Dota, agora a Team Eager conseguiu uma vantagem, mas a Rukia conseguiu ali deitar o Maldamba, todo mundo pro ponto, esse Torvald vai descer, vai ser deletado. Desapareceu, conseguiram matar, ficou só o Mako agora no ponto, conseguiu um hook pra cima do Berk, que não vai cair, tá rolando um cover muito bom pra cima desse Berk, ult do Victor, o Buck ali por trás deletou, e mais uma vez 1-0 pra Cube, meu amigo Maia, que começo de jogo, de novo.
Novamente, eu só preciso falar, novamente, alguém segura esse Grover, pelo amor de Deus, porque ele tá jogando demais. Ele conseguiu segurar ali o ponto, conseguiu acertar os ataques básicos, e a Hulk ali novamente fazendo o coverage do Totem e conseguindo destruir, evaporar o Maldamba, que não conseguiu curar ninguém.
Nossa, o Groover, ele simplesmente não tá deixando o Shalin jogar, ele tá mirando e acertando machadada de muito longe, dando muito dano. Agora a equipe da Cube vai se reagrupar, tentar matar mais alguém para ver se eles conseguem um push final desse carrinho. O Makoa conseguiu o hook em cima do Grok, ele acabou caindo, mas o Escura descontou. Double kill, acabou derrubando o Victor e o Shalin. Agora acabou caindo pro Makoa, mas o Berk tá lá. Vai acabar levando esse Makoa, o Torvald também tá mal posicionado, mas ult do Makoa utilizada para ter uma sobrevida. O Maldamba acaba levando o Buck, o Groover tá recuando, mas ótimo hook do Makoa, derruba ele também. Morrem 3 jogadores da Cube, eles vão ter que conseguir se reagrupar mais uma vez. Ainda tem 1 minuto e 20, tempo suficiente, né, Maia? Para eles fazerem esse reagroup e puxarem junto em direção ao objetivo. Vamos ver como eles vão se portar em relação a isso. Estão ali na escada, trocando tiro, nada muito franco até agora. O Pings, mais uma vez, derruba o Shalin de muito longe e avança da equipe da Cube. O Torvald está por ali fazendo a linha de frente, tenta sugar o escudo do Berk, mas sem muita efetividade. O Makoa vai acabar caindo, muito pouco HP, o nada derruba ele. Todo mundo da equipe da Team Eager recua, o Torvald também cai, GTF consegue derrubar ele com seu Buck, ult do Victor utilizada, mas ele tem que parar o ult antes, o Skullest está ali dando muito dano nele, e o GTF consegue um double kill, eles estão pressionando o time da Eager dentro da base, mas eles vão conseguir puxar. O Makoa erra o hook, tá tomando muito dano, foi deletado e push com sucesso para a equipe da Cube, Maia. Tá acreditando no que você tá vendo?
Olha, cara, eu só posso dizer que eu tô impressionadíssimo com o trabalho da Cube. Nada com seu Barrick. Ele conseguiu anular completamente a ult do Torvald, que foi usada completamente em cima da barricada. Eles não conseguiram nada. O Pinks anulando completamente o Xalim. O GTF conseguindo pular para cima de todo mundo, entrando e saindo sem espaço para a equipe da Iger, enquanto novamente a Rukia fazendo aquele coverage do Totem e o dano, conseguindo eliminar. Não tem Maldamba, não tem Makoa, não adianta eles acertarem o Hulk, que quando ele puxa, ele não tem mais vida para matar. Ele não consegue fazer nada. E agora tudo que a gente pode ver é começando aí para ver como vai ser o próximo push.
Ult do Groover utilizada no meio para manter a sua equipe viva, não deu muito certo, o Xalim consegue um double kill. Makoa ali acaba levando o Pinks, começo dessa vez não tão bom para a equipe da Cube, a equipe da Tinger conseguiu se reunir ali no meio, conseguiu uma vantagem, mas ainda dá tempo da Cube reunir o seu time, 50% do ponto para a equipe da Tinger, agora eles avançam, o Makoa acaba errando o Hulk, o Torvald fica ali dando um cover dentro do ponto, a equipe da Cube tem a oportunidade de puxar, e tem que ser agora, 10% o Buck pulou pro ponto, acaba tomando muito dano, rucado pelo Makoa de volta, eu acho que não vai dar. Não vai dar tempo. Opa, queimei minha língua. O Scurest chegou, conseguiu um double kill, ganhou um tempo para sua equipe e eles ganham o ponto. Queimaram a minha língua, 25% para a equipe da Cube contra 97% da equipe da Tiger. Eles continuam dando muito dano. Esse Bomb King tá insano com esse Groover Maia. Não tá dando para segurar ele. A Rukia consegue um abate em cima do Xalim. O Torvald vai ser evaporado. Morrem 3 personagens, 4 agora com o Maldamba não, mas o Scurest vai atrás dele, o Scurest tá muito ousado, que kill! Ele acertou a bomba, mantém o time inteiro da Team Iger na base e eles conseguem virar esse ponto, Maia, que incrível! Vamos, Cube! Vamos que esse jogo é de vocês, não tem como, eu acredito.
Mas que puxa é esse, cara? Nossa, o Scurest não... Meu Deus, alguém segura esse menino, tira esse Bomb King. Eu vou dar uma dica pra todos os outros times que estiverem jogando. Tira o Bomb King da mão do Scurest, pelo amor de Deus, que esse menino tá que tá hoje. O time da Cube tá muito bem posicionado, todos eles estão jogando perfeitamente, fazendo o jogo que eles precisam fazer pra poder pegar essa win condition, que é tirar o dano deles de longe. Você conseguiu anular o Xalim, você conseguiu anular o Victor, acabou pro time da Iga. E é o que eles estão fazendo. E o que eu tô achando mais fantástico é o Bomb King do Schoolest, que é, vocês acham que eu vou ficar parado jogando? Não, eu vou atrás de vocês, meus queridos, eu consigo voar até você, eu consigo te matar e voltar. Então você não brinca comigo, porque aqui eu não tô de palhaçada. E o jogo novamente pausado.
Exatamente, eu acho que esse foi um pause técnico, viu? Não acho que esse tenha sido um pause por bug, eu acho que a equipe da Team Iger tá pensando numa estratégia e estamos de volta pro jogo. O GTF já cai ali em cima do Maldamba, consegue aqui o próximo alvo. É o Torvald que luta e morre. Ele instantaneamente morre depois da sua ult e a equipe da Cube tá pressionando muito bem. O GTF tá com seu Buck na frente da base, agora pula ali o Scurest também. Tem a Rukia, eles não conseguem sair da base, eles não conseguem sair. A equipe da Team Jäger simplesmente tá presa dentro da base. O Scurest vai mais uma vez pulando, acertando todos os seus hits. Ele ainda tem a sua ult disponível, o GTF acaba caindo, mas tá perto. A equipe da Team Jäger consegue agora uma boa defesa, conseguem 2 kills, 3 kills. Double kill na mão desse Victor e a equipe da Cube é obrigada a recuar. O Victor continua indo pra cima, vamos ver se ele vai conseguir mais uma kill. Consegue matar o nada. O Makoa consegue um ótimo hook pra cima da Rukia. Mais um double kill na mão desse Victor e vai pro triple. Triple kill pro Victor da Team Iger, perdão. E a equipe da Cube tem 1 minuto pra se reagrupar, juntar todo mundo. Eles têm ultimate que provavelmente eles só vão utilizar em último caso pra conseguir esse avanço. Mas eles vêm todo mundo pelo lado direito, somente o Groover. Tá ali o GTF pulando em cima do Maldamba, mas acaba sendo punido. Agora uma troca franca aí entre as duas equipes. O Buck vai dando muito dano, o Pinks também com seu Groover. Tá todo mundo muito machucado, eles conseguem derrubar 2. Vão derrubar o terceiro agora, esse Torvald vai cair. E se ele cair, eu acho que dá pra equipe da Cube conseguir puxar. O Makoa tá muito machucado. O Scurest acaba recebendo a ult do Maldamba ali sozinho, mas ele não perdoa. Ele pega o Makoa de costas, deleta ele. Sobrou somente o Xalim, double kill pro Skulest e vai ser ponto. O Skulest acaba gastando a sua ult pra garantir e é vitória da Cube Team. Maia, eu tô muito emocionado, eu não sei o que dizer nesse momento. Eu tô
4-0, mas que jogo fez a Cube nessa partida. Que jogo! Deu pra ver que eles estavam muito organizados. Skullet aproveitou ao máximo o seu bom desempenho no Bomb King, mas preciso dar um destaque pra Rukia com o seu Grok. O que essa menina deu de dano? E a mira do Pings no Grover.
absurdo.
Tava dando gosto de ver ele tirar aquele Xalim com uma machadada na testa. Tava lindo. Ele tava lá de baixo acertando o machado. Ele não conseguia nem chegar perto. Eles anularam completamente. Mas eu vou dizer, eu tenho que honrar o Victor da Team Eager, que fez um belo triple kill, conseguiu organizar muito bem ali o posicionamento. Olha só, 25 eliminações para a Rukia, 4 mortes, 47k de damage, 27k de cura. Olha só o que essa menina fez.
Um absurdo.
Muita gente acaba meio que não observando muito os suportes por eles estarem ali dando esse suporte de cura, mas o dano que ela estava dando, ela não estava conseguindo deixar o Torvald quieto. O Torvald não conseguia ter uma boa posição para ficar, porque o Grok estava lá derretendo ele. A mesma coisa com o Maldamba. Então eles tinham uma ótima coverage no mapa, enquanto eu achei o time da Eager muito limitado a avançar com os 2 tanques e aproveitar o Xalim lá atrás junto com o Victor, que a partir do momento que você eliminava um DPS ou você eliminava um tanque, a composição toda da Eager ia pro saco.
Não tinha... A equipe da Eager foi engolida. Isso é resumo da partida. A equipe da Eager foi engolida. Agora sim, a equipe da Cube fez um pique muito inteligente. Esse Groover jogou fino, o Grok jogou... Todo mundo jogou fino. Pra mim, assim, cada um desempenhou sua função com maestria. Juntaram na hora que tinham que se juntar, puxaram sempre juntos, avançaram juntos na hora que tinham que avançar, recuaram, não desesperaram quando eles fizeram aquele avanço inicial para garantir o ponto. O GTF acabou morrendo, mas foi só ele, não foi desastroso. Logo depois eles descontaram essa kill e igualaram a briga. Então, parabéns para a equipe da Cube por essa vitória, mas é uma partida, né? Lembrando que é uma melhor de 5, a gente ainda precisa levar mais 2 vitórias para casa para garantir essa série. Então ainda não tem nada definido. O time da Team Eager é um time muito experiente, é um time muito bom. Tem que ficar ligado com eles. Então, tô na expectativa. Eu quero que esse jogo comece logo. E pensou 3-0 Cube? O que a galera... O que eu vou falar lá em casa se isso acontecer?
Eu acho que a Eager, ela acabou se precipitando um pouco naquele pique do Xalim, que foi o que eu tinha comentado com você. O Xalim, ele é um personagem muito vital em certas composições, mas eu acho que dependendo de como for, se você fizer um pique do Xalim muito cedo, você consegue dar um counter pick nele muito fácil, né? E deu para ver claramente qual era a estratégia da Eager desde o começo, quando eles fizeram o pique do Maldamba junto com o Xalim. Então você fica ali naquela expectativa que vai rolar justamente isso, esse coverage, para que você tenha um bom dano de longe. O Xalim da Eager, que fez um ótimo trabalho com mais de 60k de dano, mas é aquilo, né? Um só não consegue levar o jogo. O time da Eager parecia um pouco desestruturado, o Maldamba parecia não conseguir manter o time vivo, enquanto que a gente tinha o Grok e o Grover do lado da Cube para poder fazer aquela cobertura do Barrick, que já tem a sua própria cura. Então o sustain do time da Cube estava bem organizado. E agora vamos ver que tá para começar os picks, né?
Vamos lá para essa partida. E agora, respeita o Skullet e tira o Bomb King dele. Senão você vai perder. E foi isso que a equipe da Team Eager fez. tirou esse Bomb King da mão de Skulest, não pode deixar para esse menino, ele tá jogando muito, e a equipe da Team Iger percebeu isso. Vamos ver como a equipe da Cube vai responder a esse Bomb King. Vamos ver se eles têm uma estratégia na manga. E agora, uma coa do nada, garantido. E não tem Bomb King? Tudo bem, me dá o Drogus que eu resolvo também. Me dá o Drogus, que eu sou o escudo.
Foi uma atitude esperta da Eagle tirar o Bomb King da mão dos Skullers. Foi uma atitude muito esperta deles, porque eles sabiam que se eles não fizessem isso, eles iam ser muito punidos. Eles iam ser muito punidos.
E agora a gente viu ali uma composição bem agressiva por parte da Team Iger. Eles abriram com BK, Lex e Shalin. Então eles têm ali o Lex, que tá dando um absurdo de dano na mão de quem conhece. Então é um pique muito... vai dar um pouco de trabalho para a equipe da Cube, mas esse Makoa, eu acho que até então, pelos picks que a gente tem, o Makoa bem jogadinho, e mais uma vez o Groover do Pings, esse Shalin não vai clicar de novo. Ele não vai clicar de novo.
É o que a gente espera. E o Grok, novamente, aí, a composição de double suporte pelo lado da Cube, que deu certo, então é aquilo, né? Em time que tá ganhando, a gente não mexe. Eu acho que nesse jogo a responsabilidade vai cair para cima do Makoa para poder anular esse Lex. Porque um Lex bem jogado, ele não deixa o Grok se mexer. Então, como eles têm uma composição de dano muito bruta, uma composição de double suporte ainda é uma escolha boa para poder segurar. E eles acabaram por pegar ali novamente o Maldamba e o Torvald, né, no time da Iger. E vamos ver qual vai ser aí a resposta da Cube, porque o Drogus ali, na verdade, vai ser uma peça essencial, né? Porque com a cobertura aérea que ele pode dar ali, ele dá trabalho para o Shalin, ele dá trabalho para o próprio Lex, que vai ter que desviar a atenção. Só que eles vão ter que dar uma trabalhada nisso, porque com o Bomb King, com o Lex e com o Shalin, o dano da Iger vai ser terrível.
A gente vai ter que contar bastante aí com o Makoa acertando hooks importantes, de fato, para tirar. Por mais que o Lex e o Shalin, até o próprio Bomb King, eles dão muito dano, mas eles são personagens extremamente frágeis. Então, bem jogado pela Cube, eles conseguem tirar um ou dois jogadores antes de ir para o ponto. O Groover ficando na backline, jogando esse machado como ele fez na última partida, ele vai machucar muito esse Chalinho, que vai facilitar que o Buck pule na cabeça dele, ele já com metade da vida ou menos. Esse Drogus, eu não vejo ninguém além do Shalin e talvez o Lex que incomodem muito ele. Se eles conseguirem descer muito rápido esse Shalin e esse Lex, o Drogus vai ficar free, e Drogus free na mão de Skullet é GG. Então,
eu acho que a Iger escolheu uma composição típica de Glass Cannon, né? Que são personagens com bastante dano, mas com pouca vida. Eles estão querendo ir com tudo para cima da Cube, já que a Cube se mostrou uma equipe que é muito adepta a fights consecutivas, até porque você não viu da outra partida a Cube dar um descanso. Era sempre assim, eles iam, puxavam a fight, levavam, quando não levavam, se reagrupavam e iam. Funcionava nesse esquema de teamfight direta. E tem que ver como a Iger vai responder a isso, e eu acho que eles vão ter que seguir nesse esquema. Porque com apenas um frontline no Torvald, eles vão ficar muito expostos a um flanco como o Buck, que é um flanco bem bulk, né, com bastante HP, com bastante sustain, e o próprio Drogus também, que consegue explodir eles. Né?
Nossa.
together so much more. Obviously, you don't want to pick Grover into a lot of deployables. It's difficult because you don't deal bonus damage to them, but just that big area slow allows you to confirm your shots
Agora
so
meu
much
microfone tá de
easier.
volta.
It
Perdão,
synergizes so well
pessoal.
with Drogos, which
Tive um probleminha técnico. Mas agora esperar o começo dessa partida, né, para ver como ambas as equipes vão se portar aí diante das estratégias. Mas eu tô vendo um pouco de preocupação nos olhos da equipe da Team Eager. Eles com certeza foram surpreendidos pelo time da Cube. Eles não estavam esperando por isso, com certeza. E tô sentindo um nervosismo ali. Não sei se você tá reparando nisso também, Maia, mas eu tô achando o pessoal da Cube, todo mundo ali com um sorriso no rosto, e o pessoal da Eager tá um pouquinho nervoso. Isso pode ser um ponto positivo para nós, hein?
Claro, né? Uma vitória esmagadora, assim, é óbvio que vai dar um boost na nossa confiança, né? Mas é aquilo, eles têm que manter o mesmo nível de jogo, a mesma concentração, porque essa partida vai ser uma partida completamente diferente da outra, a começar pelos picks. O Buck vai ter muito mais trabalho, o Drogos também vai ter bastante trabalho para poder tentar anular esse Bomb King. O Grover, a gente sabe que se deixar, ele não deixa o Xalim clicar. Ele não deixa o Xalim jogar do jeito que ele quer. E eu tô ansioso para ver como vai ser o trabalho desse Makoa. Não só pelos hooks, mas como os shields dele vão ser muito importantes para poder segurar esse dano massivo que vai ser o da Team Giga, que novamente aí falando, tá com uma composição de muito dano. Eles vão precisar, acima de tudo, anular esse Lex, porque senão esse Lex vai chegar destruindo ali. Se ele conseguir pegar pela backline, o Grok, que é um personagem bem mais frágil, apesar dele conseguir se manter vivo ali com a forma fantasma dele, é um personagem que consegue desestruturar ali, assim como o Buck também pelo lado da Cube. Então, nesse caso, a gente não sai perdendo, mas é mais de como a gente vai estruturar as partidas.
Não tem muito como fazer nada além de torcer nesse momento para que eles consigam executar essa estratégia da melhor maneira possível. Eles estão ali na zona de conforto, jogando com o que deu certo, poucas mudanças da composição para o jogo passado. O que mudou bastante foi o time da Team Eager, como o Maia falou. Então não tem como a gente esperar que seja um stomp tão grande como a última partida. No meu ponto de vista, os picks estão um pouquinho mais equilibrados nessa partida da série. Aí, na expectativa, esse torneio tá me deixando maluco, essa partida que não começa. Fica completamente na ansiedade, que vai matar os narradores do coração desse jeito. Faz isso com a gente não, Reis. Começa esse jogo aí. Ajuda nós. Por favor, a galera tá se acertando ali. O GTF começou a conversar com a galera, WASAD ali. Eu acho que o jogo tá para começar, hein? Estão se ajeitando na cadeira. Vamos ver.
E o que foi mais interessante foi que o time do Brasil, a Cube Team, não se abalou com o reset da partida depois de terem dado aquele stomp no primeiro ponto. Eles repetiram, mas finalmente, muito obrigado. Vamos para o jogo.
Vamos para a partida. Partida de número 2 começando agora. 1-0 para a equipe da Cube. Lembrando a todos que é uma melhor de 5, então não tem nada garantido. A gente vai ter uma partida emocionante, meus amigos. Preparem-se. Todo o time da Team Eager ali vindo pela direita, se encontraram. Um ótimo hook do Makoa. O Stozen foi deletado com o Lex. Ótimo começo, justamente o que a gente esperava, que o Lex não conseguisse jogar. Agora eles vão pra cima do Xalim, que também caiu. Acabou sendo um double kill pro GTF. Agora o Maldamba acabou ficando mal posicionado. Ponto, por enquanto, sendo dominado pela equipe da Cube. O GTF acabou ficando um pouquinho mal posicionado, mas o Stozen também caiu. E tá uma disputa franca até agora. A equipe da Cube tá conseguindo levar um pouquinho de vantagem. Esse Groover ainda não conseguiu acertar um bom dano de longe, mas até então, partida controlada. Toda a equipe da Team Eager muito para trás. Torvald agora chegou no meio, o Lex tá tentando dar um pouco de dano de longe, o Grok e o Groover se reposicionam, tá todo mundo miado, acaba sendo um double kill pro Bitey com seu Bomb King, o Stuzey termina de finalizar o nada e agora eles avançam, a vantagem fica para a equipe da Team Eager, 90% a 80% até então, a equipe da Team Eager vai avançando para conseguir manter a equipe da Cube na base e vai dar certo, 1-0 para a equipe da Team Eager, objetivo capturado, o Lex tá conseguindo dar muito dano junto com esse Bomb King agora, Maia. Acho que eles precisam conseguir agora mudar um pouco esse foco, conseguir tirar esse Bomb King mais cedo da partida, ele conseguiu agora mais um triple kill, tá dando muito dano, jogando muito bem.
Eles estão a Iga tá com uma composição muito perigosa com o Lex e o Bomb King. Porque eles precisam primeiramente tirar o Lex, porque a ameaça de um Lex vindo por trás é complicada. Só que o Bomb King também tá fazendo muito bem o seu trabalho, mas eles têm que dar uma reorganizada aí para poder tentar tirar, que eles precisam combater dano com dano, fogo com fogo, porque já que eles são um time bem frágil, eles precisam apelar, não podem dar mole, porque aí, senão é isso, o Xalim vai levar, o Lex vai levar e o Bomb King também.
Exatamente, vamos ver agora como que a equipe da Cube se porta nesse push da equipe da Team Eager. Eles estão todos reunidos ali, o ultimate do Torvald utilizado, consegue mandar 3 jogadores para fora, double kill na mão desse Torvald, que na verdade foi mais um triple kill. O Bitey ali terminou de finalizar o nada, eles vão conseguindo puxar essa carga com tranquilidade até então, o Bomb King se posicionando muito bem, o Groover ali trocando com o Lex, o GTF consegue derrubar esse Bomb King, e agora vamos ver como que a Cube continua esse combate, o Makoa muito machucado, vai acabar caindo, não, consegue sair vivo, eles conseguem derrubar esse Torvald de vantagem total para a equipe da Cube, conseguem derrubar 2 jogadores da equipe da Team Eager, e colocam eles para trás, mais um abate, 2 abates, e derrubam todo mundo, defesa tranquila, 35 segundos para a equipe da Team Eager fazer mais um push e conseguir entregar essa carga, mas a equipe da Cube aparentemente está conseguindo defender bem, eles estão bem posicionados, 24 segundos, eles vão ali puxando...
Eles vão ter que precisar segurar bastante as ultimates, ver como é que eles vão fazer, porque falta pouco tempo, e o time da Cube ainda tá no jogo, tá conseguindo recuperar um pouco da posição, mas não podem dar mole, que qualquer erro, o Bomb King consegue explodir qualquer um ali, o Lex pode chegar por trás, eles têm que segurar.
Exatamente, o Xalim consegue ali um abate para cima do Pings, o Makoa consegue um hook muito interessante para cima do Xalim, mas não é o suficiente, o Bomb King consegue derrubar o Makoa, Buck ali por trás tentando dar um belo dano, consegue matar o Torvald, mas cai o Buck, cai o Drogus, a equipe da Team Eager vem avançando, sobrou só ali o Groover para tentar segurar, mas não foi o suficiente, a equipe da Team Eager consegue entregar a carga, 2-0, todo mundo da equipe da Team Eager vai ter ult menos o Maldamba para esse ponto, por parte da equipe da Cube a gente tem ali somente a ult no Makoa, então vai ser uma disputa de meio interessante, vai dar um trabalho para a equipe da Cube, justamente por eles não terem essas ults importantes, e é o que a gente conversou. Xalim e Lex, se conseguirem dar dano, acabou, eles são frágeis, mas eles matam muito rápido, se não conseguir derrubar eles, vai ser muito complicado, vamos ver se a Cube conversou ali, se eles vão conseguir mudar essa estratégia e reverter esse placar, que até então é de 2-0 para a equipe da Team Eager, troca franca ali no flanco direito, o Lex sai muito machucado, mas não é derrubado, fica com 100 de HP, sai vivo, é obrigado a recuar, o Nada também tá um pouquinho machucado, ultimate do Drogus utilizada, tá buscando um alvo, derruba ali o Torvald, não tem mais tanque, mas também acaba pagando com a vida, Drogus derrubado, acaba também a Rukia conseguindo ali matar o Bomb King, vantagem para a equipe da Cube, Xalim recuando, o Lex consegue matar o Nada, troca franca, vantagem do ponto até então para a equipe da Cube, o Xalim consegue derrubar a Hulk, agora sim, talvez eles tentem fazer um retake de ponto, Buck muito machucado, sai a equipe da Cube, acaba deixando o ponto aberto para reagrupar, curar, o ultimate do Xalim utilizado ali, conseguem dissolver o Buck, mas eles respondem instantaneamente, derrubando também o Bomb King, ult do Mako utilizado, eles conseguem levar o Xalim. Sobra somente o Torvald no ponto, que toma um ótimo hook ultimate utilizada, mas eles acabaram gastando 2 da última vez. O Drogus acabou ficando livre e consegue dar um ótimo dano na equipe da Team Eager, e o ponto tá ficando para a equipe da Cube. 93, sem contestação até agora. O Bomb King tá muito machucado, conseguem matar 3 jogadores da Cube, e a vantagem agora volta para a equipe da Team Eager. Eles têm 20% do ponto agora para conseguir recuperar isso. O Buck tá ali pulando, acaba sendo eliminado no ar pelo Lex e pelo Xalim. O Drogus tenta ali dar o seu Split Fire no meio, mas não consegue. Agora sim, chega a equipe da Cube, 99 contra 99. Combate emocionante. Cai o Pinks, cai o nada. O Skullest consegue derrubar o Stolzey, mas a Rukia cai. O Skullest também cai. 3-0 para a equipe da Team Eager. Agora a equipe da Cube vai precisar segurar um pouco não deixar com que o time da Team Eager avance muito o carrinho nesse começo, manter eles o mais recuados possível. Mas até então, Maia, o que você tá achando desse jogo? O que você acha que a gente tem que fazer para virar isso aí?
Eu acho que a Cube conseguiu fazer um bom trabalho no ponto, chegaram no 99, mas é aquilo, eles têm que dar um jeito de segurar essa quantidade de dano. Só que o Torvald da Eager tá conseguindo dar essa proteção. Toda vez que o Mako consegue dar um hook, o adversário ele é protegido pelo shield do Torvald, então ele não consegue fazer essa eliminação. O Drogo do Skull está fazendo um bom trabalho, só que eles têm dano demais e tá na hora deles conseguirem colaborar dano com dano. E talvez essa ideia de double support contra muito dano não seja a mais recomendada. Talvez, de repente, mais um frontline conseguisse segurar isso.
Tem razão. Mas a equipe da Cube ainda tá viva no jogo. O Torvald acaba tentando mais uma ult, vai conseguir jogar o GTF pra fora. Eles matam 2 jogadores da Cube. O GTF não caiu, mas o Lex consegue dar um double kill. Agora, Rampage, 5 jogadores na sequência aí. O Lex tá com uma streak de 10 mortes e vitória pra Team Eager. Tudo igual. 1-1. Vamos aí para terceira partida, meu amigo Maia. A Team Eager mostrou que não vai ser tão fácil assim, não.
Isso aí. Não vai ser mole, mas isso aí vai servir também para Cube dar uma acordada, para ver que não vai ser moleza levar esse jogo da Eager, né? Tá 1-1, tudo igual. Então nada impede nenhum dos dois times de levar isso para casa. Então o que tem que acontecer? Eu acho que a Cube tem que dar uma revisada na estratégia, ver o tipo de mapa que eles estão jogando, ver realmente se essa estratégia de 2 suportes é a mais viável. Contra na partida anterior, contra Victor e Xalim apenas como damage dealer e o Maldambo, os 2 tanques, funcionou muito bem para poder manter o ponto, conseguiram fazer ali os pick-offs necessários, só que nesse jogo agora ficou um pouco mais complicado, porque se o Buck focasse em tirar o Xalim, a gente tinha um Bomb King na cara de todo mundo, se ele focasse no Bomb King, tinha o Lex chegando por trás, então assim, era necessário, eu acho que se eles tivessem mais um frontline ali, mais um tanque, mais um shield para poder dar uma segurada no dano e proteger um pouco mais os flancos, talvez eles conseguissem ter saído melhor. Mas a Cube até que fez um ótimo jogo. Fez um bom jogo, conseguiu segurar até onde deu, mas a Eager, nesse quesito, se mostrou um pouco superior na administração das teamfights, e isso fez toda a diferença.
Com certeza, Maia. Vamos ver aí como a equipe da Cube vai se portar para essa terceira partida. Vamos ver se eles conseguem garantir esse BK do Skullest, porque eles mostraram que tem um Bomb King excepcional de cada lado, então vai ser uma briga para conseguir garantir aí esse Bomb King. A Eve foi picada algumas vezes durante esse torneio. Você acha que a gente pode ver aí uma Eve aparecendo por parte da equipe da Cube, Maia?
Eu acho que pode, dependendo. Tudo depende do estilo de jogo e dos picks que a Iger vai ter, né? Porque também não adianta a gente pegar uma Eve e ela ser completamente counterada por algum outro champion que leve um pouco mais de vantagem. Por exemplo, nessa partida agora, eu acho que ela não seria tão viável. Apesar dela ter certa facilidade de chegar na backline e tentar, por exemplo, tirar o Xalim, eu acho que deixaria a teamfight da Cube muito exposta. Que eles ficariam com -1 ali no meio da porradaria para poder fazer a cobertura. Aí foi um personagem muito de pick-off, né? Com muita movimentação, com um deslocamento absurdo pelo mapa, excelente em mapas que sejam um pouco maiores. Mas eu acho que ela é incrível, eu acho ela incrivelmente viável. Por exemplo, o Buck foi muito bem jogado, mas na primeira partida que a Cube jogou, eu acho que a Ivy poderia ter servido tanto quanto o Buck ali para poder fazer o pick-off do Maldama, para fazer o pick-off do Xalim, né? É só eles fazerem uma análise do que eles vão precisar. Se eles vão precisar de movimentação, se eles vão precisar de dano. Por exemplo, nesse último mapa, eles precisavam muito mais de dano bruto e sustain do que de movimentação. É um mapa muito mais fechado, né? O mapa anterior, ele já seria mais interessante, um pouco mais de movimentação para poder suprimir o time ali na porta da base, para poder impedir o avanço, para poder garantir o ponto. Num mapa onde o ponto e a área de respawn são muito próximas, você ter uma movimentação muito alta já não te ajuda muito. Porque a distância já é muito pouca, né? E o próximo mapa vai ser Jaguar Falls.
Jaguar Falls. Um mapa também um pouco interessante para o Torvald ali no meio, caso eles optem por esse personagem mais uma vez. O Torvald tem bastante espaço para jogar a galera para fora, principalmente quando a briga tá ali no meio. Então, tá aí a resposta. Bomb King na mão da Cube Team. Nessa série tá claro que sempre quem for o primeiro pick vai pegar o Bomb King.
Não, o Bomb King tá forte demais. Nos últimos patches, ele tem estado muito forte. O Bomb King e o Lex, no momento, acho que eles são os maiores damage dealers do jogo. Pela questão em questão de damage bruto, né? Apesar da gente ter outros champions aí, a Igra agora escolheu o Drogos, que também é um ótimo damage dealer, e o Makoa também, que também é um dos picks mais comuns no meta atual.
Sim. E aí a gente viu, basicamente, parece que os mesmos picks invertidos. No segundo jogo a gente teve a equipe da Team Iger picando o Bomb King, a equipe da Cube respondendo com Drogos e Makoa, e agora a gente teve exatamente o inverso. A equipe da Cube está voltando para a composição do primeiro jogo. Até então a gente tem aí Bomb King, Grok e Barrick para a equipe da Cube. Exatamente os mesmos personagens da primeira partida.
E eu achei que a Cube Team, de repente, iria querer, de repente, tirar o Lex das mãos da Iger, já que o Lex jogou bastante. Mas tem que ver o que eles vão querer fazer. A Team Iger agora preferiu escolher a Ying de suporte e o Lex novamente aparecendo. E eu acho que o Buck não vai ser um bom pick para esse jogo, hein? Eu acho que eles vão ter que mudar.
Tem uma Maeve ali.
Mas será que vai rolar o pick da Maeve?
Não. Eles trocaram pro Androxus, provavelmente do GT, né? E o Groover mais uma vez na mão do Pings, então a gente provavelmente... Não, a gente com certeza vai ter a equipe da Cube com o Skullest jogando de Bomb King, o Grok na mão da Rukia, o Barrick na mão do Androxus na mão do GTF e o Groover pro Pings. Eu acredito que seja essa composição da Cube, né? Maia, você acha que eles vão...
Uma Cassie?
Cassie. Não teve nenhuma Cassie ainda nesse Mundial. É a primeira vez que picam Cassie. GTF, inclusive, não, claro que não tá no time dele, mas um jogador excepcional de Cassie, só frisando a melhor Cassie do Brasil, sem dúvida, na minha modesta opinião. Eu acho que para essa partida a equipe da Cube tá melhor em questão
Observando
de picks.
Observando os piques, eu também acho. Em questão dos piques, eu acho que os piques da Cube estão mais sólidos. Novamente, tentando tirar vantagem aí da barricada do Barrick, na mão do nada. Eu acho que o GTF vai ter esse trabalho de tentar anular o Lex do outro lado. Novamente, o pique do Double Support. Pro time da Cube, parece que é o jeito deles jogarem, é a estratégia que eles preferiram para poder tentar manter a galera viva. Só que dessa vez eles têm o Bomb King. Dessa vez eles têm o Bomb King na mão e eles têm o Androxus.
Então, vamos lá, partida iniciada, First Blood na mão da Hulk, o GTF vem ali com troca franca com o Lex, solado! E double kill também, mas acaba caindo. Começo muito bom para a equipe da Cube. O Makoa tá ali muito machucada, a Cass acaba recuando. O Skullest vai ali para cima do Makoa, vai acabar conseguindo derrubar, foi rucado, mas conseguiu o abate para cima do Makoa, vantagem para a equipe da Cube. Bomb King, mais uma vez, fazendo ali...
Eu me senti muito mal pelo Lex ali e pelo Drogos. Eu só imaginei ele na cara não, pra não estragar o enterro, cara. Na cara não, por favor, pelo amor de Deus. GTF fez o que tinha que fazer e parece que eles não desistiram do ponto 99%.
Exatamente, a equipe da Cube quase conseguiu garantir esse ponto, mas acabou ali sendo abatida. Agora eles vão reagrupar, a equipe da Team Eager já avança para tentar derrubar cavalo, eles estão separados. Toda a equipe da Team Eager avançada, somente a Ing no ponto, até então. Mas agora eles vão recuando, a equipe da Cube vem por dois flancos ao mesmo tempo. O Androxus já está muito machucado, o Grok também. O Lex está ali fazendo um ótimo trabalho. Vamos ver se a equipe da Cube consegue derrubar esse Lex. Eles acabam passando direto. O GTF derruba o Makoa, mas a troca acaba sendo favorável até então para a equipe da Team Eager. O Stolze consegue fazer um ótimo trabalho com o seu Lex e ponto para a equipe da Team Eager. Eles conseguem ali um ótimo retake de objetivo, 99% para a Cube. Eles conseguiram virar. O Drogos ali do Bitey, dando muito dano. Ele já está num streak de 9 jogadores. Então, alguém para esse Drogos. Hulk do Makoa ali conseguiu puxar o Grok, mas saiu muito bem com o Andar Fantasma. O ultimate do Androxus utilizado, consegue dar um bom dano na equipe adversária. A reversão não é o suficiente para segurar esse dano, ele acaba caindo e a equipe da Team Eager vem conseguindo avançar. Agora a ult do Groover utilizada para manter o seu time vivo. O Lex está totalmente free, ele está dando muito dano, alguém precisa derrubar esse Lex, estão deixando ele despercebido. A Hulk consegue mais uma vez ali derrubar o Makoa e o Bomb King do Skullest dá muito dano para cima desse Lex, ele vai para cima dele, o GTF consegue finalizar o trabalho. Muito dano do Drogos para cima desse BK que acaba caindo e a equipe da Team Eager consegue ali uma troca favorável até então. Vamos derrubar também o Groover, a Cassie tá indo na backline, tá pegando todo mundo de lado, consegue abater também esse Grok. O Barry, que é o próximo alvo, não, a Cassie acaba recuando e a equipe da Team Eager puxa todo mundo junto agora, todo mundo no objetivo. O Drogos tá indo ali malandramente pela esquerda. O Skullest consegue derrubar essa Ing, muito importante. Ele vai ali pela backline e consegue também derrubar o Stolze. Mas o Drogos acabou ficando livre, conseguiu derrubar o Skullest também. Conseguiram derrubar o Nada. E o Pings vem, consegue derrubar esse Drogos com um follow-up muito bom do GTF da Hulk para também tirar aí o Castle e o Makoa de combate. Bomb King chegando para fazer essa defesa. 35 segundos para a equipe da Team Eager puxar. Eles estão se reagrupando. Vem um push separado. Eles conseguem dar muito dano já nesse Lex e nesse Drogos. Já ganham um pouco mais de tempo. E agora a equipe da Eager tem que avançar. Eles têm que vir tentar ganhar esse ponto de maneira um pouco mais desesperada, porque senão não vai dar tempo. Mas a Cube está defendendo muito bem. O carrinho parou numa posição muito favorável para a equipe da Cube conseguir defender essa porta. No lado esquerdo deles tem um Lex e um Makoa muito bem posicionados, tentando ser malandros e conseguem ali abater o Skullest, mas é uma troca boa. Cai o Skullest, cai o Drogos. Agora também cai o Lex por parte da equipe da Eager. A Cube consegue fazer essa defesa, overtime, double kill na mão do Nada. O GTF também consegue derrubar essa Ing, Mas double kill também na mão desse Drogus. Triple kill pro Drogus, agora um momento tenso, troca franca, GTF derruba o Drogus, mas ele também acaba morrendo, e a equipe da Team Eager consegue garantir esse overtime, eles continuam puxando o carrinho, a equipe da Cube ainda tá viva, o Bomb King nasceu, o Androxo nascendo em 1 segundo, daqui somente 8 segundos vão poder contar com o Groover, troca franca no objetivo, bomba ranzinza do Bomb King utilizada, acabam conseguindo matar a Cassie, ultimate do Stozy pra levar o Skullest, agora vem, ult do Drogus, acaba levando o Androxus. Troca a franca, 3-3 no meio. Vamos ver quem vai levar essa vantagem. A Rukia tá muito machucada. Esse Drogus tá dando muito dano. Maia, ele tá muito livre, mas acaba caindo agora. A equipe da Cube vai conseguir respirar. Eles conseguem 3 abates. Defesa bem sucedida pela equipe da Cube. Que jogo tenso, meu amigo Maia. Que jogo tenso, meu amigo.
Nossa, que jogo terrível. Eu acho que o que faltou no time da Cube foi que eles esqueceram uma pessoinha muito especial chamada Ying, que não caía de jeito nenhum. E eles precisam tirar esse suporte de cura. Porque se deixar esse Drogus vai passar o rodo. Que não tá fácil para eles segurarem. A Ying do Ori foi essencial para esse push, mas felizmente a boa posição, o bom posicionamento, o Androxus do GTF e o Pings ali conseguiram segurar aquele quadra kill do Drogus ali que foi de doer o coração, mas defesa bem sucedida, vamos que a Cube ainda tem chance, tá 1-1, tudo igual.
Muito dano ali já pelo Bomb King do Skullest, eles forçam o Mako a já gastar o shield, o Stozy consegue derrubar o Pings, agora eles estão indo pra cima dessa Ing e dessa Cassie. Double kill aí na mão do Bomb King. Eles forçam a ult do Makoa, que vem ali dando muito dano pelo flanco. Ele não tá no objetivo, o Pings também. O Skullest, perdão, também vai acabar caindo. Então, double kill na mão desse Drogus. Esse Drogus tá sendo o maior problema da Cube, na minha opinião, até agora, Maia. Muito dano desse Drogus,
o
muito
Drogus
dano.
tá fazendo muito bem o seu trabalho. Tá com dano demais esse bite. E ele tá recebendo bastante cura ali da Ying, então ele tá conseguindo se manter vivo por muito tempo. E ainda conseguindo segurar o time da Cube lá atrás, com todo o bom posicionamento ali, a boa movimentação, mas parece que não vai durar muito tempo.
O Lex ali vem por trás dando muito dano, é o que a gente vinha conversando. Não pode deixar esse Lex fazer exatamente isso que ele tá fazendo. Não pode deixar ele livre. O GTF consegue um double kill, mas o Lex responde com um triple kill pra cima da equipe da Cube. O Nada tá ali sozinho no ponto. Chegou agora o Bomb King. Eles vão conseguir uma sobrevida? Eles vão conseguir reverter esse ponto? Só sobrou o Bomb King. Eles estão chegando agora. Objetivo capturado pra equipe da Team Eager. 2-1 no placar. O Lex acaba caindo. E agora vem um avanço todo da equipe da Cube. Conseguiram ali hoocar. O Grok, ele acabou sendo derrubado. Troca 2 por 2. A equipe da Cube tá recuando, eles precisam se reagrupar ali para conseguir fazer uma defesa mais eficaz desse carrinho, e eles precisam conseguir derrubar esse Drogus. Esse Drogus está destruindo a equipe da Cube, ele tá dando muito dano. Agora a gente vê aí o ultimate do Drogus utilizada.
Eles
Vamos
estão
ver.
se dividindo muito bem, o Drogus e o Lex, cada um de um lado, conseguindo pegar o Lex pelos flancos, enquanto o Drogus dá o dano ali na área.
E agora o combate continua, o Lex tá muito machucado, mas o Drogus dá muito dano e acaba facilitando o combate para sua equipe, que consegue derrubar 3 jogadores. O Lex tá ali se posicionando, ele tem ultimate disponível para conseguir talvez garantir esse ponto. Eles estão dando muito dano nessa saída do time da Cube e avanço bem sucedido por parte da equipe da Team Eager. Esse ponto acabou, a equipe da Cube não conseguiu defender nem um pouco, foi um atropelo aí por parte da equipe da Team Eager. Mais uma vez, esse Drogus, pra mim, o maior dos problemas. Mas vamos lá, Maia, o que a gente tem que fazer aí?
Tem que arrumar um jeito de tirar o Drogus e o Lex do jogo. Novamente, eu tô achando essa ideia de double support da parte da Cube. Apesar de ter funcionado bem no primeiro jogo, eu acho que eles estão ficando um pouco precários na questão do dano. Um pouco precários na questão do dano, não tô conseguindo segurar. E eles precisam dar um jeito de tirar. E a Ying, novamente, ficou aberta para curar com as suas cópias, com as suas ilusões. E eles precisam dar um jeito nisso. É muita coisa, eu sei, mas é o que tem que ser feito.
Vamos lá, o jogo já iniciou. O Drogus está muito machucado aqui. A equipe da Cube consegue eliminar esse Drogus no começo da partida. Ótimo início da equipe da Cube. O Skullest avança ali, consegue dar muito dano para cima desse Lex. Enquanto isso, o GTF já derruba o Makoa, perdão. O Nada já consegue derrubar a Cassie, não antes dela derrubar o Pings. Mas tá uma troca franca ali. Lex e Beric no ponto e a equipe da Cube leva melhor. Eles conseguem derrubar o Lex, conseguem derrubar a Ying. Também rola um double kill pro GTF com o Androxus dele. E ponto pra equipe da Cube, ponto muito importante pra garantir aí que a equipe da Cube se mantenha respirando nessa partida. É, ponto muito importante. Esse foi fácil, hein? Vamos ver se eles conseguem manter isso, vamos ver se eles conseguem puxar. Não
Agora
teve
eles precisam carregar até o fim.
Vamos ver. Lembrando que se a equipe da Team Eager defender, eles não ganham ponto. Então, foi um ponto crucial para a equipe da Cube, mas a troca continua. Eles conseguem 2 abates em cima da equipe da Cube. O Stolze consegue ali dar muito dano antes de ser eliminado pelo GTF. A equipe da Cube toda pelo flanco direito, reunida. Vão ali alvejar talvez a Cassie. A Ying consegue derrubar o Nada. Eles recuam, se reagrupam. O Bomb King acaba ficando muito exposto. É rucado pelo Makoa. Morre, mas a Rukia desconta, conseguindo um abate para cima desse Drogus. Agora a equipe da Cube, mais uma vez, vai se reagrupar, vão esperar ali o Androxus nascer, mas a equipe da Team Eager não vai deixar eles se reagruparem facilmente. Eles estão avançando, eles estão procurando um alvo. Makoa ali sempre andando junto com a Cassie para ter um follow-up no dano. Então agora vamos ver aí, 1 minuto e 10 para a equipe da Cube.
O time da Eager tá com 4 ults ali carregadas para poder segurar isso. E também a gente precisa a Cube precisa dar um push, de repente forçar essas ultimates para que eles não tenham essas ultimates para usar no caso de ir para o próximo ponto, né? Para eles poderem não usarem aí a ult do Drogo, já foi utilizada aí, então agora 3 ults na mão da Eager, enquanto a gente só tem a ult do Bomb King para segurar.
A equipe da Cube agora, eles precisam jogar com inteligência. Não adianta gastar ult agora, eles estão muito longe do objetivo por enquanto. Então, se mantém assim, ó, a ult do Makoa utilizada. Já tem uma ult importantíssima gasta por parte da equipe da Team Eager, perdão. O ult do Groover ali. Eles mantêm o time todo da Cube vivo, eles conseguem derrubar mais uma vez esse Makoa. Então, por enquanto, a vantagem tá pro time da Cube, eles estão segurando muito bem a ultimate do BK, que agora consegue matar a Cassie. Ótima bomba, eles estão ali garantindo o avanço. Vamos ver se eles vão conseguir entregar esse carrinho com sucesso. Não tem ninguém por enquanto ali para defender. Chega o Makoa, coloca o shield, dá um hook, mas o Skullest dá muito dano. Vai conseguir matar 2? Não. Acaba sendo alvejado, mas o Nada e o GTF terminam o trabalho. Só o Lex ali, muito exposto. Matem esse Lex. Mata o Lex, gente. Conseguiram matar, mas foi tarde demais. A Cassie ali acabou conseguindo um double kill, o que garantiu a defesa da Team Eager. Temos agora 4 ultimates por parte da Cube. Somente 2 ultimates não muito importantes na mão da Team Eager. Tudo bem, o Drogus ele consegue tirar alguém, a Cassie dá uma visão, mas a gente tem a ult do Bomb King que dá um stun muito bom em área, a ult do Grok que consegue curar e dar um dano dentro do ponto, a gente tem a ult do Nada que dá um shield pra galera e também a tureta dele dá muito dano. E para finalizar, a ult do Androxus, que a gente sabe o poder de destruição que ela tem em área. Então eu vejo vantagem para o time da Cube na disputa desse ponto até então. Eles conseguiram, como você disse, forçar muitas ultimates da equipe da Team Eager, que foi crucial para que eles pudessem brigar nesse ponto com vantagem. Que a ultimate da Cast utilizada, eles já sabem aonde a equipe da Cube está. O Skullest acaba pulando ali atrás de todo mundo, troca franca com o Makoa e com o Drogus, ele sai vivo. A equipe da Cube utiliza a ult do Barik no meio, eles conseguem abater o Drogus que ultou para matar o Nada. 3 mortes para a equipe da Cube, somente 1 morte para a equipe da Team Eager, vantagem até então da Eager, mas 41% a 20 no ponto, ainda dá tempo da Cube se reagrupar. Vamos ver como vai ser o trabalho de derrubar cavalo da equipe da Eager, se eles vão conseguir matar alguém ou não. É muito importante que a equipe da Cube não perca ninguém, acabaram perdendo o GTF, 70% do ponto. A equipe da Cube agora começa a avançar em direção ao retake, mas não vai dar certo. Eles acabaram perdendo 3 jogadores. O ultimate do Lex utilizado não acaba pegando em ninguém. Muito bem counterado pelo andar fantasma do Grok, mas vitória da Team Eager não foi o suficiente para com que eles conseguissem segurar esse ponto. Mas um jogo um pouquinho mais equilibrado. A gente teve até agora um stomp da Cube, que abrindo a série, um stomp da Team Eager e um jogo mais equilibrado. Nada definido até então. 2-1 para a equipe da Team Eager, match point. Se eles ganharem, acabou o sonho dos brasileiros, mas eu acredito muito na virada, nessa virada agora da Cube. 3-2 para a Cube, vamos que vamos. Maia, comentário sobre esse jogo, o que você achou?
Eu acho que a Cube só demorou demais para se encontrar. Eu acho que se eles tivessem mantido o nível de jogo que eles colocaram agora nesse final, desde o começo, eles teriam se saído um pouco melhor, de repente teriam ganho, de repente. Eles demoraram um pouco para poder se achar na partida. Só um adendo aqui, agora que a gente está vendo as observações aí do bate no Drogo, 128k de dano. Muito dano para cima do Drogos. E eu acho que para a próxima partida, o time da Cube está precisando dar uma reavaliada nos picks e como eles vão fazer para segurar o dano. Se eles vão preferir botar mais um frontline para ver se eles conseguem suportar um pouco mais de dano com um pouco mais de defesa, se eles vão preferir colocar mais um dano ou mais um flanco, um flanco diferente, né? No caso eles tentaram aí o Androxus, que no início deu muito certo, mas botar mais um dano para poder bater fogo com fogo ou botar um frontline no lugar de uma das curas para poder segurar um pouco mais a questão da defesa. O jeito que eles têm que fazer, o que eles têm que fazer é tentar segurar ao máximo o dano da equipe da Iga, que é o forte deles, e não ignorar a cura. Eu achei que a Ying do time da Iga ficou completamente livre para poder dar o suporte para o time. Ela ficou completamente livre para poder fazer tudo o que ela tinha que fazer e ela não recebia o pick-off que ela tinha que receber. Então, muitas vezes a gente via na empolgação o Drogos dando muito dano e saindo vivo com pouquíssima vida. E depois de pouquíssimo tempo já voltando para fight por causa da Ying e a cura, porque o potencial de cura da Ying é muito alto. Então, apesar da gente ter aí o Bomb King na mão dos Coolest, o Barrack na mão do Nada, que são personagens muito característicos deles, foram coisas que não vi. Por exemplo, o Grok eu não vi fazer muita coisa nesse jogo. O Grok eu não vi ele tendo o desempenho que ele teve no primeiro jogo nesses 2 últimos, apesar dele ter contribuído.
Tem razão. Eu concordo com praticamente tudo que você disse. Eu acredito que talvez algum outro... Eu não acredito que nenhum dano no lugar desse Grok, nenhum flank, mas talvez um outro frontliner para conseguir segurar um pouco mais. O Drogo estava dissolvendo o Grok, o Grok tinha que acabar esperando um pouquinho, ou ele saía com o andar fantasma do Hulk do Makoa, ou ele ficava vivo, porque o Drogos ele ficou, como a gente viu, ele deu 128k de damage na partida, ele foi 44 eliminações, então é um número muito grande. O Drogos, a equipe da Iger se portou muito bem para conseguir deixar esse Drogos free hit praticamente o jogo todo. A equipe faltou um pouco de dano mesmo, na minha opinião, para a equipe ou dano ou um sustain, talvez um Torvald já no lugar desse Grok, ou o Fernando ele tá bem sumido, ele não tá sendo muito escolhido, mas um Rukus talvez, que o Rukus ele ia conseguir ficar ali sentado no ponto, dando um pouco de shield pro seu time e alvejando esse Drogos, que a gente sabe que o Rukus ele é parado, mas ele é um boneco que praticamente é imóvel, mas ele tem muita munição, então isso contra o Drogos é sensacional. Eles conseguem incomodar principalmente. O Rukus ele é um campeão que ele incomoda muito o Drogos da equipe adversária, mas é isso aí. Vamos ver agora os picks da próxima partida, se a equipe da Cube vai mudar um pouco isso, se eles vão se eles vão manter. Eu gostei muito da equipe da Cube, alguns errinhos talvez na hora de picar, mas no geral, uma apresentação muito boa por parte da Cube Team. Me surpreenderam no primeiro jogo e me surpreenderam novamente nesse jogo. Eu ainda acredito na vitória da Cube, sim. Eu acho que se eles acertarem alguns detalhezinhos, principalmente na composição, eu tô vendo que eles estão se posicionando muito bem, eles estão seguindo boas calls, eles estão recuando na hora que tem que recuar, avançando na hora que tem que avançar, mas tem algumas situações que de fato simplesmente não dá. Porque se a equipe adversária avança muito a frontline e consegue te manter dentro da base, fica muito difícil de você conseguir chegar até o ponto com os 5 jogadores. Quando isso acontece, né, você sempre tem 1 ou 2 jogadores que acabam morrendo no meio do caminho, se essa estratégia de fato funciona. E isso acaba dificultando muito o retake do ponto. Agora, Maia, a gente vai ter história em equipe.
A sua ideia do Rucos ali, na verdade... A sua ideia do Rucos ali, na verdade, foi muito interessante, até como a gente tem o apoio direto ali do Grok, né? Quando eles estão insistindo muito em pegar o Grok ali com o Totem e o Rucos ali fazendo um controle do ponto ali no meio, de repente seria uma escolha melhor do que, de repente, uma das curas, né? No caso ali, o Grover ou o Grok ali para dar um suporte no Rucos ali, talvez fosse uma boa ideia.
Vamos ver agora, né, Maia? Já estamos aí nos picks, mais uma vez o Bomb King garantido na equipe da Cube, mais uma vez o Makoa garantido por parte da Team Eager. Vamos ver se eles vão optar mais uma vez por esse Drogus. Sim, optaram pelo Drogus. Então, começo de draft igual à última partida e também igual à penúltima partida. As equipes não estão fugindo muito dessa abertura de draft, né, Maia? Ambas as equipes estão confortáveis com esses campeões e acreditam que eles são essenciais ali na composição. Então, vamos ver se vai...
Mas eu acho que agora é a hora da Cube dar uma mudada. Eu acho que agora é a hora da Cube dar aquela ousada, igual eles deram no primeiro jogo. Por exemplo, agora eles decidiram pegar o Shalim para poder tentar dar um damage mais à distância, mas eu acho que agora é a hora da Cube ser ousada. Eu acho que tá na hora deles pegarem a ilha de surpresa do jeito que eles pegaram no primeiro jogo. Né? A surpresa do Double Support no primeiro jogo foi ótima, mas aí no segundo e no terceiro já não surpreendeu tanto, e novamente aí o Lex em combinação com outro personagem de muito dano, e a Ying, que deu muitíssimo certo na mão da Iga. Só que dessa vez eles têm que estar atentos para poder tirar a Ying do jogo. De repente o Shalim pode ajudar com as ilusões ali, com o dano à distância. Só que o grande problema do Shalim é que ele vai precisar de um frontline ali. A barricada do Barrick pode ajudar. Não sei se eles vão preferir pegar mais um frontline, mas eles vão precisar dar um suporte aí pro Shalim fazer o que ele tem que fazer. E decidiram pelo Grover novamente, e o Androxus, dessa vez eles toparam fazer o mesmo que a Iger estava fazendo. Finalmente tiraram o Grok, que estava fazendo uma dupla de suportes com o Grover, decidiram botar um suporte só, investir no dano. Agora a gente vê Bomb King, Shalim e Androxus. Agora a gente vê o nível e a quantidade do damage subindo pelo time da Cube, e agora que a gente tem, vai ser Bomb King, Shalim e Androxus contra Drogus, Lex e Cassie. Então agora eu vejo mais emparelhado a questão do dano. Eu acho que agora eles podem bater de frente, fora que a cobertura do Barrick num combate frente a frente, a barricada possibilitando que o Androxus e o Shalim consigam atirar de longe sem problemas, eles conseguem dar uma segurada mais fácil do que, por exemplo, o Makoa, que vai contar muito com o Hulk e nem tanto com o Shield. Então, numa luta direta, de repente, a Cube consegue tirar a vantagem do Shalim. Então, nesse ponto, eu acho que a Cube fez certo. Eu acho que nesse jogo é o jogo para ser ousado. É o jogo de aproveitar o dano, aproveitar e derreter o time da Iger antes deles fazerem qualquer coisa. Tirar esse Legs, principalmente esse Drogus, tirar ele do jogo, impedir a cura da Ying e ver se eles conseguem levar isso. E é isso. O jogo tá aí e estamos na esperança. Vamos ver se a gente consegue levar.
Vamos lá. Basicamente, já começou o jogo, então vamos direto para emoção dessa que pode ser a última partida da série. Já conseguem ali uma troca de 1 por 1, Caio Xalim, Caio Lex, e agora a troca franca continua a Ing ali sendo muito pressionada pelo Bomb King, mas consegue um ótimo escape e também leva ali o Bomb King de brinde, double kill na mão desse Drogus, que continua dando muito dano. Ele vai pra cima desse Xalim, não, acaba desistindo. A equipe da Cube precisa se reagrupar agora. 3 jogadores da equipe da Team Eager já avançam para tentar manter a equipe da Cube na base. O Drogus indo pela direita, toda a equipe da Cube ali se reagrupando. Vamos Cube, vamos que dá, vamos avançar para esse ponto. É isso que eles estão fazendo. O Androxus vai ali por cima, consegue dar um bom dano no Makoa, mas é rucado. Eles conseguem derrubar a Cassie. GTF acaba pagando com a vida. Vantagem por enquanto da equipe da Team Eager. Conseguem também ali derrubar o Groover, conseguem derrubar o Barrick, também cai o Xalim e o Skullest. Só sobra o Androxus, 1-0 para a equipe da Team Eager. Objetivo capturado. Vamos ver agora como a Cube vai defender esse ponto. O GTF acabou ficando ali muito mal posicionado, tomou um hook do Makoa, muito dano do Lex e acaba caindo. Um início de partida não muito proveitoso para esse Androxus, ele tá morrendo muito, mas vamos ver se ele consegue reverter isso aí. Bela barricada utilizada pelo Beric, tá ficando vivo muito tempo. Chega ali, o Groover consegue curar, garante a vida do Beric. Mais uma vez, hookado ali pelo Makoa, ele garante o shield, chega ali o GTF no cover. O Drogus tá muito livre, troca franca ali entre o Drogus e o Skullest. O Drogus acaba levando a melhor com o auxílio ali do Lex. A Rukia consegue derrubar o Lex, mas não é o suficiente. Então, 3 jogadores da equipe da Cube acabam caindo. Um ótimo push até então para o time da Team Eager, mas ainda tem jogo. O Xalim ali tá trocando com o Drogus, que dá muito dano. Soladinha, Rukia. O Drogus consegue levar esse Xalim. Double kill na mão dele, consegue levar também o nada. O próximo alvo dele é o Skullest, triple kill, quadra kill, praticamente na mão desse Drogus. Isso vai garantir com que a equipe da Team Eager consiga entregar o objetivo. Chegou ali o nada para tentar ganhar um overtime, mas não foi o suficiente. Foi rucado pelo Makoa. Muito dano desse Drogus, que já tem 9 de streak, Maia.
Eles não estão sabendo lidar com a quantidade de dano que esse Drogus está oferecendo. Eles não estão conseguindo retribuir e dar a devida punição para os personagens. E houve ali vários erros ali. Muito provavelmente eles estão nervosos ali por causa das outras partidas, porque várias vezes a gente viu o time todo da Cube junto dentro ali de uma casa, num espaço fechado contra um Drogus. Você não fica num espaço fechado contra um Drogus. Ok que você tem um Bomb King, mas o Drogus está do lado de fora. Então não adianta você forçar a fight do lado de dentro se você tem um personagem com dano em área tão grande quanto o Drogus, ainda mais o Drogus, o Byte, que está fazendo um excelente trabalho. Eu acho que a Cube tem que dar uma respirada, tem que conseguir se achar novamente do jogo e se agrupar.
Sim, o Drogus ele tá dissolvendo o shield do Beric, mas por outro lado o Skullest ali também conseguiu dar muito dano pra cima desse Makoa. Ele acaba ali caindo de frente com o Lex, joga a bomba ranzinza no meio, o domínio do ponto por enquanto da equipe da Cube. Eles estão dando muito dano, ultimate do Makoa utilizada, acaba caindo 4 jogadores por parte da equipe da Cube. Eles estavam conseguindo segurar muito bem. Abate de equipe para Team Eager, eles conseguem limpar o time da Cube, que agora tem mais uma vez que se reagrupar, tentar pegar esse ponto, mas pelo jeito que a equipe da Team Eager está se portando, avançando muito, e a porcentagem eu acredito que não vai dar tempo da Cube fazer esse retake. Eles vão tentar uma atitude desesperada como essa do Skullest, que consegue matar a QS, mas não é o suficiente. Objetivo capturado para Team Eager. Vamos ver. Vamos Cube, eu acredito, vamos defender, vamos que dá. 3-0 para a equipe da Team Eager. Esse Drogus está dando muito trabalho, mas agora eles conseguem derrubar a Rukia, faz um excelente double kill, derruba o Lex, derruba o Drogus. É isso aí, Cube, vamos lá. O Skullest também consegue derrubar a QS. Androxus ali trocando francamente com a Ing, trocando com o Makoa. O Skulest mais uma vez leva melhor pra cima desse Makoa e eles conseguem matar. Vários jogadores da Team Eager conseguem segurar. A Rukia leva mais um. Maia, emocionante.
Eu tô achando que essa Ying tá muito solta no mapa, cara. Eu acho que eles deviam estar impedindo um pouco mais dessa cura de novo, mas ainda assim eles estão conseguindo manter o dano. Parece que a Rukia finalmente achou um espaço pro Xalim dela funcionar. E o Androxus está fazendo ali um bom coverage pro Skullers fazer o trabalho dele com o Bomb King, mas não vai ser fácil, ainda tem bastante tempo. E o time da Iger ainda tem a ult do Lex, a ult do Drogo vai tá up em pouquíssimo tempo e o push dele está forte demais.
Acabou aí rolando um triple kill, precipitem mais, o GTF responde com double kill, leva ele, leva o Lex, acaba caindo pra Cassie, mas a Cassie tá muito machucada. A Ing tá solta, de fato, tem muita ilusão dela curando. Vamos lá, Cube, tira essa Ing do jogo, Cube. Mata ela, isso! Boa, Rukia! Conseguiu tirar muito bem a Ing, como a gente vinha conversando, o Makoa consegue um hook excelente pra cima do nada, mas o Skullest responde instantaneamente, derrubando a Cassie. Agora o GTF também consegue mais uma vez derrubar o Lex. Recua, Iger, recua que a gente vai defender. Acabam conseguindo ali um ótimo hook do Makoa pra cima do Skullest, que ainda tá vivo, consegue dar um dano, mas o GTF consegue uma reversão, não acerta, o Drogo está muito machucado. Reagrupe da equipe da Team Eager, 30 segundos para eles puxarem a ultimate utilizada do Drogos. Ele vai pra cima, vamos ver quem ele vai derrubar. Consegue tirar o Charin da partida, aquece, mata o Pings. E 4 jogadores da Cube acabam caindo ainda 20 segundos. Double kill do Lex, ele derruba o Skullest na ult. Vamos lá, Cube, vamos que dá, vamos segurar, vamos ganhar esse overtime. Mata essa Cassie, GTF, mata essa Cassie. Acaba caindo, sem sucesso, ultimate do Lex. Double kill pra ele, tá chegando o que pode ser o final da partida. Só o nada ali para segurar, ele acaba caindo, o overtime garantido ali pelo Skullest e vitória da Team Eager, Maia, 3-1. A Cube, infelizmente, está eliminada do torneio, mas não saem do torneio com a cabeça baixa. Eles demonstraram uma ótimas partidas contra um dos melhores times do mundo. A Team Eager é, como a gente conversou no começo da transmissão, um dos times mais consolidados no cenário mundial de Paladins. É um time muito forte, tem jogadores monstruosos, como é o caso do Bitey, que provou isso com o seu Drogos, como é o Stozey com esse Lex. Desequilibrou muito a partida. Destaque para mim dessa partida não tem como deixar na mão de um só, mas vai para a Ing e para o Drogos, que desequilibraram. A Ing curou o time inteiro dela, incansavelmente, ela ficou muito livre. E temos aí o placar final, a gente vê, olha o tanto de dano que o Drogos e o Lex conseguiram. Não foi tanto igual a outra partida, mas morreram muito pouco. A Ing morreu uma vez na partida inteira, Maia.
Foi o que eu falei, cara. Essa Ying ficou solta a partida inteira, livre para poder fazer o que quisesse. Ela conseguiu dar 16k de damage e curou 73k de damage, enquanto o Ping só curou 26. Então, a participação da cura da Ying foi crucial, porque todas as vezes que o time da Eager se juntava para reagrupar, você tinha pelo menos 3 ilusões dela ali no meio do caminho. Então, com essa Ing solta no jogo, primeiro que a Ing, o dano dela não é de se jogar fora, né? Tipo, o dano da Ing é um dano até bem considerável para um suporte do calibre que ela é. Então, assim, e qualquer dano extra que você pode dar, por exemplo, num Xalim, já é algo que colabora para uma kill, colabora para todo tipo de engage ou qualquer tipo de push que a equipe pode dar. Você deixar um suporte assim livre, ainda mais um suporte como a Ying, que tem uma cura bastante localizada, que ela pode se manter bem stealth com as ilusões, e ela consegue manter uma posição sem ficar muito exposta. Se você não conseguir tirar ela do jogo, ela vai conseguir fazer toda a diferença. E é aquilo que eu tava falando desde a última partida. O Drogos ia para cima, saía com nada de vida, voltava. 2 segundos depois a Ying já tinha curado o HP inteiro dele e ele voltava para cima para dar ainda mais dano. Mas o desempenho do Brasil foi ótimo, acho que foi ótimo. Aquele primeiro jogo serviu para calar a boca de todo mundo que falou mal da Cube, para calar a boca de todo mundo que falou que o time da Cube não seria capaz, que não tinha calibre para estar lá. Eu acho que o time do Brasil mostrou o que tinha que mostrar, mostrou as habilidades, superou todos aqueles quesitos que a gente tinha falado do começo, questão de ping, questão de a gente não ter ainda um cenário de Paladins muito bem consolidado aqui, diferente lá de fora, que eles têm grandes equipes, sendo aí grandes nomes como a LIGA, como a District 69, sabe? Equipes que já estão presentes no cenário já há mais tempo, e você dá um stomp na LIGA, ainda que seja num jogo só, cara, isso é muita coisa.
Sim, com certeza. É um sinal que o Paladins brasileiro está evoluindo e que muito em breve a gente vai estar lá batendo de frente com Team Eager, pode vir Burrito, pode vir Team Eager, pode vir Kanga, pode vir D69, que eu tenho certeza que no próximo Mundial o time brasileiro que for representar vai estar muito mais forte, com muito mais experiência. Eu gostaria aqui de deixar meus agradecimentos ao time da Cube, me sinto muito bem representado por vocês.
Total.
Muito bem jogado, parabéns rapaziada, vocês merecem todo o meu respeito, todo o meu título de torcedor da Cube, vocês me representaram, sem dúvida, fizeram aqui eu levantar da cadeira enquanto estava narrando, eu que nem narrador sou, tô aí me aventurando nessa profissão que eu acho muito legal. Então eu agradeço a todos que nos apoiaram, todos que apoiaram o time da Cube o tempo todo. Agradeço a quem escolheu a LBE e quem escolheu eu e o Maia aí para assistir essa partida. Espero que vocês tenham gostado, espero que, acima de tudo, vocês tenham se divertido. A gente ia seguir a programação com o Snoopy, mas acabou ficando um pouco tarde. E a LBE vai fazer o seguinte, vai ter cobertura da Paladins Masters em português aqui no nosso canal com o Snoopy. Eu tomei um pouco... Não sei dizer quem vai fazer com ele, mas vai ter mais alguém aí acompanhando o Snoopy durante esse final de semana. Eu, infelizmente, não vou poder participar. Eu vou estar lá na Brasil Game Cup, no Rio de Janeiro. Quem quiser e for lá, inclusive for do Rio, quiser chegar lá para trocar uma ideia, para a gente bater um papo, me procura lá. Eu vou estar com a camiseta da LBE. Eu e meus sócios, vocês vão ver a gente lá. Vamos trocar uma ideia, vamos bater um papo. Eu estou muito satisfeito com tudo, desde quando a LBE começou a trabalhar com Paladins, vocês só nos enchem de orgulho e de alegria. Palavras final, Maia, se despedir da galera aí, mandar algum recado, fica à vontade, meu querido.
Galera, acho que não tenho muito a acrescentar aí o que o Chico falou, mas muito obrigado aí por acompanhar o jogo aí com a gente, por vibrado junto com a gente, que é assim mesmo, compartilhei essa emoção com vocês aí, da gente ver o time brasileiro chegando até onde chegou, fazendo esse jogaço que fizeram, né? Agradecer a preferência aqui pela LBE, a nossa humilde narração aqui, tentando oferecer o melhor que a gente pode para vocês aí sempre, esse acompanhamento aí da Paladins Masters. E ficar aí o lembrete de que teremos ainda, mais para frente, no decorrer aí das semanas, os jogos da LBE, né? Não esqueça de acompanhar a nossa Liga de Paladins, né? Comigo, com o Snoopy, com o Diank, com todo mundo aí. Acompanhe as narrações, que a gente está fazendo tudo com muito carinho, com muita dedicação para vocês. E muito obrigado aí, gente. Foi um prazer, né? Até que foi a minha primeira narração aqui pela LBE. E espero todos vocês aí na próxima transmissão. E é isso. Muito obrigado de coração e até a próxima.
Valeu, galera. Muito obrigado aí mais uma vez. Pessoal da Paladins Brasil, vocês são foda. Muito obrigado. Espero que vocês continuem aí acompanhando e torcendo pela LBR, como é muito gostoso porque só a gente que trabalha nos bastidores sabe o quão trabalhoso é organizar um torneio com 130 equipes, fazer tudo rodar direitinho, sem dúvidas, que a galera se sinta de fato parte da nossa empresa. Isso é um dos nossos maiores valores. Todo mundo que joga nossas ligas, vocês são parte da LBE, vocês são tratados com todo o carinho do mundo e vai ser assim hoje e sempre. Muito obrigado mais uma vez, galera. Obrigado, Maia, por ter o prazer aí de eu poder desfrutar da sua companhia, dos seus comentários. Muito bom poder trabalhar contigo. Espero que essa seja a primeira vez de muitas. Muito grande abraço, galera. Tenham todos uma boa noite, um ótimo final de semana. Beijo no coração de todos. Fui!
Valeu.